Emergency Disaster Kit. Whether you or someone you know is affected by cognitive, mobility, or visual disabilities, has mental health or substance abuse issues, is deaf and or has substantial hearing loss, ready.illinois.gov has the answers. There's even guidance for those who rely on life support systems and for persons who use service animals. And yes, ready.illinois.gov has great tips for seniors too. Even tips for pet owners. If you or someone you know has functional needs, or for that matter, you have yet to make your own disaster planner kit, visit ready.illinois.gov. That's ready.illinois.gov.
Sponsored by the Illinois Emergency Management Agency.
Free Talk Live.
Now, in the light, there was a being. He started to moonwalk.
Are you saying Michael Jackson has come back from the alien spaceships?
And he said, I am Michael Jackson.
See, I called it.
There we go.
You talk with God throughout your life. You heard this voice that you recognized as God telling you, do you believe in magic, inviting you to look out the window, where you then saw Michael Jackson coming down from a rainbow ray of light coming from the sky. So what happened then? Did he, invite you to his playland or whatever it is he has?
9 months later, the virgin birth happened again.
Wouldn't that be ironic?
A lot of things happened that night. He asked if he could resurrect himself inside of me. I'm like, yeah.
You called it. Did you have Michael Jackson's baby?
I had Michael Jackson.
Listen to Free Talk Live 7 nights a week, 6 to 9 p.m. Central Time on the Heartland Newsfeed Radio Network and heartlandnewsfeed.com.
Small business owners, is your internet making office tasks painfully slow? Are your file upload speeds sluggish? Are your video calls choppy? You need more speed. AT&T Business Fiber gives you up to 20 times faster upload speeds at half the price of cable. Faster upload speeds mean smoother, less glitchy video conferencing and faster file transfers. Visit att.com/businessfast or call 844-647-FAST to get our best price on our best service. Imagine it, up to 20 times faster upload speeds at half the price of cable. AT&T experts can help you upgrade to AT&T Business Fiber. Soon, you're going to love your internet. Call 844-647-FAST now. Comparison by Telogical Systems, 12-2020.
Waiting for spring is one thing. Waiting for spring savings is another. At the Home Depot, you don't have to wait for either one. Our best prices of the season are here now. In-store, online, store-wide. Get a 40-volt battery-powered Ryobi string trimmer for just $159. And more savings on everything, from fresh paint to power blowers. You've waited long enough. Bring on spring. The Spring Savings Event, now at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Valid through April 18th while supplies last.
Everyone loves shopping online. Well, I'm going to tell you what I tell my golf buddies when they buy clubs. Stop searching for coupon codes. Download Capital One Shopping to your computer. Capital One Shopping instantly searches for available coupon codes and automatically applies them at checkout. Plus, it's free, and you don't even need a Capital One card to use it. That's like hitting a hole-in-one without even trying. Capital One Shopping. It's kind of genius. What's in your wallet?
Savings and available coupons vary.
With a message for the thousands of Illinoisans with functional needs. Needless to say, everyone needs to have an emergency disaster plan and disaster kit, but that plan and kit may look a lot different for those with functional needs. Learn how to make a plan and a kit that best serves your needs and the needs of your family and even your pets. At ready.illinois.gov, there's tips for caregivers and seniors too. Make a plan and make a kit. Find out how at ready.illinois.gov. That's ready.illinois.gov.
Sponsored by IEMA.
Hi, I'm Bobby Likas with today's Car Clinic Minute. When it's raining, do you hold your breath as your car struggles to start or runs rough when it does? There's a simple way to locate ignition parts that act up with the weather, and when I come back, I'll tell you all about it.
O'Reilly. When your battery goes dead, everything can come to a stop. Don't take a chance on getting stranded. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts and get your battery tested free of charge. If your battery does need to be replaced, O'Reilly Auto Parts can help you find the exact Superstart battery that fits your car or truck at a guaranteed low price. O'Reilly Auto Parts, better prices every day.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
In damp weather, if your car runs rough until it warms up, The problem might be moisture shorting out worn ignition wires. To troubleshoot, shops use a $25,000 scope, but you can use a $2 bottle of Windex. That's right, Windex. Here's how. With engine idling and AC on, spray each spark plug wire with Windex. When the Windex hits the bad wire, the engine will misfire. Next, spray the distributor cap, coil wire, and coil. With each part, listen and look for the engine to stumble or shake. When it does, you found the culprit. I'm Bobby Likas. Like us, you'll love it.
Your struggle.
We can sum up McDonald's new crispy chicken sandwich in one word. Crispy. But also juicy and tender. Okay, it's crispy, juicy, tender. All one word. But then, also pickle. Oh, and potato bun, which is two words. Okay, we can't sum up our new crispy chicken sandwich in one word, so you'll just have to try it to understand it. Order ahead on the McDonald's app at participating McDonald's. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Spring lawns are growing, and so are the possibilities for taking care of them. Stop in and check out your options during Lowe's Spring Fest, like Ego Outdoor Power Equipment now at Lowe's. Ego is the #1 rated battery platform in outdoor power, delivering power that exceeds gas without the noise and fumes. Choose the Ego 21-inch Select Cut Mower with dual blade cutting for premium mulching, bagging, and runtime performance. Shop in-store at Lowe's.com or on our app. Lowe's, home to any budget, home to any possibility. Selection varies by location, U.S. only.
The Capital One Quicksilver Card Show.
Cut! The Capital One Quicksilver Card is simple. No need for a whole song and dance. Don't be sad. With Quicksilver, you earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase everywhere. That's the spirit. The Capital One Quicksilver Card is simple, unlimited 1.5% cash back. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Capital One Bank, USA, N.A.
Waiting for spring is one thing. Waiting for spring savings is another. At the Home Depot, you don't have to wait for either one. Our best prices of the season are here now. In-store, online, store-wide. Get a 40-volt battery-powered Ryobi string trimmer for just $159. And more savings on everything, from fresh paint to power blowers. You've waited long enough. Bring on spring. The Spring Savings Event, now at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Valid through April 18th while supplies last.
Well, if you wake up in the morning sick, you can definitely blame me because I'm certainly the one who would have infected you at this point. But I think you'll be okay. I have no other symptoms. I haven't gotten anyone sick at work or anything like that. I mean, you can tell my voice is a little bit off from what it normally is, or at least it sounds like it is to me. And my chest hurts a little bit, but it was exhaustion, being sore, and this bizarre total loss of the ability to smell or taste. And it makes smoking difficult, right? I didn't realize this. It's not just my body's nicotine levels that tell me whether or not I smoked recently. It's, being able to taste a cigarette. I know I just smoked a cigarette because I can taste one. Without that, I have been chain smoking a lot lately.
Really?
And it's because I have no sensors telling me.
The messaging has been interrupted and your brain isn't getting that sensation that you are done.
Yes.
And you just want to.
So I'm like, okay, well, let's smoke a cigarette. And, it's not that I keep track of it or anything like that. I don't go, oh, I smoked a cigarette at 7:52. I don't need another. It's just how smokers behave. We want a cigarette, and I don't taste cigarettes. So ending up smoking more, it's frustrating. Drinking more water, which is good, but the Monster that I drank tonight, I hate the plain Monsters. I hate them. They taste horrible.
How many varieties do they have?
30 or 40. I mean, there's a bunch of different types of Monsters. I prefer these relatively new ones. They're called Red Dogs. They're these sports type Monsters. They're non-carbonated. It tastes just like some sort of cherry Kool-Aid. They're delicious, but they're a little bit more expensive.
They sound disgusting.
And there's no point in drinking them because I can't taste them anyway. So when I went to the store after the meeting tonight to get a Monster because I was tired, I just grabbed the first one I saw because screw it. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to taste it anyway. It's not anything I would wish upon anyone. But, we're all recovering. Mark was on the show the past 3 nights. He's doing better. Captain reports that, he should be on the show tomorrow.
Good.
So he's feeling better.
And Michael is good to go too?
I don't know.
And so long, and thanks for all the fish, Johnson. We'll never see him again.
I'm not terribly. I mean, I never saw him alone the first one. I mean, he's a nice dude.
He was on the show with me on Tuesdays, and as soon as his stuff started getting crazy, he's like, listen to the way that we talk. He's like, screw you guys. I don't want to be in the same house with you. And then we never saw him for a year. It's crazy. But then coincidentally, he gets sick the first night he comes back.
No, the first night he came back, he got us all sick.
Possibly.
We don't know.
Possibly.
Hey, thanks for listening. We'll be back same time tomorrow night. Online in the meantime at freetalklive.com.
The LRN.FM social media channels have been revamped. We've eliminated Facebook and focused on other platforms like Twitter and Mastodon, the decentralized alternative to Twitter. On our accounts, you'll find posts from multiple LRN.FM show hosts together in one place. Follow us on Twitter at twitter.lrn.fm, or better yet, move to the decentralized Mastodon social media platform at toot.lrn.fm, toot.lrn.fm. I think you'll like it.
Do you feel like your nation, state, or community no longer holds your values? Have you dreamt of a place where people agree that liberty is important and are free to pursue their projects so long as they respect the property of others? There are many people just like you that are discovering freeprivatecities.com. Their social media links are at the upper right of the page at freeprivatecities.com. All skill levels will be needed when the first of the Free Private Cities opens. It's sooner than you think. Stop arguing and build. freeprivatecities.com.
The new 4th edition of Healing Our World, The Compassion of Libertarianism, will take your understanding of liberty to a deeper level and has over 1,300 updated references, new cartoons, and a foreword by Dr. Ron Paul. With discounts for multiple book purchases, the 4th edition of Healing Our World is a great gift for the liberals, pragmatists, environmentalists, and Christians in your life who think libertarianism is cold-hearted. Get yours today at healing.freetalklive.com and use promo code FTL for a $5 discount. The LRN.FM social media channels have been revamped. We've eliminated Facebook and focused on other platforms like Twitter and Mastodon, the decentralized alternative to Twitter. On our accounts, you'll find posts from multiple LRN.FM show hosts together in one place. Follow us on Twitter at twitter.lrn.fm, or better yet, move to the decentralized Mastodon social media platform at toot.lrn.fm, toot.lrn.fm. I think you'll like it.
Declare Your Independence with Ernest Hancock is next, live after the news on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM.
You're listening to the Heartland Newsfeed Radio Network, heartlandnewsfeed.com.
This stream is supported by advertisers and contributions by you.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
The Public News Service Daily Newscast, April the 13th, 2021. I'm Mike Gifford. As testimony continues in the Derek Chauvin trial, the emotional pain felt by the black community and racial justice advocates has reached new levels after a black man was fatally shot by police in a Minneapolis suburb.
President Joe Biden and state leaders responded Monday to the weekend incident in Brooklyn Center where 20-year-old Dante Wright was shot during a traffic stop. Police officials say the officer intended to use her taser but pulled her gun by mistake. But Wayfinder Foundation director and civil rights attorney and activist Nikema Levy-Armstrong says it shows the state has failed to address the issue of racial profiling.
The fact that police officers would prioritize pulling someone over for allegedly having expired tabs is unconscionable in the midst of a pandemic.
Activists say Wright, who had an outstanding warrant and got back into his car while being handcuffed, should not have been in that situation because he wasn't a serious threat. The incident resulted in protests and civil unrest Sunday night and prompted curfews Monday evening announced by Governor Tim Walz. I'm Mike Moen.
A union drive at an Amazon warehouse in Bessemer was voted down last week, but many see the effort as an extension of the historical civil rights work by the mostly black workforce in the Birmingham area.
Bessemer is about 20 minutes from Birmingham, once known as the nation's most segregated city. Jennifer Bates, a learning ambassador at the Amazon Fulfillment Center there, helped lead the effort to join the retail, wholesale, and department store union. She says workers face long hours, lots of walking and stair climbing. The one elevator designed for human use, not just merchandise, is only accessible to upper management. Bates says she was offered a promotion with more responsibilities, but no more pay.
There were several of us. If we didn't take the position as an ambassador, we would not be considered for any other leadership role at Amazon, even though the position did not come with pay.
Alabama is one of 5 states without a minimum wage and has the so-called right-to-work law, which prevents unions from requiring workers they represent to pay dues. This story was produced with original reporting from Janai Plattenberg for Yes Media. I'm Lily Bolke reporting.
Texas is a big and religiously diverse state, but faith communities say controversial voting bills before the state legislature will disenfranchise both rural and urban voters. B. Moorhead is with Texas Impact.
Voter suppression in the current environment is not about distracting people from things that already happened. It's about a thumb on the scale of what could happen in the future.
Republican lawmakers in Texas, much like their counterparts in Georgia, say the new voting bills are needed to improve trust and confidence in the outcome of the elections. This is PNS.
You're struggling with your mortgage.
Ram Truck Month is going on now. Hurry in for great deals on the only brand to ever win Motor Trend's Truck of the Year 3 years in a row.
I'm around now.
And it's auto show time. Now get 0.9% financing for 84 months on the 2021 Ram 1500 Laramie Crew Cab. 0.9% APR financing for 84 months equals $12.29 per month per 1,000 finance for well-qualified buyers through Chrysler Capital, regardless of down payment. Not all buyers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Offer ends 5/3/2021.
Small business owners, is your internet making office tasks painfully slow? Are your file upload speeds sluggish? Are your video calls choppy? You need more speed. AT&T Business Fiber gives you up to 20 times faster upload speeds at half the price of cable. Faster upload speeds mean smoother, less glitchy video conferencing and faster file transfers. Visit att.com/businessfast or call 844-647-FAST to get our best price on our best service. Imagine it, up to 20 times faster upload speeds at half the price of cable. AT&T experts can help you upgrade to AT&T Business Fiber. Soon, you're going to love your internet. Call 844-647-FAST now. Comparison by Telogical Systems, 12/2020.
This is your new home speaking. I know you haven't moved in yet, but I need some favors. Could you dust the blinds? The dust makes me feel dusty. Also, we could save a lot of money if you bundled your home and car insurance with Geico. It's super easy to do online or over the phone. Last favor, when you move in, could you stick to one aesthetic? The last owner had a weird mix of floral wallpaper and nautical tchotchkes, and I can't have another identity crisis.
Geico. For bundling made easy, go to geico.com today.
Tuesday, scattered showers in the morning, otherwise mostly sunny with a high near 61. Tuesday night, mostly cloudy with a low around 40. Wednesday, sunny with a high near 56. That's the latest weather. Check out more news and weather on our website at heartlandnewsfeed.com.
Well, what if I killed my enemy Ryan at my job? It would not be sad?
No, you shouldn't do that.
But he is rude to me. He steals my yogurts. He makes fun of the way I talk.
Look, only soldiers can kill without getting in trouble.
Okay. Are you going to kill Ryan?
No.
It does not make sense.
This is the Onion News Network.
And now, live from the studios of Freedom's Phoenix, Ernest Hancock.
Believe me when I say we have a difficult time ahead of us. But if we are to be prepared for it, we must first shed our fear of it. I stand here without fear because I remember that I am here not because of the path that lies before me, but because of the path that lies behind me. I remember that for 100 years we have fought these machines. And after a century of war, I remember that which matters most. We are still here! Today, let us make them remember. We are not
Yeah, and a theater, and
share your independence with me, Ernest Hancock. Special guest today, Mr. Michael Badnarik. And we're going to find out and get caught up on everything. You know, I know Michael well. Donna printing out his bio and her printer wouldn't go and everything, but I know him anyway, so what the heck. Mr. Michael Badnarik. All right. Go ahead and explain to me every little old thing that you're doing. Now, Michael Badnarik, he was the presidential candidate for the Libertarian Party in 04, right?
Correct.
And 04. So I'm trying to get your volume up here. Go ahead and yell at me.
7 years ago, our forefathers
all right, close enough.
Changed the world.
Yeah, well, see, that's, he's a history guy. He's all about nostalgia, getting back America, and he teaches constitutional history and such, and on the Constitution and everything, and I'm just like, man, he does a really good job on what it was supposed to be, and now we're looking at, I'm not sure, how things are going now. You think we're going to make it? Is the Constitution going to survive? United States of America going to be? And you're Texas. I don't know. Where are you now? Are you still in Texas?
I am in Texas. I'm in Austin, Texas, which is a very liberal center, but it's a target-rich environment. When we get to start cleaning house, this will be the place to do it.
Okay. This is one thing I want to talk about. Now, Michael has, the mechanisms, certainly not just the United States of America, but also Texas and all the troubles that start to. So they called it in Ireland, Northern Ireland. Ireland wanted to break away, the Republic of Ireland from Great Britain, and they called it the Troubles. Well, the Troubles have started again, and now we got troubles right here in River City in Texas, okay? So we got trouble with a capital T. Well, I'm just wanting to know, tell me how you think this is playing out. Get us caught up on you, Michael. I wanted to talk to you on air. We can get caught up with the audience. They want to know what's up. So, tell me how you're doing. You're looking good.
Thank you very much. I'm feeling good. I've got a new ride that makes me very happy. I'm driving around in the fastest, sexiest car in Texas. And I'm also working with one of the legislators in the Texas House to promote Texas re-independence.
Ooh. Yeah, don't leave us hanging on this car, man. What do you got, 65, 67 Mustang or something? Or what?
No, it's 2014. It's a Dodge Challenger.
Ooh, making you feel good, huh?
It's better than Viagra. Man, makes me happy.
Well, good. I'm glad you got a good ride. Well, a legislator, tell us what you think is unique about Texas. I went to school there for a little bit, college, and they make you take their history government classes if you didn't graduate high school there. You got to know what's up. And the main thing that I remember is that it's the Republic of Texas. It's a Lone Star state. They came in under the condition that they could leave if they wanted to, and they could break up into 5 states and get 10 senators. It's not like they don't have enough room. So,
that's true.
And this is, things they drive into your head. And I remember the song in the mid-early 80s. It was, it went, freeze a Yankee, drive 75 and freeze them alive, freeze. So they had Carter had done this 55 mile an hour thing, and they were just like, oh, hell no, And so Texas always had its own thing. Well, what's it like now?
It is still like that. Not as much, unfortunately. We've had too many people moving in from other states, bringing their collectivist ideas with them. But the reason that I love Texas is because there is this latent spirit of individuality and independence. I tell people, you could tell a Texan a half a mile away, but you can't tell him much. I mean, Texans are stubborn. We don't want to be told what to do. And I think there's a definite reason that the Alamo happened in Texas. We just said, we ain't going to play that game. And you are correct. Texans, one of the things that I noticed when I moved here Texans fly the Lone Star flag at least as often, if not more often, than the American flag.
That was one thing. That was one thing that I remember too, is that the Texas flag can't be lower than the American flag or something, and it has to be. They really press this Texas thing.
Yes, the answer is that the Texas flag is the only one allowed to fly at the same height as the American flag, because we were a nation before we came into the United States. And there is a representative in Texas right now who's hosting a bill. I don't remember exactly the name of it, but it's for Texas re-independence. And what I'm trying to do is help distribute information to the other legislators that this bill does not make Texas secede. All this bill does is put a referendum on the ballot in November that allows Texans to decide whether they want to be an independent country.
You're not allowed to decide. So, you don't get a say. We had that case. It's called Grant versus Lee.
My repartee with these guys is like, look, if you're supposed to represent the people of Texas, you need to represent whatever the people in Texas want. And you don't know what they want until you put this referendum on the ballot. So I'm hoping that in November, Texans will be allowed to decide whether we've had enough of Washington, D.C. And I know that to people outside of Texas, this sounds ludicrous. Like, yeah, like that's ever going to happen. In Texas, this is like a serious, like, okay, yeah, we can do that.
It's not like the United States hadn't given them a lot of good reason. I mean, holy crap! I'm looking at the history of Texas over the years. Just as I just turned 60, okay. So like March 29th, I'm 60 years old. So I get to have an old man say, okay? So this is what I say. There has been, whenever the country gets kind of weirded out, a lot, whether it's foreign policy, wars, sagebrush rebellion, the people rising up against, and you got, Texas is going, look, man, we can always just leave. And there's been a lot of times that they'll do. I remember it was, I think it was the pandemic. Back in, it was the H1N1 virus back in 2009 when Obama first came in. They're going to shut down. There was terrorist things that they were doing, on shutting down the airports. And they go, we're not doing it. We're going to do it. And they go, whoa, 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 whoa. And they didn't know what to do. But then they threatened Texas with you couldn't be international airports anymore. And I'm going, well, they wouldn't let you fly. They keep telling you what you can and can't do. They go, that's why we're leaving, butthead. And then there's some negotiation behind the scenes. And when we come back from the break, I want to find out what has always thwarted these efforts. It's always like a threat. Texas is going to go, and then they don't because of something. What's the something? We'll find out. Michael Badnarik when we come back. Crimes of the Crown by Captain Mark. The Crown casts the world in shadow and claims to be our guiding light. Cowards clamor for security from boogeymen and ghost stories, while I say these hobgoblins are imaginary. I say those they propped up as our liberators are now subsisting on our bondage. I say there is freedom in the black, and that's exactly where we intend to go. The Crown banishes its own officers for exposing its crimes and tortures dissidents to the brink of madness. It dominates the globe and swallows the wealth of generations, leaving only blood and excrement. The Crown calls it piracy to explore frontiers beyond its grasp. So the time has come for us to define the conduct among pirates. I say the Crown has trampled our necks long enough. Need decentralized solutions to centralized problems? Looking for a community of like-minded scoundrels? Or just want some swag to let the Crown know what you think of it? Join the conversation at pirateswithoutborders.com. We won't be hard to find.
Hi, I'm Derek J. To me, an activist's calling is to actively work to advance a cause. The cause for which I work is personal freedom. I believe my life is best when I engage in voluntary interactions and self-government. I reject the idea that anyone else has a higher claim to my life or my body than I do. I see people who call themselves the government as a threat to my personal freedom. I realize you may feel differently, but my relationship with the people who call themselves the government is completely involuntary. If Starbucks used some of its money to drop bombs, I wouldn't shop there. So why would I support the American empire?
Derek J's Victimless Crime Spree. Watch it for free and order the Director's Cut DVD at victimlesscrimespree.com. That's victimlesscrimespree.com. Are you a cryptocurrency advocate? The Crypto Tip is the ideal outreach tool to help new people discover cryptocurrency. It's a printable business card-sized tip that you can give to service providers, preferably in addition to a good cash tip. When the server scans the QR code, it'll bring up an explanation of cryptocurrency, how to install a wallet, and allow them to claim the tip. If they don't claim the crypto, you get your tip refunded to you after a time period you specify. Plus, if they do claim the tip, you get an email alert. Create as many tips as you want at cryptotip.org. That's cryptotip.org. There are lots of ways to listen to Free Talk Live. Our podcast has been around since podcasts began, and now the FTL feed is loaded with content besides our full show archives. Did you know that we make it easy for you to customize your podcast subscriptions? We have different feeds, one that includes only our full shows, one with just the Daily Digest, and our main feed that includes everything. You decide what you listen to. It's quick and easy to customize your feeds at feeds.freetalklive.com. That's feeds.freetalklive.com. On Free Talk Live, we're bringing people to the ideas of liberty every day. From wrestling superstars like Glenn Jacobs.
You guys really are having an impact, I believe. Like I said, a lot of where I am now is due to listening to Free Talk Live. You changed my mind on some very important issues years ago.
To random people tuning in on the radio.
I was kind of stuck in the left-right paradigm. I heard your show by chance on a Saturday night. From there, I went on, joined the Free State Project, and become an amplifier. So, I mean, that's really the reason why I amp is because I know that if it wasn't for you guys being on as many stations as you are, I never would have found the ideas of liberty.
Your amp will directly change more lives by getting Free Talk Live in front of people looking for talk radio online and on the air. When you amp Free Talk Live, you get perks like access to the AMP-only Facebook group and AMP podcast. Visit amp.freetalklive.com.
Love what we do? Please help support our international satellite channels at patreon.lrn.fm. That's patreon.lrn.fm.
You can't hear it.
Roads? It's the Ernest Hancock Show. Where we're going, there aren't any roads.
They don't need no stinking roads. You know, it's one thing it's roads to be a different. Texas has its own way of doing, like, everything. And when you do a highway in Texas, there's no, like, you know, I mean, I guess there's exits, but they have, like, a what do you call the road that's on the side of the highway? You just pull over and go to whatever store on the frontage road. You know, so the frontage road's like you could, and I think I'll go off here, you know, and you just pull. It's different the way the freeways are because they're Texas. One of the other things is they're very independent when it comes to their utilities and energy and all that, which got them in trouble, they'll say, in when the polar vortex thing went through and it got really cold. They are separated from the grid, and it seems like they go, okay, you want to be separate? Well, you're separate now. You know, they did. It was kind of an attack on it. What say you on that? Tell us about what happened there.
I think, well, first of all, I moved to Texas because we don't have winter. So I was really surprised when we had single-digit temperatures for over a week. I was hibernating in my apartment. I'm not going for the mail. I'm not going to the parking lot. And then I had water raining down into my apartment. The pipes froze in the apartment above me. And I had 3 inches of water in my apartment.
Oh.
Not pretty.
Everybody I talked to, we were there in Austin, east of Austin, for Float Fest a few weeks ago, and everybody you talk to is a water thing. Their water's busted because everybody in Texas, freezing. What's that? And it just jacked everybody up. And so I'm wondering, plumbers come in from Maine or something. I mean, what happened?
Right. Yes, we had contractors coming in, and the thing is, we broke a temperature record from 1903.
Global warming.
It was colder than it's ever been since 1903. So yeah, it was.
Well, I want to emphasize this a little bit, what the story is on the energy thing, because, a CEO of the utility where I remember him losing his job and retiring, and no, I'll keep my golden parachute. I'm a good guy, and I'm ever so sorry, and blah, 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 blah. And I'm going, what was it that Texas wasn't ready for? Who is really to blame? That, crap happens? Or are they using this for political gain in some way? What's going on?
I think it's for political gain. I think there's no way that any of us predicted this. And I mean, that, in another 100,000 years, a major meteor is going to hit the world and, darken the skies for a while. But it's probably not going to be this week. And so, yes, the cold temperature will come to Texas again, probably in another 100 years after I'm long gone. But I mean, there are just some things that you just don't plan for. Why would you? I mean, when you're in Minnesota, you wrap all the pipes in thermal protective pajamas because it could freeze and will every year. Here in Texas, we're not prepared for that kind of stuff. O'Hare Airport has more snow removal equipment than most cities. And so I don't think that it's fair to blame anybody for something that happens like once every 100 years. It's not their fault. But I think that it's a blame game. Anything bad happens, it can't be my fault. I can't be responsible for myself. I gotta find somebody to nail to a cross. And so I think that's what's going on politically.
Well, the idea that Biden had something to do with you don't get energy, or there's a little, what was the conspiracy that was going on about how Texas?
I don't know about that. I was busy saving
surviving
furniture. Yeah.
We wanted to talk a little bit, certainly about your constitutional class that you have going on, and I know when things get bad like this, we've known each other long enough, there's always some constitutional crisis of something, and then they see that they don't have anything, and it's what started me in the late 80s to become an activist. I'm going, all right, things are going, long story, and I'm going, what is the deal? Let's go read the deal. So you read the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, then you go, well, they're breaking the deal. They want me to be, subservient to this thing, and it's a contract that has two sides. They're not doing their part, but they're going to make me do mine and freaking pay them, and I'm going, they lying sacks of snot. I mean, so then Michael, he give his, classes throughout the time that we've known each other, or the decades you do presentation. It was part of your campaign for Libertarian nomination for president in 2004. That's how you funded a lot of your traveling and so on. Since then you've written books. It's all of a sudden people now get the interest, and we're going to find out. Now, if they want to learn what the deal really is and the history of it and so on, Michael Badnarik can do that. Now, you go to Badnarik, 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 Badnarik.org, and you're going to do an online class on April 19th. Oh, don't think I didn't notice what that date is, okay?
Yeah, see?
So April 19th, which is what day? It's a Monday. So it'll be online, and you can get the full sky. I've been to it before. I tell you, if you want to know what's up with the Constitution, Michael can do it. And the thing is that it comes down to, I guess now when it gets really bad is when you really need, no right. Here's Biden saying on the Second Amendment, no right's absolute. You know, the Constitution, the amendments are absolute. You know, it's not absolute. We can change it when it's bad. I go, hell, that's when you need it. You know, that was the whole point. You know, this whole thing is so upside down. So what kind of interest are you getting on it? You know, why did you decide to do it now?
Well, I've decided to do it because everybody's telling me, oh, my gosh, we need to do something. You know, the Constitution. It's like, okay, I mean, I've got the information, but I can't, if I have water, I can't force people to drink. I'm making the information available. If you go to my website, bednarik.org, under services, there's a Zoom presentation on the Constitution. It will be Monday through Friday, 2 hours a night from 7 to 9 p.m. Central Time.
Damn.
And that'll be, 10 hours. And we'll run through. I'll answer questions. And like you said, you and I had similar. It's like they're not following the rules. Most of what the government does is unconstitutional. And people go, well, that's just, hyperbole. Bednarik is just exaggerating. No, most of what the government does is unconstitutional. When I give presentations, I go, raise your hand if you're a good patriotic American. Everybody raises their hand. I'm a good patriotic American. It's like, okay, raise your hand if you can tell me how many articles are in the Constitution.
Okay, no, we're going into break. No, we want to talk more about it. We'll get. I don't give away the whole class, but we'll be pimping it here. We come back. Michael Bednarik, good friend to Liberty, good friend to me, good friend to you. We'll be right back.
You know that at some point in your life, an emergency is going to happen. You just don't know when. You could call the government and maybe they'll help, or they might shoot your dog. Why call potentially psychopathic strangers when you could ask your friends, family, or neighbors for help? Cell 411 makes decentralized emergency response possible, and it's free. Visit getcell411.com or download Cell 411 from your favorite app store. Getcell411.com.
You're already listening to LRN.FM, whether via our 24/7 satellite feed, online streaming audio, or our video feeds. LRN.FM's content is available in multiple ways, but what if all you have is your phone and no data connection? You can call our listen line at 360-398-4482. That's a long-distance number, so you may incur charges. If not, listen as long as you want. 360-398-4482. I'm grateful to have heard from some of our satellite listeners recently. I appreciate knowing that people are out there who like what we do and are willing to support it financially. LRN.FM's free-to-air satellite feeds blanket most of 2 continents. It was my goal to put our channel there so people without internet could receive our programs and feed pirate radio stations. We started a fundraiser on Patreon a few years ago to back the satellite channels. I recently announced that I was considering canceling the feeds, and donations increased from 15 to 20% of our costs, which are around $1,000 per month. That's a good start, and to incentivize more contributions, the Shire Free Church will be matching every dollar. Can we reach $500 per month? With your help, we can. You can join our satellite fundraiser for just $2 a month at fund.lrn.fm. If we raise enough to keep both of the channels on the air, awesome. If we raise more, I'll add more channels. If not, we can shut them down and go internet only. It's up to you. Thank you for your support. fund.lrn.fm.
Look, I'm sorry, but you're in for a world of pain if you use Koinomi. The reason is their wallet doesn't support payments. The solution is simple. Let them hear your voice. Message Koinomi on Twitter, it takes 5 seconds, and tell them AnyPay sent you, because they're on the fence right now, and your voice will prove that people care about using Bitcoin for payments. Go tweet at Koinomi now. Or even better, leave a review in the App Store. They really pay attention there. Thanks.
Tired of cancel culture? Sick of mega tech corporations holding an axe over your head? Join the LRN.FM Matrix chat server. It's self-hosted, so no one else can tell us what to do or say. Don't like the existing channels? You can make your own. You can even connect into some of our channels from other Matrix servers. It's federated. For the full LRN.FM Matrix experience, though, you should join our server via the step-by-step instructions at chat.lrn.fm. Chat.lrn.fm. The Free State Project has reached its goal of 20,000 liberty lovers who've pledged to move to New Hampshire and get active. to achieve liberty in our lifetime. Perhaps you're trying to figure out what part of New Hampshire should be your destination. If so, consider Keene. You'll find more than 150 reasons to move to Keene at move.freekeene.com. Keene is famous for its historic, publicity-generating activism, as well as being the liberty media capital of the world. It's home to freekeene.com, New Hampshire's destination for liberty activism, news, and opinion. For years, we've been compiling over 150 reasons to move to Keene at move.freekeene.com, where you'll learn about some of what's happening here and what makes Keene a great place to live. If you love liberty, you'll probably enjoy anywhere you end up in the Shire. But do your due diligence first. Please visit move.freekeene.com for the full list of over 150 reasons to move to Keene. That's move.freekeene.com.
Now you can follow LRN.FM on the decentralized Mastodon social media platform at toot.lrn.fm, toot.lrn.fm.
It's time for Declare Your Independence with Ernest Hancock. To be a part of the show, call 602-264-2800.
It's time where you get caught up on your history. You know, we get to spend time. We had the engine on Love Bus went out the second time. So we just had a totally brand new, spanky, painted, whatever, putting back in, and they started it up this week. They're finishing it up today, so we'll get back on the road. We got to go to Oklahoma, and we miss our bus. But you know, in the process of us going through this, we got to spend a lot of time with our grandkids. We have 4 kids here, so we'd stay there and then stay there and then stay there, and friends, and go, you know, hotels sometimes, and some other festivals we had to make, and, you know, that kind of deal. So we kept busy, but we got to spend a lot of time with the grandkids, which we, you know, do quite a bit when we were living here anyway. But we get caught up with them. Well, the older one's 11 years old. So we got 12 grandkids, you know. So I'm going, okay. Well, we go through each of them. Well, now it's in the history, you know. It's getting into, you know, getting learnified on different stuff. So my thing is when we talk about, you know, government's always a discussion in our family, and, you know, their parents, you know, they try and kind of keep that stuff away from them. Well, I'm like, no, it's about the deal, you know, my show, Declare Your Independence, and all that kind of stuff. So we talk about this, and from them, you know, how do you explain it to a kid that this piece of paper that, you know, is not all the books that they read, all the big giant tomes of their reading assignments and everything, you know, oh my God. And the Constitution is a itty-bitty little thing, you know, that you can go through and you explain it to them, and they see all around them that that ain't so. That's not how the government looks at it. How do you explain it to someone when you have an adult that's been through this and they're going, yeah, their interest is what and why? And how is it relevant? And what do you do to bring that relevance in?
I have a really good friend invited me to come and teach a Constitution class to his 2 teenage daughters. The girls are 16 years old. I said, sure. You know, you name the time and the place, I'll be there. And the girls are smart, but they're 16 years old. They haven't had a lot of life experience. And it's like, how can I make these girls interested in this document that was written, you know, 200 years ago? And it's like, I created a special presentation just for these girls. It is called How to Form a Civil Society. It's like, what is a civil society? Well, civil society is where everybody's happy, healthy, and like there's like no violence. Do we have that? Everybody's sick. Everybody's, you know, afraid. There's violence all over. By definition, we do not live in a civil society. And so I created a PowerPoint presentation, which, again, is on my website, badnarek.org. Go to videos, and you can find it there, 40 minutes. And it is intended for younger audience.
And what's that one called? How would they find it?
It's called How to Form a Civil Society.
Okay.
Basically, why do we have any government at all? Everybody's pissed at the government. Why don't we just have anarchy? Oh, no, we can't have anarchy. Oh, my God, that would be... Why? Why would anarchy be bad? How about socialism or communism? Most of the countries in the world are socialist and communist. All those countries can't be wrong, can they? And suddenly, people are going, well, I don't know what to do. There's this deer in the headlights. It's like, okay, let's rewind the clock and figure this out for ourselves. Let's go through the thought process that the Founding Fathers went through, and you go, I don't want anybody telling me what to do. I don't want anybody telling me, taking my property away. And it's like, oh my gosh, we have to set up a thing that protects us from the people who think that they are in charge. How about the Constitution? It's already been done. You're just late to the party. You don't get to lead the parade. You just get to sweep up the confetti afterwards.
It really comes down, answer this. What it really comes down to, it seems, is general public opinion. If it's relevant and it means something, you hold government to the same standard that they want to hold you. And it'll work. And I remember, God, it was Franklin or somebody said, it's made for a moral and righteous, people, just piece of paper or anybody else kind of thing. And that's where we're at. It's like we've been conditioned. And that's one thing that I'm really worried about with these shots and so on. I go, there's always going to be the spark of freedom in all that we do. And the Constitution and guys like Michael Badnarik and all that represent that. And they have to get rid of that spark, that concept, that idea, that freedom's the answer, what's the question mentality of humanity. So they're never going to do that unless they change us. And that's what I am afraid that the shot's going to be. And you just start drooling and mumbling and who's going to be my leader this week. And I'm just, that didn't used to be American, sure as hell not Texas. So they get a shot in you and they get, when they have herd immunity, they want herd immunity against this freedom thing is what they want. So I'm wondering if it's mRNA vaccine, it's changing us. I mean, literally cellular level genetic therapy kind of crap. Yeah. So I'm going, I see the threat. If they're going to do something, they're going to do it to where you start going around mumbling, Sieg Heil and waving your little Nazi flag at the parade thing. So what's your view on the Constitution and mandatory shots and all this lockdown stuff?
Well, my quote on mandatory vaccinations is probably the thing I'm most famous for. Like, Badnarik, what do you think about mandatory vaccinations? And my answer was, you bring the syringe, I'll bring my 45, and we'll see who makes a bigger hole. And people repeat that to me all the time.
No.
But I want to reference the movie V for Vendetta. Most of us on the Patriot movement, we think that's a great movie. And in the movie, the hero continues to tell us that you can't kill an idea. Well, no, you can't put a bullet in it because it's only an idea. But it's only an idea if people have that in their heads. If people stop holding that idea in their head, the idea is gone and may as well be dead. And I think that's what you were alluding to. We keep getting these shots. We keep doing what the government tells us to do. We operate out of fear instead of independence, and suddenly we have forgotten the principles that caused the Founding Fathers to write the Constitution to protect our property and our rights. The Founding Fathers dedicated their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor. They were all in. If you don't understand what those principles are, you're not going to defend them, certainly not with your life, liberty, or,
when they talk about the cause, it was for the cause. You see Mel Gibson, the Patriot, it's for the cause. The flag of the cause. And that was common sense was the pamphlet, or little book written by Thomas Paine. And that was what they went around, like at their little red communist book from Mao in the 60s, 70s, or kids walk around in their pocket of how I'm a communist or whatever. Well, this is what was done during, the revolution time. People understood why. Everybody, why are we doing it? Why? You got to know the why. So this is what your class is the why, civil society, and this is how, and the why. We need to know the deal. And whether they're going to uphold it or be for, if you don't know the why, then what's the point? And when we come back, I want to talk about why. This is, are we going to have a country? Is it going to be United States of America, Constitution? Well, I tell you, they, them, those that won't leave us alone, they don't want that. They want to change the why. Why of government? Well, it's to provide everybody with universal basic income. That's why. Because they're freezing down in Texas. All that freeze the Yankee stuff that you guys did. Yeah, what happens when we polar vortex you?
The overall picture in the real estate market today is one of frustration when you take many factors into consideration. The housing market pundits would have you believe that everything is okay, but the long-term trending on the real estate numbers say otherwise. You are starting to see another wave of commercial and retail center vacancies, which follows a downturn in the residential market. So when you are ready to sell your house, I can help. This is Donna Hancock with Silver Alliance Realty in Phoenix, Arizona, and I can take some of the guesswork out of the home selling process, providing you with market trends in your area and detailing what you can expect before, during, and after the transaction. Being in the real estate business for almost 20 years now has afforded me knowledge of the market, networking with industry specialists along the way. And that includes professionals that can help after the sale to help protect your assets. So let's get moving today. Please feel free to call or message me at 602-828-1819. That's 602-828-1819. Or visit my webpage at donnahancock.com.
Are you tired of your taxes funding endless occupations around the world? Antiwar.com is run by people who understand that wars abroad become wars at home, wars on our freedoms. Antiwar.com is dedicated to bringing you the latest in news, views, interviews, and reviews from the top movers and shakers in the anti-occupation movement. Antiwar.com has it all, from thorough foreign policy analysis to interviews with whistleblowers who used to run the military-industrial complex. Anti-war, pro-free market. That's antiwar.com.
Imagine someone in your community getting in their car, turning on the radio, and hearing the Liberty Radio Network. You can make that vision a reality with your own micro radio station. Visit broadcast.lrn.fm to learn how you can put our programs on the air in your area. You can have LRN.FM running around the clock, and you can even add in your own local shows. Building a radio station is simple, but programming isn't. That's where LRN.FM comes in. Learn more at broadcast.lrn.fm. That's broadcast.lrn.fm.
Bitcoin.com has launched a trading platform at local.bitcoin.com, allowing you to buy or sell Bitcoin Cash via dozens of payment methods like PayPal, Venmo, bank deposit, remittances, or meeting in person with cash. There are no ID requirements to sign up for and use the site, and all communications between buyers and sellers are encrypted. Finally, a global trading platform that respects your privacy. Visit local.bitcoin.com to get started trading Bitcoin Cash. local.bitcoin.com. Some of you asked, and now we've delivered. LRN.FM's live Keene, New Hampshire studio shows are now streamed in HD on Twitch. Visit our channel at twitch.lrn.fm and give it a follow. If you have Amazon Prime, you get one free subscription on Twitch. If you use it on our channel, Twitch will give LRN.FM a monthly piece of your Prime subscription cost. So please watch, follow, share, and subscribe to twitch.lrn.fm. That's twitch.lrn.fm.
This is Michael Dean from the Freedom Fiends. I've run websites since 1996 and have used over a dozen web hosts in that time. AgristHosting.com is the only one that hasn't broken my heart. Agrist Hosting's uptime and service is stellar, and their DDoS mitigation is the best I've seen. That's important because if you tell the truth in this world, you'll ruffle feathers. And some people will try dirty tricks to silence your voice. No matter what the haters hit us with, Agrist Hosting keeps our websites online. If you have a mission-critical commercial presence or a world-changing activism site, you cannot tolerate any skullduggery. So go with AgristHosting.com. Have a WordPress or blog site, but you're not satisfied with performance or uptime? Or just want raw hosting? Want to pay with Bitcoin? Bitcoin, Agris Hosting specializes in high-performance hosting with personalized service. Go to agrishosting.com and click on the button that says Get Hosted. That's agrishosting.com.
This is the Liberty Radio Network, broadcasting the latest liberty-oriented audio content 24 hours a day at LRN.FM.
Freedom is the answer. What's the question?
I want to break free.
You're listening to Ernest Hancock.
I want to break free.
Uncovering the secrets, exposing the lies. Well, what's a secret that be uncovered? I don't know, Michael. Is the Constitution and its ideas a secret? They trying to make it a secret, And when I say they, who's they? I got my definition of they. What's your definition of they?
They are people who think they can control my life better than I do. They are people who aspire to power. They want the ability to tell me what to do and have me do it. They are going to be really disappointed because nobody tells me what to do, not even my mother. I mean, she went to her grave disappointed that, one, I never got married, I never gave her grandkids, and, she would give me advice. She literally said, your father and I give you advice, but you just do things your own way. Like, really? When do I get to do that? How old do I have to be before I get to make my own decisions?
Right.
Nobody tells me what to do. And so that, I don't know, maybe it's a flaw in my DNA, but nobody tells me what to do. Most people would rather be taken care of. And if the government promises to take care of us, they're going to subsidize our children's education, they're going to give us free health care, they're going to protect us from the big bad virus, you name it, whatever. People are fearful and lazy overall. And when the government comes in and says, I'm from the government, I'm here to help, people like you and I go away, leave me alone.
Yeah.
Everybody else goes, oh, wonderful, thank you so much for taking care of me. And so it's a mindset. And as you were saying before the break, you have to understand the why. And most people don't understand the why. They think the Constitution is this get-out-of-jail-free card. I have people call me all the time, go, Michael, I got a traffic ticket. Michael, I got a letter from the IRS. Michael, and they think I can write a piece of paper that they can mail to the government, certified return receipt, and it's going to, magically make the government go away.
Yeah. All you had to do is explain it to us. We forgot that. Thank you for reminding us. Yeah.
Yeah. So my video, How to Form a Civil Society, is the why. You don't want to know why we have a Constitution? You want to know why the United States used to be the best country in the world? You want to know why Texas is where I live? Watch that video, How to Form a Civil Society. That is the why.
One of the other ones that you do, making a case for Texas secession, what was the case? I mean, is it a legal thing? Is it, pieces of paper, or is it a mindset or an agreement, a handshake? What was the case?
It's all of those. It is all of those. My presentation starts by explaining that secession and independence are the same thing. For some reason or other, the word secession sounds pejorative. It's like, oh, secession, oh my God, that's bad. It's like cancer. Independence is like, oh my God, declare your independence. But, Ernest Hancock. I mean, independence is a good thing.
Good thing.
The Declaration of Independence. So, first of all, I say we're not going to support secession. We're going to support independence. And the presentation will make it clear that independence is moral, it is legal, it is commonplace, it is achievable, and it's desirable. There's no reason for Texas not to secede. And a list of reasons why. Oh, sign me up, buddy.
You know what I did?
I have given this.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I've given this presentation a couple of times, and when I'm done, people go, when and where can I vote?
Right. You know, and I don't trust that either. You know, God, man, it's so bad. The in 1994, I filed an initiative. We had a newspaper called Citizens Take an Initiative. We do all these initiatives and everything. If we were, you know, in the legislature, this is the stuff that we would do. And then a lot of them became bills and so on and law. But one of the ones is I did 1994. I filed Arizona's Declaration of Independence as an initiative in the state of Arizona. And you get the signatures. It goes on the ballot. You vote. Well, of course, we didn't get the signatures. I really didn't even try. But the point was, I go, well, watch this. And all it was is the Declaration of Independence. And when it said anything mentioned the Crown or these colonies, I changed it to the federal government and the state of Arizona. And I think for punctuation and maybe a couple of words, there was like single digits of changes. I mean, the whole damn thing applied. You know, we must therefore acquiesce in necessity, you know. And when we filed that, we printed it all out and we passed it out everywhere, you know. Well, they had the tour for the broadsides of the Declaration of Independence that, you know, some of the original copies that they made that circulated. Yes, and we would go there and start passing out this initiative on all the kids in the line. And, you know, oh, government, they didn't like that, none too much. Because the whole presentation, at the end, the kids go through all this stuff, all the whiz-bang, all the celebrities, you know, all the recorded video, all the crap. And at the end of it, were Diebold election machines. The whole point was that this is how you're going to vote. Aren't you going to be, isn't it cool when you get old enough to vote on this computer? You know, and I'm going, wow, this is wow. So I do that now, I probably got a place in Guantanamo for me. You know what I mean? They're like, you're not allowed to say that anymore. So, and it sure as hell get you canceled. Oh, are you familiar with James Corbett and all his videos and everything, the Corbett Report?
I heard the name.
Yeah,
no,
I
think so.
Great documentaries, you know, a lot of good stuff. And YouTube just shut them down this last weekend because, you know, there's 15 gazillion reasons why. But this is the ability to express yourself is a big thing. But, you know, we had the Second Amendment thing, too. I'm wondering, Texas is, like Montana has the average household gun ownership of 29. Texas probably isn't too far behind or ahead. So I'm going, all this Biden going after Second Amendment stuff, which the amendments are not absolute, according to Biden. You know, I'm wondering how Texas feels about that.
Well, I can't speak for all of Texas, but, you know, if the government comes to take my guns or give me a mandatory vaccination, there are going to be some job openings in the government.
You know, they just shut down the jobs. I'm for, you know, I give you an example. A friend of mine, he goes, we had a story up, I was talking about it, and they said, you know, 80% of government jobs could be replaced with robots. And he goes, 100% of government jobs could be replaced with pictures of robots. I'm like, you know, so the attitude of we're going to replace some of our job openings, I'm like, we don't need them replaced. So this is, you go to Bad Neck, and it's convenient. You don't have to go somewhere. You know, it's online. And, man, 2 hours a night. So you got to take, you know, you're going to set aside a week, and you're going to get some. And it starts Monday, April 19th, which is, what's the significance of April 19th, real quick, before we run out of time? Tell everybody.
It is the 248th anniversary of Lexington and Concord. In 1775, the British went from Boston to Lexington for the purpose of capturing John Hancock and Samuel Adams. Their secondary purpose was to collect the guns and ammo. That's the one everybody knows. But basically, we stood there and went, no, we're not doing that. And we chased the British all the way back to Boston. And so that's when the revolution started a year before we signed the Declaration of Independence. Declaration just made it official, but we were going, no, not playing that game.
This is, I'm really glad that we got to get caught up. It's good to see you looking well, and I'm glad you're tooling around Texas highway using your favorite, vehicle. That's always good. I'm still waiting on mine. Electric powered 67 convertible GT Mustang. That's what I need, I just need to go work. I'm so disappointed when I push the gas pedal down that delay. I hate that, I read all these different great hopping cars, and I'm going, that's screw this, man. So, we'll see. But I like the classics, man. It's going to be awesome. So I picture you, wind in your hair, and a full head of hair at that, doing that. Well, Michael Bednarik, go to Badnarik, BADNARIK.org and get learnified of what that deal is and the history of it. You need to know if you're going to be making any kind of arguments for a civil society.
We have some good news. The indictments against Ross Ulbricht in the District of Maryland were dismissed with prejudice, meaning they can never be refiled. This is especially good because those indictments contain the only charge ever made that Ross engaged in murder for hire. This was a serious allegation that Ross Ulbricht denies. It was never prosecuted or ruled on by a jury, but was trumpeted by the federal government and the media as if it were proven fact. The Maryland court held these indictments for almost 5 years, poisoning Ross's case and leaving him under a cloud of unproven allegations. As explained in Ross's appeal to the Supreme Court, the fact that the judge used these allegations to give Ross a draconian sentence of double life without parole violated his Sixth Amendment right to a jury trial. Judges are required to issue sentences based on convictions decided by a jury, not unproven allegations never even charged at trial. Although this is a positive development, the dropped indictment will not set Ross free. Now, a presidential pardon is Ross's only hope of freedom. Sign the petition at freeross.org. freeross.org.
Did you know you can listen to LRN.FM via our free-to-air satellite channels? We have channels over nearly all of North America and much of Africa. All you need is an affordable receiver and a dish as small as 30 inches. There are no monthly fees. Learn more at sat.lrn.fm. Plus, if you are a broadcaster or want to be one, this is a good delivery method for our content. See our coverage maps and get details at sat.lrn.fm. That's sat.lrn.fm. sat.lrn.fm.
I'm crazy about My Magic Mud. This is the most important oral care product created this millennium, and I'm not kidding. We all have different opinions on politics and issues, but we all have mouths. And I want yours to be as clean as possible, with teeth as bright as they were meant to be. I will never be without My Magic Mud. It's a little surprising, but man, does it work. If you only listen to one thing I say ever, go to mymagicmud.com and get 20% off with code FTL. mymagicmud.com, code FTL.
You're listening to Heartland Newsfeed Radio Network, live 24/7 at heartlandnewsfeed.com.
This stream is supported by advertisers and contributions by you.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
The Public News Service Daily Newscast, April the 13th, 2021. I'm Mike Gifford. As testimony continues in the Derek Chauvin trial, the emotional pain felt by the black community and racial justice advocates has reached new levels after a black man was fatally shot by police in a Minneapolis suburb.
President Joe Biden and state leaders responded Monday to the weekend incident in Brooklyn Center where 20-year-old Dante Wright was shot during a traffic stop. Police officials say the officer intended to use her taser but pulled her gun by mistake. But Wayfinder Foundation director and civil rights attorney and activist Nikema Levy-Armstrong says it shows the state has failed to address the issue of racial profiling.
The fact that police officers would prioritize pulling someone over for allegedly having expired tabs is unconscionable in the midst of a pandemic.
Activists say Wright, who had an outstanding warrant and got back into his car while being handcuffed, should not have been in that situation because he wasn't a serious threat. The incident resulted in protests and civil unrest Sunday night and prompted curfews Monday evening announced by Governor Tim Walz. I'm Mike Moen.
A union drive at an Amazon warehouse in Bessemer was voted down last week, but many see the effort as an extension of the historical civil rights work by the mostly black workforce in the Birmingham area.
Bessemer is about 20 minutes from Birmingham, once known as the nation's most segregated city. Jennifer Bates, a learning ambassador at the Amazon Fulfillment Center there, helped lead the effort to join the retail, wholesale, and department store union. She says workers face long hours, lots of walking and stair climbing. The one elevator designed for human use, not just merchandise, is only accessible to upper management. Bates says she was offered a promotion with more responsibilities, but no more pay.
There were several of us. If we didn't take the position as an ambassador, we would not be considered for any other leadership role at Amazon, even though the position did not come with pay.
Alabama is one of 5 states without a minimum wage and has the so-called right-to-work law, which prevents unions from requiring workers they represent to pay dues. This story was produced with original reporting from Janai Plattenberg for Yes Media. I'm Lily Bolke reporting.
Texas is a big and religiously diverse state, but faith communities say controversial voting bills before the state legislature will disenfranchise both rural and urban voters. B. Moorhead is with Texas Impact.
Voter suppression in the current environment is not about distracting people from things that already happened. It's about a thumb on the scale of what could happen in the future.
Republican lawmakers in Texas, much like their counterparts in Georgia, say the new voting bills are needed to improve trust and confidence in the outcome of the elections. This is PNS.
Your struggle. Small business owners, is your internet making office tasks painfully slow? Are your file upload speeds sluggish? Are your video calls choppy? You need more speed. AT&T Business Fiber gives you up to 20 times faster upload speeds at half the price of cable. Faster upload speeds mean smoother, less glitchy video conferencing and faster file transfers. Visit att.com/businessfast or call 844-647-FAST to get our best price on our best service. Imagine it, up to 20 times faster upload speeds at half the price of cable. AT&T experts can help you upgrade to AT&T Business Fiber. Soon, you're going to love your internet. Call 844-647-FAST now. Comparison by Telogical Systems, 12-2020.
If we go to page 11 in the presentation, you'll see that... You'll see we're on target to meet our quarterly...
Some things never change, like nobody can resist popping plastic bubbles. And Geico saving folks lots of money on their car insurance.
As I was saying, we're on target to meet... Excuse me, Miss Hansen.
Sorry, almost done.
15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Pros like you power through the day at Lowe's and take advantage of exclusive services just for pros. That means you don't just get nails. You get free compressed air for your tires and portable tanks. It means your supply run comes with trailer parking for pros, a snack, and a place to recharge your phone. And it means you get back to work faster with the Pros Only checkout. That's why Lowe's is the new home for pros. U.S. only.
Tuesday, scattered showers in the morning, otherwise mostly sunny with a high near 61. Tuesday night, mostly cloudy with a low around 40. Wednesday, sunny with a high near 56. That's the latest weather. Check out more news and weather on our website at heartlandnewsfeed.com.
Has to offer. Watch Jim Haggerty's Porkin' Across America at youtube.com/The Onion.
This is the Onion News Network. And now, live from the studios of Freedom's Phoenix, Ernest Hancock. Believe me when I say we have a difficult time ahead of us. But if we are to be prepared for it, we must first shed our fear of it. I stand here without fear because I remember that I am here not because of the path that lies before me, but because of the path that lies behind me. I remember that for 100 years we have fought these machines. And after a century of war, I remember that which matters most. We are still here!
Undefeared here on Declare Your Independence. And me, Ernest Hancock. Second hour on Tuesday. Tuesday what? April 13th. My daughter-in-law's birthday is April 15th. That's just a couple days. Oh, yeah. You think it's tax day? It's not tax day. It's my daughter-in-law's birthday. That's what it is. You guys suck it. Okay. So Michael Badnarik, that's always good to, catch up with him. We wanted to promote his online class. I haven't been supportive of, that in the past. I remember I was 9 or 10. We were both speakers at Sturgis, where they had the big motorcycle rally. I think it was the week before that. They had a big, it was after the Levolution in 08, and it was that summer, the following summer, they had a big event up in Sturgis, and it was a multi-day thing. And he had rented a house that was next door or right near the thing, and he had his Constitution classes there, and it was filled up. A lot of people, I sat in on that a little bit, and I knew Michael from his run for president back in 04, and always good, probably the last best candidate the Libertarian Party had. And guys inside the party, numbers and vote totals and this and yeah, but you didn't damage. You had a good example. You had someone that could articulate freedom. I go, well, what is your criteria? What CNN says? This is, you could see they were going down the dark side, and they would use any and everything to criticize Badnarik's campaign. And I was like, I thought it was certainly one of the better ones. Now, Harry Brown, did well, but, the team around him was so bad that it just really, had this, Harry Brown cloud thing going on. And I'm just like, no. It was, but Badnarik, and keep in mind, in 04, that was the year of, there was a party insider, there was the outsider, Badnarik, and there was Aaron Russo that did Freedom to Fascism, the movie, and he thought he was a shoo-in. He had it locked in, and beat out, there was him and Badnarik, and the other side, they did not want Aaron Russo. There was no way they wanted to have a egoist coming in and doing what he wanted and wouldn't use their machine. And they went to Badnarik and they say, hey, if you'll use our machine, we'll support you. And he's like, yeah, whatever. Boom, he wins. Well, we could have done worse. And the problem with Aaron is he was all Hollywood and going to do the green deal of, libertarians should make people, be green or something. And that was, you're done. I go, Aaron, that was, a mistake. But he was talking to his Hollywood buddies. And it's all about whose opinion you value. Who are you talking to? Why are you doing it? Later, Aaron would intimate to me that he was glad that he lost, or he would not have done Freedom to Fascism. And that was a great ad. And that was the beginning of understanding who Ron Paul was. And when he ran, that was, a movie that we copied and pirated a gabillion times, literally, probably. Yeah, we personally have done at least 150,000 of those, 150,000 copies of that. And some of them, a lot of them had other videos with it, and that was on the same disc. And I'm wondering how it's done that. Well, it was all. Now it's all gone to online and Facebook, and if it's not on YouTube, it didn't happen. And now I'm going, yeah, well, that day is changing, and I'm thinking, did they show their hand too soon? I think they, them, those won't leave us alone are feeling that they're losing their momentum. They're being criticized in the minds of the people way more than they anticipated, and they're trying to track down why. And it's just, freedom is a perspective, and these perspectives and this why of the Constitution classes and so on, of what the deal was, why the government was there, what was their function. Well, that's the Declaration of Independence. The purpose is defend individual rights. If it doesn't do that, what the hell are you here for? I thought you were supposed to keep me from being quarantined and locked down and can't open my business and I have to wear, a Zeke Heil mask and all. I mean, seriously. So as these feelings, emotions, and solutions start to resurrect themselves again, where's the why? How do you define, this has happened before, these same arguments, the Federalist and anti-Federalist letters and papers and books and so on that have been written at the time during the debate of even having the Constitution. We already had the Revolution. We had the Articles of Confederation. The states were, they're doing their own thing. No, we need to have a nation. We need one ring to rule you all. Oh, okay. So this is, and the fact that Michael has not seen Lord of the Rings, he couldn't stomach it, I guess. I'm like, damn, man, that's such a good metaphor for so many things. So I'm looking at the why coming back. Never before have I been, encouraging, I go, oh, that's cool. And I said in the class, but I tell you what has changed. It's the why. If you understand the history, and Michael's really good at it, the history of it. Why did they have that clause? What were the circumstances? What's the context of how they did it? How did they, get past this part and not that part, and why, and who's on which side? The discussion, the why, was way more informative than whatever actually they wrote down. Why did they write it down? Why did they have the first one? Why is the Second Amendment the second? Why not the first or the third? Why? When you get to the Bill of Rights too. So it's worthy discussion now. And I think that would be cool. I'd like to do it because I just like Michael. He's still around. He's looking good. He's had health problems, heart problems there for a while, and got operated on, got fixed, and so he's looking good. So yeah. I think before I start, get off the road and settle down, Michael and I, that'd be a good doubleheader. Declaration of Independence, the history on that, why, and then how it wound up. 10 years later, we get this Constitution thing. Why? What was the goal? Was it freedom, or was it the promise of freedom? Yeah, it might as well, the talk then of the Constitution, it might as well have been, we're going to take care of you because of pandemic. We need to have a Constitution because of fear of something. What was it? Fear of not being able to central control? Fear of not having a king? Fear of, invasion? Why? Yeah. I think we can do it. And because I get to go for free and hear Michael, and I get to talk for an hour. So, yeah, we'll do that. That's a discussion that, and being in Texas, too, I can see, do you feel it? It's a time to talk about the why. I can feel it coming. And when we come back, I want to talk to you about, my grandkids and their use of cell phones. They're starting to get into the social media. You can see it happen. Just starting to go through puberty, just starting having logic and reasons, knowing this was coming for years, talking about it. Remember when I said, yada, 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 yada. We're going to talk about, how I see Generation Next. And what can we do for the future? From the third letter of Captain Mark. The Crown's observation conditions us to be dishonest with ourselves. Therefore, constant surveillance produces a society of constant deception. Honest communication is the seed of civilized conduct. To deny us this seed is to deny us its fruits. But the Crown's primary objective is to stifle free thought itself, to make its subjects incapable of dissent. Seasoned pirates have always encrypted messages and codes and ciphers, so intercepted transmissions were incomprehensible. But today, the Crown possesses advanced tools of pattern recognition that document, profile, and predict our every move. Today, piracy requires hailing frequencies completely invisible to the Crown. We are tired of poltergeists in the static. Looking for a community of like-minded scoundrels, or just want some swag to let the Crown know what you think of it? Join the conversation at pirateswithoutborders.com.
Is your child defiant, independent, annoyingly inquisitive? After a long, hard day of following the rules, who wants to deal with troublesome kids? 49% of children suffer from oppositional defiant disorder, or ODD. Symptoms of ODD include independent thought, rampant creativity, and failure to submit to authority. But now there's a solution. The good people at Pilfer can help you with their time-release, once-daily capsule, Compliacin. Your child won't be able to form his own opinions, let alone express them. It maintains your child's ability to go to a state-run school and perform simple tasks around the house. You won't have to worry about parenting, and the school won't have to deal with your kid asking questions. Compliacin. You'll go from this.
Quit telling me what to do! Quit telling me what to do! Quit telling me what to do!
To this.
Good morning, Mother. I love going to school. And this week we're learning all about how the government is our federal family and they're here to help us.
Compliacin. Talk to your school psychiatrist and ask for it by name.
There are basically two types of advertising, direct response and branding. Radio's great for direct response with its low cost to listener ratio, but audio can't be beat for branding, which is a longer-term endeavor. You want to be the first thing that someone thinks of when they think about your product or service. If you have a local business that you want kept top of mind in your community, call the station. If you need national reach, Free Talk Live's got around 200 radio stations, millions of monthly listening sessions, can suit all budgets, and if we don't think we're right for you, we'll tell you. Email me, mark@freetalklive.com.
Now that you've found the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM, you may want to help expose others to our great programs. To assist you in doing so, you'll find resources at promote.lrn.fm, including details on how to get a free bumper sticker, quarter-page flyers you can print out and distribute, banners for your website, as well as files that will allow you to make your own custom banners and graphics. Visit promote.lrn.fm and help bring new listeners to the Liberty Radio Network. That's promote.lrn.fm.
Hey guys, Mark Claire here, lionsofliberty.com, where we strive to advance the ideas of liberty daily. We bring you the Morning Roar. That's right, every Monday to Friday we'll have a brand new edition of the Morning Roar, where we provide a roundup of some news stories that you may not find in the mainstream media or even in your typical social media newsfeed. We find stories that relate to the ideas of liberty and provide you with our liberty perspective on them. Every Monday, we have our longest-running feature, Mondays with Murray, named after the great libertarian Murray Rothbard, where we'll examine an article or an excerpt from his works and help convey his view, along with our little spin as well. We wrap it all up every Friday with Felony Friday, where our own John Odermatt goes out and takes a look at some sort of felony. There's felonies committed every day, you know, whether it's a felony committed by the police, a politician, or even an average citizen. You can find all of this and so much more over at lionsofliberty.com. Advancing the ideas of liberty daily.
You can sign up to receive the latest about the Liberty Radio Network via our email updates at updates.lrn.fm. That's updates.lrn.fm.
To be a part of the show, call 602-264-2800. 602-264-2800. And now, Ernest Hancock.
Hello. Well, welcome back. We're, LRN. I'm sure you're appreciative that they're there. You miss them when they're gone. A lot of you do. I hear a lot. There's what I didn't anticipate was as many pirate radio broadcasts that there were. Different aggregators of different freedom-oriented shows that they would rebroadcast either on their pages, they're doing live streaming, they're putting it on different platforms, they're actually broadcasting a pirate signal on an FM, they're doing so. I knew that it happened because I've been doing it in years past. I'll go places, and a lot of times it was satellite. If I go in a rural area, they didn't have access to a lot of material. There wasn't a lot of options, certainly talk radio, or they're, too remote or whatever. They didn't have, good internet or anything, but they had the satellite. And it was, I was surprised. So when it went away, I heard about it, and, but we've been busy, getting stuff done, ready to hit back into trip. I was out at the bus yesterday. It's about done. They're doing a 5-6 hour idle test just to make sure everything's working now. And then tomorrow after the show, I go out and we do a test drive, and, I may take possession. So I'm, this is going to be a thing. You know, Donna and I get back on it. We've been doing things like plumbing and changing this, you know, spigot valve and putting in new bathroom faucet and a kitchen faucet. This really pissed me off. Delta has this, we had a nice stainless steel double sink thing, you know, it's a full size, whatever. And it had some leaks, and the faucet didn't really work well, you know, because I love my wife. I said, I'll just get you a whole new thing. Well, the cheapest one's like $400 for a freaking faucet. And I go, this better be a pretty charming faucet. We go in there, put it together, they go, well, if it's a thin sink like stainless steel, you have to have this adapter that goes underneath to firm up the attachment to the sink, you know, because it's kind of thin. You got to have this little like bushing thing, you know, this washer deal. It's probably, you know, like 2 inches wide, you know, I don't know, half an inch thick, and 6 inches, 8 inches long. And it's just a piece of plastic, not included. $15, another $15 shipping. You get it in a week, and I'm going, I paid $400 for this, and you can't give me a quarter's worth of plastic in case I have. Really? You know, if we didn't have such a problem finding this one to fit, whatever. And it's this kind of stuff. American company, is Delta American? You know, trying to get American, they go piss me off like this. What do I complain about? You know, little things that, you know, is it really government? Is it mass mandates, all that kind of stuff? I'm just, you know, that's just stupid. I just ignore it. But when it comes to the free market, you know, it's where you spend your money and what choices you make the next time. I remember when I learned planned obsolescence from my father, and it was, he was always about buying 2-year-old cars. That was his big thing. And nope, 2 years old. And he got 20, 30,000 miles on them, 2 years old. You know, you pay a lot less for them. They get all the bugs out and then after, when it hit, you know, especially back in the day, when it hit 100,000 miles, man, it's time to get rid of that car, get another 2-year-old car. And the reason is he'd go planned obsolescence. He goes, once it hits that, you know, they start falling apart. These things, because he owned the service station. You know, it was a machine shop, a U-Haul thing, you know, a car wash. I grew up around cars and, you know, grease all over, down and pump the gas for kind of thing. You know, from 6 to 12, I was a gas pumper. Yeah, I'm a 35-year-old midget, and give me my tip. So it's I grew up around cars, and you could get that. And I thought that was such a betrayal of companies that would plan on you having breakdowns at a certain, so you'd buy. Then why would I buy that? Well, then you have some foreign companies that would do better, and then I remember Honda comes in with their little micro car and so on, and they started getting better reputation, and then the Toyotas, and I remember, you know, going to a car show, and I have Motivity Auto Detailing. You know, I did that for, you know, decades. You know, that was one of our businesses that, you know, we really raised our family on until I got burned in '94 for like 10 years in the 80s. You know, this is what I did, you know, before I was managing restaurants and so on. I wanted my own business. So we did that, and we had mobile laundry service and everything. So I've been and done thousands of cars, cleaned and detailed and buffed and polished and super duper wet sanded, of insurance claims of airplanes and boats, and, you know, what I've done it all. You know, big ads in Yellow Pages and all that kind of crap. Well, what happened was I get a little detail of every car. Well, you go in and you see, God, this Corvette cost $70,000. Hell, I know this door panel is going to fall apart in 2 years. It's a glorified Pontiac. You know, this Cadillac's a piece of crap. It's got that headliner within 3 years is going to, you know, start dropping. And I got and I go, what crap? And then I saw the first Lexus. They were probably 2/3 the price of a Cadillac and twice as good. Just immediately, right off the bat. I'm going, you know, I went to the show. They had the first Lexuses came out. They had a smaller and a larger version. A tear came to my eye. I mean, just unexpected. I just was sad. I'm like, whoa, really? We're that bad? We've gone this far? And what do you think is going to happen? It was obvious what was going to happen. Cadillac brand, all this other. They had this one. It was called the Sierra, I think it was, and it was a glorified Pontiac that they slapped a Cadillac logo on, and that was the beginning of the end for me. Or it was called the Cimarron or something like that. And I'm going, what a piece of crap. And it was, and clients that I had for years, they would trade and get new cars, and they try and buy American, and it's been an illness, a sickness, a corporate bottom line first quarter by quarter profit of something else is going on. Then you find out that $8,000 of a $30,000 Cadillac back then, $8,000 went to pensions. It went to overhead of employees. This is not sustainable. Amazon has a big vote. I guess, I just kind of glazed over the headlines that Amazon had a union vote, and the Amazon employees didn't vote to unionize. No matter how many horror stories they got of peeing in bottles to make quota, the shift of whatever the hell, and robots are going to take over all the jobs there. You guys keep doing this stuff, you're just going to put yourself out of a job. And that's one thing Elon Musk has been going on about. He goes, everything that a human can do, a robot sooner or later is going to be able to do better. Everything. Well, I'm going, everything? And he's like, yeah, pretty much, yeah, everything. So then the universal basic income is becoming a big deal. You had, was it Yang or something, the Democrat, that was his big deal. And now he's talking of running for mayor or something, I think New York or whatever, and universal basic income. Even Elon Musk is going, yeah, this universal basic thing, there's going to be something, because there's going to be all these people looking for a job when a robot does it. What happened about freedom? We have all this abundance. How about, okay, here's some land, homestead it, go do what you want, and peace be upon thee. What about that? Freedom's the answer. What's the question?
Why did you move to the Shire?
I moved here to the Shire because there's other people around who take liberty just as seriously as I do.
I moved to the Shire because I saw videos of people challenging authority and thought that I could get support myself. It called to me, like, do this right now.
I wanted to be around people like me who got it, and once I got here, I knew there was nowhere else that I wanted to be.
I've always wanted to change the world, so I moved to the Shire to join people who were actually working towards doing the same thing.
The people here are awesome, loving, and positive. It was for the adventure and for the feeling of something important is happening here, and I just wanted to come to sort of be part of that.
Visit ShireSociety.com to read and sign the Shire Society Declaration and learn the reasons why, if you love liberty, you should immigrate to the Shire. Plus, connect with others via the forum at ShireSociety.com. That's ShireSociety.com. I'm grateful to have heard from some of our satellite listeners recently. I appreciate knowing that people are out there who like what we do and are willing to support it financially. LRN.FM's free-to-air satellite feeds blanket most of 2 continents. It was my goal to put our channel there so people without internet could receive our programs and feed pirate radio stations. We started a fundraiser on Patreon a few years ago to back the satellite channels. I recently announced that I was considering canceling the feeds, and donations increased from 15 to 20% of our costs, which are around $1,000 per month. That's a good start, and to incentivize more contributions, the Shire Free Church will be matching every dollar. Can we reach $500 per month? With your help, we can. You can join our satellite fundraiser for just $2 a month at fund.lrn.fm. If we raise enough to keep both of the channels on the air, awesome. If we raise more, I'll add more channels. If not, we can shut them down and go internet only. It's up to you. Thank you for your support. fund.lrn.fm.
Looking for a great real estate investment? Consider New Hampshire, which is ground zero for the Liberty Movement. Your first call should be to Mark Worden from Porcupine Real Estate. He's more than just a real estate agent. He's your New Hampshire concierge. Where are the best places to live? Do you want farm, city, the burbs, or forest? Do you want a duplex or multifamily building so that renters pay your mortgage? There are homes in all price ranges in New Hampshire, and Mark can help with financing too. Invest in liberty and property. Mark Worden can help.
PorcupineRealEstate.com.
The LRN.FM social media channels have been revamped. We've eliminated Facebook and focused on other platforms like Twitter and Mastodon. the decentralized alternative to Twitter. On our accounts, you'll find posts from multiple LRN.FM show hosts together in one place. Follow us on Twitter at twitter.lrn.fm, or better yet, move to the decentralized Mastodon social media platform at toot.lrn.fm, toot.lrn.fm. I think you'll like it.
So the protection of life, liberty, and property is what the Free State Project is all about. But it's an effort to move 20,000 people who understand.
It's about demonstrating to the entire country
that, yeah, we can have a free market, a truly free market.
Making it just a freer, great place to live.
It's the world's largest voluntarist libertarian community, and it's only getting bigger.
That's amazing, to be able to move to a place where other people passionately believe in being free and independent.
What the Free State Project is managing to do, though, is to put their money where their mouth is. It's physically getting up across the country and saying, let's go someplace and let's demonstrate the power of these ideas. There's a lot of kind of philosophy that surrounds liberty. There's a lot of thinking about it and talking about it. But here in New Hampshire, people are doing it.
101 Reasons Liberty Lives in New Hampshire, a documentary by Free State Project Early Movers. Watch it free at 101reasonsfilm.com. 101reasonsfilm.com.
What's up next? Visit the Liberty Radio Network program guide to find out at shows.lrn.fm. That's shows.lrn.fm.
It's time for Declare Your Independence with Ernest Hancock.
Hello, welcome back. Oh, we're almost on the bus. Then we can do the recordings right and start adding more whiz bangs and stuff, which we'd be doing. The big thing is that it's going to be the month of May where we get a lot of the studio set up with more lighting and green screens and get all the crawlers on the video and make it all pretty perfect and all that kind of stuff. Because that's what should be working on now, or we're hoping to, but it's just been a thing. Well, it's almost done. Buttoned up, back on the road again. This is going to be another phase of this whole thing. We knew that sooner or later this was going to get kind of old with the people. And then what? And it definitely has bifurcated the country into those that kind of tolerated the government shenanigans and those that didn't. And I'm wondering, what is going to cause people now to take a side against what the government has been doing. Now, of course, they want to give you the impression that, everybody's supportive, and if you're not, you're the outlier and all that kind of stuff. But sooner or later, that goes away. And you can see what's happening. It's different things that can do it. Pfizer's experimental mRNA vaccine takes out famous CNN legal analyst who celebrated the jab. A celebrity legal analyst named Midwin Charles passed away after receiving Pfizer's COVID vaccine. She joins thousands of other people who reportedly died in the days and weeks after, yada, yada, yada. So will that have an impact? Before, if you died, everything was COVID. Now, if you die after you get the COVID shot, it's anything but COVID shot, So I'm really interested in how this plays out in the minds of the people as we go into another election cycle. Is the election? It's the most important election of our time. I mean, is that how many times we heard that? And what if you had an election and nobody came? What if you had an election and states seceded? What if you had an election and people seceded just between their ears? It's just an opinion, and a lot of people do it. I'm really looking forward today after the show. We have at the top of Freedom's Phoenix, Liberty on the Land. James Corbett, back from the memory hole, which is the urban farmer. Here's the urban farmer. I'm going to be pimping, to all the talk show hosts that I know and everybody that would get James on. And, of course, we'll be talking to him tomorrow night. But, it's him being canceled on YouTube has been a long time coming. I mean, I don't know what the hell they were waiting on. But, they finally got to it. And when they do, there's always these tin cans that are out there. When they do this, that'll be the time. When they do door-to-door gun confiscation, when they do door-to-door mandatory vaccine, when they do door-to-door, whatever, it's always door-to-door. And or the threat of door-to-door, or make you think it's going to come door-to-door. Or you better get with the program now before they come door-to-door. So this, it's fear. And fear does not last in the face of either knowledge or just competence or confidence or, fears of the unknown. What happens when you know? Then what? We're getting to that point. I don't have to get all nutted up about it or trying to make it happen. It's happening. And what does it always turn into? It turns into a food thing. And I, talk with my family and so on about that. And I'm just, it's food thing. And then we took, anytime we have our grandkids, I want to talk about my granddaughter's phone thing, but this first, whenever we have them helping us, or we look for an excuse for them to come make money, it's, and they're good help, and just like our kids were. It's a little army of kids and grandkids. I mean, they are, and they get mad when I refer to them. They go, wow, the guy go, yeah, they're little slaves, Well, I didn't mean that disparagingly. What I meant is, they work hard and they don't get much other, of course they get the experience and, get a roof and food and everything. But, so I didn't mean that they're little slaves. I mean, they work like slaves. They're not getting paid, but then, of course, we started paying them as they got more past the apprentice stage and they're actually being useful, and it's not taking more time to train them than it is the use I get out of them. But, that's an investment. So whenever you're changing oil and you bring a 6-year-old kid underneath, you kind of break loose the drain plug, and then you let them do everything. Well, make sure it's not too hot, and watch this is going to go into here. Make sure you got the yada yada yada. You go through all that stuff. The mechanic and I were talking yesterday about the bus and everything. It was, he was talking about his wife being concerned about him bringing their daughter down there. So he goes, "Are you kidding me? I'd rather she be down here, learn what real work is." This is, you want to go to college is one thing, but you come out and you don't know how to, freaking change a tire. They failed. Just in life. And so I was like, and then one of the employees was going, trade school, that's where, best thing happened. I didn't have a student debt, and I got this, and I learned that, and raising family, of all this Michael Rowe thing. So Mike Rowe from Dirtiest Jobs, Bob was we're at Bob's in Tonopah now. And Bob was just telling me, he goes, Michael Rowe has his own new show that they're doing. It's Dirtiest Jobs, and then he's out, about promoting work during the lockdown and so on. He had an RV, him and his producer and sound and video guys. They just went around staying busy during the lockdown, and it was interesting. Well, he has a new show. And it's called 6 Degrees, and it's like 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon kind of thing. It's like there's a history to whatever. And he said it reminded him of the show Connections. BBC had a show back in the 80s or something. It was called Connections, and it would go. How do we get to programming a computer now? And it goes back to these, cards that had holes in them that did designs for big tapestries or rugs or so on, and that coding kind of went. They invented this, and this went to this stage, and it went to computers. That kind of thing. Well, it was telling me this series is awesome, and that one of the episodes they're talking about how they designed a integrated circuit, did this, and what was the commonality of all these great inspired high tech into the future inventions? All these guys were doing acid, mushrooms, and LSD. That's a common connection. Oh my God! Okay, I guess we got to watch this. So it's amazing what he'll bring to the table. These connections, so I remember that one. I looked for it before. I said, look it up. I bet you can't find it. Sure enough, you can't watch it anywhere, but you can order the DVD set for $144 of this old BBC, thing that would be played on PBS. And you guys may remember it's called Connections. And it was about, why, the solid rocket boosters on the shuttle are this big, because that's what will fit on a rail car. And the size of the rail car is the width of the rail, that width of the Roman roads, which is the width of 2 horses pulling a buggy. That's how we got our roads the size that they are, because it was the width of the back end of 2 horses pulling a buggy. That's how it is, And you make these connections. Well, I look for that, and I'm like, why is that not more available? Why isn't that a $3.99 on Amazon or Netflix or something? And as you go back, all the things that I liked, all the things that I thought were informative, all the things that were, give you the why. Why did this happen? Why was that? Why? It seems like it's on lockdown. It's the memory hole of stuff. It gets you thinking in the wrong direction. It's the same reason that they canceled Firefly. The Serenity movie and so on. You could see it. Freedom's a perspective. This is, one other thing I found out, The Matrix was a story written by a guy that they kind of took in lawsuits and settlements and whatever the hell. But it was way more, Whitey was the enemy, Neo was a black guy it was much more woke at the time, and I'm wondering if the Wachowski siblings, whatever they are now, there was a reason behind it. They did V for Vendetta, too, and they kind of twist. It makes you wonder who they're for and against. It's general public opinion, and pop culture shows it.
Are you feeling confused about the current economic reports that dominate the headlines? Not sure if this is a good time to buy or sell your home, or feel like the process can be overwhelming and confusing? This is Donna Hancock with Silver Alliance Realty in Phoenix, Arizona, and I can take some of the guesswork out of the home buying or selling process, providing you with market trends in your area and detailing what to expect before, during, and after the process. A home is a place where the most important moments in your life happen, so making sure that you know exactly what to expect along the way helps to ensure that you have control. The future is here, so let me help you move forward with your real estate needs. Being in the real estate business for almost 20 years now has afforded me knowledge of the market, networking with industry specialists along the way. Now more than ever, you need an agent that can help you make sense of what many think is a complicated and mysterious process. Feel free to call or message me at 602-828-1819. That's 602-828-1819. Or visit my webpage today at donnahancock.com.
If you're looking for work, it's a process of elimination, and you're trying not to be eliminated. So here's a tip for making the cut, and this might seem subtle, but to the person interviewing you, it's not. There is a world of difference between applicants who convey, "I need a job," and those who simply ooze, "I want to work," especially in these lean times when many you're competing with will seem desperate in "I'll take anything" mode. If you convey specific interest in this job at this company, you will be conspicuous. Thus, the value of going to school on the company you're applying to before the interview. With money and attention so tight now, effective communication skills have never been more important. For more tips for job seekers and everyone else, hit survivalspeech.com. I'm Holland Cook.
Are you tired of governments murdering people around the world? Stop using their money. There is an alternative. Bitcoin is a stateless, free market, non-political currency. Bitcoin cannot be inflated or controlled by any government. By using their money, you are helping the state. Stop doing it. You have an incredible alternative available now. Learn it, use it, spread it. Get started with Bitcoin at Bitcoin.com. That's Bitcoin.com.
There are lots of ways to listen to Free Talk Live. Our podcast has been around since podcasts began, and now the FTL feed is loaded with content besides our full show archives. Did you know that we make it easy for you to customize your podcast subscriptions? We have different feeds, one that includes only our full shows, one with just the Daily Digest, and our main feed that includes everything. You decide what you listen to. It's quick and easy to customize your feeds at feeds.freetalklive.com. That's feeds.freetalklive.com.
Free Talk Live.
You guys live in a dream world.
No, sir. You're the one that lives in a dream world. You're the one that wants to have a police state in America where you get to determine who can come in and who can't. You want to have border patrols. You want to have checkpoints.
You want to let the entire third world into this country?
Sir, I'll answer that question by reading a short excerpt from a poem. Maybe you've heard of it. It happens to appear at the bottom of the Statue of Liberty. It was about...
You're poor, you're tired, huddled masses.
Great. You are aware of it,
yes. Let them come in legally.
legal. Come on, the legally, Lou. The legal is such a cop-out. No, hold on a second, because when your ancestors came across, and I don't know what they are, let's say they're Italian. When your ancestors came across, all they did was take you to Ellis Island, screw up your last name, sit you around for 3 days, and then bam, you're out the door. Now legal is a huge pile of paperwork and tens of thousands of dollars.
Free Talk Live, 7 nights a week from 7 to 10 Eastern, live on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM. Live video of our key New Hampshire-based shows is streamed on DLive. Please follow and share at dlive.lrn.fm. That's dlive.lrn.fm.
Freedom's the answer. What's the question? You're listening to Ernest Hancock.
And I wanted to make sure I got sidetracked. I wanted to bring up the Silver kids and made a note to myself. We'd have the kids come and grandkids and help do stuff, and they get to be actually effective, and it's worth paying them. And you want to pay them. You want them to get the feeling of it. But in what? Just giving them cash, that doesn't teach them anything. That's like delayed spending. They get enough and they go buy a video game or some crap. And I go, nope, you got to save. I'm going to pay you savings. You want to do this? It's going to be for saving. Well, so you give them silver. You give them the reasons behind it. Well, an interesting thing happened. One of my grandsons, he was all excited about getting a $50 bill. So he gets the $50 bill. He got enough money. He had a bunch of prizes, the Easter eggs, and whatever the heck. And he's filthy stinking rich. He had like $97. So he goes, I get a $50 bill. I want a $50 bill. I go, you want that piece of crap paper? You need to get some real money. And we went into silver and all that kind of stuff. Well, Robertson Roberts, the broker up on the top left of Freedom's Phoenix, a silver guy that we know and we encourage you to use, and he takes crypto. So his crypto's up. Guess what? He gets some more silver. And so when each of my grandchildren were born, he would send them a nice, Walking Liberty proof of American Eagle proof of something. And it comes in a case that's nice and shiny and pretty and all that. Well, my daughter, my youngest daughter, Sierra, goes to Jude and says, oh, you got silver. And she went and gave it to, okay, and they got a little safe for him. He put in, he's so proud of that. That's like, you get two of those for, $50. You take that piece of crap paper and you can get two of these. And these like real money. So he's like, oh, cool. So I want silver. So he did some horse trading with me, and I had 2 rounds that I gave him, for his $50. So you go, what are you going to do with that? I want to go buy more of this. That's what I'm going to do. So he's like, cool, he's all silvered up. Then we went to another one of my children. He has 4 kids, and the 2 boys are 10 and 5. Well, and we have an older girl and another girl in between the 2 boys. So we had the 2 boys. He's helped me out on the bus. I owe him some money. So I think it was like $30. So I gave him $30. Well, he has some other cash and so on. I go, man, you really need to get this into silver because, man, it's just going to be worthless, and I hate to leave and you not having silver. So we'll go to the coin jewelry store that was within a couple of miles of their house. Just down the street, go in there, got buzzy in. You go in, it's a nice jewelry store. It's kind of got white walls and everything, and then it has, a lot of rings and some jewelry. It's got nice little cabinets, well-lit cabinets, and then a whole, probably at least a third, a half of it was gold, silver, and which is why they're having the doors locked and they're 50 calibers somewhere you don't see them or whatever. But you got the gold and silver laid out, and I said, look, we got. The kids need to get, your grandpa, yep, we're going to learnify them. And, just, give us some time to do some calculations and play and then get an education. Like, it's all good. And he was probably not 30. I mean, he's a young guy. He's probably somebody's son. And later, as we were leaving, they had another, probably 9-year-old kid that came out from the back. And they're like, see, he knows, So I said, you got some junk silver. And he goes, yep, absolutely, right over here. Now, of course, they had their $35, $40 rounds of, I'm good. So what they did is they go 22 over spot, or 22 times face value. That's it. So if you had $4.50 in half dollars that were 64 and earlier, they're 90% silver. That's why I call it junk silver. But it's, in U.S. minted coins. So silver dimes, silver quarters, silver half dollars. So if you do the math, 22 times, it was like 5 50-cent piece, $4.50, and face was worth whatever he had. I think it was $55 or something. Well, then his little brother, the 5-year-old, I want some too, and he had $44, so he's enough that he could get 4. So these half-dollar things were about $9 and something, almost $10. So $9 and something for that, and I did the math out because it's 0.77 ounces of silver per whatever, and then you get is $1. So you have $4.50. Multiply that out. It was only like $3 over spot, and I'm going, really? Well, we're not getting ripped off, and I'm going to rip you. I will come buy all your freaking junk silver. So I might, do that. That got a good deal because I'm paying silver. I mean, now you're paying, God forbid it be less than $5, And so I'm going, this is okay. And we did the math, and I showed them what I paid for my silver, buying it in the 10-ounce bars or rounds or whatever the heck. So they get an education. Then I go, you can't spend this. I mean, you can spend it, but they just give you 50 cents for it, where the silver is worth yada, yada, yada. So on the business card I go, $4.50 in silver money is now $55. Okay? Forever and always, you remember, these 5 coins cost you $55. That's it. Okay, you just need to know that. Okay? So you go, all right. Now what? Well, you just wait. And then it'll be $100. And it'll be $200. And then it'll be, it just keeps going and going. So he paid like 10, so it was about a few dollars over spot. So it was not that bad a deal. So I'm going, okay, keep track of this. When we come back, from our trip, or it'll be a year, so forever and always, they will have seen, because what was it when we were kids? Silver was $1.89 or some crap like that, $3. I mean, heck, early too, when my kids were in high school, it was, $6, $6. So I go, what do you think is going to happen when it's another 10 years from now and it's, $500 or whatever? Will they get the lesson then? See my point? At the same time, his older sister, 1 year, her first birthday, she got a baby brother. So they have the same birthday, okay? She got her phone, and we had a talk, and, The Social Dilemma on Netflix. We showed some scenes from it, and then we had up over this last weekend a publisher-recommended video of them talking about Google and the surveillance grid and all the stuff they're doing with your data and all that kind of stuff. I said, here's an hour-and-a-half documentary, and I just put it about, 2/3. Anywhere in here. I'll just stop it right here. You watch a minute of this, you'll get it. And I just remember it's chock full of stuff. And I go, and there, boom. And it was, like 2/3, 3/4 of the way into it. Was a perfect, segment of what they're doing with your data and how, that's a God thing. I just leave it up to God, man. Boom, there it is. Made the point. You feel me? So and then she goes, but I don't want to post anything. I just want to get an Instagram account. I just want to look. And I go, 1, Instagram is Facebook. 2, that's what they get you. They want to know what you're looking at. And then they will serve up other stuff they think that they can get you to do something based on what you're looking at. This is how they do it. So I go through all this stuff, and then like, damn, at least she's acknowledging the information. So finally she goes, all right, thank you for telling me, Papa. Yada, 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 just shut me up, right? So yeah. So we, of course, I showed her some more stuff. And while doing that, her younger brother and her other sister, was paying attention. So I can see it happen because I saw it happen with my kids when MySpace came out. There was MySpace, then it went to Hot or Not. I remember they were doing that, and boom, Facebook. Hot or Not was a thing they took. Facebook was really, first I think it was Harvard, then it was, some other colleges, and they kept it a college thing. So, of course, all the high school guys, wanted to do it, So it was profiles that they took from your college online record or something, and boom, they put it. And one of the things that they did that was kind of cool, they drove a lot of attention before that, as Zuckerberg did. It was called Hot or Not. And what they did is they took pictures, all these, girls from their profile, I guess, at Harvard, Yale, and whatever the hell was going on, and they put it up, and you would compare the two, which one was hotter, hot, not, and you go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It was just a training algorithm, and then all of a sudden, boom, this one wins. And I remember my kids were in high school, the boys were in there doing this thing. I go, let me see, that one, And I've seen the progression of this and how they gamified it. My grandson, I'm going, look, you like your games? That feeling that you get, the anticipation that I see you sitting there for hours playing Sunday on this one freaking Apex bang bang shoot 'em up game. And you just keep going back in and back in and back in. That was the first one they knew to gamify stuff from the 90s and the early 2000s. And now they've done it on your social media for the same rat that I showed, the rat thing. And they hit the pleasure button. And they go across the electrified grid to keep hitting the pleasure button. So they got an education. Then what? What do you think's going to happen? I don't know. But we'll report back and let you know. Grandma and Grandpa, we get to have a little bit of influence. We'll be right back.
Is spreading the message of liberty, cryptocurrency, and peace around the globe worth $2 per month to you? As you may already know, in addition to our internet feed, LRN.FM broadcasts on free-to-air satellite across North and Central America, as well as Sub-Saharan Africa. And we've been available on satellite for free 24/7 since 2010. The LRN.FM free-to-air satellite signal is reaching some of the most oppressive regimes in the world, and there's no doubt our ideas are making an impact. You can learn more about the channel's impact by watching the 3-minute video at fund.lrn.fm. If you'd like to help free minds globally with our ideas of liberty, cryptocurrency, and peace, you can donate as little as $2 per month via fund.lrn.fm. You can help us continue and expand our satellite broadcast to multiple continents. Visit fund.lrn.fm today, and thank you for your help. Don't forget to share the link on social media. That's fund.lrn.fm. You're already listening to LRN.FM, whether via our 24/7 satellite feed, online streaming audio, or our video feeds. LRN.FM's content is available in multiple ways, but what if all you have is your phone and no data connection? You can call our listen line at 360-398-4482. That's a long-distance number, so you may incur charges. If not, listen as long as you want. 360-398-4482. So you've signed the Shire Society Declaration and are planning your move to New Hampshire to be around more liberty-oriented people. Next, sign up for the Shire Society Forum at forum.shiresociety.com. There are a bunch of people there who are already in the Shire, and they want to meet you. If you're already in the Shire physically, you should also come by the forums. Remember, not everyone uses Facebook. New people are signing up for the Shire Society Forum every month, so drop in and say hello at forum.shiresociety.com.
You're listening to the Heartland Newsfeed Radio Network, broadcasting live 24/7 at heartlandnewsfeed.com.
This stream is supported by advertisers and contributions by you.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
The Public News Service Daily Newscast, April the 13th, 2021. I'm Mike Gifford. As testimony continues in the Derek Chauvin trial, the emotional pain felt by the black community and racial justice advocates has reached new levels after a black man was fatally shot by police in a Minneapolis suburb.
President Joe Biden and state leaders responded Monday to the weekend incident in Brooklyn Center where 20-year-old Dante Wright was shot during a traffic stop. Police officials say the officer intended to use her taser but pulled her gun by mistake. But Wayfinder Foundation director and civil rights attorney and activist Nikema Levy-Armstrong says it shows the state has failed to address the issue of racial profiling.
The fact that police officers would prioritize pulling someone over for allegedly having expired tabs is unconscionable. in the midst of a pandemic.
Activists say Wright, who had an outstanding warrant and got back into his car while being handcuffed, should not have been in that situation because he wasn't a serious threat. The incident resulted in protests and civil unrest Sunday night and prompted curfews Monday evening announced by Governor Tim Walz. I'm Mike Moen.
A union drive at an Amazon warehouse in Bessemer was voted down last week, but many see the effort as an extension of the historical civil rights work by the mostly black workforce in the Birmingham area.
Bessemer is about 20 minutes from Birmingham, once known as the nation's most segregated city. Jennifer Bates, a learning ambassador at the Amazon Fulfillment Center there, helped lead the effort to join the retail, wholesale, and department store union. She says workers face long hours, lots of walking and stair climbing. The one elevator designed for human use, not just merchandise, is only accessible to upper management. Bates says she was offered a promotion with more responsibilities, but no more pay.
There were several of us. If we didn't take the position as an ambassador, we would not be considered for any other leadership role at Amazon, even though the position did not come with pay.
Alabama is one of 5 states without a minimum wage and has the so-called right-to-work law, which prevents unions from requiring workers they represent to pay dues. This story was produced with original reporting from Janai Plattenberg for Yes Media. I'm Lily Bolke reporting.
Texas is a big and religiously diverse state, but faith communities say controversial voting bills before the state legislature will disenfranchise both rural and urban voters. B. Moorhead is with Texas Impact.
Voter suppression in the current environment is not about distracting people from things that already happened. It's about a thumb on the scale of what could happen in the future.
Republican lawmakers in Texas, much like their counterparts in Georgia, say the new voting bills are needed to improve trust and confidence in the outcome of the elections. This is PNS.
Spring lawns are growing, and so are the possibilities for taking care of them. Stop in and check out your options during Lowe's Spring Fest, like Ego Outdoor Power Equipment now at Lowe's. Ego is the #1 rated battery platform in outdoor power, delivering power that exceeds gas without the noise and fumes. Choose the Ego 21-inch Select Cut Mower with dual blade cutting for premium mulching, bagging, and runtime performance. Shop in-store at Lowe's.com or on our app. Lowe's, home to any budget, home to any possibility. Selection varies by location, U.S. only.
Hello? Hello, Mrs. Kuntz. It's the back left tire of your RV calling. Wanted to give you a heads up that I'm going to blow out on the highway later today.
Wait, what?
Says here I'm going to burst in the middle of rush hour.
Well, can we reschedule?
Sorry, our policy states that once we're scheduled to burst, we have to. We really pride ourselves on our commitment to blowouts.
RV owners can't schedule when things go wrong on the road. That's why there's Progressive, a leader in RV insurance.
You want a text confirmation when I burst?
Think I'll notice.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
With no fees or minimums on checking and savings accounts, banking with Capital One is like the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Kind of like Taylor Swift choosing what to wear.
It's looking kind of chilly out today. I think I'll go with a cardigan.
Yep, even easier than that. And with our top-rated app, you can bank anytime, anywhere, making Capital One an even easier decision. That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
New consumer accounts only. Approval required. Terms apply. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
This spring, there's an outside chance you're ready for some outside projects and a 100% chance of saving at the Home Depot. Right now, stock up on 5 bags of Earthgrow or Vigoro mulch for only $10. Plus, with great low prices and free delivery on your favorite spring projects, you'll save in-store, online, store-wide. Bring on spring. The spring savings event now at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Limit 75 per customer. Color selection varies by store. While supplies last. Continental U.S. only.
Weather Center, Tuesday. Scattered showers in the morning, otherwise mostly sunny with a high near 61. Tuesday night, mostly cloudy with a low around 40. Wednesday, sunny with a high near 56. That's the latest weather. Check out more news and weather on our website at heartlandnewsfeed.com.
Sheila Donlan, their 3 young children, and 6 delicious chocolate sandwich cookies, all half dozen of which perished in the intense heat and towering flames.
And now, live from the studios of Freedom's Phoenix, Ernest Hancock.
Believe me when I say we have a difficult time ahead of us. But if we are to be prepared for it, we must first shed our fear of it. I stand here without fear because I remember. I remember that I am here not because of the path that lies before me, but because of the path that lies behind me. I remember that for 100 years we have fought these machines. And after a century of war, I remember that which matters most. We are still here! Today, let us make them remember. We are not afraid!
Yeah, okay, I got some news for you guys. We're going to, as soon as we can get, boom, we're outie and going to Midfest in Oklahoma, and just go to Midfest, just look up Midfest in Oklahoma, and boom, and you find out all the goodies. And they're already camping there for the past week or two. They may go extra, and we're in no big hurry. Once we get there, man, Don and I need some time to just chill and get the bus all set up and doing some studio things and order some crap and be in one place so it can get delivered and, install and change this and doing that, and we're going to be on it. And then, of course, crypto's gone stupid, and I keep trying to, keep my crypto down. I convert it to, buy some silver, go to Roberts and and silver. But what happens? It's BitPay. He uses BitPay. It goes, it's not like it's secret, So what am I? Did I convert it into what? Silver? Is that money? It's just a commodity. When does it become a taxable event? When is it? It's when you go into cash. What if I never go into cash? What if I never used a banking system? What if I never? You got this like shiny stuff that we don't like and don't want to acknowledge and don't kind of go, yeah. So what are you going to do about it? If I trade this to get that, and we all barter crypto, we all barter silver, I don't ever touch your, reserve currency of none of your business. So now what? They're gonna have to make silver money again. Then they're screwed. I have no idea what they're gonna do. This is it's so messed up. We're in interesting times. So one of the things is we're going to need to communicate. Now, here is Colin Pape from Presearch is the search engine guy we're working on for IPFS. That's a very important part. Also a very important part is, just email or texting or outside, communication between, the Liberty community outside of the man's whatever. That's going to be part of this. There's a whole suite of stuff that we're talking about at Midfest. A lot of the guys now, all right, leave your phones back at the campsite. Let's go out here in the middle of by the stream of the babbling waterfall. Nobody can hear brook of whatever the hell, and talk about stuff. Or we just do it openly, and nobody ever puts their phone up, and nobody gives a crap. So I don't know which is a better attitude, but we're going to have a face-to-face. We get to yak about it. And one of the things, Colin, I'm going, all right. I'm face-to-face with several IPFS devs this weekend at Midfest. Anything you need. Thanks for checking in and asking. Here's the deal. If we can get someone to build an IPFS search module that we can plug into Presearch using our open source community package platform, I have a $2,500 bounty budget and to match. I can transfer it to you escrow if you want, yada, 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 and we'll work that out. They can use the existing IPFS search resources I mentioned the other day. He has an IPFS search thing that they're working on, and here's some of the goodie about it, and here's another place for it. Let me know if there's anything I can do. So there is, Presearch and I were putting it together, and he's got $2,500 and they'll take the module. You're still going to need, if you got the ability to do it, you're still going to need, a place to run it, or a service that has it, or, a place to get it, or, maybe not. I'm like voting for not. But, if he's willing to put this in there as an incentive for this to get done, well, anybody listening, it's at least $2,500 already. Just to get you motivated. When I talk to these guys, they're going to be, I'd be motivated. Let's do it. They've done a lot more for a lot less. So here we go. So now we have search. The big thing that I'm also looking forward to is Start9 Labs is the ability to be able to even communicate. To have, we have all this data storage. Bob was just telling me, he's going, look, man, you got all this data storage. That's cool. You're saving, Corbett's videos for, humanity. That's cool. And there's a lot of other information you want to make sure you get. It's really going to be about homesteading and food growing and being able to barter what you make. See, the problem was not whether we have abundance or not. There's a lot of people making a lot of stuff. It's how do you get it? Who has it? How are you going to pay for it? What's the barter? What about transportation? That's another thing that I guarantee this happens, because we need it to happen. There is going to be, they got, Uber Eats and Lyft and Uber and GitHub. And, it's everybody, gig economy. If I got my car and I'm delivering whatever and give me money. I'm going, I need this package taken over there. They used to have this all over the place. There were the bicycle couriers in New York City. That was a thing. I could mail it and it'll get there in a couple of days, or I can send this guy, be there in 45 minutes. How about that? Let's do it. And that was Lysander Spooner. Lysander Spooner in Boston, he created competition with the Postal Service, and they did not like it. You are so freaking not allowed. So they used the Constitution against the free market. Oh, because this is the Constitution, postal roads, and the post of you're not allowed. Well, then Wells Fargo started using transportation on the rail lines and the stagecoach, but the rail lines wasn't regulated, because they didn't have that in. They did, that was before. They didn't have assault weapons or assault vehicles, going down the track. That wasn't in the Constitution. So you get all these little spats of freedom every now and then, and it explodes into an industry. Well, what happens when you have individuals that can privately communicate? I have this package I need delivered there. And what's happening, like salmon, there's a lot of people, going to these different festivals around the country. So you go to, Fork Fest, Pork Fest. What did we wind up one year? Don and I had a full trailer. We had the money lift, big giant vending machine that we had on the trailer. We had all kinds of different supplies. We brought domes. We shipped this, we shipped that. And it's just, it's gazillions of dollars. And well, you're going, put it in the trunk and, pay my gas. Boom, done. This is going to happen. It's already happening, I'm sure, if you go look. I went and looked a couple of years ago, and sure enough, there was these kinds of services. But we need it in the Liberty community to where it's a decentralized, no one's in charge. I put up on this channel, you can go search and see deliveries state to state. Okay, it's from, Arizona to Maine. All right. Who needs stuff? Who needs to go Florida, New Hampshire, and take my pickup truck if I got and give? Where's that button I push? What's that crypto I use? Oh my goodness, how are we going to be able to, connect the people? This is where the future is going to be. It's going to be outside the system. It's going to be barter. What happens when you just have a bunch of solar panels? I don't need the supercharger or whatever. Crap. You got Harvest Host at my dairy and pull in your car and you get and charge and buy $20 worth of honey from me and whatever, you get free electricity. I mean, this stuff is going to happen if you let it. And the only way that you can stop it is somebody actively going out and supporting some monopoly supported by the government. I'll give you a good example. Jay Noon in New Hampshire, he sent me me and some of the guys a picture of an ice box that he created. And he had, there was old panels that, of old ice box or freezers that they used. And he built a box that fit right in, the bed of a pickup truck. Well, he, hacked a little window shaker air conditioner thing, made it to where it get colder and it's insulated. You have frozen meat, put it in there. Boom. Now he can go and deliver it. I remember when I was a kid in the 60s, he used to have these trucks going around selling meat in neighborhoods. I bet you guys don't even remember that. It's going old school. From the sixth letter of Captain Mark. A pirate's life is characterized by voluntary interactions. Unfortunately, the Crown presses everyone into involuntary servitude. Landlubbers believe slavery was abolished years ago, but the Crown still claims to own us when it crimps us into service against our will. Given sufficient ambition, it would gladly draft thousands of hapless victims to kill or be killed. It's simply slavery by another name. Landlubbers are routinely commanded to serve the so-called justice system in jury duty. But before you swell with civic pride, consider that how you feel is irrelevant to the Crown. You will appear as ordered or face punitive measures. The Crown insists that you participate in your own oppression. A jury summons provides pirates with a unique opportunity to obstruct injustices. A juror can vote not guilty, even if it's proven the law was violated. A juror can acquit for any reason at all, and not even a judge can reverse that verdict. Receiving a jury summons is basically winning the sedition lottery. But if you reveal that you know this during jury selection, you'll probably be dismissed. If the Crown foolishly crimps a pirate into jury duty, it behooves the pirate to conceal their intention to nullify unjust laws. If a master takes 100% of your labor, it's called slavery. But if they only take 50%, they call it taxation, a difference of degree, not of kind. Whether the Crown claims a fortune or a cent is irrelevant. Most of all, a slave owner desires contented slaves, meaning thoughtless ones that accept their bondage. These house slaves see no contradiction in being drafted in a war to end slavery or summoned to a jury to prosecute tax evasion. An ideal slave knows no higher call than the master's will. The Crown's highest ambition is that its slaves revere the authority that subjugates them. But the Crown does not own me. I will not surrender my time and treasure to the Crown's ambitions. Join the conversation at pirateswithoutborders.com.
The new 4th edition of Healing Our World, The Compassion of Libertarianism, will take your understanding of liberty to a deeper level and has over 1,300 updated references, new cartoons, and a foreword by Dr. Ron Paul. With discounts for multiple book purchases, the 4th edition of Healing Our World is a great gift for the liberals, pragmatists, environmentalists, and Christians in your life who think libertarianism is cold-hearted. Get yours today at healing.freetalklive.com and use promo code FTL for a $5 discount. Tired of cancel culture? Sick of mega tech corporations holding an axe over your head? Join the LRN.FM Matrix chat server. It's self-hosted, so no one else can tell us what to do or say. Don't like the existing channels? You can make your own. You can even connect into some of our channels from other Matrix servers. It's federated. For the full LRN.FM Matrix experience, though, you should join our server via the step-by-step instructions at chat.lrn.fm. Chat.lrn.fm. On Free Talk Live, we're bringing people to the ideas of liberty every day. From wrestling superstars like Glenn Jacobs.
You guys really are having an impact, I believe. Like I said, a lot of where I am now is due to listening to Free Talk Live. You changed my mind on some very important issues years ago.
To random people tuning in on the radio.
I was kind of stuck in the left-right paradigm. I heard your show by chance on a Saturday night. From there, I went on, joined the Free State Project, and become an amplifier. So, I mean, that's really the reason why I amp is because I know that if it wasn't for you guys being on as many stations as you are, I never would have found the ideas of liberty.
Your amp will directly change more lives by getting Free Talk Live in front of people looking for talk radio online and on the air. When you amp Free Talk Live, you get perks like access to the AMP-only Facebook group and AMP podcast. Visit amp.freetalklive.com.
You're listening to the best liberty-oriented audio streamed around the clock, on the air and online. This is the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM.
To be a part of the show, call 602-264-2800. 602-264-2800. And now, Ernest Hancock.
And I'm in the middle of putting this offer and the bounty up on the pirate. Okay, you guys heard it first. Before I push the button here, I don't want to hear you whining later. All right, here we go. Pirate Box Project Group, and boom. And they're on it. The starting gun just went off of pre-search, putting IPFS and paying a bounty for the add-on to yada, yada, yada. Here we go. And we're going to be talking to the guys in a few days at MidFest about doing this. And what we need is communication for bartering, and it's going to, what it always is, a food thing. Now, it's going to be, you're homeless, and you find where it's not too hot, not too cold, and, I got a wide spot in the road. But, I'm wondering where they make it seem like you could just live anywhere, on the street, on the corner, in a park, and they're just going to leave you alone. Maybe some places, and they highlight that, but I don't think it's going to be that. And God forbid you're out in the forest where you're not bothering anybody. I remember a decade ago there was people that were doing it, during the housing crisis, everything, happened in 08 and 9, 9, 10, 11, people had found a nice life out in the wilderness. And they just take out in the middle of the desert, out in the forest. They live up north. They go down south. They got, maybe a bus or something. And they get there, and then they start improvements. They have like a little pathway. They do a little garden. They got a little stream diversion. They got, boom, the man, oh, hell no. We got drones and satellites and found you're not allowed. Really? Well, you can probably get away with that in the wilderness of, Alaska or something like that, and some people do. In fact, a lot of them, they try and do a homesteading thing and so on. So I saw a documentary. Well, it was a series a woman does on different alternative living on the land kind of thing, and she goes around the country highlighting these people. She has a camera, another guy a camera, and they go around, hook you up audio, and have you give a tour of their homestead and so on. And it's usually about an hour and a half, and it's a nice little tour, and they explain it to you. Well, this one couple, when they were younger, late 20s, early 30s, and now they're in their 60s, they went to Alaska because they were shutting down homesteading. A lot of people don't know that homesteading, you could homestead property up until like the 90s or until the Clinton administration. And what they had done is that not that you couldn't do it, it's that they're like, yeah, you could do it. We close that office. There's nowhere to file the paperwork. It goes in the circular file of the trash. Well, yeah, it's on the books. You could do it. Yeah, but nobody takes the paperwork. Now what are you going to do? Like, oh, so they didn't end it. They just ended it. And just, wow. This kind of stuff happens all the time. So they did that for a while, and it was difficult making a go of it. And they finally purchased some farmland in, what was it? In the Midwest somewhere, it was like, Missouri or something like that. And they were saying that North America was this big oak savanna. A lot of latitudes have certain kinds of trees, and they, chestnuts this and hazelnut that, and, different perennials and so on. What they did is instead of, they look at all the farms around them, it's just an ocean of green of soy this and wheat that and corn whatever, and they go, no, that's not what they, we went back to more natural, but still managed, but they did like what they call it alley culture or something, and they would plant fruit bearing or nut bearing trees. Then they would let between the rows, which was probably 40 feet or something, or maybe even 40 yards, depending on what they were doing, and following the contour of how they had the water run, and they divert and just made it as natural as possible. They have all kinds of insects, birds, ducks laying eggs in the middle of the grass field of whatever the heck, and they're, these are the trees that we harvest. The way we do the light here, we plant a bunch of these. We let them get diseased. When the ones that make it, they're doing well. And I cut this one down. It's got, this rot thing. He goes, well, I want to see which one other ones get it. If they're resistant to that, they make it. These go away. I use them for timber, and now I got stronger. Over the decades, he had worked this land, which was, I don't know, a lot, 100 acres or something like that, and into a self-sustaining, I get to walk out and feed myself all I want farm. And then, of course, they make money on different things, but you don't get as much yield. He goes, yeah, but I don't have hardly any costs. My cost is a chainsaw. It's just let it go. So this is, the kind of, they're looking for the cash. And you're going, okay, well, you got these big farming, big incentives, and you got these big taxes, and you got, and it's all this social and economic engineering of people to what end? I have no idea. It's not freedom. It's not serving the benefit of the individual or a healthy life of people on the land. It's they're talking about this universal basic income like they just think it's better to just give you cash. Well, they called it, I guess universal basic right of something. It was 40 acres and a mule. They're like, here, go. freed slaves, you get your own damn land here. There's your reparation. Peace out. Well, can I get some? Can we do that? Can we, instead of universal basic, you get a check from me all the time to sit on your ass? How about we give you land? But there's not enough. Sure as hell is in Arizona. So you go, if you took the entire planet and population and put them in the state of Arizona, everybody would get like it's like 40 by 40 space to live. What is that? That's at least couple thousand square feet, and that's just if you all went one level. Just in Arizona. And, the power, it's just to get that concept when I was a freshman in high school, like, 77, around in there or something. I remember in math class, they were going on about whatever in the population. I just go, I wonder, let's do the square foot. Okay, let's just see. And I think at the time I did, 5 billion or something, so let's say 10 billion. It was the size of a classroom. Everybody had that, a family of, well, then, of course, you're all crammed into one place, but, I give you New York City. The density there is a hell of a lot more than that. So I'm just going, it's really not that much of a crowding. It's all this social engineering. And technology can make it to where we have transportation, food production, whatever, just as individuals taking care of themselves, kind of spread out. But what's happened? Birth rate has plummeted. The population of the planet's going down. And with these shots and so on, sterility fears involved. They're going to change you. We're already starting to have a loss in population in this country and a lot of developed countries. It's going down. Is this by design? Or is it just a side effect? I don't know. And I don't care. My whole thing is that it just doesn't matter. But we're going to need to have communication. So this weekend at MidFest, we were a lot closer than we anticipate. I tell you, the biggest thing is that makes it a lot closer is that we have an understanding of the need and desire for it. And privacy is becoming a thing. You look at today's archive, you'll see, Clearphone affiliate link that we have there. You go through us and you get, we benefit, the community, and you get a good idea of Google and they can suck it. So we're giving this a shot too.
Are you a cryptocurrency advocate? The Crypto Tip is the ideal outreach tool to help new people discover cryptocurrency. It's a printable business card-sized tip that you can give to service providers, preferably in addition to a good cash tip. When the server scans the QR code, it'll bring up an explanation of cryptocurrency, how to install a wallet, and allow them to claim the tip. If they don't claim the crypto, you get your tip refunded to you after a time period you specify. Plus, if they do claim the tip, you get an email alert. Create as many tips as you want at cryptotip.org. That's cryptotip.org.
Imagine someone in your community getting in their car, turning on the radio, and hearing the Liberty Radio Network. You can make that vision a reality with your own micro radio station. Visit broadcast.lrn.fm to learn how you can put our programs on the air in your area. You can have LRN.FM running around the clock, and you can even add in your own local shows. Building a radio station is simple, but programming isn't. That's where LRN.FM comes in. Learn more at broadcast.lrn.fm. That's broadcast.lrn.fm.
I'm grateful to have heard from some of our satellite listeners recently. I appreciate knowing that people are out there who like what we do and are willing to support it financially. LRN.FM's free-to-air satellite feeds blanket most of 2 continents. It was my goal to put our channel there so people without internet could receive our programs and feed pirate radio stations. We started a fundraiser on Patreon a few years ago to back the satellite channels. I recently announced that I was considering canceling the feeds, and donations increased from 15 to 20% of our costs, which are around $1,000 per month. That's a good start, and to incentivize more contributions, the Shire Free Church will be matching every dollar. Can we reach $500 per month? With your help, we can. You can join our satellite fundraiser for just $2 a month at fund.lrn.fm. If we raise enough to keep both of the channels on the air, awesome. If we raise more, I'll add more channels. If not, we can shut them down and go internet only. It's up to you. Thank you for your support. fund.lrn.fm.
Cell 411 is a free app for Android and iOS that replaces government-controlled 911. Cell 411 allows you to preset a group of friends or private organizations to show up at any emergency. Cell 411 is a nightmare for the state because it proves their so-called services aren't needed. Cell 411 has had thousands of installs, and of course it's covered by the BIPCOT no government license. Cell 411 because your friends won't shoot you when you're in trouble. Without the government, who would build the emergency services? You and Cell 411. Get it today at getcell411.com.
Some of you asked, and now we've delivered. LRN.FM's live Keene, New Hampshire studio shows are now streamed in HD on Twitch. Visit our channel at twitch.lrn.fm and give it a follow. If you have Amazon Prime, you get one free subscription on Twitch. If you use it on our channel, Twitch will give LRN.FM a monthly piece of your Prime subscription cost. So please watch, follow, share, and subscribe to twitch.lrn.fm. That's twitch.lrn.fm. The Free State Project has reached its goal of 20,000 liberty lovers who've pledged to move to New Hampshire and get active to achieve liberty in our lifetime. Perhaps you're trying to figure out what part of New Hampshire should be your destination. If so, consider Keene. You'll find more than 150 reasons to move to Keene at move.freekeene.com. Keene is famous for its historic, publicity-generating activism, as well as being the liberty media capital of the world. It's home to freekeene.com, New Hampshire's destination for liberty activism, news, and opinion. For years, we've been compiling over 150 reasons to move to Keene at move.freekeene.com, where you'll learn about some of what's happening here and what makes Keene a great place to live. If you love liberty, you'll probably enjoy anywhere you end up in the Shire. But do your due diligence first. Please visit move.freekeene.com for the full list of over 150 reasons to move to Keene. That's move.freekeene.com.
Do you love Twitter? Make sure you favorite the LRN.FM Twitter account so you can receive our tweets at twitter.lrn.fm. That's twitter.lrn.fm.
There are those that just want to be left alone, and those that just won't leave them alone. Which one are you? The Ernest Hancock Show.
Oh, let me tell you a little bit of what's going on. Okay. There are some hardware needs that some of the guys need that we go in, to the meeting of that. If I could only have and I need, and I'd save the planet for whatever. This is what has been common knowledge for, a lot of our close friends and family, and certainly Donna and I, has been for want of, $200 or $2,000. It was always $200 or $2,000. $200 to keep the lights on, $2,000 to do the project. If I had it right now and I could save the world, and a lot of times we were able to do it. We would raise it. We would show that I said, look, man, for $2,000, we can do this, and it's the right time of kind of have the big and save the planet, and the right time, and a boom, and done. And this has been going on for decades. There's always $200 to $2,000. $200, oh, you need a Raspberry Pi with the this and that and everything developed, boom, done. Oh, you need $2,000 and, whatever whiz-bang equipment kind of save the planet, boom, done. I will raise the money. So what do we have here? One of the guys that's doing the float channel of creating a channel, I guess, is a station, a running of different feeds of having them live or archived and whatever, and it be able to be accessed from IPFS, or be able to run like a radio station that you can pull it from these files that can't be deleted or censored, or an FBI Bearcat, with a big ram on the front of the New Hampshire police to bust in the door and yank cords out of servers and stuff. You see my point? I mean, you can't have that, because if they can, they will. So I go, what do you need? One of the guys working on this, he needed to be able to do some of the larger sites, like Dr. Mercola and Lou Rockwell was giving him a problem because the computer that he was using to process the transfer from the website straight over to IPFS was giving him a problem. I go, that's it? That's a problem. Boom. I put it out. He's getting a brand new computer. Probably, I don't know, be close to $1,000. It'll be there this week. You probably have it and bring it to Midfest. Well, what's your excuse now? I'm an excuse eliminator. Well, here we have a guy doing the studio thing. Well, I need this to do that, and I need to process. Has anybody got it? I go, that's it. That's what's holding you up. Tell me exactly what I will get the whatever it is that you need. Let me finish this here. Might need a new computer to platform some large sites to IPFS. Boom. What do you need to complete this task? Boom. There. This is what I do. Take away the excuses. There, a couple thousand here, a couple thousand there, 20 here, do whatever it takes. Oh, you go to wealthy supporters, and I go, hey, we do this. Get a love bus, help with the engine here. We need to, have a computer here. This guy's good, and they show the work. That's all these guys are looking for, is actually show something being done. When? Right before James Corbett gets taken down. So I'm going, do we see now? I mean, are we starting to get the understand? So I'm so optimistic that we have created a team. Who the bad guys going to go after? They have to go after individuals or ideas or concepts, but ideas are bulletproof. This is what Michael Badnarik was talking about in the first hour. It's the idea, and they'll go after and they'll do, and it just motivates even more to what? What they're not going to understand. They go, Ernie was here a minute ago, and now he's gone. He went underground over here. He's got his own little communication thing. We're setting up the pirate network. If you guys can keep all your ones and zeros on your side of gold, and we can't pass, none shall pass, and get into the communication now, and we created our own. If we're not creating our own, we're wasting precious time, because it's going to come down to that. And I get no pleasure in going, Neon, I freaking told you so, a year from now. Maybe a little bit of pleasure. But, I really just rather not have to worry about it. So one of the main things that we're working on is just surviving. It's going to be a food thing. And Donna, she really wants to be here in the desert. She doesn't like it cold. She'll put up with the heat, whatever, down here. So I'm going to be – all these people got wood to build everything. I got dirt, They got, nice foliage in the river and the water diverted it, and I got, cactus, and rainwater and wells, and I get, and then how are we going to divert and do, it's going to be desert, dome, earth pack, something, whatever, and I'm looking forward to doing that and sharing that with people. But where is the opposition? It's the fear. We'll go ahead and go over some of the headlines real quick here in this segment and then next, and you can see why I don't even focus on this stuff. I mean, it's great you subscribe to Freedom's Phoenix and we keep you up on this stuff, but I get enough of it. I mean, wow. Episode 399. Whew. PHEW, James Corbett. Join me for this special podcast from the humble birthplace of the Corbett Report as I reflect on the 14-year journey that has led me to this point and how we can proceed forward into the post-YouTube era. Now, what are we going to need to do to get him to promote IPFS? Now, here it's on BitChute, and we got this, and you got his site and everything. And, of course, he has his IPFS link, on his page and all that. But until we hit search, what's he going to tell? Hey, I'm on IPFS. Now, where's that? Well, you got to get to his site first to even be able to go and be able to search it. So that was, of course, what prompted me. I go, Colin, what? Pretty sure I've been, here we go. And he goes, well, we got guys all integrated into, you got some people that know how and help my guys and help, and I'll put up a $2,500, dollar bounty of we kind of, here we go. And I went, all right, let's do it. Let's start. So, guys, here, this is how it's done. So we take on the big conglomerate of Google for a few $1,000s. I can do that. Let's do that. I think we should do that. Now we have the urban farmer on the top of Freedom's Phoenix right now, Liberty and On the Land Live with James Corbett, our urban farmer. We get to talk to James tomorrow night. We've already been discussing this and prepping this for, here we go. If you refresh the front page of Freedom's Phoenix, eventually you'll see the Mid-Continent Liberty Festival, midfest.info banner ad up there, and to tell you every little old thing you need to know. And this is going on right now. It's peaking this weekend. Midfest will peak April 17th and 18th at the Copperhead Rally Grounds in Spavinaw, Oklahoma. Now, Spavinaw, Oklahoma, the Copperhead Rally Grounds, that is, a lot of the festivals and so on that you see there in the photos, it's bikers. So there was, this is the place where a lot of, Harley Davidson going in there, tattooing, spring breaking for old people kind of thing. And I'm going, cool. That I can see where that that fit, get the kindred spirit of the people there. It's a Liberty Festival for you. If Jack Fest, Arizona, and Pork Fest, Fork Fest, New Hampshire, and Agora Fest, South Dakota, and Anarchon, Virginia, Midwest Peace and Liberty Fest, Michigan, and Vonu Fest, Illinois are too far away, well, contact Midfest about any other similar outdoor non-events to be listed here. But go to Midfest because it's in the middle of the country. It's easy and accessible, and it's 17 hours from us here. So when we finally get the bike up, I got a 17-hour drive. I guess I do 4, Donna do 4, and 4 and 4. We can just in less than 24 hours a day, and we're there. Because we got a bus, so we can go sleep and, we could do it. I hate doing that, though. I didn't want to do that. I got this so I can do 4 or 5 hours a day and kind of not do that. I don't want to do that, but we got to get there. There's always got to be somewhere, Well, after we do Midfest, we're going to relax for a little bit. We got a lot of stuff to do and people to help and places to be, but we're going to go at a slower pace. And this is, we're going to share this with you over the next couple weeks. Is going to be the fruition of we are going to be able to communicate, barter, sell, and what is Midfest also working on? Agorist.market. Agorist Market. We already, this has all been in plan for this, and now we get to do it.
Want to accept Bitcoin at your online store? There's a good chance you already have what you need. A WordPress using WooCommerce and a Bitcoin address. Now all you need to start taking Bitcoin payments on your website is the AnyPay app on your Android or iPhone. Just paste your Bitcoin address into AnyPay, then connect it to your website with our one-click plugin for WordPress. Now your website takes Bitcoin, start to finish in 15 minutes or less with no complicated steps. Download AnyPay from the App Store today.
Did you know you can listen to LRN.FM via our free-to-air satellite channels? We have channels over nearly all of North America and much of Africa. All you need is an affordable receiver and a dish as small as 30 inches. There are no monthly fees. Learn more at sat.lrn.fm. Plus, if you are a broadcaster or want to be one, this is a good delivery method for our content. See our coverage maps and get details at sat.lrn.fm. That's sat.lrn.fm. sat.lrn.fm.
This is Michael Dean from the Freedom Fiends. I've run websites since 1996 and have used over a dozen web hosts in that time. AgristHosting.com is the only one that hasn't broken my heart. Agrist Hosting's uptime and service is stellar, and their DDoS mitigation is the best I've seen. That's important because if you tell the truth in this world, you'll ruffle feathers. And some people will try dirty tricks to silence your voice. No matter what the haters hit us with, Agrist Hosting keeps our websites online. If you have a mission-critical commercial presence or a world-changing activism site, you cannot tolerate any skullduggery. So go with AgristHosting.com. Have a WordPress or blog site, but you're not satisfied with performance or uptime? Or just want raw hosting? Want to pay with Bitcoin? Agrist Hosting specializes in high-performance hosting with personalized service. Go to AgristHosting.com and click on the button that says Get Hosted. That's AgristHosting.com.
How many lawyers does it take to change a light bulb? None. They'd rather keep their clients in the dark. There are too many lawyer jokes to count. However, there are some lawyers with more noble intentions. At the Institute for Justice, we bring the light to our clients. We are a non-profit public interest law firm with clear values and principles. At IJ, we fight for those whose most basic rights are denied by the government. Visit our website today at ij.org.
Now that you've found the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM, you may want to help expose others to our great programs. To assist you in doing so, you'll find resources at promote.lrn.fm, including details on how to get a free bumper sticker, quarter-page flyers you can print out and distribute, banners for your website, as well as files that will allow you to make your own custom banners and graphics. Visit promote.lrn.fm and help bring new listeners to the Liberty Radio Network. That's promote.lrn.fm.
We have some good news. The indictments against Ross Ulbricht in the District of Maryland were dismissed with prejudice, meaning they can never be refiled. This is especially good because those indictments contain the only charge ever made that Ross engaged in murder for hire. This was a serious allegation that Ross Ulbricht denies. It was never prosecuted or ruled on by a jury, but was trumpeted by the federal government and the media as if it were proven fact. The Maryland court held these indictments for almost 5 years, poisoning Ross's case and leaving him under a cloud of unproven allegations. As explained in Ross's appeal to the Supreme Court, the fact that the judge used these allegations to give Ross a draconian sentence of double life without parole violated his Sixth Amendment right to a jury trial. Judges are required to issue sentences based on convictions decided by a jury, not unproven allegations never even charged at trial. Although this is a positive development, the dropped indictment will not set Ross free. Now, a presidential pardon is Ross's only hope of freedom. Sign the petition at freeross.org. freeross.org.
You can put the Liberty Radio Network on the air in your area. Visit broadcast.lrn.fm to learn how. Broadcast.lrn.fm.
And now, live from the studios of Freedom's Phoenix, Ernest Hancock.
I still got another What I thought the show was. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Crap. I was like, I was, shutting down and everything. Holy crap. Well, let's go ahead and pull this out. I can yak some more. Can I yak some more? I think I can yak some more. Let's yak some more. Let me do this. Start. Because I'm going to edit this in, and the thing anyway. Yeah, it's not their fault. That was me. That was me. Sorry about that. I thought I heard the show. Is this still on or connected? Yeah. Okay. Crap, man. Sorry, guys. Yeah, out of practice. I mean, holy crap. Well, and it's Donna, telling me, she goes, "Hey, dead air." I go, "So?" We were out picking tomatoes out of Bob's garden. I'm going, "Yeah, I got some nice ripe cherry tomatoes here." Man, they are good, too. He's doing the aquaponics thing. We got a lot of information about how to, keep ourselves, fed. And then what do? You got to be able to share it. You got to barter it. You got to be able to transport. So that's what we're talking about now. Is already, getting ready to start, unloading a trailer and setting up all the stuff that's going back into the bus. And I mean, crap, man, I got a full day, but I can spend and say, yo, what's up to you? Sorry about that, guys. God, man, that's all the problems. And then Ernie just doesn't come sit down in time because I have my time all jacked up. All right. So let's go ahead and we'll whip through some headlines here because, here we go. Rule by fiat. When the government does whatever it wants. John Whitehead from the Rutherford Institute, as always, negative waves, though. I mean, tell you, rule by brute force. That's about as good a description as you'll find the sorry state of our nation. I don't care. It's individuals. It's what, just your general public opinion. Yeah, but Ernie, we got to come together to go up against it. What do we? That's what they want to try and get you to do. What if you just don't come together? What if you just take care of yourself and your family? What if it's just anarchist decisions of a whole bunch of people of none of your business, and we're over here in the small town to bite me? But you want to be able to communicate. You want to have division of labor. You want to have access to information. Well, what's happening? All the information that I really want, and a lot of it's going to come down, is that approved gardening. Is that approved? You don't think so? What do you think's happened in the last 20 years, 30 years on health food, on supplements, it was called Codex Alimentarius out of the European Union, to where they determined what you could and could not get. Yeah, prescription to get vitamin C kind of crap. This is what's going to be coming here because they need to. Those have to be able to control. They don't want you to, be self-sustaining. And sure as heck not healthy. They're gonna tell you what you got. You need a shot. Mm-hmm. The future of energy storage beyond lithium-ion. Over the last decade, prices of solar panels and wind farms has reached all-time lows. However, the price of lithium-ion batteries, the leading energy storage technologies, remain too high. So researchers are exploring other alternatives. There was one that we were looking at. Could be for like a neighborhood. It's a storage container, a shipping container, full of just PVC plumbing. The storage in it is rust. It's just iron. And when the electrolyte gets all used up, you just, put it on the orchard. You just dump it out and, and you recharge it again. And it's environmentally sustainable. It's kind of big. It's not made for putting in your car, but it's made for your homes. And I'm going, there's a lot of this stuff. It's just, and it's PVC, in tanks. I'm going, this is, we can see it happen. How I store eggs for 20 plus years, no canning required. No canning. Homestead family. It's going to be a food thing. I don't know. It might be interesting, something you need to know. Then, we got, there's war and there's, the economy stuff and, and how many people dying from the shots and, the French police are going after Airbnb that doesn't report customers who violate lockdown rules. They're going, it's just control. But then you have Florida is throwing the tea in the harbor by denying vaccine passports. And here we have a congressman from Arizona, and Andy Biggs has introduced a no vaccine passport legislation in Congress. I don't know how much legs that has, but at least somebody's doing it. And I know Andy Biggs. I've been to his home. He's one of the more conservative Mormon of Constitution means something guys. But we'll see. Under pressure, do these guys fold or not? Who's really controlling things? Rand Paul was here last month, and I went to it was a fundraiser for him, and they just, wanted, I didn't have to give any money, and they, just wanted me to come say, yo, what's up? So we go and we talked, and I asked him, I just had one question. Who really runs Washington? Well, the speaker and the president, and he kind of says, I go, no, don't give me that crap. Who runs them? Who runs Washington? And he kind of answer, non-answer of, okay, so he's not going to say, And it's not like there wasn't an answer. He didn't know. He just, I'm not saying it to Ernie, And I'm just, all right. Okay, that's all I need to know. One, if you knew, and if you're going to share, or who you're against, because he's going to run for president in 24. That was clear. So Rand's going to run for president in 24. Where's the solution? It's not going to be politics. It's not going to be this kind of stuff. I mean, of course, you're going to have, Trump run again and make fun of his hair again, how big everybody's hands are or something. I mean, is that what it takes to get elected or to get anything done? All right, fine. You want to do that? Go ahead. I don't care. All right. They're going to inject you with this. Luke Rudowski has it. In this video, we break down the government plan to inject you with a chip with a sensor that goes off if you have a certain sickness. They want to get your temperature. They want to get, hell, they can do it with your Fitbit and through your phone of whatever anyway. What was the one thing the kids wanted, my grandkids had to have a year or two ago? Everybody's got a Fitbit. It's a watch, and you can see how many steps they took, and that kind of got old after a while. They don't wear it anymore. But they had to have it for a while. Some people, are locked into it with their fitness or their regime of heart rate of something. Yeah. Tesla Cybertruck 2021, insane new updates revealed. Well, all of a sudden now we got pickup trucks coming out our butt that are electric. Yeah, it's going to be electric this, electric that, electric. Yeah, you're charging it. Well, the solar panels are getting freaking cheap. Bob now, he runs his generator like hour in the morning at 4:30 for an hour just to, because to keep it going. He goes, the amount of fuel that he has, the diesel now with the extra solar panels and batteries that he got, has enough diesel fuel for 2 years just to have it as backup, just to make sure that you're never without power. So it's changing. We're getting off. Yeah. Go to Freedom's Phoenix. And see, 60 Minutes hit job on DeSantis, the governor in Florida, backfired because now everyone's aware of Newsom and California's no-bid vaccine scam in California. It doesn't matter what they say or do. Then there's a couple of interviews that Elon Musk was doing there, kept hammering on him about whether he's going to take the shot or not. No, he's not. Well, what about your employees that think he goes, no, stay home? Well, you going to pay them? No. And, this is, it's the pushback is coming. It's in our opinion. That's what's going, and while we're doing action. But then Dwayne Johnson, The Rock, wants to run for president.
Join liberty-minded voluntarists, anarchists, and libertarians from June 28th through July 4th for ForkFest 2021 at Rogers Campground in the beautiful White Mountains of New Hampshire. ForkFest happens the week after the Porcupine Freedom Festival, and ForkFest is decentralized, which means no one is in charge. That also means there's no ticket cost. Just reserve your camping, RV site, or motel room with Rogers Campground for June 28th through July 4th. Where better to celebrate Independence Day than around other freedom-loving activists in the Shire? You can relax and enjoy the camaraderie of like-minded people, or you can create whatever experience or event you'd like others to have. If you're planning an event for ForkFest, be sure to let others know in advance. You can connect with fellow ForkFesters via the unofficial Telegram chat or the ForkFest forum. Links to those are on the unofficial website, forkfest.party. Mark your calendar for June 28th through July 4th, 2021. We'll see you at forkfest.party. The LRN.FM social media channels have been revamped. We've eliminated Facebook and focused on other platforms like Twitter and Mastodon, the decentralized alternative to Twitter. On our accounts, you'll find posts from multiple LRN.FM show hosts together in one place. Follow us on Twitter at twitter.lrn.fm, or better yet, move to the decentralized Mastodon social media platform at toot.lrn.fm, toot.lrn.fm. I think you'll like it. Bitcoin.com has launched a trading platform at local.bitcoin.com, allowing you to buy or sell Bitcoin Cash via dozens of payment methods like PayPal, Venmo, bank deposit, remittances, or meeting in person with cash. There are no ID requirements to sign up for and use the site, and all communications between buyers and sellers are encrypted. Finally, a global trading platform that respects your privacy. Visit local.bitcoin.com to get started trading Bitcoin Cash. local.bitcoin.com.
Where the rubber always meets the road, I think. Actually, I'm not even sure what that means.
Heartland Newsfeed Radio Network, live at heartlandnewsfeed.com.
This stream is supported by advertisers and contributions by you. Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
The Public News Service Daily Newscast, April the 13th, 2021. I'm Mike Gifford. As testimony continues in the Derek Chauvin trial, the emotional pain felt by the black community and racial justice advocates has reached new levels after a black man was fatally shot by police in a Minneapolis suburb.
President Joe Biden and state leaders responded Monday to the weekend incident in Brooklyn Center where 20-year-old Dante Wright was shot during a traffic stop. Police officials say the officer intended to use her taser but pulled her gun by mistake. But Wayfinder Foundation director and civil rights attorney and activist Nikema Levy-Armstrong says it shows the state has failed to address the issue of racial profiling.
The fact that police officers would prioritize pulling someone over for allegedly having expired tabs is unconscionable in the midst of a pandemic.
Activists say Wright, who had an outstanding warrant and got back into his car while being handcuffed, should not have been in that situation because he wasn't a serious threat. The incident resulted in protests and civil unrest Sunday night and prompted curfews Monday evening announced by Governor Tim Walz. I'm Mike Moen.
A union drive at an Amazon warehouse in Bessemer was voted down last week, but many see the effort as an extension of the historical civil rights work by the mostly black workforce in the Birmingham area.
Bessemer is about 20 minutes from Birmingham, once known as the nation's most segregated city. Jennifer Bates, a learning ambassador at the Amazon Fulfillment Center there, helped lead the effort to join the retail, wholesale, and department store union. She says workers face long hours, lots of walking and stair climbing. The one elevator designed for human use, not just merchandise, is only accessible to upper management. Bates says she was offered a promotion with more responsibilities, but no more pay.
There were several of us. If we didn't take the position as an ambassador, we would not be considered for any other leadership role at Amazon, even though the position did not come with pay.
Alabama is one of 5 states without a minimum wage and has the so-called right-to-work law, which prevents unions from requiring workers they represent to pay dues. This story was produced with original reporting from Janiyah Plattenberg for Yes Media. I'm Lily Bolke reporting.
Texas is a big and religiously diverse state, but faith communities say controversial voting bills before the state legislature will disenfranchise both rural and urban voters. B. Moorhead is with Texas Impact.
Voter suppression in the current environment is not about distracting people from things that already happened. It's about a thumb on the scale of what could happen in the future.
Republican lawmakers in Texas, much like their counterparts in Georgia, say the new voting bills are needed to improve trust and confidence in the outcome of the elections. This is PNS.
Is QuickBooks slowing your business down? Do you have challenges managing inventory, project profitability, or just getting paid fast enough? Get your business to a better place and graduate to NetSuite today. Stop paying for multiple systems that don't give you the information you need when you need it. Ditch the spreadsheets and all the old software you've outgrown. Now is the time to upgrade to NetSuite by Oracle, the world's #1 cloud business system. NetSuite gives you visibility and control over your financials, HR, inventory, e-commerce, and more. Everything you need, all in one place, instantaneously. Whether you're doing $1 million or hundreds of millions in revenue, save time and money with NetSuite.
Join the over 24,000 companies using NetSuite right now. Let NetSuite show you how they'll benefit your business with a free product tour at netsuite.com/info. Schedule your free product tour right now at netsuite.com/info, netsuite.com/info.
This spring, there's an outside chance you're ready for some outside projects and 100% chance of saving at the Home Depot. Right now, stock up on 5 bags of EarthGrow or Vigoro mulch for only $10. Plus, with great low prices and free delivery on your favorite spring projects, you'll save in-store, online, store-wide. Bring on spring. The spring savings event now at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Limit 75 per customer. Color selection varies by store while supplies last. Continental U.S. only.
Spring lawns are growing, and so are the possibilities for taking care of them. Stop in and check out your options during Lowe's Spring Fest, like Ego Outdoor Power Equipment now at Lowe's. Ego is the #1 rated battery platform in outdoor power, delivering power that exceeds gas without the noise and fumes. Choose the Ego 21-inch Select Cut Mower with dual blade cutting for premium mulching, bagging, and runtime performance. Shop in-store at Lowe's.com or on our app. Lowe's, home to any budget, home to any possibility. Selection varies by location, U.S. only.
Weather Center, Tuesday. Scattered showers in the morning, otherwise mostly sunny with a high near 61. Tuesday night, mostly cloudy with a low around 40. Wednesday, sunny with a high near 56. That's the latest weather. Check out more news and weather on our website at heartlandnewsfeed.com.
7. Paid for by Airtime Media.
You guys, it's Rick Tittle.
Welcome to another live edition of Titillating Sports with Rick Tittle. How's it going? How you doing? Hey, how you doing? I've noticed over the years that the more time that I spend in Europe, I start to turn into Joey from Friends. Like if I'm in England, like the first few days, I'm like, hey, how you doing? And then like 2 weeks later, hey, how's it going? How you doing? I'm walking here. What are you looking at? But I won't do that today on the show. At least I don't think so. Someone, by the way, a fan, and thank you, fan, sent me it's called a sound machine, and said, Rick, you can liven up your show with sound effects. This isn't a morning zoo show. I know on Halloween I do that little screamy pumpkin guy, but it's stuff like this. Can you even hear that? And I like this one. Makes it sound like people are actually laughing. That's a good one. I promise not to. Of course, there's always this one, too. That one works. All right, enough with the sound machine, but thank you, fan. Rick, does the fan have a name? Yeah, the fan has a name, but anyway, thank you for this, the Gloria Stefan sound machine. Where am I at? TuneIn app, iHeartRadio app, Stitcher app. Those are all apropos applications for receiving the programming. Also, American Forces Radio Network worldwide, 500 outlets, 177 countries, ships at sea, AWACS overhead. If you're in the military, I'm on your side. Seriously, you're doing a great job. And thanks for protecting us and our allies. We appreciate it. Hope to see you at home very, very soon. We stream through sportsbyline.com. Go there, click listen live. Emails Rick at sportsbyline.com. Captain Keith Colburn has been on my show many times from Discovery's Deadliest Catch. He'll join us in the third hour. Bruce Marshall in the second hour from the Gold Sheet. Karen Lyle, SalesportTalk.com. We always do that Tuesdays, about a half hour. And we'll also have an East Bay filmmaker, Todd Darling. He has a documentary called Occupy the Farm.
Having your own home is awesome, but it's also a lot of work. The good news, finding help for your projects is easier than ever. Introducing Angie, the app that puts all your home care needs at your fingertips. Need a pro to fix that emergency leak? Maybe find someone to build a deck, or even set your seasonal tasks on autopilot. Angie can handle all that and more. Expert pros, hundreds of home projects, clear pricing, and the easiest way to book and pay in seconds. This is Angie, your home for everything home. Download the app today.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There's a tremendous price war among the major term life companies. Rates have dropped dramatically in the past few years. For example, a man age 45 non-tobacco user, $1 million of coverage is only $75 per month, level for the next 10 years. Or a man age 50 non-tobacco user can buy $500,000 of coverage for a monthly premium of only $110. Guaranteed not to change for the next 20 years. That's right, level rates for 20 years. And if you're a smoker, we have great rates for you as well. At the Term Lifeline, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. So if you're looking for new or replacement term life insurance, call right now for a free quote.
Rates and availability may vary by state. Sample rate quotes are based on preferred non-tobacco underwriting exam required to qualify. 800-807-1981. 800-807-1981. That's 800-807-1981. I am a non-attorney spokesperson representing a team of lawyers who've helped people that have been injured or wronged. Have you been diagnosed with cancer? Are you one of the millions who have taken Zantac or other generic versions of this popular drug to help treat stomach issues? Then pay close attention to this message. The FDA said it detected low levels of a probable cancer-causing chemical known as NDMA in Zantac and other generic forms of this popular drug. They've banned sales and even removed it from the market. If you've been diagnosed with cancer and you've taken Zantac or a generic equivalent, call the legal helpline now. You could receive a free cash award and have your medical expenses covered. And there's no upfront cost to you. They only get paid if you win. So please call now. 800-251-7460. 800-251-7460. 800-251-7460. That's 800-251-7460.
At Tub of Towels, we started with the toughest messes and quickly realized Tub of Towels heavy-duty cleaning wipes can clean just about anything, like stubborn brake dust, spilled paint, even permanent marker. There's literally thousands of uses. Proudly made in the USA with over 30,000 five-star reviews. Find Tub of Towels heavy-duty cleaning wipes at your local auto parts store, the Home Depot, Lowe's, and more. Look for the big yellow tub.
Titillating Sports with Rick Tittle. Rick Tittle is a genius, the best show ever. He's so wonderful, genius, the best show ever. He's so wonderful. Titillating Sports with Rick Tittle. Rick Tittle he's so handsome, he's a genius.
Hey, thank you for that, and welcome back to the show. Great to have you with us. They're great. 1-800-878-PLAY. Somebody told me the other day that their keynote speaker at their high school graduation was some kind of long name, like, do you know Alexander Falkenheimer? I'm like, no. Oh, he was the voice of Tony the Tiger. Like, what? It's kind of a grandiose name or whatever it was, but you mean they're great. I thought he made a career off of that? You know, like, yo quiero Taco Bell. Can you make a career off of one thing? We do chicken, right? Blunk. That's a one-chord song, by the way. Just pick a chord, G, C, on your guitar. We do chicken, right? Blount. Just play it. All right, let's get into the show. 1-800-878-PLAY. Yesterday, NBA history was made for a certain franchise, and that is that the Atlanta Hawks had a guy belch 5 times in one quarter. It never happened before. But more importantly, the Warriors now have an all-time leading scorer, and that is Steph Curry passing Wilt to Still. Chamberlain held that record over 50 years with 17,783. But Steph, by the way, has been red hot lately and finished the evening with a ridiculous 53 points, beating the Nuggets, who are a pretty good team. And he's things to remember. And Steph is only 33 years old. He's expected to re-sign. The Warriors will not let him leave. I don't care if Steph turned into a Draymond where he's yelling at female soccer players, or he's, you know, he turns into a Durant who just quietly is brooding. If he, knock on wood, gets hurt like Clay, they're not letting him leave. Even if he punched Joe Lacob in the face, Joe Lacob would get up and put a silk handkerchief on his bloody nose and still say, "What did I do to make you mad?" They're not going to let him leave. So, if he maintains his average per game which is 24 points per game, over 5 more seasons, he could retire with over 27,000 points. Only 13 players in NBA history have gotten to 27,000 points. Now, something to keep in mind about the NBA during Chamberlain's time and during Steph's time. Obviously, there was no three-point line. Chamberlain got to that mark in about half the games Steph did, because Chamberlain averaged 41 points a game. What'd you say, Rick? I thought you said 41. You meant 31? No, 41 points a game. That's what Chamberlain averaged when he was with the Warriors in his career. And it also shows you just how many people my size were playing center. I mean, I don't know if 6'2" might have been considered a little bit taller, but like, ooh, you're 6'2", you better be a power forward. Yeah, he's done it all with one team, has Curry, and it's fantastic. Now, a couple other things to keep in mind is if you think about a career game with 50 points and 10 made threes, that's 5 more than anyone else has ever had in the history of the league. In fact, only 2 guys have 2 of those. Once again, 50 points with 10 made threes. That's James Harden and Klay Thompson. Those are the only other guys. And by the way, I said he's red hot. He has scored 30 points in 7 straight games. No one has done that in the NBA this year. But just all time, when you talk about one of the all-time greats and the all-time best shooter, and once again, just watching him last night, sidestep, backstep, there was one of my favorite plays of last night, if you get a chance to see it, and I don't ever remember it, but there was like a screen where a teammate went and there was kind of a split, and Steph was standing on the stripe, and he took a little, like fake pass, like it was just this perfect like thread under the legs pass, and then, oh wait, no, he didn't pass it, and then he hit a 3. But Steph Curry is the NBA's all-time leader in games where he's hit at least 4 threes. That's 344 games. He's the all-time NBA leader in games with 5 threes, 249. All-time leader, 6 threes, 142. All-time leader in 7 threes, 83. All-time leader in 8 threes, 53. All-time leader in 9 threes, 28. All-time leader in 10 threes, 17. All-time leader in 11 threes, 9. All-time leader with 12 threes, 2. There's never, ever been a guy like him. And people love to say, well, he can't do this and he can't do that. Gone are the days of Don Nelson talking about what he could and couldn't do. But since he got back from that tailbone injury, he's averaging 38.4. 38.4. Since this month started, we're 2 weeks in just about, he's averaged 40 points a game. He's leading the league by a laughable margin since the beginning of March, because since the beginning of March, he's averaged 35 points a game. So when you talk about how Curry was going to be exposed this season, there's no Splash Brother, there's no Durant, he's going to be exposed, they can triple team him, I remember that Game 6 in the NBA Finals, and when Klay did his knee, and then, they still had the last shot of the game to win it, and then people were like, oh, he's not clutch. There's just always something, right? Always. So we might have the Warriors miss the playoffs, and he's not going to win MVP, but really, who's more valuable? Who's more valuable? Curry, when he doesn't play, he's missed 7 games. The Warriors are 1-6. And what happened where the Warriors lost by 53 to Toronto, or should I say Tampa Bay? Steve Kerr maybe has taken too long to embrace the idea that Curry just needs to have the ball in his hands every single possession. And I know in the name of preservation, he has rested Curry in those extra fourth quarter minutes in tight games, which has almost certainly cost the Warriors some games and some wins. But I think he's coming around, because last week we talked about how Curry came in with 8 minutes left instead of 6 minutes left in the fourth quarter. The Warriors were trailing by 9, and then they won by 1 because Curry came in 2 minutes earlier. And the whole balance of James Wiseman's development was maybe hurting the Warriors for their playoff chances. They don't have to worry about that anymore. Obviously, I'd rather have him be healthy. As I said, they're still talking to other doctors, by the way, about what they should do. The meniscus is a tricky thing for Wiseman. I had a meniscus tear when I was playing quarterback in high school, and I got sacked by 3 guys at once, and my knee bent backwards, and I yelled out in pain. And then I went to the doctor. He's like, yeah, you got a little tear in your meniscus. We're going to leave it ripped. It's like, what? He goes, yeah, there's no one has really invented a good artificial pad. This doesn't grow back. If you cut it out, it's out forever. And okay. But anyway, if you think about if the Warriors, they face the Jazz in the first round, they face the Lakers in the first round, it's still going to be fun. And who knows with Curry what's going to happen. But congratulations to Steph. He is absolutely a deserving winner and a deserving champion to have that record. All right. Come on back. On the other side, we'll have filmmaker Todd Darling. I'm Rick Tittle. We'll see you in a second.
I'm going to tell you how you can get real health care for as little as $6 a day. Yes, now you can get affordable health care for you and your family immediately and save as much as 50% off your current monthly health care payments. Our plans are perfect for people that are self-employed, can't afford health benefits where they work, or just want to pay less for their current health care. And coverage is guaranteed regardless of your medical condition. We even offer some of the new Christian faith-based health benefits. Save up to 50% on your family's health care. Make a free quick call now. There are no contracts, and we give you a 10-day money-back trial period. Call Provision Enrollment right now for your risk-free, guaranteed health insurance quote starting at $6 a day.
800-472-5145. 800-472-5145. That's 800-472-5145.
I don't even recognize myself anymore.
I'm really worried about him. His addiction. I haven't seen him like this. Ever.
Hey, look, I never wanted to start using. I knew the drill, but I was out of options.
I just want to tell him it's not your fault. There are people out there who can help. People who have felt your pain. They know what you're going through.
This has to stop. I'm losing everything. Everyone.
You've been strong your whole life. You can do this, but you have to reach out for help.
It's time. I can do this.
Addiction is a disease, and diseases need treatment.
Call Quit Drugs 321 now at 800-338-6906. 800-338-6906. That's 800-338-6906. Paid for by the Detox and Treatment Helpline.
Are you 60 plus and love to travel? Introducing the Senior Travel Discount Network, brought to you by Low Cost Airlines. Call us anytime, day or night, and save up to 75% on your airline and hotel reservations. We can help you save a ton of money to fly almost anywhere. We have inside discounts on over 500 airlines and 500,000 hotels worldwide. And when you call and mention the discount code 60 plus, we'll give you an extra free night with your qualified air and hotel reservation. Now you can get the best prices on air and hotel reservations with your phone. We make it easy and fast for you to save money and book a trip. Remember, call the Senior Travel Discount Network. Mention the discount code 60+ for your free hotel night with your qualified reservation. Call now.
800-493-6118. 800-493-6118. 800-493-6118. That's 800-493-6118.
It doesn't really matter. I don't like my job, and I don't think I'm going to go anymore.
Rick Tittle thinks there's a direct correlation between dogs and lightning.
Thank you for that. Welcome back to the show. Rick Tittle with you, coast to coast, around the world on American Forces Radio Network. It's our pleasure to welcome to the program Todd Darling. His film, Occupy the Farm, is being released again on PBS on Earth Day. They will have Q&A roundtable discussions as well. And this all has to do with a piece of land that at one time people who were using it to grow crops and farm were arrested for trespassing, and now they have the keys to the joint, more or less. Todd, welcome to the program. How did this all get started, this film?
Thanks very much. By the way, I'm fascinated to hear about your correlation between dogs and lightning. You got me off to it. So how this all started was there's in the East Bay of San Francisco Bay, there's a research farm that's owned by a public university, University of California. And they are, by their charter, they're supposed to teach agriculture and do agricultural research. This is their last farm, and they had plans to develop it. So after numerous attempts going through the bureaucracy failed, a group of 200 people took 15,000 seedlings, walked onto the land, planted 2 acres of crops in order to save this land from becoming a real estate development. They managed to stay there for 3 weeks before they got kicked off the land, but the crops stuck, and the whole episode embarrassed the university such that they recognized that they needed to do something better with the land and allowed these people to then start a collaborative community farm that's still going today, and that during the pandemic was able to feed 70 families a week on just 1 acre of land.
Now, are we talking about, this is where I'm from, by the way, so are we talking about the land that's sort of by the Albany Police Department, by like Marin and Buchanan over there?
Exactly. It's on the corner of San Pablo Boulevard and Marin/Buchanan. That's exactly it.
Now, I think a lot of people, too, who aren't from around here might hear this and say, oh, yeah, People's Park. I remember that fight. No, that's something completely different, isn't it?
This is completely different. It's a completely different set of land. This land was acquired by the university back in the late 1920s. And the family was told that the land would always be used for farming. And they were hoping that it would be a research farm. And steadily over the years, the land has been whittled away with housing and various developments. And now it's down to just about, a little more than 10 acres of open space. And about 6 or 7 of those acres have never been built on and have only been used for farming that acreage is like prime farmland. There's like nothing better.
I know that UC owns that land going sort of like from that farm over to Target, and they have a Little League field there. They have UC housing, and now they've built like a Sprouts and a Habit Burger. They sold that end of it. But when the people came to occupy the farm, how did the community react? Did they say, hey, we're with you, or did they say, get these dirty hippies out of here?
And there were a few people that, like, said, "Get these dirty hippies out of here." But what was maybe more amazing was really the bulk of people showed up in a huge way, because people that land used to be open for people to walk on, and so people actually really liked the place. So when this all happened, it was suddenly like a neighborhood carnival had opened up. I mean, people by the hundreds showed up, and the neighbors were cooking food for the farmers. In one very telling episode, the university cut off the water to this land, so there was no water to irrigate the 2 acres of crops they planted. So the neighborhood showed up with pickup trucks. Some people bought some big water tanks, those kinds of plastic water tanks with the metal cage around them. They would go around the neighborhood and fill them up out of people's garden hoses. And then they would there was a series of pickup trucks that would bring them to this land. People would offload them onto a stack of pallets, and then more people would take 1-gallon juice bottles, fill them up, and go out and water this field of 2 acres, plant by hand. And that went on for like 2.5 weeks. So by the numbers and by proof of their action, the neighborhood really showed up, and it ended up, the water being turned off ended up being a development that really made this a community action. It wasn't just these activists. Suddenly it became the whole area was involved in it, and it became quite a scene. So I would say on balance, the neighbors were in favor of it.
Yeah, and for people who can't picture it, I mean, we're not talking about a farm in the middle of nowhere. You've got city streets, you have neighborhoods, you have, the beautiful picturesque Albany Hill, you have palm trees. And you also have, when anything like this happens, you can get into a hierarchy or a pecking order, like, why are you in charge? Why do you decide where we plant this or plant that? Was there ever any kind of disputes with that?
Well, this happened right at the end of if you recall, the Occupy movement. And so there was a movement afoot at that point to try to make decisions by consensus, which is difficult. But considering all the arguments that happen between any group of, 50 people, 100 people, it went surprisingly smoothly. I mean, there was a plan about how to plant the plant. So the day they came on, they had a plan about, what went where and how to plant it and how to lay out the rows. So that happened very efficiently. And then how to run the camp was a matter of consensus, and there would be lengthy meetings. We've all been in meetings with other people, and they never, rarely do they go all that smoothly. But considering it went pretty well, they hung together instead of hanging separately. So you have to say that in the end, however they managed to organize themselves, it worked out. But it was generally speaking, it was by consensus until it came to some loggerheads and someone had to make a decision, and then a decision was taken. But it turned out to be a successful strategy.
Last question for you. When you're a filmmaker, no matter what the cause or the cause celeb or whatever's going on, the film has to be compelling and it has to be entertaining. So, I mean, did you ever get to the point where you're like, okay, now everybody's in their tents and now everybody's watering the plants, and you're thinking, who's going to want to watch this? How do you make sure as a filmmaker that you made it the success it was by keeping the entertainment value in there as well without selling out? You know what I mean?
Right. No, completely. Selecting the right topic is frequently the best route to doing that in a documentary. And I have to say, from the minute I walked on, I realized this is a great story. There was a different conflict popping up every other day with the authorities. The land was beautiful. There was tons of things to do. It was like popcorn. And other journalists who were working on this story, for news outlets separate from what I was doing, many of them said, "This is the best story. This is great." So it was very exciting. It was like spills and chills. I was like, oh, what's going to happen next, you know? And so the entertainment value of it was, for me, I was confirmed. I mean, within, literally minutes from having arrived. But yeah, it's a huge concern when you're making a film. Will it be entertaining, and how to do that? And that has to be, key. In my experience, I mean, the one of the projects I'd worked on before coming to do this film was I was working for MTV doing Laguna Beach couple of years before that, and that's all about being entertaining all the time. So yeah, that was definitely it was not absent from my mind when I was making the film.
All right. I want to remind everybody, Occupy the Farm making its PBS debut, Earth Day locally, KRCB on the 20th at 8 o'clock, KPJK on the 22nd at 7 o'clock. We've been speaking to the director, Todd Darling. Once again, Occupy the Farm. Make sure to check out this award-winning documentary. Todd, congratulations on the film. Thanks for stopping by. Let's talk about it when you finish your next one, man.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the time. You guys take care.
All right. Good stuff. Once again, the lines, as always, are available at 1-800-878-PLAY. When we come back, we'll check in with Karen Lyle, as we always do at this time on Tuesdays with SalesSportsTalk.com. I'm Rick Tittle. Come on back on Sports Byline.
This is Karen Lyle of Salesport Talk, and I've been chatting with Sir Robin Knox Johnson, whom you know is the first sailor to single-hand around the world and the founder of the Clipper Around the World race, and his good friend Sir John Henry McAnally, retired Vice Admiral of the Royal Navy. They each have a drink in hand, and this photo came up of the two of them back in 1965 when they were young officers in training and having a bit of fun in Paris. Go to SalesPortTalk.com for the photo and listen in to the story.
Robin will recognise this vehicle because he wrote in it too. It's a 1938 Dennis fire engine, and in the fourth year of their Royal Naval Officers training, we were split into groups of about 14, and each group did in turn a specialist course at one of the training establishments in mostly around Portsmouth, not only around Portsmouth, and naval air stations and so on. And we had as our course conveyance this 1938 fire engine, which we took to Paris. 60 people watched us park it. Here you see us, the members of X-18 course, 1965-66. with our fire engine. And Robin can tell you a tale about it too.
Well, I can tell you, Karen, that we coincided with John's course. I was a Royal Naval Reserve course, Merchant Navy people, so we were doing a different sort of course. And we coincided with John's course. And we thought their fire engine was marvellous because we could climb on it, go to the local nightclubs. Pom d'Or, I seem to remember, John.
You do indeed, yeah.
And we go there, and about 2 o'clock in the morning on Sunday, we decided we'd better go back to Whale Island, the gunnery school, and we climb on this fire engine, about 40 young naval officers hanging on to it. And someone very stupidly rang the fire bell. And within seconds, we were surrounded by police cars, and they just came up to us and they said, "Young gentlemen, the good citizens of Portsmouth like their sleep. If you ring that fire bell again, we'll take you all in, and you won't be on parade tomorrow, and that'll be bad for your careers, won't it?" And, fairly drunk, I suppose, we all said, "Oh, yes, that's very serious. Yeah, we'll take this seriously. So would you mind going back to Whale Island and not ringing that bell?" So we muffled the bell, and we returned to Whale Island. And I still remember that, John, and I suspect you were hanging on the fire engine at the same time as me.
I don't remember it at all.
Of course you don't. No, look.
That's a great story.
All right, thank you for that. Welcome back to the show. Rick Tittle with you on Sports Byline. It's Tuesdays at 9:40. This is when we check in, and how many other networks do this? A segment on sailing, and it's brought to you by sailsporttalk.com, and as always, co-hosted by Karen Lyle. And Karen, I understand that you and your guests, who we'll get to in a second, but you're actually in studio. So after more than a year, is it all spider webs and dust?
No, they've been keeping really good track of this. So it looks just like when I was here last, and you and I did the show together in person.
Well, that was built in the Carter administration, and I think it looks the same from when it was built as well. But hopefully in a couple weeks, I'll be able to get back in there as well. Let's talk about your guest in studio, Eric Jones, a guest so nice, we're having him twice. He was on last week as well. Eric, I understood that you and Karen came over to the west side of the bay on a rigid inflatable that you use with Sea Valor for some of your search and rescue. Can you tell us a little bit more about that craft, please?
Sure. It's a 15-foot Zodiac Pro with a 50-horsepower outboard, and it took us about probably half an hour or so to come across this morning. It was a beautiful morning and a great way to start the day.
Did you freeze your tail off, Karen, or are you okay?
No, it was good. You know, I'm co-host and I'm also adventurer, so this is just all in the course of a day. You know, I've come over here on boat many times, right, Rick? You remember that?
Of course, yes.
But we also had a guest who's with us in the studio. He's not on the mic, but you can tell us about who went with us and drove today, Eric.
Sure. A friend who's a captain at a local fire department came, and he drove the boat and was a great small boat driver. So I got to be a passenger for the first time in a while, which was really nice.
Now, mind you, a passenger who's standing in the inflatable rib with his hand on the bar with really awesome sea legs.
Yeah.
Now, this is not, correct me if I'm wrong, Eric, this is not unlike what the military uses, because I know they have ribs as well.
Sure, it's the same concept. Small inflatable boats with a rigid hull.
So last week we heard just some really heartbreaking, tragic stories, but it's very important about what you do and about, you know, the sneaker waves and the riptides and all the other things that go into it. So just for people who didn't hear last week, just a quick reminder on what you do with Sea Valor, please.
Sure. Well, in regards to the riptides and the sneaker waves in particular, in January alone, I think 5 people have been swept off the rocks and the beach by sneaker waves and drowned, and we're actually part of a search and rescue that it ended up being mostly for the recovery operation for the 12-year-old that was swept out to sea. And we just think that a lot more needs to be done to help educate people about the dangers of these sneaker waves and try to get these numbers down. I think the average is about 12 people every year drown in Northern California alone just by getting caught by sneaker waves. And so we're trying to do something that can get those numbers down and help prevent these tragedies from happening to other families.
And Eric, you've also designed something which is a life ring that can be attached to a post and has a really cool logo that shows a wave overtaking someone and them falling. You can look at it and go, oh, that's not good.
Right.
Tell us about what the pilots that you have installed so far and what they do and how it would work, especially in relationship to the story of the young boy who drowned.
Sure, and sort of the idea came to fruition one night. I was having dinner with the boy's parents, and essentially they took their children to the beach one day to, enjoy nature and get out from COVID. So their kids weren't playing video games, and they just had no idea the danger. They didn't even know what a sneaker wave was. The signs at the beach said, be careful of riptides, and they said no swimming. And so the parents obviously told their kids, stay out of the water. But they had no idea that just being on the beach was so dangerous. And so that was the first thing. There needs to be better signage and better education. And the second thing was once he was swept into the ocean, watched him for about 15 minutes as he just slowly drifted further and further away. And so had there been, had there been a life ring with 100 feet of line attached, the idea was somebody on the beach could have thrown him the life ring and then pulled him back to safety. And, it's not 100% that would have saved him, but it certainly would have been better than nothing. So I think the combination between better signage and then having these life rings positioned at some of these dangerous beaches might actually make a difference and help, save lives.
So, Eric, how does it work? Because obviously the police, the fire department, the Coast Guard, first responders will be on this. Where do you fit in the first responder chain? Does the Coast Guard said, hey, we would love some additional help? Or is there a hotline right to you? Are you the first one out? How does it work with Sea Valor?
No, not at all like that. In this particular, obviously the Coast Guard and the fire departments and the police departments and the sheriff departments and the harbor master, they're the authorities. They're the ones in charge. What we provide is simply assistance as needed. We have a lot of people, a lot of boats, a lot of professionals, whether they're retired or on a volunteer basis, that are happy to lend their assistance in this case. So really what we do is just whatever is requested by us. And in this particular case, it was to step in after the Coast Guard had called off their search. The family had asked if we could continue searching for their son. And so that's what we did. But on a larger aspect, it would be, if there's a mass casualty situation or if there's parts of the bay that for whatever reason the Coast Guard can't reach, the idea would be that we use our resources and our network of people to step in however we're requested and make sure that we don't interfere with any ongoing searches or anything like that.
Eric, you also have quite a few sets of skills. You're a pilot. You're a captain with Coast Guard license, commercial captain, and you also have been a first responder working with the fire department, and you also went to Haiti. Can you tell us a little bit about what with the 9/11 and the Haiti, just a little synopsis of what you did in those three instances?
So I was a firefighter and a paramedic back in the late 90s. And on 9/11, I was driving by the Pentagon when the plane hit. And I pulled over and started carrying people out. And then I spent 4 days there on the mortuary affairs team, recovering the bodies of those killed. Went up to Ground Zero for a couple weeks after that. I ended up in Haiti. I was asked to go be part of a team that was out of Johns Hopkins. So I went there for that and spent about a month and a half in Haiti.
And Eric, your skills and great personality have actually given you the opportunity to include a lot of people in the Sea Valor program, which is a new nonprofit that was started in 2019, to be involved in helping because, you're one of the skilled people, you attract skilled people. So some of the people that are with you are pretty awesome.
Yeah, and that's sort of the idea is I initially started it to help people with PTSD because it's something I feel very passionate about. I've experienced and sort of dealt with PTSD for about 20 years now, and sadly I've known 7 people that have taken their own lives because of it. And so a few years ago, I just, after a friend here in Berkeley killed himself, I just realized that something better needed to be done, that losing people like this, it was just sort of unacceptable. And that's sort of what I've dedicated the last few years of my life towards, is trying to get these numbers down and figure out ways that we can improve people's lives to the point where they're not so depressed and don't feel hopeless. And what I found was, for me, sailing and being out on the ocean and being part of a crew and having a specific tasks and learning new skills, that really helped me. And so the idea was that if it helped me, perhaps it would help other people. And so far it has. We've taken out, I think, just over 1,000 people in the last 2 years. And it was a little harder with COVID. Obviously, we had to reduce the numbers and the trips and everything. But I think the response has been pretty good. And a lot of people want to get involved. A lot of people have boats. And it seems like a great opportunity because it pairs people with boats and the experience with people that might not otherwise have those opportunities. And so it seems like it's a win-win for everybody.
Eric, is Sea Valor subsidized in any way? Do you get donations? Do you get a grant? Or is this all out of the pocket of the individual boat owners?
Thus far, it's been self-subsidized. It was something I wanted to figure out and make sure it was a working model and sort of a proof of concept. And so now we actually are going to start applying for grants and looking for donations in a way to keep it self-sufficient and make it sustainable. But thus far, it's been out of the pocket of boat owners. And the sailing community in particular is extremely generous, and we've never charged a single penny for taking people out. If people want to contribute for gas money or bring food or drinks or something like that to help, that's fine. But the sailing community in particular is extremely generous, and so far boat owners have been more than willing and more than happy to volunteer their boats and their time to help take people out.
And also, Eric, when we had one of the reasons I had you back on the show too was to talk about whales, because right after we talked,
yes.
When you finished the show and we had a conversation, on your way home, you encountered a dead whale and called it into the Coast Guard. And, all of us who sail have been out there and, have to navigate around whales so we don't hit them.
Right.
But this particular whale, tell us the story.
Right. Like you said, after we talked, I was bringing my boat back from the boatyard, and I saw what ended up being the dead whale, and I went over and I radioed it into the Coast Guard because, as you know, it's a pretty big navigation hazard to have a 30-foot whale just floating in the channel. And the Coast Guard said, "Thank you for the information," and that was it. And about an hour later, they called back, and they had someone from the Marine Mammal Center and somebody from NOAA and somebody from the Department of Fisheries on, and they asked if we could go back and actually take photographs of the whale and give them a little more information. So I said sure, and we went back and took the photos. And actually one of my crew, we had towed his boat once. He has a 44-foot wooden boat, full keel, and we had towed his boat all the way from Drake's Bay back to San Francisco. And so Jesse said to the Coast Guard, he said, if you want us to, we'd be happy to tow the whale, because what they wanted us to do is essentially stay with the whale until they could arrange a towboat to come, and then they tow the whale to Angel Island so they can have the scientists study it and try to figure out the cause of death. And so essentially we volunteered to tow the whale, and we learned a lot from that. It's not as easy as you might think trying to tow a whale, and to just even attach the tow line around the whale's tail took a little bit of trial and error. But we figured it out, and we spent about 3 hours that day towing the whale, and then we put an anchor around its fin and anchored it overnight. And then the next morning we finished towing it the rest of the way to the Angel Island. And the scientists came and they performed their necropsy. And this one in particular, unfortunately, was killed by a ship strike. So that's particularly sad. And that's something I hope the community can sort of come together and brainstorm and figure out ways. This whale was number 3. And then a few days later, there was actually a 4th whale that was washed up on Muir Beach. So that made it a total of 4 dead whales within 9 days, which is a pretty high number. And the fact that some of these are being killed by ship strikes, I'm not sure if all 3 or all 4 were killed by ship strikes, but I know at least one was. And, whether it's having these container ships slow down a little bit during whale season, or figuring out other ways to protect these whales a little better, I would hope that we can all get together and figure out ways to do this, because they're such incredible creatures, and to see one dead because it's been hit by a container ship is pretty heartbreaking.
There's Eric Jones with Sea Valor, and as always, you can find out more about Eric and all our topics at sailsporttalk.com. Karen and Eric, thanks for coming in. Enjoy your sail back. Have a picnic on Angel Island or whatever else you're going to do, and we'll see you next week.
Thank you so much. We're going to go see the whales, actually, on our ribs. So.
All right, sounds good. I'm Rick Tittle. We'll take a quick break. Come on back on Sports Byline.
I'm going to tell you how you can get real health care for as little as $6 a day. Yes, now you can get affordable health care for you and your family immediately and save as much as 50% off your current monthly health care payments. Our plans are perfect for people that are self-employed, can't afford health benefits where they work, or just want to pay less for their current health care. And coverage is guaranteed regardless of your medical condition. We even offer some of the new Christian faith-based health benefits. Save up to 50% on your family's health care. Make a free quick call now. There are no contracts, and we give you a 10-day money-back trial period. Call Provision Enrollment right now for your risk-free, guaranteed health insurance quote starting at $6 a day.
800-472-5145. 800-472-5145. That's 800-472-5145.
I don't even recognize myself anymore.
I'm really worried about him. His addiction. I haven't seen him like this. Ever.
Hey, look, I never wanted to start using. I knew the drill, but I was out of options.
I just want to tell him it's not your fault. There are people out there who can help. People who have felt your pain. They know what you're going through.
This has to stop. I'm losing everything. Everyone.
You've been strong your whole life. You can do this, but you have to reach out for help.
It's time. I can do this.
Addiction is a disease, and diseases need treatment.
Call Quit Drugs 321 now at 800-338-6906. 800-338-6906. That's 800-338-6906. Paid for by the Detox and Treatment Helpline.
Are you 60 plus and love to travel? Introducing the Senior Travel Discount Network, brought to you by Low Cost Airlines. Call us anytime, day or night, and save up to 75% on your airline and hotel reservations. We can help you save a ton of money to fly almost anywhere. We have inside discounts on over 500 airlines and 500,000 hotels worldwide. And when you call and mention the discount code 60 plus, we'll give you an extra free night with your qualified air and hotel reservation. Now you can get the best prices on air and hotel reservations with your phone. We make it easy and fast for you to save money and book a trip. Remember, call the Senior Travel Discount Network, mention the discount code 60+ for your free hotel night with your qualified reservation. Call now.
800-493-6118. 800-493-6118. 800-493-6118. That's 800-493-6118.
Oh, come now, don't be ashamed. We all have our idiosyncrasies.
I wish you would try and slap Rick Tittle's mama's face. He would clown you.
Hey, thanks for that. A couple minutes left in hour number 1 of 3. We still have Bruce Marshall and Captain Keith Colburn of Deadliest Catch. I was watching the A's yesterday at Diamondbacks. The A's won 4 out of 5, red hot. But Madison Bumgarner, he's just, it's an early season, but he's terrible right now. And he wasn't good last year in his first year in Arizona. The ERA was over 5 before he got hurt, but he's had 3 starts. His ERA is 11.20. He's 0-2. He gave up 6 earned in 4 2/3. The velocity is just not there. The breaking ball ain't breaking. They're all cutters. They're all hangers. And when I think about the Giants, when I said on the show over and over again when he was going to walk, I go, you got to trade him, you got to trade him. And I was like, oh, we had our hottest June in history. You can't do that to Bochy when he's leaving. The Giants are making the playoffs. I'm like, no, they're not. Trade everybody. Trade Cueto. Build for the future. And then he walked. But you talk about guys that come back and haunt you. He's going to be in the division. He signed a 5-year, $85 million deal. He's only in his second year in it. He's by far their worst pitcher. So I hope for him he turns it around, but this is not something that keeps Giants fans up at night, that they let Bumgarner get away. In fact, they probably like the fact that here's a division rival and he lost another game for them. He's still kind of helping the Giants. All right, I'm Rick Tittle. We'll take a quick break. Come on back on Sports Byline.
You're listening to the Heartland Newsfeed radio network at live.heartlandnewsfeed.com. This stream is supported by advertisers and contributions by you.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Democrats and Republicans are pushing back. I'm Pam Puso, Fox News. That's what Texas Governor Greg Abbott says about the surge of migrants along our southern border, some of whom he says are being sexually abused in overcrowded holding facilities.
The Biden administration has done nothing to address these situations that will lead only to more allegations of child sex abuse.
The governor on Fox News Sunday, House Republican Jim Jordan tells Fox's Maria Bartiromo the media is still being denied access.
Joe Biden won't go down. The president won't go to the border. The vice president won't go to the border. Press aren't allowed in. And the reason that the press aren't allowed in is because they don't want the American people to know what's going on.
The White House has said it's working on ways to provide access to members of the media during the pandemic. As it stands right now, Democrats may have to go it alone when it comes to the president's infrastructure proposal. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg was on Fox News Sunday.
We don't have a lot of work to do to persuade the American people that U.S. infrastructure needs major improvement. The American people already know it.
Republicans don't like the $2 trillion price tag. They also question why something like universal pre-K is part of an infrastructure bill. Allegations of sabotage out of Iran about what was referred to earlier as an accident at a nuclear facility. The country's nuclear chief said on state TV the facility was hit by a terrorist act. He also said Iran reserves the right to take action against the perpetrators. Hostilities are rising sharply in eastern Ukraine, where the military says one Ukrainian soldier was killed today and another was seriously hurt by artillery fire from Russian-backed separatist rebels. The U.S. has warned there will be consequences and there will be costs if Russia acts aggressively or recklessly. America's listening to Fox News.
Are mobile devices key to your business operations? Security, analytics, content distribution, and it all must be done remotely. Keeping track of everything is impossible, right? Actually, it isn't. The SOTI One platform gives you total visibility into your entire fleet of mobile devices. Manage and support your devices. Analyze data. Even create apps in minutes. With SOTI, you don't need siloed solutions to run your mobile ecosystem. Visit SOTI.net/Fox for a free trial for Fox News radio listeners. That's SOTI.net/Fox.
A shooting at a convenience store has left one person dead and 3 others hurt. Police in southern Missouri say the suspect walked into a Snappy Mart store yesterday and opened fire. Authorities say Christopher Lindley, who's charged with murder, knew at least one of the victims. Shooting suspects are being sought in Hartford, Connecticut. Yesterday, a 3-year-old boy and a 16-year-old boy were killed in separate incidents. Financial fallout over the decision by Major League Baseball to move this summer's All-Star game out of Atlanta. Republican Governor Brian Kemp is outraged.
So who is getting screwed in this? It is the little guy, and it's the minority-owned business.
Georgia's governor spoke at a seafood restaurant near the home field of the Atlanta Braves, where the game would have been held. MLB decided to move the game over Georgia's new voting law. Many Democrats have voiced opposition, claiming the new regulations will restrict voting access, especially for minority voters. But Kemp says minority groups will be hurt by the game's move.
From a city in a metro area that is 51% African American to a city that is 10% African American.
Republicans say the new law will instill more trust in elections. Rob Dawson, Fox News.
Well-wishers continue to leave flowers at Windsor Castle and Buckingham Palace following Friday's death of Britain's Prince Philip, who was 99.
The funeral will be held here at the castle next Saturday due to COVID again, and the prince's prior wishes. It'll be a low-key, scaled-down affair. Those in attendance, about 30. There'll be a small procession inside the walls. It'll be televised, though, for the public, for the world.
Fox's Greg Palcott. At a church service today at the Royal Chapel of All Saints, Prince Edward, the youngest child of Prince Philip and Queen Elizabeth, called his father's death a dreadful shock, but said the Queen was bearing up. I'm Pam Puso, and this is Fox News.
Not again. When your business strategy relies on mobile technology, the last thing you need is downtime. Downtime leads to lost productivity, angry managers, and unhappy customers. More remote workers using more mobile devices means more risk for costly downtime. And you can't constantly buy, ship, and deploy new devices whenever they go down. Fortunately, with SOTI, you can view the screen of any remote device, whether it's across town or around the world. This lets you diagnose, troubleshoot, and resolve issues anytime, anywhere in minutes. Open a whiteboard session and draw directly on the screen to guide the user through the issue. Instead of typing, simply record audio and video of the call and attach it to a support ticket. Minimize downtime. Maximize your business mobility. Visit soti.net/Fox for a free trial for Fox News radio listeners. That's SOTI.net/Fox.
Here is a look at weather from the Heartland Newsfeed Weather Center. Tuesday, scattered showers in the morning, otherwise mostly sunny with a high near 61. Tuesday night, mostly cloudy with a low around 40. Wednesday, sunny with a high near 56. That's the latest weather. Check out more news and weather on our website at heartlandnewsfeed.com.
Thank you for that. Welcome back. We have another 2 hours to go, and I know you'll be with us for all three. Huh? You know, when they do these ratings, they say that the longest someone usually will ever listen to any radio show is 45 minutes. That's now some people will go over, and bless you if you're with us for all. And I know that almost all of you are with me for all 3 hours. I mean, come on. But one thing I've never done is redo the same topics over and over and over again. And that does happen on some stations. I used to work at a station where the one program director wanted the same. If you did a 4-hour show, you did the same show 4 times. And every 15 minutes was that topic. You know what I mean? And it's a way of getting ratings, and it's because, but people will say, hey, I got in the car and I went to a movie, and then I got out after, and you were still talking about the same thing. Just for my own boredom, I can't talk about the same thing over and over and over again in the same show. Maybe different shows, the topic will come up. But I try to mix it up just for my own entertainment, instead of going over and over again. But the good thing about this show is I'm so good now is that I'll go the way you would like to. If I'm talking about basketball and you call up and have a football question, I'm not going to say, sorry, we're not talking about that right now. Oh, and we have had some screeching halt non sequiturs from people over the years. Just jarringly shocking. Like, you really want to talk about that now? All right, let's do it. So we do have a little hockey talk coming up with Bruce Marshall at 10:40, at 11:40. Captain Keith Colburn. Seashells by the Seashore. He'll join us as well. TuneIn app, iHeartRadio app, Stitcher app. Also, CRN Digital Plus 2, the cable radio network channel 2, cable provider. American Forces Radio Network, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine, Coast Guard, National Guard, Space Force, Delta Force, doing a great job. Stay safe. Come home soon. We're proud of you. And what I say, Titillating Sports with Rick Tittle on Facebook, Twitter at Rick Tittle. Come on back.
Having your own home is awesome, but it's also a lot of work. The good news? Finding help for your projects is easier than ever. Introducing Angie, the app that puts all your home care needs at your fingertips. Need a pro to fix that emergency leak? Maybe find someone to build a deck, or even set your seasonal tasks on autopilot. Angie can handle all that and more. Expert pros, hundreds of home projects, clear pricing, and the easiest way to book and pay in seconds. This is Angie, your home for everything home. Download the app today.
Guys, we need to clear a path here.
Indeed knows unexpected employee turnover can stall your business.
John.
Like at Chris's logistics company. To avoid things grinding to a halt, he needs to get started hiring right away.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. And the moment you sponsor a job on Indeed, you get a short list of quality candidates from our resume database. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get a $75 credit for your first sponsored job post. Terms and conditions apply.
I am a non-attorney spokesperson representing a team of lawyers who've helped people that have been injured or wronged. Have you been diagnosed with cancer? Are you one of the millions who have taken Zantac or other generic versions of this popular drug to help treat stomach issues? Then pay close attention to this message. The FDA said it detected low levels of a probable cancer-causing chemical known as NDMA in Zantac and other generic forms of this popular drug. They've banned sales and even removed it from the market. If you've been diagnosed with cancer and you've taken Zantac or a generic equivalent, call the legal helpline now. You could receive a free cash award and have your medical expenses covered. And there's no upfront cost to you. They only get paid if you win. So please call now. 800-251-7460. 800-251-7460. 800-251-7460. That's 800-251-7460.
Hi, this is Ron Barr, and I've got great news for anyone suffering from ongoing pain due to aging, overexertion, and the effects of everyday living. Relief Factor is a 100% research-based formula that was created to combat the root causes of inflammation. Relief Factor is designed to address sore muscles, stiff joints, aches, and the general discomfort you may feel. There are 4 key ingredients, and each approaches the body's natural inflammatory response function from a different metabolic pathway. And they've got something special for Sports Byline Network listeners. You can get their 3-week quick start program for just $19.95. That's only 95 cents a day. Head to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-500-8384. Relief Factor helps to support a healthy response to inflammation and decreases discomfort from the effects of daily living, and you can get yours at ReliefFactor.com or by calling 1-800-500-8384. Your life, your freedom. Get back to living at ReliefFactor.com.
Hour 2 of Titillating Sports. You thought it couldn't get any better, but it's better. Rick Tittle is back. He's so great. I can't believe how awesome he is. More sports talk, yes. Couldn't get any better, but it's better. Rick Tittle is back. He's so great. I can't believe how awesome he is. More sports talk, yes. Hour 2 of Titillating Sports.
Hey, check out Channel 9. Check out Rick Tittle.
Check me out. Thank you for that. Welcome back to the show. Open lines, 1-800-878-PLAY is the way you get in and get heard. You know, a lot of times in NFL mock drafts, people will start plugging in names and then saying, okay, well, that's a done deal. This guy's going here, and you can just turn in the card to Roger Goodell right now. Like the Steelers at 18 are taking Najee Harris. No one's going to take him before that, and they're the team that really wants him. And that's just the way it is. They're taking Najee Harris at 18. They are? Well, it makes sense. No one's going to be surprised. But what I'm saying, I'm not saying he's not going to be great. He's the best running back in the draft, I think. I'd take him over Travis Etienne. Absolutely. And I love the kid. He's an East Bay kid like myself. There the similarities end. But I root for him. You know, he's supposed to be a really good guy, too. So as much as I hate the Steelers, that's a fantastic organization to go to with one of the best coaches of our generation, really. If you think about, Andy Reid and Belichick and Sean Payton, you got to put Tomlin in that conversation. You have to. Maybe not as an offensive whiz, but just as a leader of men, a leader of millionaire crybabies and teenage millionaires practically. I mean, he's in that conversation. But my point is that we all just kind of accept that's where this guy's going. And right now we all accept that the draft begins with the third pick. That's when the draft will begin, because Lawrence to Jacksonville and Wilson to the Jets, that's locked. So then now people want you to believe that, no, the draft begins at 4 because Mac Jones now is the lock to San Francisco. And I'm telling you right now, that's not true. I'm not saying that he hasn't been discussed. I'm not saying they didn't go to his pro day, because they did. I'm not saying they're not doing their due diligence. I'm not saying that drafting him is out of the question, because they might do it. But I'm telling you that they won't do it. They won't. And I love the other day I heard on a national broadcast on TV, I don't even know what the guy's name was. I think it was ESPN. So I'm not going to hold him to it because I don't remember his name. But he said Mac Jones was better at Alabama than Tua, and he had way less playmakers than Tua. And so I spit out my Ovaltine. Mac Jones had Jalen Waddle, first-round pick, Devontae Smith, Heisman Trophy winner, first-round pick, Najee Harris, first-round pick. I'm not saying that Tua didn't have some players too, but don't give me the less playmakers when you have 2 wide receivers and a running back who will all be first-round picks, and who one of them won the Heisman Trophy. It's just stupid to say that. But to me, Mac Jones is just maybe a skosh better than Sam Darnold. Is that what you want? Sam Darnold at 3 overall again? And then you start buying into these notions like we had when Tua was coming out, that Tua, who was going to be the number 1 overall pick, and then, oh, wait, no, who's this kid, Joe Burrow, coming out of nowhere, the transfer from Ohio State to LSU. No, it's going to be Joe Burrow. Well, Tua will go after that, and, blah, blah, blah. And then before the draft, nope, he's falling out of the top 10. And then you looked at it, and you're like, no, Miami's taken him at 5. He's not getting past them. He might go earlier, but Miami is not passing on Tua at 5, are they? Are they going to take Justin Herbert at 5? So, but the thing is, you start buying into the national story. And I don't use the word narrative because it's a stupid word that gets overused, like Peter Falk in The Princess Bride, not narrating anything. The Niners, for them to get the next Sam Darnold, the next A.J. McCarron, did not need to spend 2 first-round picks to get it. The Niners are head over heels in love with either Justin Fields or Trey Lance. That's the only way they do this. These are not blithering idiots. That doesn't mean they can't make mistakes, because everybody makes mistakes. Oh, people get paid a lot of money and still make mistakes. I heard a comedian the other day say, when you back a TV show that gets canceled after 4 episodes, or if you pass on a show that becomes a huge hit, why do those executives keep their job? Well, that's just the same thing in sports. There are some guys that just, like Billy Beane, he can't be fired. It's not possible. Yeah, but what about 3 last places? Oh, he can't be fired. It's impossible. So this whole thing, when you look through mocks now, it seems to me that as I look daily, that the draft now begins at 4, which makes 0 sense to me. Now, there are a couple of teams that like Mac Jones where they sit in the draft. And that starts to make more sense. And those two are New England, and apparently Sean Payton likes Mac Jones. Well, New Orleans is at 28, and Mac Jones is not going to make it to 28. New England is at 15. That's really rolling the dice if you want to sit at 15 like the Redskins. the Washington football team did with Dwayne Haskins. If they love him, New England could move up a few spots to get him. Because Mac Jones has done enough to get drafted in the first round. I'm not saying he's useless. I'm just saying when you look at a team like San Francisco and Kyle Shanahan, the offensive whiz, and he's a very good play caller, he passed on Patrick Mahomes. And that doesn't probably haunt him because every other team that passed on Patrick Mahomes is like, well, at the time we knew he had a great arm. We didn't know he was going to be like this, for Pete's sake. But I think that just a little bit, while it doesn't haunt Kyle Shanahan, it irks him. And he sees a guy that in this draft at 3 that he cannot possibly pass on. He's not going through another Patrick Mahomes whiff. And do you really think that guy is Mac Jones, the guy that'll keep him up at night because he didn't draft the next A.J. McCarron? Do you really think it? Now, you could say, well, look, everything you say about Mac Jones, they said about Tom Brady. In fact, he's more athletic than the unathletic Tom Brady. Why can't he be like Tom Brady? Well, I could see Bill Belichick thinking that. I had this stiff, unathletic dope who ended up being the greatest quarterback in history. So I see a lot of that in Mac Jones. And I think the Patriots at 15 makes perfect sense for Mac Jones, although he might be gone by then. Probably will be gone. But you just have to take a step back instead of saying, Mac Jones is the most pro-ready guy. He's kind of a plug-and-play. You don't put a plug-and-play guy in when you trade 2 future first-round picks. Niner fans will be sitting out drafts, plural. That Thursday night draft, woohoo, pomp and circumstance. Niner fans, go to a movie. This has nothing to do with you because you spent it all on this draft. And you think Mac Jones is that guy? No. Kyle Shanahan does not want to pass on a guy that will keep him up at night like Patrick Mahomes does. And that guy is probably Trey Lance, but it could very well be Justin Fields. It is not Mac Jones. So when you see a mock draft that has Jones at 3 and says this is when the draft is beginning, going to begin, I disagree. I think I've emphatically told you I disagree. It's not Mac Jones. I'm Rick Tittle. Come on back on Sports Byline.
Attention to anyone that's written a book or wants to write a book. The process is not that complicated. Take a first step. Even if you write a page a day, you'll build momentum and your book will become a reality. The hard part is getting it published. That's when you need to call Page Publishing. They've got hundreds and hundreds of thank yous from different new authors, just like you. They make the process of publishing your new book and getting it sold online a simple process. You can learn how simple it is right now by calling for your free Page Publishing new author submission kit. One quick 3-minute phone call, that's all it takes to get free information and learn how you can get your book published. Pick up your phone right now and call us 24 hours a day at this number. 800-603-0885. 800-603-0885. 800-603-0885. That's 800-603-0885.
I'm going to tell you how you can get real health care for as little as $6 a day. Yes, now you can get affordable health care for you and your family immediately and save as much as 50% off your current monthly health care payments. Our plans are perfect for people that are self-employed, can't afford health benefits where they work, or just want to pay less for their current health care. And coverage is guaranteed regardless of your medical condition. We even offer some of the new Christian faith-based health health benefits. Save up to 50% on your family's health care. Make a free quick call now. There are no contracts, and we give you a 10-day money-back trial period. Call Provision Enrollment right now for your risk-free, guaranteed health insurance quote starting at $6 a day.
800-472-5145. 800-472-5145. That's 800-472-5145.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There's a tremendous price war among the major term life companies. Rates have dropped dramatically in the past 2 years. For example, a man age 45 non-tobacco user, $1 million of coverage is only $75 per month, level for the next 10 years. Or a man age 50 non-tobacco user can buy $500,000 of coverage for a monthly premium of only $110. Guaranteed not to change for the next 20 years. That's right, level rates for 20 years. And if you're a smoker, we have great rates for you as well. At the Term Lifeline, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. So if you're looking for new or replacement term life insurance, call right now for a free quote.
Rates and availability may vary by state. Sample rate quotes are based on preferred non-tobacco underwriting exam required to qualify. 800-807-1981. 800-807-1981. That's 800-807-1981.
Wait! She must have meant 10 o'clock at night. Do you think? Why would she have you meet her at a bar at 10 in the morning? I just figured she was a raging alcoholic.
I wish you would try and slap Rick Tittle's mama's face. He would clown you.
All right, thank you for that. Next segment, we'll talk to Bruce Marshall of the Gold Sheet in Las Vegas about the National Hockey League. Trade deadline went yesterday. Who was aggressive, who wasn't, who did well, who did not. This time of year, obviously, I look at mock drafts usually around Halloween because my team stinks. But I look at him a little bit more now. Ryan Wilson, who is a guy I've read for a long time, and I almost feel like not reading him anymore because not just because he has Mac Jones going 3 to San Francisco. I can forgive him for that because he's just falling in line with all the other toy soldiers that do this. But he has Najee Harris as a third-round pick. That's just boneheaded. I'll apologize to him if I find out he goes, Rick, I understood that he had microsurgery on his kneecaps. Microfracture surgery. That's why I put him there. But to say that Najee Harris is a third-round pick, look, if you want to say Travis Etienne will be taken before him, that's fine. Etienne is a different type of guy. He's a little bit smaller. I mean, Najee Harris, what he did in the passing game, the running game, the way he blocked, I don't know how you would not pick him before Etienne. But I could see it. This guy, Etienne, played at Clemson for 4 years. I saw him play in the national title game. I took a picture of him actually jumping into the stands when I was down on the field after the game to hug his family. But that would mean, Javonte Williams, the North Carolina running back, as a second-round pick. Who's going to take Javonte Williams before Najee Harris? What are you doing? And look, I understand. You have to do something here to stand out. Otherwise, your mock draft is just a mock draft. It's like when I do my brackets with March Madness, when I do them, I always have a 13, a 14, a 12 winning. Otherwise, it's no fun. You got to get a little bit crazy, right? Life's too short. You got to do it at some point. But also, as I said, it's set in stone that Trevor Lawrence goes number 1 overall. And I remember after that title game at Levi Stadium in Santa Clara when they trounced Alabama, and there were suggestions that maybe Trevor Lawrence should just sit out and work out individually for the next 2 years. and get ready for the draft. What are you, Methuselah? Are you a vampire? How long are you going to be good? Could you imagine that if somebody would have taken that, if you would have taken that suggestion? I'm telling you right now, Trevor Lawrence would not be the number 1 overall pick if he did not play football for the last 2 years. He'd be like that basketball player who went to China at a high school and then he came back to a combine and be like, oh, we could see him in the low 20s. That's where Trevor Lawrence would be. He'd still be a first-round pick, but he'd be in the low 20s because he would have been out of sight, out of mind for 2 years. His timing is off. The sophistication of SEC defenses, well, he was in the ACC anyway, but the sophistication of Power 5 defenses, he just isn't ready. It was a bonehead decision. But I bring up Trevor Lawrence because according to SI, there is a Jacksonville Jaguars fan named Eric Dillard. Eric Dillard found out that Trevor Lawrence married his longtime girlfriend, Marissa Mowry, just this weekend. And how south of the Mason-Dixon line do you have to be to get married at 21? But in the old days, this is what people did, and there are still a lot of cultures, a lot of places on the planet, a lot of places in America where you just marry your college sweetheart. You marry your high school sweetheart. I remember when I was in college and my girlfriend was in a sorority at Cal, and at least 3 of her sorority sisters got married right after they graduated college. And I was thinking, what are you doing? But anyway, congratulations to them. Obviously, she knew she's been with him the whole way, and he knows she's not a gold digger, and they're in love. And Marissa Lawrence, I should say. But anyway, this guy, Eric Dillard, a Jaguars fan, he wanted to find out more about the wedding. And what he found was when he went digging, and this is why it's scary on the internet, to me, there's nothing more scary than people who put pictures of their kids on the internet. Their kids on the internet. You know how many freaks and weirdos are out there? Ask the Currys about freaks and weirdos. Ask Joe Montana, a woman who walked into the house and took his grandkid for, you want to put him down? Oh, sorry. The only thing a little bit less freaky but still horrible is the she said yes. There's a guy on the beach and he's on a knee, and the girl, her dress is blowing in the wind. And nowadays, you didn't really get engaged unless you did it on social media. And you don't really love your fiancé unless you let strangers look. Lots of strangers. Let all the strangers look. So Dillard wanted to buy Lawrence a wedding gift. Already, that's that's scary, right? He found their wedding registry online. Yikes. And he found that no one had bought the $300 toaster. First of all, I don't care if you're Jeff Bezos. What the hell is a $300 toaster? Does it sprinkle beluga caviar on it as it ejects? Does it slide out into your mouth? Does it come out sprinkled with cinnamon and sugar? I don't know. Maybe it's gold plated, right? Maybe Leonardo da Vinci painted the side. Maybe Picasso did some cubism art. I don't know. But a $300 toaster. And so Dillard said, I quickly jumped back on Twitter with the idea of maybe buying the vacuum. I thought it was important to float the idea because I had already collected $2,250, and I wanted people to be okay where the money was going. And so at the end, the poll said, send the rest to charity. So Lawrence and Mallory both grew up in Cartersville, Georgia. While it was probably good that she went to a different school. She went to something called Anderson University, which is also in South Carolina. But it's a very exciting time for the Lawrences, as they're going to be the number 1 overall pick. And they're going to stay at home, by the way. Remember, they're not going to be going to the draft. But Urban Meyer's coming to town. And, one of the great college coaches, really, of all time, if you think about what he did at 4 different schools. I throw Toledo in there as well as Utah and Florida and Ohio State. Fantastic coach. He's had his health problems. He's the same age as I am. He's had a couple of episodes. So hopefully the pressure doesn't get to him. You might remember that whole way he had to leave Columbus. It was a little bit, Some people thought he was complicit. Some people thought it would have to do with somebody on his staff who was abusing his wife. We won't get into all that, but it's a clean slate for him, I guess. But just the fact, because I know there are certain members of the soccer team I root for and also the baseball team I root for that whenever anyone new comes in, I know a few people, and they just happen to be female. They just happen to be. But they immediately see if he has a wife or a girlfriend. And they want to know, and then they go to her Instagram or Twitter, and they know everything about her. She's a lawyer. She's an interior decorator. She likes cats, and then they follow her on Twitter. I'm just telling you, I know that people think this is de rigueur and this is just the way you do things. It's scary. Now, these people mean no harm. They're just nosy as hell. What does his girlfriend look like? And then they judge her. Oh, she has fake boobs, or oh, she's real. She's nice. Like, you've never met her. Don't judge the fake boob girl. Don't judge. It's all judged on what they look like. Oh, she's a trophy wife, or she's real. It's all BS. They don't know the wife or girlfriend, or wag, as they say. But yeah, now your wedding registry, people can tap into that. And they can buy you your $300 toaster and then give the rest of the money to charity and have other people pitch in. It's not nice. It's creepy. And if I was the Lawrences, I wouldn't return it, but I would definitely give it to somebody else. All right, we'll talk a little hockey on the other side. Come on back on Sports Byline.
And now today's rust-eating tip of the day, presented by Freol Deep Penetrating Oil. You're all set for a quick tire rotation until you have a rusted-on wheel. Coat those lug nuts in penetrating oil, let them sit for a few minutes, and you'll have them off in a cinch. Now, give a generous spray into each mounting hole, place a 2x4 on the outer edge of the wheel, and smack the wood with a mallet, just enough to create some braking force and vibration. Repeat if necessary. And now a word from Freol.
Stop wasting your time struggling to loosen rusted nuts and bolts. Start using Freol Deep Penetrating Oil. Freol spreads deep into rusted or frozen parts to help release tough bolts and washers. Its formula delivers 3 times more lubricant. That means less sprays, less torque, and less time than any other penetrating oil on the market. It's even silicone-free. Professionals have trusted Freol Deep Penetrating Oil for over 40 years. Now it's your turn. Get Freol today at AutoZone, O'Reilly, and Napa. Look for the silver can.
Prescription products require completion of an online consultation with an independent healthcare provider and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Additional restrictions apply. See website for more details and safety information.
You've loved her since the day you first met her. You've loved her through the good times and the bad. There's nothing you wouldn't do to make her happy. You may be older now, but that doesn't mean your love will ever change. ED happens, and it happens to about 50% of men over the age of 40. Visit RexMD.com and show her your love has never changed and never will. RexMD.com has helped thousands of men. Here's how RexMD.com works. Just fill out a brief survey, and if appropriate, you can get FDA-approved ED medication, which are currently available to new customers. Your consultation is free. There's no copays, no doctor office visits, and your shipping is always free. At RexMD.com, we've made the process fast, easy, and affordable. Don't wait another minute. RexMD.com is now offering sample pack prescriptions of ED medication. Visit RexMD.com right now. That's REXMD.com.
Have you written a book? You can become a published author with Dorrance Publishing, the nation's oldest publishing services company. Countless authors have trusted Dorrance for nearly 100 years to bring their book to the market. Our professional team will edit your text, design your book pages, and create an appealing, eye-catching custom cover. Plus, our authors benefit from a custom book promotion marketing campaign that makes your book available where people buy books, like Amazon and brick-and-mortar bookstores. So make this free call right now to claim your free author's guide to publishing. Don't wait another day. Take one step closer to realizing your dream of becoming a published author and seeing your name in print. You've already written a book, so the next thing to do is make this free call right now to Dorrance Publishing and get your free guide to publishing. Call right now.
800-485-6003. 800-485-6003. That's 800-485-6003.
As Gotch brings it in, Sharks get it out. Here's a breakaway. Patrick Marleau scores!
Cares about anything else when you've got Rick Tittle on the radio?
Always great to catch up with Bruce Marshall, the proprietor of the Gold Sheet and thegoldsheet.com in Las Vegas, and we like to talk hockey on Tuesdays. Bruce, the trade deadline closing up yesterday, and some moves all around the league. Let's start off with the Washington Capitals getting Anthony Mantha from the Detroit Red Wings for Richard Panik, Jakub Vrana, and a first and a second-round pick, a first-round pick this year, a second-round pick next year. And the potential for Mantha, I mean, the guy is a monster. He's like 6'5", and he's scored 24 goals in a season twice. And you can see what the Capitals are doing. They're getting a 26-year-old guy who is signed for 3 more years for a guy like Vrana who's going to be a restricted free agent. Did they pay too high a price? What do you think of the deal?
I like it, and Mantha's gives him a lot more down the road. I don't think he's going to be any less productive than Vrana would have been now. He's got some versatility, upside. He gives him another big body out there. Not quite like Tom Wilson, but not too far away from that, and the guy who can score. So I think that was pretty good work there, and it was probably pretty good. I think the Red Wings were really happy with the deal too, because they were able to squeeze a first round and a second rounder out of it, and a couple of players who could help out shorter term. But it's sometimes you get NHL, you can get these deals that are win-win both ways, and I think this might be one of them.
I think that might be true about the Panthers getting Sam Bennett from Calgary for Emil Heineman and a second-round pick next year, because if you think about Bennett, who has been in the league a while, even though he's still young, and I think, what was he, like the 4th overall pick, but he's only 24, and, maybe his best days were behind him, but he adds, a lot of depth to the forward line, and for Calgary, you get a guy like Heineman, who's, a second-round pick last year. I don't know. Was it a bit of an overpay? What do you think?
It could be, but Bennett, he might be one of these guys who just needed a change of scenery, and maybe he can flourish now down in Florida or come closer to it. So I think it was, again, this is one of these deals that I think both teams are probably pretty happy about it right now, for the Flames to get a player and a second round pick out of it, for Bennett, not too bad. Although I think the overarching thing in Calgary is they're kind of disappointed that things haven't picked up a little bit quicker since Darryl Sutter came in as coach, and they really haven't played any better than they do with Jeff Ward. So there's some other factors going on with Calgary right now, but I think Florida's probably pretty happy that they got Bennett out of that deal.
Your Golden Knights get Matthias Janmark. Chicago gets a second round and a third round. The Sharks got in as well on a three-way deal, a fifth-round pick from Vegas. But the Knights had been in on a few deals. They were in on the Hall deal, the Foligno deal. But a guy like Janmark, very speedy player, and I think what this was Vegas looking at Calgary thinking we can't just at Colorado thinking we can't just stand still because we don't want the Avalanche to fly by us here. Just a extra little speedy piece for him?
Yeah, it is, and his versatility is good, Rick, because they can move him anywhere. He can play at center if they need be, and I think that if there was one thing the Knights wanted was a little bit more cover at center. They thought they might have been a little bit thin there, so if they have to, they can play Janmark there, but he does give them some flexibility, and he'll probably be in second or third line there and get plenty of work, and he gives them some flexibility. Now they've been historically active at the deadline. It was the Tatar trade 3 years ago. Mark Stone, Leonard, they picked up last year. So, and Kelly McCrimmon now pushing those buttons with George McPhee overseeing things. But they were. You're right. They were in on. They were trying to get on Hall and somebody else. But I think this year probably the best they could do was Janmark at this time, and I think they're pretty happy with that.
The Bruins were aggressive. Let's just talk about Taylor Hall. They got him for a second-round pick, and Anders Bjork from Buffalo. There are some out there that I was listening to before the deadline that said they don't even want Taylor Hall. The offensive production is just not there, and he comes with some baggage as well. What do you think about the Bruins on this trade?
I think it's a worthwhile risk for them, although I fear the same things about Hall, that he's not the most efficient shooter or scorer, but he does have, history. This guy was in MVP not that long ago. So it's a worthwhile risk, and apparently the thought is you get him out of Buffalo, and maybe, that will really get him focused. Apparently he's had dreams about playing for the Bruins for a long time. So if he's in his dream destination, that can only help. By the way, Buffalo does play Boston tonight, too. I think the other half of this, though, is Buffalo, and that's the best. Getting a second round right now is the best they could have gotten for Hall. And you look at some of the guys that Buffalo has had to move here, and it's just a function of where they're at this season, how this season has gone. But they've had to move a few guys, and they didn't get near the return that it would have seemed they could have gotten at one point for them. But they're in this transition phase. It is what it is. They got a first-year GM there. He had to make something happen here, and I think it was for Buffalo a case. So that was the best they got. They really were holding out for a number one pick for Hall, but nobody was willing to offer it.
A couple more questions for Bruce Marshall of the Gold Sheet. Jeff Carter leaves the Kings going to Pittsburgh, who over the years has, made these moves for older guys like Marlowe. But if you think about, Malkin still being out, and, Crosby played with Carter on the Canadian gold medal team in 2014. And a lot of people thought Pittsburgh wouldn't be part of the, any significant trade, being they didn't have a lot of picks. So they give up a conditional third round next year and a conditional fourth round in 2 years. And to add a veteran like that for, those types of picks, how do you not do that move if you're Ron Hextall now?
Yeah, absolutely. There's the window is kind of closing here on the Penguins. I think they know that, and they still think they might be able to make something, happen right now. Ron Hextall had been reunites him with Carter from back in long the days of the Flyers, so it made some sense. And Carter's still got some decent hockey. He's 36. It's a shorter-term deal, but they're kind of thinking, short-term right now. And in Pittsburgh, and maybe this helps them out. So we'll see. But I understand the move for Carter, and the Kings are taking back some of the salary too. So it's not a lot of risk and potential high reward. So I think that's the sort of deal Hextall likes to do right now.
Let's talk about a couple of netminders on the move. Devin Dubnyk didn't even last an entire year in San Jose. Martin Jones has been playing a lot better recently, so he moves on to the Avalanche for an up-and-down yo-yo player, a guy named Greg Pattern, and a 2021 fifth-round pick. You think about all the injuries that the Lanch have had in between the sticks. Dubnyk is a big guy who is not a joke. He's not good, but it's funny how he goes to a situation now where he might even win a Stanley Cup. What do you think about Dubnyk as a depth piece for Colorado?
I think it was worthwhile because we saw what happened to them in the bubble last year, and with Francouz hurting now, I mean, Grubauer's had to take on way too much of a workload, I think. So at least I think this allows Jared Bednar at least to pace Grubauer a little bit more in this last month before we ramp up into the playoffs, and they'll give Dubnyk some work. And if they have to use him in an emergency, if it gets like last year, I guess Dubnyk will be better than what they've got. Dubnyk's career has gone downhill the last 2 years, and he didn't even play in the bubble last year, and he missed most of last season, and then didn't quite ignite for the Sharks the way they thought he would either. But it wasn't that long ago he was one of the featured netminders in the league, and right now, maybe he can assume a Ryan Miller type role and be he's in there as a backup that is useful, and I think that's really all that Colorado was looking for, and maybe they got it.
Yeah, we saw David Rittich go to Toronto from Calgary for a little depth as well. But before we go, I want to ask you about the Foligno and Stefan Noesen deal. Toronto gets those two guys. The Jackets get Toronto's first-round pick this year, a fourth-round pick next year. The Sharks, once again, they did a lot of little moves. They get a fourth-round pick out of this as well. Was it worth the high price that Toronto paid? And do you like the fact that they're being very aggressive?
Yeah, I think it might be worth it. But again, this is one of these things. The Sharks is a peripheral factor in this one, but Columbus as well. Columbus in a little different spot right now, but this is sort of Jarmo Kekalainen was able to make these some of these moves and not really panic with it. And he got a pretty nice return, a couple of first-round picks for players on expiring contracts. Foligno could be a really big plus for Toronto, I think. But he could be back in Columbus next year because he is going to be on an expiring contract. So I like the way Kekalainen did this, but I also understand where Toronto was coming from. Both these deals, I mean, the deals with Columbus and then getting Rittich too, because they also had some depth problems in goal there if Anderson doesn't come back. Jack Campbell's been really good since he's been in there, but you can never have too many quality goalies, especially if one of them has been hurting like Anderson was. So I like getting Rittich as well for the Leafs.
All right, the gold sheet, that's where you want to go if you're going to be taking a punt or a flutter, as they say in England. What's going on with the gold sheet?
Yeah, Ricky, it's pretty busy, even though college hoops is down, but NBA is still going hot and heavy. NHL baseball started. We got a little Champions League today, tomorrow, Europa League Thursday. So soccer is ramping up pretty nice here, too. We got picks on that stuff every day up at goldsheet.com, our basketball publication every day as well. My picks as well up there, also at Vegas Insider and DonBest.com.
There he is, Bruce Marshall. Check it out, goldsheet.com. Bruce, thanks for coming on and breaking down the trades. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week, buddy.
Okay, Rick.
All right, I'm Rick Tittle. We'll take a quick break. Come on back. Sports Spot.
Now you can make your home look great and save money. Right now, when you call Renewal by Anderson, you can buy 4 windows and get the 5th one free. Plus, you get 12 months with no interest, no money down, and no payments. Upgrade your home. Buy 4 windows and get the 5th one free. Installation and warranty are even included. And the Renewal by Anderson certified retailers take every safety precaution to protect you and your family. Hey, for 25 years, people have trusted Renewal by Anderson for their window replacement needs, and you can too. So call right now. Don't wait. Learn how to get your free window when you buy 4.
800-413-6992. 800-413-6992. That's 800-413-6992.
Interest accrues from date of purchase, but is waived if paid in full within 12 months. Other conditions apply. We've adjusted our operations to serve you safely following all CDC guidelines. Visit renewalbyanderson.com for details.
I don't even recognize myself anymore.
I'm really worried about him. His addiction. I haven't seen him like this. Ever.
Hey, look, I never wanted to start using. I knew the drill, but I was out of options.
I just want to tell him it's not your fault. There are people out there who can help. People who have felt your pain. They know what you're going through.
This has to stop. I'm losing everything. Everyone.
You've been strong your whole life. You can do this, but you have to reach out for help.
It's time. I can do this.
Addiction is a disease, and diseases need treatment.
Call Quit Drugs 321 now at 800-338-6906. 800-338-6906. That's 800-338-6906. Paid for by the Detox and Treatment Helpline.
Hey, travelers, do you want to save money on your next flight? Then pick up the phone and call. That's right, call, because the best prices are not online. They're with SmartFares. See, SmartFares has special deals with the airlines. When they have unsold seats, they use SmartFares to fill them. So you get airline tickets at ridiculously low prices. Our prices are too low to publish online. With the extra money you'll save, you can book another trip or treat yourself to dinner or shopping. So stop searching all of those travel sites to find the lowest price on your next flight. Let one of our SmartFares expert travel agents find ridiculously low prices for you. Call SmartFares today and get the best price on your next flight. Guaranteed. Also, save up to 50% off business and first-class tickets.
855-325-1780. 855-325-1780. That's 855-325-1780.
I joined the Army because my father and my brother were in the Army. I thought I'd better join before I got drafted.
Son, there ain't no draft no more.
There was one?
Tittle always goes commando.
Hey, thank you for that. You know what? A lot of times I look around and I see a mess. How do I clean it? I use Tub-O towels. That's right, Tub-O apostrophe towels. No relation to Shaquille O'Neal or Patty O'Furniture. This is Tub-O towels, baby. These extra-large 10-inch by 12-inch heavy-duty cleaning wipes have over 30,000 five-star reviews for a reason. Unlike other wipes, Tub-O towels literally breaks the bond that holds dirt and grease on a surface to clean just about anything. And it can be found in the hand cleaning aisle at O'Reilly, AutoZone, Advance, Napa, and Pep Boys. These wipes aren't just for hands because they may start in the garage, but they do end up in the home. And speaking of your hands, maybe you're a little sensitive. Each wipe contains aloe vera, vitamin E, and lanolin. So even though they're tough on messes, they're gentle on the hands. There's also a vapor lock lid for the top to make sure that it's tight and it keeps those cleaning whites moist. Try squeezing the tub just to test its strength. So what does it remove? Grease, oil, and tar, paint and stains, adhesives and decals, caulks and silicones, brake dust and engine grime, permanent marker, inks, glue, and wax, food and drink stains, bird messes as well. What could you use it on? How about audio interior and exterior, leather, vinyl, metal, RVs, ATVs, boats, wall floors, tiles, outdoor furniture and grills. There's patio furniture again. Appliances and countertops, paint rollers, brushes and pans, fabric and carpet, lawn and garden equipment. So, look, enough of me yakking about it. Go to tubotowels.com. Once again, TUBOTOWELS, tubotowels.com to check it out. How's that, huh? All right. We got another hour to go, and we have Captain Keith Colburn of the Discovery Channel. He's been on the show many years. He just keeps rolling along year after year on that Deadliest Catch. Very entertaining, very popular. I'm Rick Tittle. Come on back.
You're listening to the Heartland Newsfeed Radio Network, live at heartlandnewsfeed.com.
This stream is supported by advertisers and contributions by you.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Mounting concern about Russia. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. The U.S. sending a message that Russia's recent military buildup near Ukraine isn't okay. The top U.S. general in Europe appearing before Congress while President Biden spoke to Russia's leader.
In a phone call today with Russian President Vladimir Putin, President Biden voiced concerns over Russia's military buildup in Crimea and on Ukraine's borders and called on Russia to de-escalate. The White House provided details of the phone call that also included discussions on arms control, cyber intrusion, and election interference. President Biden suggested a summit in the coming months in a third country to discuss a full range of issues facing the United States and Russia.
Fox's Jared Halpern at the White House. 2 U.S. warships are due to arrive in the Black Sea this week. Meantime, President Biden is reportedly set to drop a May 1st deadline for U.S. troops to leave Afghanistan as peace talks with the Taliban continue, setting a new goal of September 11th, which this year will mark the 20th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks. At the U.S. Capitol.
He's defined by his dignity, his decency, his loyalty, and his courage.
President Biden among those paying tribute to Capitol Police Officer Billy Evans, lying in state just over a week after he was killed during an attempted Capitol breach. A rare but serious form of blood clotting in a handful of people leads to a pause for the Johnson & Johnson COVID vaccine. Fox's Jonathan Seri.
Of the 6.8 million Americans receiving J&J's vaccine, 6 women developed a clot called cerebral venous sinus thrombosis in combination with low levels of blood platelets. The Independent Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices will meet on Wednesday to further assess whether these cases are connected to the vaccine or coincidental.
The CDC and FDA recommending a pause until that process is finished. One of the women died. America is listening to Fox News.
Don't let the challenge of creating mobile apps stall your business. Building apps takes time, special skills, and a lot of money. Fortunately, with Sodi Snap, you can unleash your inner developer by allowing you to build and deploy apps fast. You don't need to be a software developer, and you don't need a lot of money. With Sodi Snap, you can create apps up to 10 times faster than traditional methods. Leverage Sodi's free app prototyping service. Visit sodi.net/Fox for a free trial for Fox News radio listeners. That's SOTI.net/Fox.
The defense begins calling witnesses at the murder trial of former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin and the death of George Floyd.
The defense called 2 police officers who described an unruly crowd that gathered at last year's arrest scene. A paramedic who previously treated Floyd, testifying that he had an extremely high blood pressure at the time, to Floyd's friend Shawanda Hill, who was with Floyd in his car, telling jurors that Floyd fell asleep.
And when they came there, I tried to wake him up. They tried to wake him up. I tried to wake him up over and over. And his friend tried to wake him up. And he woke up. Then he'll say something. He made a little gesture, and nodded back up.
Until Floyd was aroused by police, the defense claims it was a drug overdose and Floyd's bad heart that killed him, as the state points to Derek Chauvin as the cause.
Fox's Jeff Manasso. A second night of violence in Brooklyn Center, Minnesota, over the traffic stop death of Dante Wright, also sparking protests in other cities and renewed calls for police reform. Airbnb's pandemic-driven crackdown on big parties apparently isn't going away.
Gather a group of people together at an Airbnb this summer and you'll have neighbors using technology to report you to the company. It's expanding its neighborhood support line. You could even have your noise level detected by minute sensors provided at a discount to hosts. It's part of Airbnb's Summer of Responsible Travel, especially focused on the 4th of July weekend. The home rental company has stepped up support to hosts and will ban one-night or last-minute stays, especially for guests who don't already have a positive review. It already has a 16-person limit on gatherings. Ginny Coselda, Fox News.
A sell-off for the Dow. Right now it's down 178 points, but the NASDAQ and the S&P are higher. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Not again. When your business strategy relies on mobile technology, the last thing you need is downtime. Downtime leads to lost productivity, angry managers, and unhappy customers. More remote workers using more mobile devices means more risk for costly downtime. And you can't constantly buy, ship, and deploy new devices whenever they go down. Fortunately, with SODI, you can view the screen of any remote device, whether it's across town or around the world. This lets you diagnose, troubleshoot, and resolve issues anytime, anywhere in minutes. Open a whiteboard session and draw directly on the screen to guide the user through the issue. Instead of typing, simply record audio and video of the call and attach it to a support ticket. Minimize downtime. Maximize your business mobility. Visit sodi.net/Fox for a free trial for Fox News radio listeners. That's SOTI.net/Fox.
Here is a look at weather from the Heartland Newsfeed Weather Center. Tuesday, scattered showers in the morning, otherwise mostly sunny with a high near 61. Tuesday night, mostly cloudy with a low around 40. Wednesday, sunny with a high near 56. That's the latest weather. Check out more news and weather on our website at heartlandnewsfeed.com.
Thank you for that. Welcome back to the show. Rick Tittle with you coast to coast around the world on AFN. Keith Colburn, the wizard, Crab Wizard. He'll be joining me in about a half hour. I put a little picture of him on the old social media. Twitter, at Rick Tittle. Facebook fan page, so many fans. Titillating Sports with Rick Tittle. And I got him wearing the Bass Pro Shop hat. And if you go into Bass Pro Shop, the hat that he's wearing, it's called, I think, the $3.99 toupee. It's kind of funny. It says America's cheapest toupee. But the thing about Keith Colburn, having these guys on the show, I've had so many of these guys on my show over the years that I figure it's about time that I watched more of them. You know what I'm saying? And the fact is that I saw Dave Turin, his show, and I said to him, We're not going to see any tears this year, are we? Because it's said an emotional year. And he goes, oh, actually, there are some tears, yeah. I was watching it, and he got a call, and he's like, no, he did not, no. And he starts crying. He gets a call that his dad died. It was really hard to watch. And I'm here going, there's no tears, are there? Ha ha. And he said, oh, there's some tears. Good Lord. I wish I hadn't asked that question now. I felt bad for him. But anyway, these are big TV stars. Big stars. Biggest star in the world. You hear me? That was Mickey Rooney. All right. TuneIn app, iHeartRadio app, Stitcher app gets the show. Also on sportsbyline.com, streaming along. Any emails, rick@sportsbyline.com. And on your TV set, if you have cable, CRN Digital Plus 2. That's the cable radio network channel 2. Open lines at 1-800-878-PLAY. I'm Rick Tittle. Come on back.
If you owe the IRS back taxes, don't worry. There's a bright side. The experts at BrightSideTaxRelief.com will protect you from having your wages garnished, money deducted from your bank account, and your home or business seized. BrightSideTaxRelief.com will fight the IRS and negotiate to reduce or eliminate the amount you owe. Visit BrightSideTaxRelief.com or call 800-730-4313. That's 800-730-4313. The consultation is free. Go to BrightSideTaxRelief.com now.
Learn how thousands of smart homeowners are investing about $1 to avoid expensive home repair bills. John, a former non-customer, said, my air conditioner broke and I had to spend $1,900 to fix it. Jeff, a customer, wrote, my air conditioner broke and I got a new one at no out-of-pocket cost. Mary, a former non-customer, wrote, my heating system stopped running. I had to spend $3,000 to get a new one. Lisa, a customer, wrote, my heater stopped working. I got it fixed at no out-of-pocket cost. For about $1 a day, you can have all the major appliances and systems in your home guaranteed fixed or replaced with HSC's home warranty coverage. Call now, and the first month is free. If the lines are busy, please call back.
800-410-4771. 800-410-4771. 800-410-4771. That's 800-410-4771.
Okay, we are running a car drive right now to help veterans all across America. So if you have an old car, truck, or van, even a motorcycle or an RV sitting around, you can right now give it away and help the vets. They really need your help. And your car will help support the vets and their families. And guess what? You even get a tax donation. Plus, we'll even come and pick up your car for free. And all you've got to do is pick up your phone right now and make a free call. Now is the perfect time to do something good for the vets. Give back to the vets right now for all they've done for this country. And your old car can really help them. So call the Veterans Car Donation Program right now for free pickup of your vehicle. Help the vets and help your taxes at the same time. Call right now.
800-215-6812. 800-215-6812. 800-215-6812. That's 800-215-6812.
Whether class is in school, at home, or a little bit of both, school goes on.
And Staples has everything you need to start the year right.
From lap desks to notebooks, noise-canceling headphones to UV sanitizers.
And all at amazing prices. This week, notebooks and rulers are just 25 cents each.
Now that's a back-to-school deal you don't want to miss. Shop in-store, order online, or pick up curbside. School on, save on at Staples.
Ends 9/26. Limit 30. Limits vary online while supplies last. Curbside available in most stores.
Titillating Sports with Rick Tittle. Rick Tittle is a genius, the best show ever. He's so wonderful, genius, the best show ever. He's so wonderful. Titillating Sports with Rick Tittle. Rick Tittle he's so handsome, he's a genius.
Thank you for that, and welcome back to the show. Rick Tittle with you, coast to coast and around the world on American Forces Radio Network. Just got the odds from Bet Online about the 2021 NFL MVP, and it's just kind of it's just kind of fun to look at for a second because Patrick Mahomes is the favorite, 5-1. That's not bad. Let's put $100 on Mahomes. If he wins, you get $500. Why not? I spent $100 on dinner. That's really not bad. Aaron Rodgers 9-1, get $900. Then it goes Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, and Matt Stafford. Wow, the new quarterback of the Rams. Matt Stafford ahead of guys like Tom Brady and Dak Prescott. He's got Deshaun Watson. BetOnline.com. He's got Deshaun Watson at 22-1, which is the same as Justin Herbert and Russell Wilson. That shows you how great of a rookie year Justin Herbert has, as he has the same odds as the guy who led the NFL in passing and a great player in Prescott coming back from an injury. But the interesting thing about Deshaun Watson with these, 22 civil suits and 3 criminal suits, and now the lawyer's saying, oh, yeah, everything happened, but it was all consensual. Yeah, that's going to be hard, and I just wonder, can he still play well with this hanging over his head? You can – it depends. How can you compartmentalize things? I had Ken Burns on last Thursday to talk about the Hemingway documentary, which I watched on PBS. And I think what it says a lot in that documentary is, like, if you're really good looking and really smart, how you can manipulate people. But also that documentary shows, like, there was a time when, he was married and then he had his girlfriend on the side and he said, I knew everything was wrong, but I was really happy. And so, as I said, there are some, you might call them sociopaths, but there are some people who they know that what they're doing is wrong, but they're still happy. So, I mean, it's possible. It's possible that Deshaun Watson could still have a tremendous season. Derek Carr is a 40-1 for an MVP. I always look just for fun, which is the same as Jalen Hurts. Now, that probably hurts. Derek Carr's like, I'm in the same place as Jalen Hurts. But how about this? Mac Jones is a 150-1, as is Trey Lance, Justin Fields. So those are 3 rookie quarterbacks. And Teddy Bridgewater. They think Teddy Bridgewater has the same chance of being MVP as Mac Jones. By the way, which is still worse than Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold is 100-1 to win the MVP. So if you really want to play the home version of the lottery, which is ripping up a $1 bill, if you want to play the home version, you can do that if you want. Just go ahead and put money on Sam. I don't know. It's sad. Listen, I know I'm hard on him. He's an easy target. He really is. Also, some NFL news. Julian Edelman failed his physical, so he's retired. Bill Belichick wrote a very heartwarming, long not eulogy, send off, talking about how he's one of the best. And when you look at the fact that, the number 1 playoff receiver of all time is Jerry Rice, that number 2 is Edelman, I found that very surprising. I mean, Edelman has a case for the Hall of Fame, which, to me seemed laughable just a few years ago, but now he has a pretty good case. The interesting thing about Edelman retiring after 12 years, remember, he was a 7th-round pick, the quarterback at Kent State, and Belichick thought, I can use this guy in the offense. No one thought that little guy would be as good as he is. And you think about that comeback against Atlanta in the Super Bowl, that ridiculous catch that he made with his fingertips as well. But Rod Gronkowski knows a thing or two about retiring and unretiring. He told TMZ Sports that Edelman has a 69% chance of unretiring and joining them in Tampa Bay. Why did it have to be 69%? Gronkowski always has to have a little bit of a laugh, right? So there's also the Patriots' position in all of this because the club terminated his contract following the failed physical. And you think about hanging on to the rights of a guy who may find his way back into the league, similar to what they did with Gronkowski. Edelman said that he's honored to retire as a Patriot, and he kept saying Foxborough forever. And somebody says, oh, he can't walk that back at this point. Of course he can. Of course he can say, I'm just kidding. Look, you can have a change of heart. I mean, it's April. It's baseball season. We're getting ready for basketball and hockey playoffs, We're wrapping up another soccer season. We're not thinking about football right now outside of the draft. We're just not, some free agent signings one way or the other. So, right now it's very easy to retire. And then you can see about whether you want to come back. Another interesting piece of news is that James Conner is now, I'm a friend of Sarah Conner, I was told she was here. James Conner has found a new home, 25-year-old running back, leaving the Steelers to go to the Arizona Cardinals on a one-year deal. He did fly out for a visit yesterday, and he was impressed and got a little one-on-one time. So that means his time in Pittsburgh is now over after the first 4 years there. And, Arizona was in the market for running back after the Raiders overpaid, in my opinion, for Kenyon Drake. And, as it stood, Chase Edmonds was looked at as the week one starter at the position. But now you have Conner that gives the club another back, obviously. But there's some familiarity. The running back coach, James Saxon, is a longtime assistant with the Steelers. And, his best years, he was a Pro Bowler a few years ago. That's when he ran for nearly 1,500 yards, over 5 yards a carry. And so there's some familiarity there as well. But the last 2 years, the injury bug, if you like, really bit him. And so, he's even injured right now. Ian Rappaport said he underwent back surgery and he had turf toe. But obviously Arizona feels that the bill of health is now clean. So some people were saying that Najee Harris could be a bet if the Steelers didn't take him to land in Arizona. Still could be. But, the Steelers were already going to draft Najee Harris. I set it in stone. Now that Conner's left, now they're in italics, really going to draft Najee Harris. All right, I'm Rick Tittle. Come on back on Sports Byline.
Who's watching? Tell me who's watching? Who's watching me? I always feel like somebody's watching me, and I have no privacy. Oh, I always feel like somebody's watching me. Tell me, is it just a dream? Oh, when I come home at night, I roll the door.
Attention timeshare owners. This is an urgent consumer alert from the Timeshare Exit Hotline, a national company specializing in helping consumers legally get out of their expensive timeshare contracts. We're offering you a way to legally get rid of your timeshare. So if you're fed up with the maintenance fees that keep on coming and want to learn if you can terminate your timeshare legally and permanently, call today. Even if you've tried before and were unsuccessful in getting rid of your timeshare, call today and see if we can help. We offer a complete 100% unconditional client satisfaction guarantee. Make this completely free call and learn how we can help you legally put an end to your timeshare nightmare once and for all. You have nothing to lose, so call right now to qualify and receive a free consultation. 800-880-7167. 800-880-7167. That's 800-880-7167. Paid for by Airtime Media. You love your dog. Is something bothering him or her and you can't figure out what it is? Maybe they seem slow or lethargic, and maybe they just don't have energy. Wouldn't you like your dog to be living their very best life? PetJoy offers a money-back guarantee on all of its products. If your dog won't eat it or you don't see the results you want, just let us know and we'll make it right. Totally risk-free. What do you have to lose? You can't buy PetJoy multivitamins in a store. The only way you can get them is through this unique radio offer. And if you call right now, learn how to get 2 bottles free with your order. Turn your dog's life around and make him or her a happy camper. Ain't that right, boy? He said call PetJoy right now. 800-846-2153. 800-846-2153. 800-846-2153. That's 800-846-2153.
Are you 60 plus and love to travel? Introducing the Senior Travel Discount Network, brought to you by Low Cost Airlines. Call us anytime, day or night, and save up to 75% on your airline and hotel reservations. We can help you save a ton of money to fly almost anywhere. We have inside discounts on over 500 airlines and 500,000 hotels worldwide. And when you call and mention the discount code 60 plus, we'll give you an extra free night with your qualified air and hotel reservation. Now you can get the best prices on air and hotel reservations with your phone. We make it easy and fast for you to save money and book a trip. Remember, call the Senior Travel Discount Network, mention the discount code 60 plus for your free hotel night with your qualified reservation. Call now.
800-493-6118. 800-493-6118. 800-493-6118. That's 800-493-6118.
I'm sorry, it's the pleats. It's actually an optical illusion. It's the pattern on the pants. It's not flattering in the crotchal region. I'm actually taking them back right now, taking them back to the pants store.
Rick Tittle is a majestic stallion.
Oh, I don't know about Stallion. Welcome back to the show. Captain Keith Colburn of Deadliest Catch will be joining us in the next segment, and lines are available at 1-800-878-PLAY. You ain't got no alibi, you ugly girl, you ugly. Taking a look into the NCAA, there's supposed to be significant headway being made towards instituting a one-time transfer legislation during the NCAA council meetings that will be taking place this week. And they've been waiting a long time for this landmark statute that will allow athletes to transfer one time during their 5-year eligibility window without having to sit out a year in residence. And one source close to the NCAA council said, I would expect an action on that now. Well, the expectation is that athletes in fall sports will have until July 1st to notify their schools they are transferring to take advantage of the new rule. And college football and basketball athletes who have already transferred this academic year, as well as those that are in the transfer portal, would be immediately eligible coming up next season. The year in residence restriction has existed in some shape or form my whole life. I mean, the mid-60s. And athletes in only 5 of the 24 sports sponsored by the NCAA, the so-called revenue sports. Look, it's really just football and men's basketball, but there is a little bit of revenue produced by women's basketball, baseball, and men's baseball and men's hockey, a little bit. They all have to sit out a year in residence, it's called. So unless you're Justin Fields, then you can transfer and start and be the 3rd overall pick. That's the way it works. So if they approve this, then it has to go to the NCAA Board of Directors, and they're having a meeting on April 28th. And then we'll see if that works or not. But the debate on the issue, and the Board of Directors will have this, is something that came up in 2019, and the board issued a moratorium on transfer legislation. That's why they're kind of expecting it to kind of go down now. But the Big Ten itself kind of quietly proposed a one-time transfer legislation just for their conference. And that has created a lot of momentum being part of this rule that's been around for parts of 7 decades, because to qualify, athletes have to be in good academic standing and not face any disciplinary issues either. A league's intra-conference rule will still supersede any NCAA legislation. But those walls appear to be coming down too. And the ACC, for example, recently did away with intra-conference transfers restrictions. The Pac-12 is supposed to be headed that way as well. In other words, if you're a Clemson, you can't go to North Carolina. If you're a Cal, you can't go to Stanford without sitting out a year. You can go to Texas A&M. You can go to Alcorn State. But the legislation, which is expected, as I said, to kick in this fall, got delayed because Mark Emmert, who's the NCAA president, expressed very strong concerns about it. And that's why the meeting between the NCAA and the Justice Department's Antitrust Division still has not taken place. But the transfer legislation has been forwarded to the council that's going to be working on this week. The council, by the way, is 40 people. They're responsible for the day-to-day legislative, all policy decision-making. It has a representative from all the D1 conferences, and some of those are just basketball. You know how many D1 conferences there are? 32. Yeah. Now, there are 10 FBS conferences, and with that, half of them are the Power 5, ACC, Big 10, Big 12, Pac-12, SEC. So if the FBS conferences vote as a group, they control a lot of power there, obviously. The Power 5 can't decide anything on their own, being 32. But the NCAA Council is going to meet tomorrow. They're going to meet Thursday. And it's during that time that they're expected to end the recruiting dead period in all sports that has existed since March Madness of last March. It's still going on. And one administrator said, the only reason why one-time transfer legislation hasn't passed is this meeting with the Department of Justice. Whatever formal sit-down they felt like they need to have didn't happen as of last week. End quote. So if there's a delay, then students will have to get that waiver once again, the Justin Fields waiver. Normally, that's you have to have special circumstances. His special circumstance was, I'm really good, I need to play. So, look, coaches have been recruiting for months, if not years, with the expectation that this transfer, one-time transfer thing would already be in place, because pressure has been mounting on increased player freedom. NCAA athletes were found, or I should say bound, by those transfer restrictions that don't impact normal students. Can you imagine just being a student and saying, well, I'd like to go to this college now, sit out a year. And I understand why it was put in, right? In the beginning, it sounded like a good idea to keep kids from all running and jumping on the team that's winning. Oh, you're winning now, then I'll go there. Nope, you got to sit out a year. I get it. It's like the idea of unions, back when workers were exploited and if they unionized, they got beat up. But now most unions are so twisted. You have some guy with an 8th grade education wearing a windbreaker that says Local 142 that tells you to go on strike because you don't like the dental plan. It's like, wait, what happened? Or I remember I was at the Coliseum one time and a light bulb burned out, and I went to change it, and everyone panicked that I was in the wrong union. I wasn't allowed to do that. Do you know that during COVID, some of these Zoom shows, like Colbert, having his sons and his wife work the camera in his house, they had to get a special dispensation, a waiver from the union saying that you're not an NAB or whatever it was. You're not allowed to operate the camera because it's COVID. All right, we'll let you. So I get it. Mike Loxley, who's the head coach at Maryland, said, we all knew it was coming down the track. Kids should be allowed to transfer one time, whenever or wherever they choose to go. And, we've seen these high-profile challenges. I mentioned the Ohio State quarterback, but there's very little consistency when it comes to this type of stuff. And, it's just something that I grew up with. So it's something that I never questioned because that's just the way it was. You want to transfer, well, that's what you get. You're going to have to sit out a year. And what year are you sitting out? A year where you're really good, usually. But you can get the deferrals and you can get the hardship cases. The hardship meaning that, I was out for the season, that shouldn't count against me. And normally that would be granted. Technically I was a 5th-year senior. And that's why my friend said, hey, we're in the draft. No, we're not. He just thought because we were automatically eligible to get drafted that we were in the draft, which sounds it's kind of like saying I could be president because I was born here. It's basically the same thing. Yeah. I think the odds of me being president are actually higher than me playing in the NFL. Seems like anybody can be president now. But yeah, so look, this is and like I said, one time, I think that's fair. And if somebody's like, I want to go to Hofstra, okay, I hate it here. Now I want to go to Syracuse. It's like, wait a year. There's nothing wrong with one time. And then it does make it more serious. If you only got one bullet in the gun, you're just not going to shoot it out in the air. You got to make it count. So, as I said, everyone's going down this road. Well, the whole thing about NIL, name, image, likeness, that's a whole different bag of hammers right now. But student athletes are getting more freedom as we keep going. And I don't see anything wrong with it. I don't see anything that's going to ruin sports at the college level, Scott Emmert. All right, when we come back, we'll talk a little Discovery Channel's Deadliest Catch with Captain Keith Colburn. I'm Rick Tittle. Come on back.
Tell me who's watching? Who's watching me? I always feel like somebody's watching me, and I have no privacy. I always feel like somebody's watching me. Tell me, is it just a dream? When I come home at night, I roll the door.
Having your own home is awesome, but it's also a lot of work. The good news? Finding help for your projects is easier than ever. Introducing Angie, the app that puts all your home care needs at your fingertips. Need a pro to fix that emergency leak? Maybe find someone to build a deck, or even set your seasonal tasks on autopilot. Angie can handle all that and more. Expert pros, hundreds of home projects, clear pricing, and the easiest way to book and pay in seconds. This is Angie, your home for everything home. Download the app today.
Your outdoor experiences could be better. clearly better. Kaenon sunglasses are made exclusively with polarized lenses for optimal clarity. Using Japanese optics, Kaenon's lenses are clearer, lighter, and stronger than other lenses, and they're nearly impossible to scratch. With frames handcrafted in Italy, Kaenon sunglasses elevate your experiences outside with a degree of clarity beyond your wildest imagination. Kaenon designs and manufactures our high-performance eyewear to be clearly better than any sunglasses you've tried before. Use the exclusive code KaenonCast15 at Kaenon.com to receive 15% off your first pair. That's KaenonCast15. Kaenon. Clearly better.
I am a non-attorney spokesperson representing a team of lawyers who've helped people that have been injured or wronged. Have you been diagnosed with cancer? Are you one of the millions who have taken Zantac or other generic versions of this popular drug to help treat stomach issues? Then pay close attention to this message. The FDA said it detected low levels of a probable cancer-causing chemical known as NDMA in Zantac and other generic forms of this popular drug. They've banned sales and even removed it from the market. If you've been diagnosed with cancer and you've taken Zantac or a generic equivalent, call the legal helpline now. You could receive a free cash award and have your medical expenses covered. And there's no upfront cost to you. They only get paid if you win. So please call now. 800-251-7460. 800-251-7460. 800-251-7460. That's 800-251-7460.
Receive a $5 rebate by trading up a non-contact thermometer toward an Exergen temporal scanner purchased at any retailer. Fever is a leading symptom of COVID, and using an accurate thermometer has never been more critical. In published studies, no-touch thermometers miss more fevers than they detect. While the new COVID vaccines are becoming more widely available, it is important to make sure you are protected. Monitor for fever with an accurate thermometer backed by more than 80 published peer-reviewed clinical studies. Details at Exergen.com, where accuracy matters.
You can't be serious, man. You cannot be serious!
Can't stay at home, can't stay at school. Old folks say you're full of the fool. Day on the streets, I'm the girl next door. I'm the fox you've been waiting for. Hello, Daddy. Hello, Mom. I'm your Jerry Bob. Hello, world. I'm your wild girl. I'm your
Rick Tittle is a majestic stallion.
Oh, thank you for that, and welcome back to the show. Rick Tittle with you, coast to coast, around the world on Radio Network. One of our favorites is with us now, Captain Keith Colburn of Deadliest Catch. And by the way, starting off streaming on Discovery Plus, but we'll be having its season premiere airing this Tuesday at 8 o'clock on the Discovery Channel. And Captain Keith has been with us every year for 6 years in a row. Captain, first of all, how are you feeling? Because that whatever you had going on in your gut, it looked ugly, it felt ugly, you had to get off the boat. Are you doing all right now?
You know what? I'm doing okay. I've had some other issues, but for the most part, I'm feeling pretty good. And, it's just been a long, strange year, I'll tell you that.
Yes, it has been for all of us, but especially, I think, for your business. Because of COVID, the fishing game up there in Alaska, they couldn't do their crab survey. So you went out there, it's just basically flipping a coin, right?
Well, yes and no. I've got 20 years worth of information backed up. We did get just a smidgen of information. But, yeah, not having a survey basically had us shooting blind to start our seasons. It was definitely a different year to catch crab. We're now wrapped up with both king crab, barredeye, and the Peleo. And, for the most part, I think we managed to weather the storm here this year.
So the Wizard, which is, it's from like World War II, right? How is that old girl holding up?
Well, not as good as we would hope. At the end of the season, my brother took out a window and pretty much annihilated the whole wheelhouse to finish the season up. So right now we're under massive repairs to all the electronics in the entire wheelhouse, and under a real short time frame to try and get the boat out for salmon tendering here in about 2 months. But, prior to that, she held up pretty good. We just, took a freak wave with a full stack of gear and 375,000 pounds on board, and, had to make some calls with the Coast Guard, and but managed to get the boat home safe. And the boat's in Seattle now and well underway into just basically getting tore apart.
What's that like when you go into a shipyard and, maybe your dry dock? Does it? I mean, I'm sure the costs mount, and then there's a decision of rushing it back or making sure it's ready too. What is that something you just? Is it like we hate going to the hospital, as I mentioned? Is it sort of like you hate having your boat dry docked like that?
Well, I can guarantee you, there's never been a guy leave the pits in NASCAR with 3 tires. So we basically make sure that we're 100% before we leave the dock. Now there might be cosmetics that we won't finish until in the fall, but all of the primary systems, redundant systems, will be up and running prior to this boat getting back underway.
Have you ever had, and I don't mean like in a fatalistic way, but have you ever had, like, because of the weather or because of something with your craft where you just think, we really, and as you're leaving, thinking that we're doomed, we shouldn't be going out right now?
I wouldn't say so much that I shouldn't be going out. It's that I've had times when I left and the weather deteriorated or extended the period of time and created even more severe conditions than were anticipated. And definitely there's been a handful of times where, we've been white-knuckling it out there. No question about it.
When you get a 40-foot wave, when you're getting hurricane-force winds, it's not enough to just hunker down. I mean, you still have to make sure that you're pointing your ship the right direction and going into the waves or with the waves, not, parallel to the waves. Is that what you mean when you're like white knuckle? And, those things can go on for hours and hours and hours. Do you ever think to yourself, it's like a hungover, alcoholic, I'll never drink again? Do you think if I actually get back to port, I'm never coming out again?
I've kissed dry land before. The thing is this, especially at night, I'm living in 45-second increments. If the wave frequency is roughly 15 seconds, I can see about 3 waves. That 4th wave may not look as bad as it is, but you come over the top of the 3rd one, and all of a sudden that 35-foot trough that you're diving into is 45 feet, and that next wave is massive. And all you can do is just try to back the boat down, hold it on station, and keep the boat right into it, and basically just hang on. And we've had, I don't even know how many waves I've had to get through like that, but it's been more than I would like.
No doubt. A couple more questions here for Captain Keith Colburn. The 17th season of Deadliest Catch coming out next week at this on the 20th at 8 o'clock on Discovery. When you think about a show that's had so much staying power, and I've had a lot of your compatriots on the air from Sig and Jake and some others, but why do you think it is that, going out on a boat, throwing some crab pots in the water, that this has been the number one show and still going strong? What to you is the most compelling thing that you think that we just love about this show?
I think it's everything that they try to recreate. It's a really harsh environment. The worst environment you could possibly imagine. Dead of winter. We've got hurricane force winds. We've got icing. We've got the ice pack. We have all those scenarios. We've got a crew working in close proximity. Any day, any time, a guy can get knocked down and swept across the deck. And at the end of the day, it's a treasure hunt too. So, we're just, trust me, we're more excited than the people at home when we're waiting for that pot to break the rail to see if we're, heroes or if we're scrambling to find somewhere to fish. So I think all of those things combined are what make catch what it is. And it's just, it's real, it's raw, and at times it is scary. And I think that's one of the things that people really enjoy. And the other thing is people sit there and like to watch it and say, wow, I think I'll keep my day job.
Do you still get butterflies at times, or is everything so old hat? You're like, I've seen one wave, I've seen them all.
Oh, no. I'll tell you what, man, I'm not an adrenaline junkie. I probably need to go to adrenaline rehab. It ebbs and flows through you all day long at times. I mean, it could be nice weather or severe weather, but it's I'm constantly on edge, and I think that's one of the things that I really enjoy about my job.
Well, a lot of careers, there's an exit strategy, whether that's, a 401k or a pension or maybe a boxer. I'm going to get to this much money before I get punch drunk. For you, is it as long as I can go out there, I'm going to go out there? Or do you think 5 more years, or maybe if I get to this amount of cash? Do you even think about that?
I'm at a transition point right now. My brother is more than capable and ready to take over full time driving the boat, with me just moving into a management position only, which I do as well. I'm slowly kind of tapering back my time at the helm and giving my brother Monty more time. But at the same time, you know what? There is nothing like the feeling of leaving town with a full load of gear, and it's a beautiful night, and you're heading out for the greatest treasure hunt on the planet. And I just, I live for it. And even the bad weather, there's something about it that just really keeps me energized. So, it's going to be a while before I pull the plug on actually fishing, but the business itself, I'll continue to keep and manage for years to come.
Yeah, and unlike the rest of us when we fish, our livelihood doesn't depend on it. So how many times have you been out there and you don't have the amount of crab you want, and everything tells you, it's too dark, it's too stormy, I need to get back, and you're like, just one more hour? I mean, how many times have you just pushed the envelope like that?
Constantly, and it's not just one more hour. It is sometimes it's just trying to work into bad weather to retrieve deer that if you don't get them now could cost you 12 hours to go retrieve them later. There's a lot of things that at times you push the envelope more than we should. We try to be safe, try to understand what our limits are. But the limit is basically wherever you've gotten to before, don't go past that again. I think, it's pretty constant every season. There's times when we have to try and fish through stuff that we really don't want to.
And then finally, Keith, when I think about these other skippers who I was talking about, on the Northwestern and the Time Bandit and what have you, the Cornelia Marie, your brethren, no one knows what it's like you guys. It's a very small fraternity, but you're also competing as well. What's that line like where you're friends, but you're also kind of enemies sometimes too?
Well, in town we're all friends. But once we get on the ground, then, the competition starts. There's times when we'll try and help each other and work with each other, but generally I'm kind of an isolationist. I like to work by myself. It's just there's any information you're getting better be really good or really bad, but really honest. And more times than not, working with someone, you don't get any of that. So I try to do my own thing. And, yeah, there's definitely competition out there on the ground. And, that's another thing that keeps the blood flowing.
Great stuff from Captain Keith Colburn. Deadliest Catch, as I mentioned, 17th season on Discovery next Tuesday at 8 o'clock. Remember, Discovery Plus streaming system there as well. Make sure to check it out. Captain, as I said, 6 years in a row coming on, man. We really appreciate it. Best of luck, and we'll talk to you next time, man.
All right. Hey, Steph Curry, good night last night, huh?
Oh, not too bad, man. All-time leading scorer in the history of the Warriors.
Yeah, and it's just throwing laser beams again, man. God, it's really fun to watch that guy shoot the ball.
Well, I'll send you a Warrior hat, and then you don't have to wear the Bass Pro Shop one.
Oh, I'll wear a Warrior hat. I'm from Northern California.
I know. You're a Tahoe guy, right?
Absolutely, man. I grew up with the Warriors, and, they were always kind of tough, But,
Yeah.
Giants and Niners, Warriors.
All right. Yeah, I've talked to you so much about Tahoe. This was the one time I didn't, but I'm glad you got that in. Yeah, all right. Go team. Thanks, Captain. We'll talk to you next time, buddy.
Thank you. Take care, Rick.
All right. I'm Rick Tittle. We'll come on back on Byline.
Now you can make your home look great and save money. Right now, when you call Renewal by Anderson, you can buy 4 windows and get the 5th one free. Plus, you get 12 months with no interest, no money down, and no payments. Upgrade your home. Buy 4 windows and get the 5th one free. Installation and warranty are even included. And the Renewal by Anderson certified retailers take every safety precaution to protect you and your family. Hey, for 25 years, people have trusted Renewal by Anderson for their window replacement needs, and you can too. So call right now. Don't wait. Learn how to get your free window when you buy 4.
800-413-6992. 800-413-6992. That's 800-413-6992.
Interest accrues from date of purchase, but is waived if paid in full within 12 months. Other conditions apply. We've adjusted our operations to serve you safely following all CDC guidelines. Visit renewalbyanderson.com for details.
At 28, I had struggled with opiate and meth addiction for 12 years. I did and said things that the sober me never would have done. One day I realized I was not invincible. I was not exempt. And that's when a friend told me about elite rehab placement. They gave me the tools I needed to get sober, and all it took was the one phone call.
Elite Rehab can help you start to break your addiction problem and get sober in as little as 7 days. And we'll work with your insurance provider to help cover the costs. Plus, we have travel assistance programs to get you here by plane or train. Make this free call right now to learn more. 800-403-5912. 800-403-5912. 800-403-5912. That's 800-403-5912. We are the Debt Destroyer Network. Any debt you have, credit card, tax, student loan debt, call now for free information that helps you destroy your debt. It's great advice. Plus, when you make this free call now, we have Debt Destroyer experts ready to help. They can show you how to destroy your debt and get your life back on track. Debt problems don't have to be overwhelming. You can live stress-free and debt-free. Credit cards, medical bills, IRS tax problems, even student loan debt. Learn about free programs offered by the credit card companies, hospitals, and even the government that can help slash your debt. Call the Debt Destroyer now for free information. Call now. 877-360-0402. 877-360-0402. 877-360-0402. That's 877-360-0402.
Business heals all wounds. I mean, look at our relationship with Germany or Japan. Who can even remember what all the fuss was about?
I've got a secret I cannot say. Blame on a movement, give it away. You've got something.
Rick Tittle, you done broke my heart, but I still take you back. You hella fine.
Oh, you better get in line, girl. You know how long I would last on one of those crab boats? The over-under would be a half hour, and I'd probably take the under. I'd be fine leaving, but as soon as everybody started screaming at each other, "You stupid mother blanker," boop, and then you go into a 35-foot trough. I'm good. You know what else is good? Freol Deep Penetrating Oil, the original rust eater. Some of its most popular uses: rusted nuts and bolts, rusty exhaust clamps and brackets, fuel tank removal, seized engines, stuck ball joints, frozen emergency brake cables, rusted machine screws. You know you want to use it on your brake caliper removal and axle nut removal. You could use it on rusty pliers and other tools. Corroded U-bolts, not U-boats. That was the wolf pack. U-bolts, rusty chains and gears, pillow blocks. Industrial strength Freol spreads deep into rusted or frozen parts, freeing them with ease. The 3-part formula delivers 3 times more lubricant. It takes less spray, less torque, and less time than any other penetrating oil to get the job done. Freol is also body shop safe, which means it's safe on paint, plastic parts, and it's silicone free. And give it a try. It's on the shelves at AutoZone, O'Reilly, Napa. It's also in select Walmart stores as well. So once again, Freol Deep Penetrating Oil. It's all at freealloil.com. And by the way, it's made right here in America. That's right. All right. Thanks for tuning in for another eclectic version, I hope, of Titillating Sports. You never know which way it's going to go. We'll do it again tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pack time.
Yeah, man, I hope we don't have brain damage.
Great way to end the show.
You're listening to the Heartland Newsfeed Radio Network, heartlandnewsfeed.com.
This stream is supported by advertisers and contributions by you.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Resignations in Minnesota. On Lisa Brady, Fox News. Just getting word that the police chief of Brooklyn Center and the officer who shot Dante Wright during a traffic stop have both resigned. The Minneapolis Star-Tribune publishing a letter from the officer that cites the best interest of the community. The chief had said the officer, a 26-year veteran of the force, appeared to fire a gun by mistake instead of her taser in a struggle to arrest Wright during a traffic stop. There have been 2 nights of rioting over his death in that Minneapolis suburb. Some reassurance from top health officials about COVID vaccine supply now that the Johnson & Johnson shot is on hold.
White House COVID response coordinator Jeff Zients says a pause in the Johnson & Johnson vaccine will not have a significant impact on the country's overall vaccine supply.
We really have thought of this as a wartime effort from the beginning, which is why we purchased excess supply so that we'd be ready for any contingency.
Zients says patients who were scheduled to receive the J&J single dose are already being rescheduled for a 2-shot Moderna or Pfizer vaccine.
Fox's Jared Halpern at the White House. A pause in the J&J shot was recommended to study a possible link to rare blood clots in 6 people, including one who died. President Trump's May 1st deadline for U.S. troops to leave Afghanistan is postponed, and President Biden has chosen a significant date as the new deadline. Fox's Gernal Scott with this live.
Lisa, the president, according to administration sources, is setting September 11th, 2021 as the day all troops should be out. That day here at home, the 20th year after the deadly 9/11 attacks. The official says policies based on conditions have kept us there. At most, 100,000 troops have been on the ground. Now only about 2,500 remain, and nearly that many have died during America's longest ever war. Lisa.
Thanks, Gernal. The president plans White House remarks on that tomorrow. America's listening to Fox.
Is sensitive business data leaking from your fleet of mobile devices? It could be from devices using unsecured Wi-Fi. Maybe an unlocked corporate tablet was left in a coffee shop. Those leaks must be plugged now. SOTI provides enterprise mobility management solutions to monitor, control, and secure your mobile devices. Work easy knowing the drip of lost data is shut off with SOTI. Visit SOTI.net/Fox for a free trial for Fox News radio listeners. That's SOTI.net/Fox.
Democrats in Congress are pushing for debate on a new anti-Asian hate crime bill.
The COVID-19 Asian Hate Crimes Act, proposed by Hawaii Democratic Senator Mazie Hirono, asks for the Justice Department to do expedited reviews of anti-Asian crimes and asks to use more culturally sensitive language in describing the pandemic. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer said this should be a bipartisan effort.
The way to do that is for 60 senators to vote to proceed to the legislation. I hope it'll be many more than 60. Who would oppose this very simple but necessary legislation?
It isn't clear if Republicans plan to filibuster the bill, but Schumer says they plan to amend it to get more GOP support, adding in other hate crime legislation that is being sponsored by a Democratic and Republican senator.
Fox's Jessica Rosenthal. A permit for a Confederate event is denied at a park known for hosting the same group's events and others.
For centuries, these Stone Mountain parks had ties to the Ku Klux Klan and been a gathering spot for white supremacists. But this year, the Stone Mountain Memorial Association has rejected a request for a gathering permit from the Sons of Confederate Veterans, who will not be able to host its annual Confederate Memorial Day service at the park outside Atlanta, something the group says it's done at least 18 times before without issue. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution reporting the association cited reasons such as safety concerns, specifically the pandemic and racial tensions, for denying a permit to the park, which has the largest Confederate monument ever crafted. Lillian Wu, Fox News.
Recapping the breaking news out of Brooklyn Center, Minnesota, a Minneapolis suburb where a black man, Dante Wright, was shot during a traffic stop over the weekend. Just getting word that both the officer involved and the police chief have resigned. On Wall Street, a mixed day. The Dow is down 112. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Don't let the challenge of creating mobile apps stall your business. Building apps takes time, special skills, and a lot of money. Fortunately, with SOTI Snap, you can unleash your inner developer by allowing you to build and deploy apps fast. You don't need to be a software developer, and you don't need a lot of money. With SOTI Snap, you can create apps up to 10 times faster than traditional methods. Leverage SOTI's free app prototyping service. Visit SOTI.net/Fox for a free trial for Fox News radio listeners. That's SOTI.net/Fox.
Here is a look at weather from the Heartland Newsfeed Weather Center. Tuesday, scattered showers in the morning, otherwise mostly sunny with a high near 61. Tuesday night, mostly cloudy with a low around 40. Wednesday, sunny with a high near 56. That's the latest weather. Check out more news and weather on our website at heartlandnewsfeed.com.
71. That's 800-410-4771.
Live from San Francisco on the Sports Byline Broadcasting Network, you are listening to Wrestling Observer Live with your hosts, Brian Alvarez and Mike Sempervive.
Are you ready? Are you ready?
Let's get it on!
Let's get it. Mike Sempervive here with you for the next hour, talking professional wrestling and mixed martial arts, which is something Brian Alvarez and I do every single day right here, 7 days a week. And however you're joining me today, tune in, iHeart, American Forces Radio, over-the-air affiliates like the Mightier 1090, SportsByline.com, SiriusXM via podcast, or streaming video live for the homies here, twitch.tv/F4W video. Just want to say thank you for giving me a little bit of your time today. Brian Alvarez didn't have any time for you today. I don't know where Brian is. I don't believe he's at the beach. Although, if you heard yesterday's show, you would have known that it is going to be in the 80s around his locale He had taken off the shawl he usually wears and put on the muscle shirt, gave us a little bit of a flex at the end of the show yesterday. Have scared children nationwide. That's okay. Brian's going to be back tomorrow, and I have a feeling that he didn't do the show today because, well, he just can't hold it in. He was going to pick up a couple of FCC fines today. It's possible. It's possible I still might. Raw was last night, and it was not good. It was not good at all. It was very, very bad. It was very, very bad the day after WrestleMania, and it's not like it wasn't a show without some focus. They know where they're going with some of these things. At least they do right now. But there were a whole lot of low points last night and a whole lot of head-scratching decisions that were made that just didn't make any sense. But we'll get into all of those. The Wednesday night wars are over. I'll give you the card for NXT tonight. Adjust your DVRs accordingly if they don't do it for you already. And we're out of the mud of battling over the ratings every single Wednesday. We'll know what NXT does before AEW begins, and we'll have AEW's rundown of the Dynamite card coming up here in a little bit as well, too. Plus your phone calls. And do you a different number today since we're using the Sports Byline studios. We're going to make Dom work. Probably open those up in the second segment, but when we get back, you know the topic. Monday Night Raw. Wrestling Observer Live.
Cleaning your fuel system can make your car run better and improve gas mileage. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts and pick up a bottle of Chevron Techron Fuel System Cleaner and add it to your tank during your next fill-up. On sale now, buy one, get one free at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Stop by and talk to our professional parts people today or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I am a non-attorney spokesperson representing a team of lawyers who've helped people that have been injured or wronged. Have you been diagnosed with cancer? Are you one of the millions who have taken Zantac or other generic versions of this popular drug to help treat stomach issues? Then pay close attention to this message. The FDA said it detected low levels of a probable cancer-causing chemical known as NDMA in Zantac and other generic forms of this popular drug. They've banned sales and even removed it from the market. If you've been diagnosed with cancer and you've taken Zantac or a generic equivalent, call the legal helpline now. You could receive a free cash award and have your medical expenses covered. And there's no upfront cost to you. They only get paid if you win. So please call now. 800-251-7460. 800-251-7460. 800-251-7460. That's 800-251-7460.
I'm Ron Barr. All my life. My body now tells me when enough is enough and I've done too much. Did you know 100 million Americans suffer from ongoing pain due to aging, exercise, overexertion, and the effects of everyday living? I want to recommend Relief Factor to you. Relief Factor can help all those body parts that are hurting, sore, such as neck and shoulder, back, hip, or knee, or just general muscle aches and pains. Here's what I recommend. Go to ReliefFactor.com to find out more. And Relief Factor has something special for the Sports Byline USA Network listeners. You can get their 3-week quick start program for just $19.95. That's only 95 cents a day. So give them a call at 800-500-8384. That's 800-500-8384, or check it out at ReliefFactor.com.
Stop wasting your time struggling to loosen rusted nuts and bolts. Start using Freol Deep Penetrating Oil. Freol spreads deep into rusted or frozen parts to help release tough bolts and washers. Its formula delivers 3 times more lubricant. That means less sprays, less torque, and less time than any other penetrating oil on the market. It's even silicone-free. Professionals have trusted Freol Deep Penetrating Oil for over 40 years. Now it's your turn. Get Freol today at AutoZone, O'Reilly, and Napa. Look for the silver can.
You are listening to Wrestling Observer Live with Brian Alvarez and Mike Sempervive on the Sports Byline Broadcasting Network.
Mike Sempervive here with you, Wrestling Observer Live, 7 days a week for an hour at a time. We do this thing. You want me 24/7? You can't have me. But the easiest access to try to get to me that way would be through my Twitter, at Sempervive. The timeline for this show, at WONF4W, the broadcaster, at Sports Byline USA. And if you love pro wrestling, at Mid-Atlantic Pod. If you love Brian Alvarez, it's Brian with a Y, Brian Alvarez. He'll be back alongside with me tomorrow, and he'll still have something to rant about. There was plenty of Raw last night to rant about, and I don't know when he made the decision to not do the show today. I woke up about 20 minutes before the show started, had no idea. Said, "You're doing the show today," and I went, okay. I didn't have any caffeine. I had to go out, run out and buy that, so here, ASMR kids. I had nothing planned because I honestly thought, much like every other Tuesday, we would begin the show. Brian would do the intro. We'd go to break. We'd come back like we are right now. And for the next 10 minutes, for all you Twitch homies out there who are watching right now or watching later on our YouTube channel, this is how I thought I was going to be for not only 10 minutes, but the 3 minutes we'd have after this segment. I'd have nothing to say. Why? Because Brian would be ranting this whole time about the hideous show that we had last night. But now it's me. And I almost don't know what to say about that show. Let's start with Adnan Virk. Adnan Virk is very good at what he does. Adnan Virk has been working for ESPN for years. He worked for the Maple Leaf Sports and Entertainment Network before that. Oh, by the way, for wrestling fans who may have been in a bubble last night, Adnan Virk is the new play-by-play announcer for Monday Night Raw. He is a very, very talented sports announcer. He did very well with their baseball coverage, and in fact, now he works for the MLB Network. Also works for DAZN. He's very good in sports. He was not good last night, and I don't blame Mr. Virk at all. It's much like when Mike Adamle got there. It's like when they've thrown other people in that position. What do you want this guy to do? He's a big wrestling fan, but he's got a job. He's got a family. He probably is not into this the same way that all of you out there listening are. But he was probably throwing a bunch of money, thought this is going to be really cool. Let me give it a shot. And he was thrown out there to the Wolves last night. And, hey, look, if you're a professional, you can make a quick improvement. But I don't know how you can make a quick improvement and memorize as many moves as this gentleman is going to need to memorize, because there were times last night where I'm not even sure if he knew what a suplex was. And this is not meant to bury Adnan Virk. It's meant to bury the fact that they threw him out there in that position to start this show the day after WrestleMania. You know, a new start, a new fresh revival. And I understand that the season begins in September for the fall TV season. I get that. But, like, this was going to be a fresh start. It's kind of like what Brian bitched about with Bobby Lashley getting the victory over Drew, and you start the show in that type of way where you have the heel going over, you know, at this time where, you know, you're introducing this stuff to Peacock. And he pointed it out also about Alexa Bliss and all that stuff with Bray Wyatt and Randy Orton. Is that really how you want to start the show? Is this how you want to present yourself? And it wasn't anywhere near the level of Brian's ranting about that when it comes to Adnan Virk, but it just was crazy. It just seemed to be a crazy move made for God knows what reason. We still don't even know why, other than they want Tom Phillips to do some more other things for Peacock. And they have a big name, I guess. Corey Graves is back there. I think that's a good thing. I like Corey Graves a lot. I know a lot of people don't, but I don't care. I don't care. You can think Corey Graves is a prick. You can think he's a terrible person, has awful takes, whatever. He does a great job being fed the stuff that they feed him, and he regurgitates it out in the best possible way. Look at everybody else who's gone through there with Dasha and Renee Young on commentary, unfortunately for her, and a lot of other people. Byron, Corey's good, and he's going to be desperately relied on to help Adnan Virk along. Byron is Byron, unfortunately. They want him to play the fool's role, and that's what he does. And, that's enough about that, I guess. It was just, I was really surprised because I thought, I didn't expect Virk to be Morrow, and have that kind of, knowledge or that type of excitement or anything like that. But it was a tough one. And then the show begins with Matt Riddle looking like an idiot again. And I know everybody goes, well, Vince McMahon thinks Matt Riddle is funny. Vince McMahon also, when he stops thinking something is funny or he stops being interested in it, drops it like a rock. And that's what Bobby Lashley did to Matt Riddle last night. Dropped him like a rock in the opening segment before we even get started. We go into a match with the two of them, and it goes for 10 minutes, and it's a glorified squash match where Matt Riddle got a couple of moves in at the end before he got hurt locked and laid out, and that's that. I don't know what you can do with Matt Riddle right now. And I know, look, he's believable when he's in there with Sheamus. I talked about it yesterday, but how you have made this character, and how can anybody cheer this guy? How can anybody support this guy? By just being a goof, and then being a goof who usually gets beat up. It's just terrible. The Viking Raiders come back. That's good. Unfortunately, Shelton Benjamin and Cedric Alexander were on the other half of that match, and they didn't get any entrances. They look to be gone as far as being something that Vince is interested in. Maybe we'll see them be chasing around the Truth and Akira Tozawa for the 24/7 title. Then we get Asuka saying she's ready for her rematch. She gets a rematch tonight, even though there's no automatic rematches. She gets a rematch tonight with Rhea Ripley. Cool. Then Charlotte Flair comes back, and this is how we end the first hour, basically, with Charlotte Flair coming back and cutting a somewhat perplexing promo on a perplexing night. She complained about the fact that she wasn't on WrestleMania because Asuka needed a partner. Remember that? To go after the tag titles? That did happen. Then she complained about her dad being a fool at Legends Night, which he was, and then complained about Lacey getting pregnant. All of those things happened, and odds are she was going to face Lacey Evans at WrestleMania. But, that was done and over with. And then she had challenged Asuka. But they said Asuka didn't take her challenge, and Rhea slipped in there, and she stole the match, and that's why she wasn't on WrestleMania. Now, nothing about the COVID that Rhea had brought up, last week, but okay, fine. We'll exit that out. But Charlotte complaining, she wants a rematch, and her promo was fantastic. She says we're not going to get the subtle Charlotte anymore. We're not going to get that shrinking violet. No, Charlotte Flair is out for blood. She's out to prove that she's that bitch. In fact, she said Karma's a bitch, and she is Karma. So the promo was really good. The problem is Asuka and Rhea then have their rematch, and Charlotte comes out and destroys both of them. Now, apparently, the Thunderdome is being told to cheer Rhea after Rhea beat up Asuka last week, really for no other reason except for, I guess they wanted a dynamic leading into WrestleMania. But then if you're going to bring Charlotte back like this, doesn't that overshadow Rhea Ripley? Why did Rhea come in as a heel? It's almost as if they didn't plan this or put any thought behind it whatsoever. And that was probably the case. We're pushing up against break here, and when we come back from break, we'll start up how they looked at hour 2. And by the way, you notice what I haven't mentioned? I haven't mentioned the fact that there's a main event for last night's show. We'll be getting to that a lot later on. We'll also be getting to your phone calls and everything else that's going on in the wrestling world when we get back from break. I'm Mike Sempervive, Wrestling Observer Live.
Here's an important COVID-19 school system update for your local area. If you're concerned about your child's education, please pay close attention to this message. The current school systems were not set up for at-home learning. If you're worried that your child may not be getting the grades they need to get ahead, maybe losing self-confidence, or you're worried about them getting into a good college because of their grades, help is available to you. Call Grade Potential Tutoring. They can help with in-home or online tutoring and help your child with any subject and every grade level, even for test prep. They're experts in the home tutoring and online tutoring field and confident they can help you and your child get better grades today. Call now for your free consultation. 800-693-8290. 800-693-8290. 800-693-8290. That's 800-693-8290.
I'm going to tell you how you can get real health care for as little as $6 a day. Yes, now you can get affordable health care for you and your family immediately and save as much as 50% off your current monthly health care payments. Our plans are perfect for people that are self-employed, can't afford health benefits where they work, or just want to pay less for their current health care. And coverage is guaranteed regardless of your medical condition. We even offer some of the new Christian faith-based health benefits. Save up to 50% on your family's health care. Make a free quick call now. There are no contracts, and we give you a 10-day money-back trial period. Call Provision Enrollment right now for your risk-free, guaranteed health insurance quote starting at $6 a day.
800-472-5145. 800-472-5145. That's 800-472-5145. We are the Debt Destroyer Network. Any debt you have, credit card, tax, student loan debt, call now for free information that helps you destroy your debt. It's great advice. Plus, when you make this free call now, we have Debt Destroyer experts ready to help. They can show you how to destroy your debt and get your life back on track. Debt problems don't have to be overwhelming. You can live stress-free and debt-free. Credit cards, medical bills, IRS tax problems, even student loan debt. Learn about free programs offered by the credit card companies, hospitals, and even the government that can help slash your debt. Call the Debt Destroyer now for free information. Call now. 877-360-0402. 877-360-0402. 877-360-0402. That's 877-360-0402.
You are listening to Wrestling Observer Live with Brian Alvarez and Mike Sempervive on the Sports Byline Broadcasting Network.
Mike Sempervive back with you. Brian Alvarez will be back with me tomorrow. We'll be back with Vinny tonight for subscribers of the site, F4Wonline.com. Just shooting back and forth with Dom during the break. Not to bury Adnan Virk, because I don't want to. That's the biggest thing I don't want to do here. Because I like him. I like him outside of the wrestling realm. But this is a lot like when AEW brought in Alex Marvez to do the play-by-play. And it was like, I kept asking people, is he working in a box somewhere calling matches? Is he, is he practicing? And I never got any clarity on that. Then we heard him in action, and it was pretty obvious that if he was, the curve was going to be a little rough. I hope that's not the case with Adnan Virk, because, again, to try to build up some enthusiasm in his voice, it's going to be, the moves are going to be tough. And the storylines and all this other nonsense when he's got a full-time job, this is going to be an interesting thing to see how he parses this out. But he has got to get his excitement level up to somewhat of a range. You cannot rely on Corey and Byron shrieking back and forth to kind of balance things out there. So I hope they do find a balance there. They've apparently found a balance with creepy nonsense things. They are now gender equal. We have one on the men's side with Bray Wyatt. We also now have one on the women's side with Alexa Bliss. And I wish I would have known I was doing this show, because I would have actually cut the promo from Raw just to play it for you of Alexa Bliss announcing that She found out she didn't need the darkness anymore. That little girl who was scared when all the lights went out and that creepy guy got in the ring and he took his 2 fingers and he shoved them in her mouth and all the lights went out and all of a sudden Alexa Bliss is an acolyte of Bray Wyatt and The Fiend. Well, she found out she doesn't need The Fiend anymore. She has turned on The Fiend, and now she's got a new doll friend named Lily. And I guess she's going to be the Fiend of the women's division? I don't know what to say to that. I mean, if you remember the Royal Rumble, we got that WTF moment because of everything that was going on with The Fiend and Alexa Bliss and Randy Orton, where Rhea Ripley just tossed her out. The music started, the lights started to go, the monitors started to flash, and then Rhea Ripley just tossed her out, and that was that. Close the book on that one. Do they decide to open that book back up again? Is this just all a ruse where she will be now playing with Bray Wyatt's mind as he goes back to being in the funhouse? I don't know. But this is how we started hour 2 of Raw last night, and I don't know what to say to this. Randy Orton, I believe I'm going to vote for the Wrestling Observer Newsletter Hall of Fame this year based off of this. And I know somebody is losing their mind right now about that, but Randy Orton is already a Hall of Famer as it is, I think, as a wrestler. You know, there's other people I usually vote for, and I want to give some time. But, like, Randy Orton and Alexa Bliss have done yeoman's work to an incredible degree with this. Like, I don't think anybody else could just come out of this because Randy Orton announced during the show last night, not a whole lot long after this, that, you know, he wants a title shot and that The Fiend is over with. And he's just going to step out of that realm now and back into the regular picture on Raw. Not many other people, and I have a feeling that most people will shake off this stuff with The Fiend, and it's like, okay, Randy Orton, Bobby Lashley, Randy Orton, Sheamus, Randy Orton and, Drew McIntyre, Randy Orton and whoever, Riddle, that whoever it is that he's going to be feuding with. People will forget about The Fiend stuff really quickly. And not everybody can be like that. That's how good Randy Orton is. And Randy Orton did an amazing job throughout all of this stuff. I don't care about how dumb it all was or what you thought of it or any of that stuff. He did a great job with it. And he's getting my vote because to survive this, you deserve a Hall of Fame position. You really, really do. But there you go. Mandy and Dana. So now we get to the part of the show where Nia Jax and Shayna Baszler are watching the Peacock feed of Mandy and Dana walking down the ramp at WrestleMania and Mandy busting her ass. And they keep going back and rewinding it and watching it and giggling about it and rewinding it and watching it. And Mandy then cuts a pretty good promo, kind of goofy at first, about how it was really embarrassing, but see, I can still trend and all that sort of stuff. But then she said, sometimes you get things that you don't expect. I'm paraphrasing there. And she slapped the hell out of Nia. And then out of nowhere, Mandy comes in from the side, and they both start beating Nia. They throw her against the wall, they drop her on her ass, and then they walk away. Now, there's a problem I have with lingering shots when it comes to these types of deals. Two people that beat up somebody, or even one person, the person that gets beats up just lays there like this, staring at the camera as the camera stays on them for way too long. And you wonder, why isn't that person doing anything? And why isn't the person that just beat him up, why aren't they continuing to kick him in the face? I mean, there's not going to be any sort of problems with this. Just why? They just stop. And they always know to go to commercial after that. But Mandy and Dana look like, okay, they're not the team that I wanted, but they need some new teams in the mix there. You can't keep facing Naomi and Lana over and over again or whatever. So, okay, fine. Not my choice, but okay, fine. They then have the match later on in the show, and Nia walks out, and she slips on the ramp. Okay. Very WWE. Fine, no problem there. Then during the match, there's a spot where Nia's outside the ring. She slips on the apron getting back into the ring, and Mandy and Dana start uncontrollably laughing. And Nia gets enraged by this. And she gets in the ring. And what do Mandy and Dana do? The two people that slapped this woman in the face together, that beat her down, the women's tag team champions that they're facing in this non-title match, if they win, they get a championship shot in the last few weeks that they've been bitching about. We want a WrestleMania moment. We want to face Asuka. We want a shot at Shayna and Nia. They giggle so much that they back out of the ring. And then they start walking up the ramp. Mandy's laughing. Dana is telling her, what was it? It's not worth it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. It's not. Did you hear that? Because she said it, I don't know how many times. It's not worth it. This show isn't worth it. Why, if you were going to do a count out and you wanted to embarrass Nia, why didn't you just have Nia slip on the apron, bust her ass at the count of 9, and that's it? Why did you have to have Mandy and Dana, who started this, even though they double-teamed her, from a position of strength going into the match by beating her down backstage? Why? Why? I know Jared can't do this, but there's a picture of Jadakiss with a Y shirt on. I wish he could find that and put that up on the screen right now. Every time something like this happens, I want to see Jadakiss in the Y shirt. Why? Didn't make any sense whatsoever. What also didn't make any sense to me, Damian Priest. Damian Priest. Bad Bunny is now gone. Damian Priest is going to continue to stay tied into the Miz and Morrison, apparently. And we have a Miz TV where Maurice is back, because you got to promote Miz TV or Miz and Mrs. That's fine. I understand that. So Maurice is there. Johnny Morrison's out there. Damian Priest comes out after they run down Bad Bunny for a little bit. He's got to defend his honor. Miz wants to fight him. Morrison wants to fight him. Maurice says, why don't you both fight him? They have a 2-on-1 handicap match. Okay, fine. Now, they don't take a break for this. They just come back from a break, and Miz and Morrison are now wrestling in full clothes, in full street gear, in suit pants and all that against Damian Priest. And the match itself wasn't bad. And to be honest, if this was another point in the feud, like a lot way later on down the line, this would have been fine, what the ending was, but it's not. You're still trying to establish Damian Priest as a single star. And I don't know how being distracted by Maurice and as Miz's suit pants are torn and are around his ankles, I don't know how this helps Damian Priest to get rolled up by the Miz, who had his pants around his ankles and his black underwear. It just didn't make any sense to me. Damian Priest getting a win over John Morrison probably would have been fine there if he didn't want him to beat the Miz. They seem to be teasing something with Morrison and Miz anyway. Just at least very subtle, but it seems like they have some pieces there. They made sure to focus on Morrison getting laid out the night before by Bad Bunny. So why not do this again here, give Priest the win, and wait on this kind of nonsense for later? I thought it was ridiculous. Thought they tripped over themselves. And then literally after the match, as they're going to break, John Morrison busts his ass on the ramp. That seemed like it was planned. But then the Miz does. And then Maurice did. And I thought it was a pretty good way to end that segment. MVP, Bobby Lashley. MVP comes out to give the state of address for Bobby Lashley because, well, Bobby Lashley doesn't need a microphone to give his State of the Union speech that a lot of guys do after they win the title. And I'll talk about it a little bit after break, but the promo by MVP was great. What they decided to do as far as the direction, I'm not sure if that made a whole lot of sense, but we should be used to that when it comes to this Raw show, eh? Going to open up the phone lines for your calls as well, too. 1-800-878-PLAY. We'll be back. Wrestling Observer Live.
To all you do-it-yourselfers, get ready to welcome Fram into the fam. Because America's #1 oil filter brand now has their own new line of motor oil and fluids. And it's only at Advance and CarQuest Auto Parts. Stop into Advance and choose from 4 new Fram oil change bundles starting at just $20.99. They have the oil and filters you need to keep your engine running stronger, longer. Advance your auto at Advance Auto Parts and participating CarQuest locations. See store for details.
Time for your small business report presented by Dell Small Business. Even though you may feel like it's not essential, it's smart to have an accountant you can go to as needed. Not necessarily hiring one to keep on staff with you, but finding a certified CPA you can hire to do your taxes when the time comes and get financial advice from when you need it. It also never hurts to have an accountant review your business's cash flow to make sure you're covered in an unpredictable economic situation. If you know your numbers and stay on top of them, you'll always be in a better situation. And that's your Dell Small Business Report.
What do you get when you talk to a Dell Technologies advisor? You get someone who understands there's an art to listening.
Sure.
Who's able to hear more than what's being said and can provide tailored small business solutions that make you feel truly heard.
I understand. Let's get started.
For advice on everything from laptops to the cloud and solutions powered by Intel vPro platform, call an advisor today at 877-ASK-DELL.
Okay, we are running a car drive right now to help veterans all across America. So if you have an old car, truck, or van, even a motorcycle or an RV sitting around, you can right now give it away and help the vets. They really need your help. And your car will help support the vets and their families. And guess what? You even get a tax donation. Plus, we'll even come and pick up your car for free. And all you've got to do is pick up your phone right now and make a free call. Now is the perfect time to do something good for the vets. Give back to the vets right now for all they've done for this country. And your old car can really help them. So call the Veterans Car Donation Program right now for free pickup of your vehicle. Help the vets and help your taxes at the same time. Call right now.
800-215-6812. 800-215-6812. 800-215-6812. That's 800-215-6812.
Hi, I'm calling to schedule a shipment.
Indeed knows unexpected employee turnover can turn your business upside down.
Last pickup is at 7? Team, we gotta hustle.
Like at Sumita's online chai company, to avoid back orders, she needs to get started hiring right away.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. And the moment you sponsor a job on Indeed, you get a short list of quality candidates from our resume database. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get a $75 credit for your first sponsored job post. Terms and conditions apply.
You are listening to Wrestling Observer Live with Brian Alvarez and Mike Sempervive on the Sports Byline Broadcasting Network.
Mr. Announcer Man got it half right. Mike Sempervive here with you. Brian Alvarez will be back with me tomorrow. This is Wrestling Observer Live. Phone lines are open, 1-800-878-PLAY, 1-800-878-7529. Going to put a bow on my thoughts on Raw here. And before I get to MVP and Bobby Lashley and the main event, the only other thing of note, I believe, on the show that took place in the third hour was the New Day challenging Elias and Jackson Riker. And basically what this match was about was who got beat up by one man better. Because the New Day came out there and they were just busting on Elias and Jackson Riker for embarrassing the tag team division because they both lost to Braun. Then Elias and Jackson Riker remember that, hey, wait, that happened to you too. When Omos, who was, by the way, was not on the show, no AJ Styles, no Omos, no Sheamus. There were a couple people who were not on the show, but Omos beat both of them down, and they decided to have a match about it. And it was okay. It's just, it's Elias and Jackson Riker and, the New Day. I love them, but, it's, when you see it all. And after a 10-minute, what felt like a 10-minute back and forth between the two, they then go and have a 10-minute match, which is not all that great. And it's like this third hour by this point was kind of rough shape here, but right before that, MVP came out and spoke for Bobby Lashley and gave his address to the Raw locker room and to all of the people watching at home about what Bobby Lashley's plans are, the Almighty. And, of course, this led to guys walking out and wanting to challenge Bobby Lashley, not the least of which was Drew McIntyre, who came out first. That was followed up by Braun Strowman. And then, as I mentioned a little bit earlier on, Randy Orton, who just steps out of the Fiend's world and steps right into this one. And they had a good match at the end. You know, it was a very short, for the most part, TV three-way. It was nothing. There was no reinvention of the wheel here. It was pretty generic, and it ended up with Bobby Lashley. It ended up with Randy Orton having the pin on Braun after, I believe it was an RKO. And as he's got him pinned, Drew McIntyre comes flying in with the Claymore kick, delivers that to Randy Orton. That looked good. Drew gets the victory. Boom, there you go. And then all of a sudden, T-Bar and Mace come out. Dio Madden, Donovan Dijak, they come out and destroy Drew McIntyre. Give him a double choke slam, I believe it was, and they laid him out, and they walk out of the ring. MVP is on the ramp, and Corey Graves asks, as much as I was talking about how great Corey Graves was, I don't blame him for this. I blame whoever fed him the line. Did MVP have something to do with this? Oh, I guess we'll have to tune in next week to find out. I don't know who's going to tune in next week to find out, but I have a feeling there are some people that watch this one that probably won't be. And God knows how long they made it. Dave and Brian had a debate last night about the fact that, will the show get 1.8 million viewers? I think it will. It's the show after WrestleMania, and I'm interested to see what the decline is going to be, because it took till that third hour, that MVP promo where he addressed everything and set this match up. It was the third hour to lead to the match at the end, and maybe none of that matters. But if we see that the rating is down throughout the show, that may be one of the reasons why, on top of a whole lot of other nonsense. Now, before the main event, yes, we did get a Firefly Funhouse, and long story short, Bray Wyatt's been reborn. All the characters are back in the Funhouse. The witch that calls Alexa a bee, and that's that. They didn't really tie anything together. It seems to be that they are separate for now. God knows, I'm sure that these two devious forces will get back together at some point. But for right now, they seem to be separate. So we don't know where Bray Wyatt is going, but I got the vibe while I was watching this that it was like, is he going to go Jim Jonesian? Are we going to now pull back out of the Fiend stuff and a lot of that stuff and kind of go back into the dark creature, trying to speak to the masses and trying to get them to join his side, his cult, his vision? I got a feeling of like a tent preacher, but the way that Bray Wyatt was talking about how he was reborn, and I just kept thinking, are we going to get like a Jim Jones meets Brother Love? I don't know. Is that the worst idea in the world? I don't know. But I know I don't like the Fiend stuff, and I know Bray Wyatt, if he's going to keep this thing going, Chris Jericho reinvented himself a lot in 30 years. Bray Wyatt's going to have to do that a lot, seemingly every year, and he's going to have to keep himself fresh, and I think that might be a way you could do it, and you still stay true to the Bray Wyatt character. Look how he came in. He had a family. He had followers. He had his sheep. Will we be going back to something like that, just maybe a little bit more menacingly? We haven't seen a preacher character in a while, have we? I mean, we had the Pope D'Angelo De Niro, kind of played a play off of that. We had Reverend Devon. We had the Fallen Angels, Christopher Daniels. We've had different types of things like this, but it's been a while since on the main WWE stage we've had something like that. So that may be a way to refresh the character. I don't know, but the Firefly Funhouse still exists. Alexa's Playground still exists. And Raw still exists, and listen to what I said about the show. A lot of questions about this show going forward. SmackDown is coming up this week. There is, and don't report on this because I don't know this to be true, but there are rumblings, and we'll hear what Raquel Gonzalez says on NXT tonight when she gives her state of the NXT Women's Championship speech tonight on NXT. If she mentions anything about Io Shirai, because it certainly would make a lot of sense since Io Shirai has exhausted almost well, everything in NXT. There's really nothing else that she could do besides beat men that Io Shirai may show up on SmackDown on Friday night. And that would certainly be a very welcome addition if that is going to be the case. That would be very, very nice. And there was a random, or not a random, but there was a little news note that came out that was reported by Sean Ross Sapp over at Fightful about that Raquel Io match that they had at NXT Stand and Deliver, that they actually had to cut a little bit of time off of that match. And I wouldn't have noticed. I had no idea unless it was reported. But apparently the show actually was running a little bit long, which was a rarity when it comes to the NXT shows. They're usually really well planned out. So apparently they had to have a little bit of time cut off of that. But they certainly didn't miss a beat with it whatsoever. And we do get NXT tonight on Tuesday night. The Wednesday night wars are all over with now. And what we have coming up is State of the Union addresses, I guess, by both Raquel Gonzalez and Karrion Kross and Scarlett Bordeaux. I would assume that the Scarlett Karrion Kross thing, hopefully that begins the show. I mean, it would make the most sense for it, too, to kind of set up what Kross is going to do next. We get the debut of Taya Valkyrie, who is coming in as Frankie Monet. In case you're wondering who Frankie Monet is, it is John Morrison's girlfriend, wife, I don't know what it is. Doesn't matter. She's not John Morrison's anything. She's Taya Valkyrie, and she's been around a long time, and she's really freaking good, and she's a hell of an athlete, and she's a new face. She's got a lot of charisma, and good. That place needs stars. I mean, they have a zillion women, the same way they got a zillion dudes signed to the roster, and they need more of them to stand out, and she's certainly going to help make people stand out. And plus, if you want to do some things with men, too, you get her in there doing Ranas with Legado de Fantasma or something like that. I mean, I'd be all for that, so I'm happy to see her there. Speaking of Legado, Santos Escobar's got an open challenge. Boy, I wish Swerve Scott would accept that open challenge and we could just have, and I know we've had one before, but I would love to just see a series of those matches with a lot better storyline than we had the first time around with Swerve and Santos. And speaking of Swerve, he's going to have a match with Leon Ruff. Leon Ruff is a guy that they should have debuted a lot better. Should have never had the North American title. He's one of those plucky underdog guys that they could have slowly built in and really kind of built him up. But, the match with Swerve is going to be good. They're going to be all over the place. Drake Maverick and Killian Dane against MSK. They faced each other in the tournament. MSK won. Drake Maverick and Killian Dane won a match last week. They got him this title match. I could see Killian Dane turning on Drake Maverick here. Plus footage from after Cole and O'Reilly's match that they had at TakeOver. What I'm hoping out of this is that we get a situation like Nick Diaz and Joe Diesel Riggs after UFC, I think it was 57 in 2006, where if we're going to get any post-match footage of this, since we saw Cole going out on a stretcher, what I want is footage from the hospital where these two guys started fist fighting again in the same way that Riggs and Diaz did. And you could even have somebody run in and help Cole. Hopefully McAfee, since I'm fantasy booking this, McAfee can run in the same way that Nate Diaz ran in to the hospital and helped Nick stomp out Joe Riggs. That actually happened, everybody. That was a real thing that happened. And since we're going to be doing this with Cole and O'Reilly tonight, give me something like that. But better take it to the phone calls now before we run out of time here. And we got a couple people on the line. Let's start off. Crunchy in Honolulu. David, how are you?
Hi. I finally know what lucid means, and I guess I am. I don't know if you talked about this, but what's your opinion on this stupid 8-man, multi-man, whatever the thing is called, tag match? It just seems so random to me. What do you think about that match? It looks horrible on this card, bro. All right, thank you.
See, you know what? Brian always says these things about you. See, I like the way that you set me up for that because I didn't mention that match yet. And that is on the card tonight. Yes, Indy Hartwell, Candice LeRae, Johnny Gargano, and Austin Theory against Bronson Reed, Shotzi Blackheart, Ember Moon, Shotzi Blackout. I've had a couple of those. Ember Moon and Dexter Loomis, who is still in the mix with this. I wondered if we could see this possibility. It looked like they may be going in the direction with L.A. Knight. And you know what? L.A. Knight interfering in this and giving the bad guys and bad girls a win. I could see that happening here. Let's go back to the phones. Tony in Philadelphia. Tony, what's happening?
Yo, Simp. Solo Simp Show. Always love them. let me get a quick dig at my terrible Eagles before I get to my wrestling point. Enjoy Kyle Pitts because my team is stupid enough to trade out of the top 10, but I digress. Last night I said that Raw was the worst Raw I've seen since the last Raw that I've seen that was a month ago. It was, the word is overused, but it was a cringe show. Besides the main event, I didn't enjoy anything. And you brought the point up earlier about Mace and T-Bar. The Retribution gimmick is over. It's done. They're contracted Raw members, and they broke up. Why are they not just Dijakovic and Dio Madden again?
Well, I can offer a little insight into that. And again, much like Brian, I will say, do not report this anywhere yet. But once again, there are rumblings. I can say that there are rumblings here that we are going to see T-Bar and Mace. I don't know if they're going to be using their government names, but they will be back to using new characters, or they will be using some new characters, having some new names, maybe even having that full fresh coat of paint. Whether they join the Hurt Business or not, I don't know, but that looks to certainly be in the plans that next week when we see these two guys again, probably standing next to Bobby Lashley, they will actually have new names. What that means for Slapjack and Mia Yim, I don't know.
It was very subtle, Mike, but I don't know if you noticed. When they showed them on the ramp, they didn't have the weird contacts. They didn't have the face paint. You could tell that it was Dio Madden and Dijakovic because their faces weren't covered by any paint or contacts. It was like just dudes wearing very small masks.
Tony, that's it. And that's, I think, the first step to actually, fading them out of that. And I got to fade out of here and go to break. We'll be back. Wrestling Observer Live.
You love your dog. Is something bothering him or her and you can't figure out what it is? Maybe they seem slow or lethargic, and maybe they just don't have energy. Wouldn't you like your dog to be living their very best life? PetJoy offers a money-back guarantee on all of its products. If your dog won't eat it or you don't see the results you want, just let us know and we'll make it right. Totally risk-free. What do you have to lose? You can't buy PetJoy multivitamins in a store. The only way you can get them is through this unique radio offer. And if you call right now, learn how to get 2 bottles free with your order. Turn your dog's life around and make him or her a happy camper. Ain't that right, boy? He said call PetJoy right now. 800-846-2153. 800-846-2153. 800-846-2153. That's 800-846-2153. Do you need to sell your home? If you've sold a home before, you remember how stressful and expensive it was. Sold.com is here to help you sell your home for the most money and with the least amount of stress. There are new ways to sell your home that you've never heard of before. Did you know there are companies who'll offer you cash for your home? Did you know you could trade in your home for a new one? Did you know there are realtors who'll sell your home for a flat fee instead of an expensive commission? It's true. Sold.com services are free. So if you're looking to sell, make this free phone call right now and learn how your next home sale can be faster and easier than you ever thought possible. Pick up your cell phone and call right now. 800-449-1759. 800-449-1759. 800-449-1759. Again, that's 800-449-1759.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
You are listening to Wrestling Observer Live with Brian Alvarez and Mike Sempervive on the Sports Byline Broadcasting Network.
To this day, Juice is still a great movie. This is still a great song. Eric B. and Rakim are still great. You know who also is great? All of you out there who have been listening to this show, all the Twitch homies in the chat, everybody that has stuck with me this show. Brian Alvarez will be back with you tomorrow. Hopefully, if he's not, he lets me know a little bit more than 20 minutes before I wake up before the show. Because, I had, a piece of paper with bullet points. I really did think I was going to sit back this whole time and just listen to Brian rant. And, like I said, he probably still is going to have a little bit more left tomorrow for you because I know that he knows that you know that you want to hear that. We'll also be able to talk about NXT because the Wednesday Night Wars are over. I ran down the card. Dynamite is still on Wednesday night. That card looks pretty damn good, too. Young Bucks, Pac, and Phoenix. Dax Harwood, Chris Jericho with Mike Tyson as the special guest enforcer. Inner Circle and the Pinnacle Band from ringside. This show was already taped. That's good because Red Velvet is facing Jade Cargill, and I like them both very, very much. I am very entertained by their promos and all that sort of stuff. They had a good match the first time around. They're working with each other again. It should be good, but hey, still. Any extra editing that can be done is good. And what I also hope to do is watch Elevation because Konosuke Takeshita was on that show and faced off against Danny Limelight. I can't remember if it was Elevation or Dark. Regardless, I'm going to make sure I watch that match before tomorrow. If you get a chance, I don't know how the match is, obviously. I haven't watched it, but Takeshita, and there's a guy by the name of Tetsuya Endo, two younger guys. Takeshita at this point has been wrestling for, I don't know what it's been now. It feels like 8 years, and he's only 25 years old. He's so young, and he's so good. And I assume that match is going to be really good. He's one of the big stars in DDT. Those two guys had a match against Ibushi and Omega years ago when they had just started, and that thing banged. So hopefully it kicks ass. Y'all kick ass. That is for sure. And I really thank everybody for joining me today, sticking with me today. Big Boss Man Brian Alvarez will be back tomorrow, as well as myself and producer Dom. For all the Twitch homies out there, for all of the listeners, I salute you. We shall talk to you again after a while.
You're listening to Heartland Newsfeed Radio Network, live 24/7 at heartlandnewsfeed.com.
This stream is supported by advertisers and contributions by you.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Fast-moving changes in a Minneapolis suburb. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. After 2 nights of riots over a shooting during an arrest, there have been 2 resignations today. Fox's Jessica Rosenthal has this live.
Lisa, Brooklyn Center Mayor Mike Elliott said the officer who shot Dante Wright, Kim Potter, has resigned, and the police chief, who said the shooting was accidental, has also resigned. Elliott and the now acting chief, Tony Grunig, seemed caught off guard by all of this.
Yeah, we just informed less than a half hour ago or an hour ago about the change in status. There's just a lot of chaos going on right now. We're just trying to wrap our heads around the situation.
But Mayor Elliott said he hopes these resignations can calm the community, but also said he knows that justice still must be served and that he has not yet accepted Potter's resignation. He is calling for the Attorney General to take over the case, Lisa.
Meantime, Jessica, President Biden moments ago calling Wright's shooting god-awful at the start of the meeting with the Congressional Black Caucus, focusing on his goal of equity and a broader range of issues, including economic opportunities. A breakthrough in the case of a California college student who's been missing for 25 years. Sheriff's officials in California say the prime suspect is now in custody, along with his father, arrested as an accessory. Paul Flores, who's now 44, was seen with Kristen Smart before she vanished while returning to a dorm after a party at Cal Poly. Johnson & Johnson's COVID vaccine on hold in the U.S., a pause recommended by the CDC and FDA after 6 women who had the vaccine developed rare blood clots. One died, so a possible link is being studied.
You want to make sure that safety is the important issue here. We are totally aware that this is a very rare event. We want to get this worked out as quickly as we possibly can. And that's why you see the word pause. In other words, we want to hold off for a bit.
Dr. Anthony Fauci says it may take only days, not months. America is listening to Fox News.
Are mobile devices key to your business operations? Security, analytics, content distribution, and it all must be done remotely. Keeping track of everything is impossible, right? Actually, it isn't. The SOTI One platform gives you total visibility into your entire fleet of mobile devices. Manage and support your devices. Analyze data. Even create apps in minutes. With SOTI, you don't need siloed solutions to run your mobile ecosystem. Visit SOTI.net/Fox for a free trial for Fox News radio listeners. That's SOTI.net/Fox.
The White House says it is concerned about what it calls a provocative announcement from Iran.
Iran saying today it will start enriching uranium at a higher level than in the past, although not at weapons-grade levels. This after sabotage damaged centrifuges at the Natanz nuclear facility on Sunday. It's suspected that Israel was behind this, as it has been involved in prior attacks on Iran's nuclear infrastructure. It has not taken responsibility, and the U.S. says it is not involved. The incident could affect talks set for tomorrow in Vienna between Iran and partner countries in the Iran nuclear deal. The U.S. is on the sidelines of those talks as the Biden administration weighs rejoining the pact.
Fox's Greg Palcott. The White House says it does expect talks to continue. President Biden had a phone call earlier today with Russian President Vladimir Putin discussing a number of issues, including the recent military buildup near Ukraine, emphasizing a continued U.S. commitment to Ukraine's sovereignty and calling on Russia to de-escalate tension.
President Biden also made clear that the United States will act firmly in defense of its national interests in response to Russia's actions, such as cyber intrusions and election interference.
White House spokeswoman Jen Psaki says the goal is a stable relationship with Russia, though they expect it to remain a challenge. The president also proposing to meet with Putin in a different country. Some changes in Facebook's oversight process.
Facebook says soon all users will be able to appeal the company's content moderation decisions on the site and Instagram to its oversight board. Previously, only those who disagreed with the removal of their own posts or comments could make appeals. Folks first have to report content they think violates the site's rules and wait for Facebook's initial review.
Fox's Kristen Goodwin. If Facebook leaves the post up, a reference ID and deadline to appeal the decision is given. An hour to the close on Wall Street stocks, well, the Dow at least is down 24 points. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Are mobile devices key to your business operations? Security, analytics, content distribution, and it all must be done remotely. Keeping track of everything is impossible, right? Actually, it isn't. The SOTI One platform gives you total visibility into your entire fleet of mobile devices. Manage and support your devices. Analyze data. Even create apps in minutes. With SOTI, you don't need siloed solutions to run your mobile ecosystem. Visit SOTI.net/Fox for a free trial for Fox News radio listeners. That's SOTI.net/Fox.
Here is a look at weather from the Heartland Newsfeed Weather Center. Tuesday, scattered showers in the morning, otherwise mostly sunny with a high near 61. Tuesday night, mostly cloudy with a low around 40. Wednesday, sunny with a high near 56. That's the latest weather. Check out more news and weather on our website at heartlandnewsfeed.com.
Listen, the man is just about to say it.
Yeah, let's everybody listen.
The USA Radio Network presents the greatest radio programs of all time.
Henry Aldrich. Coming, Mother.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind.
This is classic radio theater.
Want to get away from it all?
The FBI in Peace and War.
Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
The unexpected.
The unexpected.
The unexpected.
Now here's your host, Wyatt Cox.
Good evening, friends.
We go back 77 years to April 13th, 1944. Orson Welles starring in an episode of Suspense, The Marvelous Barastro. And if you remember hearing this show when we did it with in Music in the Air, starring it was Peter Lorre. It was a delightful show. But wait till you hear Orson Welles. I think you'll find this very different and a great program. We thank you for tuning in on this Sure Happy It's Tuesday, and this happens to be the 13th day of April, 103rd day of 2021, 262 days remaining in the year, and this is the Ides of April. I did not know that. The famous retailer Jacques Cepene opened his first store in Wyoming on this date in 1902. Of course, yeah, J.C. Penney. The Jefferson Memorial dedicated in Washington on this date in 1943 on the 200th anniversary of Thomas Jefferson's birth. It was on this date in 1964 Sidney Poitier won the Best Actor Oscar.
Winner is Sidney Poitier.
Because it is a long journey to this moment, I am naturally indebted to countless numbers of people. For all of them, all I can say is a very special thank you.
Sidney Poitier winning the Academy Award for his performance in Lilies of the Field. It was on this date in 1970 an oxygen tank aboard Apollo 13 exploded, putting the crew into deadly peril.
Kane, we've got one more item for you when you get a chance. We'd like it to stir up your cryo tank. In addition, I have Shaft and Trunnion. Okay. For a look at the Comet Bennett if you need it.
Stand by.
Hey, Houston, we've had a problem here. Can say again, please.
Houston, we've had a problem. Main B bus undervolt.
Roger, main B undervolt. Stand by, 13. We're looking at it.
We had a pretty large bang associated with the caution and warning there. And as I recall, main B was the one that had a amp spike on it once before.
Roger, Fred.
Interim here, we're starting to go ahead and button up the tunnel again.
It was discovered the normal supply of oxygen, electricity, light, and water had been disrupted. The landing mission aborted. The astronauts and controllers on Earth scrambled to come up with some emergency procedures. The crippled spacecraft continued to the moon, circled it, and began a long, cold journey back to Earth on this date in 1970. Western Union, in cooperation with NASA and Hughes Aircraft, launched the USA's first commercial geosynchronous communications satellite back in 1974, WestStar 1. And that WestStar 1, when its successors really, responsible for a lot of national and international distribution of radio programming. Not just the internet, but getting programs to radio stations. And in fact, a lot of radio stations that are hearing this program now are hearing it because of commercial satellites. Harold Washington elected as the first African-American mayor in Chicago's history in 1983. In 2004, former FBI Director Louis Freeh testifying before Congress, saying the FBI could have prevented 9/11 if they just had the tools.
September 11th, had we had the right sources overseas or in the United States, could have been prevented.
Former Attorney General Janet Rito also testifying rules that restricted intelligence sharing made tracking terrorists difficult. And it was 4 years ago today, 2017, the U.S. dropped the largest ever non-nuclear weapon on Nangarhar province of Afghanistan. Passing away on this date in history, the man who played Al Jolson in the Jolson Story and Jolson Sings Again, and an admitted communist, Larry Parks. The father of the zip code, Robert Moon. And a man whom I get compared with, and I shouldn't because I don't believe in half the conspiracy theories he did, Art Bell. Just because we both have a fondness for the Philippines, don't you know? This is the birth date of President Thomas Jefferson, as we mentioned earlier. Also born on this date, businessman F.W. Woolworth. I miss those 5 and dime stores. Butch Cassidy, also born on this date. The inventor of the Scrabble game, Alfred Mosier Butts. I just like mentioning it because I like that name. Alfred Mosier Butts, the inventor of Scrabble. Nobel Prize laureate Samuel Beckett. Perennial presidential candidate Harold Stassen, who had a pretty good chance for being nominated in 48 and 52. In 52, and in fact, he participated in the first presidential debate in 1948. In 1952, he threw his support behind General Eisenhower, who would become president. Also, actor, singer, and president of the Screen Actors Guild for a period, Howard Keel. Atheist, Madeline Murray O'Hare. Would you believe actor Don Adams, born on this date, best known for his role in Get Smart? Lyle Wagner, born on this date in history. He passed away last year, 1 more month short of his 85th birthday. Of course, Carol Burnett and Wonder Woman, his best known roles. From Law & Order, Paul Sorvino, 82. The man behind the music of Rocky, For Your Eyes Only, and The Right Stuff. In fact, he got an Academy Award for The Right Stuff. Bill Conti, 79. He was Wally in Leave It to Beaver, and he'll always be remembered for that. Tony Dow, 76 today. Singer, Pastor Al Green, 75. 2 Grammys for Peebo Bryson. He is 70 years old today. Conan and Springsteen drummer Max Weinberg, 70 years old, as is the 5th Doctor Who, Peter Davison, also 70 today. Russian chess player, former world champion Garry Kasparov, 58. She was Hilda in Sabrina the Teenage Witch. Caroline Ray, and she did a talk show of her own too, as I remember, 57 today. Silver Spoons, Ricky Schroeder, 51, all grown up. A little bit of Monica in my life, a little bit of Erica in my side. Yeah, that Mambo number 5 guy, Lou Bega, 46. Talk about your one-hit wonder. And from All My Children, Law & Order SBU, Kelly Giddish is 41. Those some of the people who celebrate the 13th day of April is their birthday. If this is your birthday...
Hi, we're the 4 freshmen, and we just want to say... Happy birthday to you.
Orson Welles in The Marvelous Barastro, an episode of the program well calculated to keep you in suspense from 77 years ago, April 3rd, 1944, on this Tuesday edition of Classic Radio Theater.
With no fees or minimums on checking and savings accounts, banking with Capital One is like the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Kind of like Taylor Swift choosing what to wear.
It's looking kind of chilly out today. I think I'll go with a cardigan.
Yep, even easier than that. And with our top-rated app, you can bank anytime, anywhere, making Capital One an even easier decision. That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
New consumer accounts only. Approval required. Terms apply. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
Over the past year, I've helped thousands turn their lives around. And today, I'm going to tell you the one simple trick that will change everything. All you have to do is...
And now a message from our sponsor.
With Progressive, you can bundle your boat, RV, or other outdoor vehicle for great protection and even more savings. Progressive.
And that's it. You'll have that for the rest of your lives. I'm so excited for you.
Progressive. There's never a bad time for great protection. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Bundle discount not available in all states or situations.
Spring lawns are growing, and so are the possibilities for taking care of them. Stop in and check out your options during Lowe's Spring Fest, like Ego Outdoor Power Equipment now at Lowe's. Ego is the #1 rated battery platform in outdoor power, delivering power that exceeds gas without the noise and fumes. Choose the Ego 21-inch Select Cut Mower with dual blade cutting for premium mulching, bagging, and runtime performance. Shop in-store at Lowe's.com or on our app. Lowe's, home to any budget, home to any possibility. Selection varies by location, U.S. only.
Using an overpriced trash bag?
Pricey, pricey, pricey!
A bag that breaks?
Whippy, whippy, whippy!
Or a smelly bag?
Stinky, stinky, stinky!
You gotta snag Hefty's Ultra Strong Trash Bag. Always at an ultra low price.
Hefty, hefty, hefty!
It has Arm & Hammer odor control, so your nose And your wallet will be...
Happy, happy, happy!
Hefty Ultra Strong Trash Bags. Hefty Strong all day long.
Hefty, hefty, hefty!
Tail end of World War II, April 13th, 1944, 77 years ago today. Suspense. Orson Welles.
Roma Wines present Suspense. Roma Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
Salud. Your health, senor.
Roma Wines toast the world. The wine for your table is Roma Wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is the man in black here to introduce this weekly half hour of Suspense. Tonight from Hollywood, we bring you Mr. Orson Welles. Mr. Welles will appear as star of the suspense play called The Marvelous Barastro, from an extraordinary story by the distinguished American author, Ben Hecht. And now, with The Marvelous Barastro, produced and directed by William Spear, and with the performance of Orson Welles, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
This is William Spear. 3 weeks ago, I was seated in my office poring over possible future stories with which to hold you in suspense when a stranger appeared unannounced.
I am the marvelous Barastro. I've come to tell you a story.
How did you get in here?
Well, I am a magician by trade. I do such things. Perhaps you've heard of me, Barastro.
No.
I am the greatest magician alive. No, that is not so. I am the second greatest. But soon I will be first. I am leaving tonight for Mexico City. You see me now for the first and last time. You will never see me again. No one will ever see me again. It is the last of Barastro.
How's that?
I'm going to Mexico City to murder a man. His name is Rico Sansoni.
Why are you going to kill him?
Because he is the most evil man in the world. I've been waiting 20 years for his name to appear. For as long as he chose to hide, there was no hope. He's too clever, far too clever, even for me. But I knew that his vanity would betray him and that someday I would read again the name Rico Sansoni. I knew he would return to the stage.
Is he a magician?
The greatest to ever live, the most profound, the most subtle, and the most evil. He's greater than I. He begins his first performance in 20 years in Mexico next week. I will be there to see it.
Well, I would like to hear your story.
I can tell you all but the end. That I will be unable to provide now. But you will find it out for yourself.
Well, I'd like to hear what you can tell me.
I will tell you, Mr. Spear, but on one condition.
And that?
I must have your oath not to interfere.
Oh, really now? You can understand I can scarcely give you that. After all,
very well. I would take my chances with you. The story begins 20 years ago. I was a young man. I traveled as a magician with a small carnival through southeastern Europe. One night we came to a village in Malo, Russia. Our cymbals sounded, our torches flickered in the spring wind, and the villagers gathered around our tents and wagons. I had taken my place in the black box outside my tent. There were holes in the box through which I could watch the crowd while the barker made his announcement.
Barastro, the marvel of marvels. Barastro, the magician, who speaks with the dead and reads the secrets of life.
At this moment, I saw her for the first time. Her young and gentle face surprised me among so many peasants. I said to myself, what a strange girl, what a beautiful child. I kept watching her. I couldn't keep my eyes away from her. At length, an old peasant led her in, holding her by the hand. I saw at once that she was blind.
My granddaughter would like you to tell her future.
Can you tell my future?
Yes?
Will it be a happy one, my future?
Hold out your hand, and I will tell you.
Here.
A dark mist passed over me. I felt a sudden chill as I touched her hand. I listened to the voices which foretell the future. Sorrow, sorrow, they breathe. Pain and sorrow. Fly, run. I studied the girl's face, a fear gripping at my heart. Her large, sightless eyes were calm, resigned. I could not bring myself to tell her what I saw. The spirits promise you happiness. I lied. Your hands will touch beautiful things. Love and delight will await you.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
That was the beginning. Her face haunted me that night. I could not sleep. I made inquiries the next morning, and I found her. We walked through the hills. She did not need my hand to guide her. She knew every stone, every turn of the path. She spoke of the trees around us. She had strange names for them.
I call that tree Lullaby because it sings when it sways in the wind.
Lullaby?
And that one, see? With its branches open towards heaven. I call that one Prayer.
How do you know its branches open toward the sky?
When I was younger, I climbed it.
Anna.
Come, I'll race you to the bed of flowers at the turn.
Anna.
Hurry, I run fast.
We walked often through the hills. I knew that she was aware of her destiny. The stars had told me she would not live long, and that agony and terror waited for her on the short journey. Our caravan remained for 2 weeks in the village. At the end of that time, I asked Anna to come with me as my wife.
You make me very happy, Shari. I could live only with you.
I will love you with all my heart.
And you will teach me, Shari. You will teach me to see.
To see?
Does one need eyes to see as you do? Shari, you will teach me to see beyond the horizon. You will teach me to see as you see.
We were married. We rode together in the gilded wagon, and the vows were taken under a clear sky. Suddenly, the sky changed. It was only then that I realized what I had done in seeking to save her. I was fulfilling the terrible message of the stars. For it was I, Shari Barastro, who was the instrument fate had selected for her ruin. Then it came. One night, as I stood in the black box outside my tent, I knew that I needed no further word from the mists of prophecy. It was there. It had come. He stood among the peasants before our tent, a graceful figure, smiling, leaning on his cane, a man of the world, amusingly out of place in this faraway little village. I looked at him through the holes in my boxes. I turned cold. I watched him, and I felt afraid. He was studying Anna. Never once did he stop looking at her. My temper is quick and fiery. I went up to him as he was watching Anna. How subtle he was, how graceful. I seized his arm and demanded to know what he meant by staring at my wife. He removed my hand as if I were a child. I can tell you there was something terrifying in his strength. I most humbly beg your pardon for this misunderstanding. Let me introduce myself. My name is Rico Sansoni. I'm a student of the occult, traveling about the world in search of knowledge. Inside of me, I feel that girl has remarkable psychic powers. I'd hoped to be able to induce her to join me as my assistant. Soon planning to go on the stage, but now that I know she's your wife, I apologize again for my seeming forwardness. Oh, I suppose there's nothing to do but to accept that apology. And you, madame? Anna. I think it is fair, Anna. Anna?
No. I have nothing to say.
It was thus Rico Sansoni entered our lives. Little by little during the days that followed, he attached himself to us. We listened, Anna and I, to his tales. He'd been everywhere, seen everything. He brought the world into our gilded wagon. In his presence, I always felt elated and flattered. Thus does a man move in the grip of his destiny. Thus do we dig with our own hands the appointed grave for our happiness. For one night, Anna came to me and took my hands and told me something that made my heart grow black.
Shari, Rico Sansoni has made love to me. I've done nothing wrong. I'm afraid of Rico. I tell you this so you will understand my fear.
Do you want to tell me about it now?
Yes.
Tell me then.
Rico came to me this afternoon while I was alone. He took my hand and held it gently in his. I suspected nothing until he asked me if I loved you and how deeply I loved you. Then he asked me if I love you more than happiness or life. I took my hand from him and said, I cannot talk of love to you. Even of my love for my husband. Please go.
Yes? Oh, Rico. Well, she's told you. Sorry, forgive me. For a moment I grew weak. Let me remain your friend. I brought you both some flowers. I picked them myself. Will you accept them? You won't accept them? Of course we will, my friend. How could I have doubted you? I understand. Come, forget the entire incident. You are kind. Really, you're kind.
You might remember it was just about a month ago. We had an episode of Orson Welles filling in as the host of the Jack Benny program while Jack was sick in Chicago. He did it for a couple of weeks, and I got to tell you, even though Orson Welles had the reputation he did, he wasn't above puncturing his own balloon. The Suspense, 77 years ago, April 13th, 1944, on Classic Radio Theater.
Small business owners, is your internet making office tasks painfully slow? Are your file upload speeds sluggish? Are your video calls choppy? You need more speed. AT&T Business Fiber gives you up to 20 times faster upload speeds at half the price of cable. Faster upload speeds mean smoother, less glitchy video conferencing and faster file transfers. Visit att.com/businessfast or call 844-647-FAST to get our best price on our best service. Imagine it, up to 20 times faster upload speeds at half the price of cable. AT&T experts can help you upgrade to AT&T Business Fiber. Soon, you're going to love your internet. Call 844-647-FAST now. Comparison by Telogical Systems, 12-2020.
15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Oh, that's a cheer we used to do in softball.
What? It's actually Geico's.
Whenever someone hit a triple, we would wave our bats and yell, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more. But we never got to use it because we would only hit home runs. Annoying.
The phrase is from Geico because they help save people money.
Geico? Yeah, they were our team sponsor.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
AT&T Fiber is a proud partner of NCAA March Madness. The tournament may be notoriously unpredictable, but you can count on consistently fast internet speed with AT&T Fiber, even during peak times, so you can stream all the action before and after your bracket's busted. There's no better feeling than getting a great deal, like a hotel room upgrade or a free car wash with every tank of gas, maybe unlimited chips and salsa with your burrito. And now, as an AT&T wireless customer, you can get an exclusive deal on a super fast internet experience with AT&T Fiber. Get consistently fast speed, even during peak times, and a great deal with AT&T Fiber. Learn more at att.com/fiber offer. Limited availability in select areas. Consistency based on wired connection to gateway. Restrictions apply. NCAA and March Madness are official trademarks of the National Collegiate Athletic Association.
Me, but also you. The Pharaoh fast forwards his favorite foreign film, Powder Donut. Okay, what's my line?
The only line I see here on the script is get options based on your budget with the Name Your Price tool from Progressive.
Oh, man, that's a tongue twister, huh? I'm sorry, I'm gonna need a few more minutes. Bulbous Walrus, the Bulbous Walrus.
The Name Your Price tool, only from Progressive.
The owl ran afoul of the comatose coxswain.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
We need to continually strive to get better.
And we owe that to ourselves, and we owe that to our clients.
The Jury is Out is a podcast by trial attorneys for trial attorneys. Sharpen your skills with John Simon and Eric Veith. Subscribe to The Jury is Out.
Come celebrate Lowe's first annual Spring Fest and give your lawn the look it deserves. With 5 bags of premium mulch for $10 or 3 19.3-ounce Bonnie vegetables and herbs for $9. Spring Fest, a festival of fun and savings for your garden and total home, in-store or online. Lowe's, home to any budget, home to any possibility. Offers valid through 4/21 while supplies last. In-store only. Selection varies by location. U.S. only, excluding Alaska and Hawaii. Spring lawns are growing, and so are the possibilities for taking care of them. Stop in and check out your options during Lowe's Spring Fest, like Ego Outdoor Power Equipment now at Lowe's. Ego is the #1 rated battery platform in outdoor power, delivering power that exceeds gas without the noise and fumes. Choose the Ego 21-inch Select Cut Mower with dual blade cutting for premium mulching, bagging, and runtime performance. Shop in-store at Lowe's.com or on our app. Lowe's, home to any budget, home to any possibility. Selection varies by location, U.S. only.
With round-the-clock protection at a great price, your Progressive policy works the way it's supposed to, unlike this unenthusiastic hype man.
Okay, everybody, let's make some noise. Put your hands up. Or not. It's your call. Here we go now. Here we go.
Switch to Progressive today.
It is electric in here.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Everyone loves shopping online. Well, I'm going to tell you what I tell my golf buddies when they buy clubs. Stop searching for coupon codes. Download Capital One Shopping to your computer. Capital One Shopping instantly searches for available coupon codes and automatically applies them at checkout. Plus, it's free, and you don't even need a Capital One card to use it. That's like hitting a hole-in-one without even trying. Capital One Shopping. It's kind of genius. What's in your wallet?
Savings and available coupons vary.
Using an overpriced trash bag?
Pricey, pricey, pricey!
A bag that breaks?
Whippy, whippy, whippy!
Or a smelly bag?
Stinky, stinky, stinky!
You gotta snag Hefty's Ultra Strong Trash Bag. Always at an ultra low price.
Hefty, hefty, hefty!
It has Arm & Hammer odor control, so your nose and your wallet will be...
Happy, happy, happy!
Hefty Ultra Strong Trash Bags. Hefty strong all day long.
Hefty, hefty, hefty!
Prevent wildfires for 70 years. Outdoor lovers would like to say something.
Happy 70th, big guy. Let's bring it in for a bear hug. Come on.
For safety tips, visit SmokeyBear.com. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state foresters, and the Ad Council.
Join me as I prepare a collection of cherished family recipes passed through generations.
Watch Recipes for Disaster at foodsafety.gov. You'll learn the right steps as Maria does everything wrong. Brought to you by the USDA, HHS, and the Ad Council.
And you're listening to Classic Radio Theater on your favorite station. We're listening to an episode of Suspense, The Marvelous Verastro, starring Orson Welles, from Thursday, April 13th, 1944. In the newspapers of that Thursday, some 77 years ago, these were some of the headlines. War headlines now. Reds race 46 miles down Central Crimean Railway in a single day, get within 46 miles of Sevastopol, clear out the entire Kerch Peninsula. Weather turns back big bombers from England. Italian-based raiders blast plane plants in Austria and other targets. In Italy, Germans increase shelling at Cassino. King Emmanuel to retire in favor of son when Allies enter Rome. Allies easing Japanese presence on Kohima in India. Allied air commandos widening their operations in central Burma. In the Pacific, liberators hit the Kuril Islands less than 1,000 miles from Tokyo. Truxtol and other Japanese points also raided. And in Yugoslavia, vital German base of Gardena falls to partisans. Nazi communications attacked on the long front. One other war item, and it's a good one. Second Lieutenant Ernest Childers, the 26-year-old sharpshooting American Indian from Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, yesterday received his country's highest award, the Congressional Medal of Honor, given only once before in the Italian campaign. And to make the picture complete, a dream come true for Childers, he's come home to see the girl he left behind. Arrest of 13 persons in connection with an investigation of a reported plot against the lives of President Avila Camacho, his brother General Maximilo Avila Camacho, and former Presidents Plutos Elias Calles and Lazaro Cardenales was announced by police last night. The alleged plot not officially linked with Monday's attempted assassination of the president by Lieutenant Antonio de la Lama Rojas, who died yesterday of a bullet wound inflicted by guards when he attempted to escape. Mrs. Franklin Delano Roosevelt yesterday labeled as politics or propaganda recurring rumors that she had advocated a 6-month quarantine for soldiers returning from the tropics. She told a press conference she'd been asked twice about it on her Caribbean tour. She said she had heard the story before leaving for the Southwest Pacific in letters from indignant mothers of Marines stationed there, and that it had worried her to know of that feeling, so much so she almost didn't take the trip on that account. Claiming he was overcharged for 100 cups of coffee, 100 meals, and 80 pieces of pie over a period of 5 years, R.W. Agnew yesterday filed suit in Superior Court against the Modern Cafe in Ventura, California, for $14,000. Agnew's complaint asked $50 for each time he was assertedly charged prices in excess of the OPA ceiling. It alleged the cafe billed him 10 cents for coffee, 75 cents for meals, and 15 cents for pie, all of which it claims were inferior in size. And those some of the day's top news stories as reported in the newspapers of Thursday, April 13th, 1944, on your radio 77 years ago, Suspense, which continues now on Classic Radio Theater.
This was the 3rd month of our friendship, and now I began to feel it was my companionship he desired, not Anna's. We spent long hours together. Without Anna, under his care, my mind was expanding, my powers developing. He seemed interested in my every move. And again, I was flattered, lured, disarmed. You have a funny way of saying the word, beautiful, my friend. How is it you say it? Beautiful. That's it. Beautiful. Is that right? You're telling me about the Houdini method of the respiration. Oh, yes, so I was. Beautiful. Huh? Very good, I think. I like you, Sally. I like you very much. Amazing, isn't it? Amazing how one can be drawn in by flattery and charm. Then one day I was sitting in my tent. When a curious sense came over me, I felt a pressure on my heart as if a hand were closing around it. It was a warning. I left quickly. I hurried to the apartment. Anna had remained there. She frequently did in the afternoon. I found myself running toward the door. I paused, waited until I recovered my breath, and then, forcing a smile to my lips, opened the door. Oh. I saw Rico. Rico, standing with his arms around her. Her face raised to his lips. Speechless, powerless, I looked at them. I heard her voice murmuring words of love. Her arms moved around his neck, and she kissed him. Then I heard his voice. Anna, my darling.
Shari, my love.
Anna, my darling. My beautiful darling. The sound of his voice, a horror seized me. Now I knew why he had spent so many hours with me, why he was so interested. It was my voice. It was Barastro talking. It was a voice that seemed to come from my own throat, a horrible, familiar voice, and I understood what had happened. I sprang forward, shouting his name, Rico! He turned and faced me. He pointed his finger at me as if he were an image in a mirror. Rico! He echoed. Murder was in my heart. I flew at this monster. We struggled across the room. He answered my cries with cries that echoed each note, each inflection of my voice. I saw him through my rage. His face was contorted like my own. His every feature had changed. He was Barastro. There were two Barastros screaming together, tumbling over each other.
April 13th, 1944, Suspense, on this Tuesday edition of Classic Radio Theater.
Your struggle. Is QuickBooks slowing your business down? Do you have challenges managing inventory, project profitability, or just getting paid fast enough? Get your business to a better place and graduate to NetSuite today. Stop paying for multiple systems that don't give you the information you need when you need it. Ditch the spreadsheets and all the old software you've outgrown. Now is the time to upgrade to NetSuite by Oracle, the world's #1 cloud business system. NetSuite gives you visibility and control over your financials, HR, inventory, e-commerce, and more. Everything you need, all in one place, instantaneously. Whether you're doing $1 million or hundreds of millions in revenue, save time and money with NetSuite.
Join the over 24,000 companies using NetSuite right now. Let NetSuite show you how they'll benefit your business with a free product tour at netsuite.com/info. Schedule your free product tour right now at netsuite.com/info, netsuite.com/info.
Lowe's SpringFest is here. We've got $10 off gallon cans or $40 off 5-gallon pails on select interior and exterior paints, stains, and coatings. And appliance special values plus free local delivery on appliances $396 or more in-store and online. Lowe's, home to any budget, home to any possibility. Offers valid through 4/14. Actual paint sizes are 116 to 640 fluid ounces. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for rebate terms and conditions. For appliances, restrictions and additional fees may apply. See Lowe's.com or store for details. U.S. only.
To remind pet owners that Progressive covers pets in our auto policy at no extra charge, we're making a really cute pet-themed radio commercial. Hear that snoring? 2 sleeping puppies. Oh, they're awake! And they're heading over to that cute chubby baby that's just sitting there. What? Oh, now they're licking his face. Words will never do this justice. You'll just have to picture it.
Get coverage for your pets with an auto policy from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Coverage for cats and dogs included with the purchase of collision coverage and is subject to policy terms.
Episode of the Screen Director's Playhouse, Ray Milland in a baseball comedy and kind of a fantasy as well. It happened every spring from April 14th, 1950. But right now, the conclusion of Suspense. 77 years ago today, April 13th, 1944. Orson Welles.
He held me in his hands that were like steel. I could not move or cry out. His hand was on my throat. I lay gasping, crazed. And it was Barastro who was holding me. Then this horrible and familiar figure changed. It became Rico. It was Rico Sansoni who spoke. The breath was leaving my body. I was strangling, dying, yet I could hear him. Barastro, God, you're killing me. Sorry, have mercy. I'm dying. His voice was faint. I felt in this moment the agonies of 100 deaths. For as my eyes grew dark, I saw with horror the thing he had in his mind. He was pretending it was I who was killing him. And thus he would kill me and go to her as Barastro. It would be Rico Sansoni who would be buried. It would be Barastro who remained. For a moment I caught a glimpse of his cold, ruthless eyes burning now over my face as he enacted his false death, groaning, pleading for mercy. And the strength drawn from the soul filled my lungs. I cried out with all my might, Anna! Anna! Knowing that by this she would understand it was I who was dying. And darkness seized me. An hour had passed when I opened my eyes. My head was splitting, my throat was stiffened. I raised myself and looked. He was gone. I saw her. She was standing in the corner of the room, crouched against the wall, her hand against her teeth, and staring into the terrible dark around her. Anna, I whispered to her. Anna. It is I, Anna. I, Shari. Anna. Oh, God. Anna, please. Anna, darling, listen to me. Anna, give me your hand. Anna, listen, it is I. Anna, sorry, your husband, Anna. Listen, Anna, remember, Anna. Remember when we first kissed? When we first kissed, Anna? That time on the hill, Anna, remember? I called you little princess, remember, Anna? And Anna, about your trees, Anna, huh? About lullaby, the names you had for them, lullaby and prayer. Anna, one with its branches pointing toward heaven, the one we climbed, Anna, please. Anna, please. Please, Anna. It is I, Anna. Come here, listen. Listen carefully, Anna. The spirits promise you happiness. Your hands will touch the beautiful things. Love and delight await you.
Oh, Shari.
Oh, my darling. My Anna, my sweet.
Oh, Shari, hold me close.
Yes, my darling. Oh, he's
Shari,
hurt you. He's done. There, my darling. It's all right now. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. Rico had disappeared. We laid our plans, Anna and I. As soon as she was able to walk, we abandoned the carnival. We were inseparable then. She could not bear to have me away even for a moment. I understood everything in her soul. Yes, even the trembling that would seize her sometimes when I took her in my hand. It was I alone he could not deceive, I alone. To anyone else, he could become Barastro. Even to her, whose senses had learned every breath, every inflection of the man she loved. Even to her, he had been Barastro. The months passed. Our life had become again almost like a honeymoon. Almost, I say, for there were nights when I would awake to find her fingers tracing the contours of my face. Then it was I pretended to be ill and remained at her side. We said nothing, but we knew the shadow in each other's mind. Everything went smoothly, though, until one evening, when I entered the cabaret where I was performing. I felt unusually disturbed. It was winter. I was removing my coat when it came again, as I had known it would. The warning, the hand closing over my heart. I ran from the place and raced home. I entered our cottage by the back door quietly like a thief, and I stood listening. From inside, I could hear a voice.
Oh, Shari, please. Darling, you're ill again. I'll take care of you, darling. I'll make you feel better.
Anna, my dear Anna. How I love you. He was back. One doesn't reason. One does not reason in the midst of a nightmare. Yet terror can wake the mind to a clairvoyance, an understanding beyond thought. I stood motionless, silent, listening. The light was turned out. I heard her laugh. Laugh like a child in the dark. And this sound killed me. Yes, one is dead forever when happiness is torn from the heart. I wanted to rush into the room. I wanted to shout, Anna, don't touch him. He's Rico. But instead, I slipped quickly from the house. I walked in the cold streets. My thoughts returned. I had acted out of one clear impulse. Through the terror and agony of those moments when I heard him take her in his arms, there had remained the certainty above everything else. I must save her. And I knew I had acted wisely. Had I rushed into the room, had I made a noise, she would have died. She would have known in that moment, as I knew listening to him, that he had been there before. That he had been there before. That he had crept through our defenses as a shadow creeps, and we had not known. I thought of them together as I walked. And then I thought again that I had only to rush back to speak her name. Yes, and destroy her. destroy her. I kept on walking. And as I walked, I began to understand him. Yes, I was dealing with a monster. He would manage to leave her, as he must have done so often before, a few moments before I was due to return from the cabaret. And if I sensed something was wrong, he would rely on my love for her to keep the sense a secret. He knew me well. He understood I would allow my heart to be eaten away with grief, and I would not make a sign lest I destroy her whom I loved more than myself. It was I who must be careful, not he. Yes, he knew me. He gambled on me. I determined to kill him the first moment I saw him. And I began to think of his superhuman strength, that he might kill me, even as he had first intended, and that he would go on living with her as Barastro. She would never know I was dead. She would continue to love me in his arms, to press her kisses upon my murderer. And this was the thought that contained in it the fullest measure of horror. The thought of that moment when she would see him, and not me. You understand the grief? The grief of that night? Yes, it is fortunate I cannot remember it all. I returned home. At the time Rico wanted me to. I wasn't careful about my coming. I trusted him. Do you understand? I trusted him that out of his evil, he would spare her, as I spared her out of love. I entered the bedroom, opened the door, and walked in. She was alone. Anna, dear. Anna! Anna, it's I! It's I! It's not Rico! It's I! It's I! Anna! Anna! This is my memory of Anna. My memory. She seized her face with her hands as if she were tearing something. Yes, the darkness. As I rushed to her, she fell. She did not speak again. In the morning, she died.
That is the story, as nearly in Barastro's words as I can remember them. When he'd finished, he got up quietly, looked at me a moment, and said, "Thank you for listening to me, Mr. Spear. You understand now my prediction that there will be one less magician alive in the world within a fortnight." Then he turned and left my office. I must admit that the whole thing shook me rather badly. I've spent the whole week wondering if something might happen, something I couldn't predict. This morning, I think perhaps it came, at least while I was reading through the theatrical weekly Variety, and my eye caught a notice, you probably saw it too, of a magician who had been killed in Mexico City. The account said that 2 magicians had been together in an automobile accident. While driving through the rail yard district, their car stalled on a track and had been demolished by an oncoming train. One of the magicians, unidentifiable, had been cut to pieces. The other, miraculously, escaped with his life, although his features were so horribly disfigured that plastic surgery will have to create a new face for him. The survivor identified himself as the marvelous Barastro.
And so closes Ben Hecht's story of the marvelous Barastro, starring Orson Welles. Tonight's tale of suspense.
You might or might not have noticed that Welles played both people, both male leads in that. Both the impersonator of Barastro and Barastro. Alrighty, that goes back a long ways. April 13th, 1944, 77 years ago. Suspense here on Classic Radio Theater. Please thank this radio station and support their advertisers. It's their kindness and courtesy that we're here each and every day for you. Also, please visit our webpage, classicradio.stream. There you can stream our shows on demand, learn more about classic radio collecting, and contact me there. classicradio.stream. Our programs are also available on the internet anywhere podcasts are served, including iHeartRadio and Spotify. All you have to do is search for USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater. Have a great Tuesday. I'm Wyatt Cox. Tell all your friends the great radio shows are right here at this spot on the dial. Classic Radio Theater on your favorite station and the USA Radio Network.
Your struggle.
Everyone loves shopping online. Well, I'm going to tell you what I tell my golf buddies when they buy clubs. Stop searching for coupon codes. Download Capital One Shopping to your computer. Capital One Shopping instantly searches for available coupon codes and automatically applies them at checkout. Plus, it's free, and you don't even need a Capital One card to use it. That's like hitting a hole in one without even trying. Capital One Shopping. It's kind of genius. What's in your wallet?
Savings and available coupons vary.
To remind pet owners that Progressive covers pets on our auto policy at no extra charge, we decided to make a really cute pet-themed radio commercial. Can you hear that, puppy? If you could see this, you would melt. I mean, just the softest fur. Oh, wait, he's trying to open this box now, and oh, the box is filled with kittens. If only there was some way you could see this. What a glaring oversight.
Get coverage for your pets with an auto policy from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Coverage for cats and dogs included with the purchase of collision coverage and is subject to policy terms.
Spring lawns are growing, and so are the possibilities for taking care of them. Stop in and check out your options during Lowe's Spring Fest, like Ego Outdoor Power Equipment now at Lowe's. Ego is the #1 rated battery platform in outdoor power, delivering power that exceeds gas without the noise and fumes. Choose the Ego 21-inch Select Cut Mower with dual blade cutting for premium mulching, bagging, and runtime performance. Shop in-store at Lowe's.com or on our app. Lowe's, home to any budget, home to any possibility. Selection varies by location, U.S. only.
Using an overpriced trash bag?
Pricey, pricey, pricey!
A bag that breaks?
Whippy, whippy, whippy!
Or a smelly bag?
Stinky, stinky, stinky!
You gotta snag Hefty's Ultra Strong Trash Bag. Always at an ultra low price.
Hefty, hefty, hefty!
It has Arm & Hammer odor control, so your nose and your wallet will be...
Happy, happy, happy!
Hefty Ultra Strong Trash Bags. Hefty strong all day long.
Hefty, hefty, hefty!
With a message about emergency planning for the thousands of Illinois citizens with functional needs. Every one of us needs a disaster plan for ourselves, our families, even our pets, but the plan in the emergency disaster kit may look a lot different for those with functional needs. At ready.illinois.gov, you'll find tips for designing an emergency disaster plan and building an actual emergency disaster kit. Whether you or someone you know is affected by cognitive, mobility, or visual disabilities, has mental health or substance abuse issues, is deaf and/or has substantial hearing loss, ready.illinois.gov has the answers. There's even guidance for those who rely on life support systems and for persons who use service animals. And yes, ready.illinois.gov has great tips for seniors too. Even tips for pet owners. If you or someone you know has functional needs, or for that matter, you have yet to make your own disaster planner kit, visit ready.illinois.gov. That's ready.illinois.gov.
Sponsored by the Illinois Emergency Management Agency.
Hi, I'm Bobby Likas with today's Car Clinic Minute. Funny things. Knock, knock jokes.
You're listening to the Heartland Newsfeed radio network at live.heartlandnewsfeed.com. This stream is supported by advertisers and contributions by you.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
A cold case might be cracked. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. Police in Los Angeles make an arrest in a decades-old missing persons case. Fox's Gernal Scott has this live.
Lisa, Paul Flores is now in the custody of the San Luis Obispo Sheriff's Office. Charges have not been revealed. He was the last person seen with Kristen Smart 25 years ago. She disappeared as she headed back to her college dorm. Sheriff Ian Parkinson named Flores a prime suspect in the case last month after a warrant was executed at Flores' Flores' father's home. Ruben Flores has been arrested as an accessory to a felony. Smart was declared dead in 2002. Her body was never recovered. A major announcement is expected next hour, Lisa.
Thanks, Colonel. The police chief of Brooklyn Center, Minnesota, has resigned. So has the officer who shot Dante Wright during an arrest over the weekend, though what happened during that traffic stop remains under investigation. The mayor of the Minneapolis suburbs says he hopes the announcements can help restore calm after 2 nights of rioting. President Biden says there is enough COVID vaccine for all Americans, even with a pause in the single-dose shot. Fox's Jared Halpern is live at the White House.
Even without Johnson & Johnson vaccines being shot in arms, President Biden says his administration ensured there were at least 600 million doses of the 2-dose Moderna and Pfizer vaccines.
There's enough vaccine that is basically 100% unquestionable for every single solitary American.
The CDC and FDA recommended a pause on using Johnson & Johnson so scientists can research rare blood clots that developed in 6 women days after receiving the shot. Nearly 7 million doses of the J&J vaccine have been given in the U.S., the FDA says, with most having no or just mild side effects. Lisa.
Thanks, Jared. America is listening.
Join over 24,000 of some of the fastest growing companies in the world who rely on NetSuite. Just ask Sean Nelson, founder of Lovesac.
We started as a beanbag company in my parents' basement. And the next thing I knew, we were one of the fastest growing furniture companies in the world. Only problem, we still had multiple systems for everything.
NetSuite gives you visibility and control over your financials, inventory, e-commerce, HR, and more.
Lovesac furniture is built to last and infinitely adaptable, just like NetSuite.
Find out how NetSuite can help your company with a free product tour at netsuite.com/relax.
A defense expert says former Minneapolis officer Derek Chauvin was justified in pinning George Floyd to the ground and that only a reasonable fear is needed for officers to adjust their actions accordingly. Also taking the stand in Chauvin's trial today, former officer Peter Chang, who was there when Floyd was being arrested. Defense attorney Eric Nelson asking him about the crowd that formed.
As Mr. Floyd and the officers were across the street, did you notice any changes in the area?
Yeah, as there was a crowd, and yes, the crowd was becoming more loud and aggressive. A lot of yelling across the street.
Did that cause you any concern?
Concern for the officer's safety, yes.
The defense trying to counter prosecution arguments that excessive force was used and that it caused Floyd's death. President Biden is setting September 11th as the new deadline to finish pulling troops out of Afghanistan. It had been May 1st. He plans White House remarks on that tomorrow. Federal safety officials are studying possible airbag failures in a variety of GM vehicles.
The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration's investigation is looking at 750,000 2020 to 2021 Chevy Silverado and GMC Sierra pickups, Chevy Tahoe and Suburban SUVs, GMC Yukon and Cadillac Escalade SUVs, and Cadillac CT4 and CT5 sedans and XT4 SUVs. After 15 complaints of airbag malfunctions, including 6 crashes with 8 reported injuries. GM says rust particles can accumulate on a driver's airbag connection terminal, which can cause the airbag malfunction light to come on and could stop the airbag from inflating.
Fox's Jeff Manasso. So far, no recalls as NHTSA assesses that issue. Mixed finish on Wall Street. The Dow down 68 points at the close, pairing heavier losses. A new record high for the S&P. Fox News.
Is QuickBooks slowing your business down? Do you have challenges managing inventory, project profitability, or just getting paid fast enough? Get your business to a better place and graduate to NetSuite today. Stop paying for multiple systems that don't give you the information you need when you need it. Ditch the spreadsheets and all the old software you've outgrown. Now is the time to upgrade to NetSuite by Oracle, the world's #1 cloud business system. NetSuite gives you visibility and control over your financials, HR, inventory, e-commerce, and more. Everything you need, all in one place, instantaneously. Whether you're doing $1 million or hundreds of millions in revenue, save time and money with NetSuite.
Join the over 24,000 companies using NetSuite right now. Let NetSuite show you how they'll benefit your business with a free product tour at netsuite.com/Fox. Schedule your free product tour right now at netsuite.com/Fox. netsuite.com/Fox.
Here is a look at weather from the Heartland Newsfeed Weather Center. Tuesday, scattered showers in the morning, otherwise mostly sunny with a high near 61. Tuesday night, mostly cloudy with a low around 40. Wednesday, sunny with a high near 56. That's the latest weather. Check out more news and weather on our website at heartlandnewsfeed.com.
The USA Radio Network presents the greatest radio programs of all time.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent. Dragnet.
This is classic radio theater.
Gangbusters.
I was a communist for the FBI.
Lights out. Everybody.
Now here's your host, Wyatt Cox.
Crime drama with an episode of Dragnet. This originally broadcast April 13th, 1954. The Big Note.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. Dragnet. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to juvenile detail. You get a report of drug addiction within a group of teenagers. You don't know if the information is true. Your job, check it out. Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, February 10th. It was cold in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of juvenile detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Powers. My name's Friday. I was on my way into the office, and it was 8:01 a.m. when I got to Georgia Street Juvenile. Squad room. Hi, Frank.
Well? Well, what do you think?
About what?
Ruth, what do you think?
Well, she's nice, sure.
Was that all you got to say?
Well, what do you want me to say?
Well, did you like her?
She's a nice girl, yeah.
You got another date with her?
No, I told her I'd call her sometime.
You said you'd call her, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Did you say when?
No, I just said sometime.
Sometime. Well, Faye's not gonna like it.
Why?
She's just not, Joe. You're not sure we had it this time.
Well, look, Frank, I think it's real nice of you and Faye to be concerned. I don't think that I don't appreciate it, but when you asked me over last night, I figured we were just gonna have dinner and sit around and talk. I didn't know anything about this girl gonna be there. Don't you think you should have told me? Let me know.
Joe, you like girls, don't you?
Well, of course I like girls.
Well, we couldn't have done that, you know. Would have loused the whole thing up if we told you ahead of time. We just wanted you to meet her. Get the full effect. Bang, like that.
Yeah, I got the full effect.
Well, we tried to set it all up for you. She is pretty, don't you think?
Yeah, I guess so.
Blue eyes, red hair. I think she's real pretty.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Faye and me had the whole evening planned, right from the time you two met.
I kind of got that idea.
What do you mean?
Well, you're about as subtle as a water buffalo.
Now, you tell me where we were obvious. Go ahead, tell me.
Well, all right. First off, the music. That album of records of yours there. What's it called? Love Music or whatever it was?
Mood for Lovers.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I bought them special.
Yeah. And the flowers on the table?
Well, you gotta have flowers. You gotta have something for the center of the table.
You must have gone a long way for those. Orange blossoms? You had to have those, huh?
Well, Faye's not gonna like it.
Well, I'm very sorry about that, Frank.
Oh, we're just trying to show you the advantages of getting married.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you and Faye trying, but let me do it my way, huh? Any mail this morning?
Huh?
Any mail?
Yeah, Skipper put a note in your box.
Okay. Tickets for the police show.
You gotta sell tickets, huh?
Yeah, so do you. Here's your book.
You're not mad, are you, Joe?
Oh, man, it's just that all the time people are trying to be helpful, you know.
Well, I kind of hate to say it behind her back. I say I hate to say it behind her back, but it was Faye's idea. I didn't have any part in it.
Yeah.
Faye's idea.
Faye's idea.
You sure you're not sore, huh?
No, I told you, man.
Sure?
I'm sure, Frank, yeah.
Oh, Ruth.
What?
Look, it wasn't the fact that she was a redhead, was it?
Friday?
Yeah.
Yeah, Skipper says to run this down.
Thanks.
What do you got?
Take a look at this.
Huh? Dear sir, I have some information for you about a big dope ring. It's important I talk to you. I'll meet you at the streetcar stop at 7th and Broadway on the east side after 3:45 p.m. tomorrow afternoon, Wednesday. That's today, huh?
Yeah, read the rest of it.
I can't tell you my name now, but I'll be wearing a green skirt and a plaid sweater. I'll be standing right by the streetcar stop.
What do you think?
I don't know. No signature. You got anything in the envelope?
No. It's postmarked L.A., addressed to Juvenile Division. No way of telling where it came from.
Think it's from McCrae?
Well, there's one place we can find out.
Yeah?
7th and Broadway. The fact that the note had been addressed to Juvenile Division instead of Narcotics Detail indicated that the person who wrote it had some knowledge of the workings of the police department. It also led us to believe that the writer was a juvenile. We checked again with Captain Powers on the letter, and it was decided that we'd make the meet that afternoon. Frank and I spent the rest of the morning going over reports on a case that we just finished, and at 3:15 p.m. we left the office. Frank stopped the car at 8th and Broadway for a traffic signal, and I got out and walked the remaining block. There was no one at the streetcar stop dressed in a green skirt and a plaid sweater. While Frank circled the block, I waited. 3:40 p.m., still no sign. At 3:52, a woman of about 23 got off a streetcar and waited on the corner. She was wearing a dark green suit with a plaid blouse. I waited for some indication that she might be the person we were waiting for, but she gave none. Finally, she turned, walked across the street, and disappeared into the crowd. 4 o'clock, 4:15, still no sign of the letter writer. 4:30, 4:45. Frank pulled into a loading zone near the corner, and I went over to talk to him.
What do you think?
Well, I don't know. She's an hour late now.
Uh-huh. Well, that note must have been from a crank.
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, come on, get in. We better go back to the office.
Yeah.
Hey, wait a minute, Joe.
What?
Right there, crossing the street.
Oh, yeah. Matches the description.
Must be her.
Well, she's looking this way. I'll check it. She looked about 15. Brown hair and a thin, young face. She was carrying an armful of school books. She paused in the corner and watched me. I walked up to her and told her I was a police officer. She nodded and then walked out to the safety zone and climbed onto a waiting streetcar. I followed her. She walked to the back of the car and took a seat. I sat down next to her. I could see Frank following us in our car. We rode 3 blocks before she spoke.
I'm sorry I was late.
It's all right.
I usually try to be on time, maybe even a little early. That's the way it should be, don't you think?
What was it you wanted to talk about, miss?
I got hung up at school, couldn't get away when I thought I would.
Yeah.
That's the reason I'm late.
Well, you said something in the note about a narcotics ring.
How much am I going to get involved in this?
What do you mean?
How deep am I going to get? I don't want any trouble myself. I'm doing this to help somebody, but I don't want to get mixed up in it myself.
Well, maybe you better tell me what it's all about first, huh? We can decide the rest of it later.
That's the way it has to be?
Well, you called us, remember?
Yeah, I guess so.
What's your name?
Edna.
Your last name?
Well, that isn't going to help any. You don't need it.
How old are you?
15.
All right, what about this dope ring?
I want to tell you about it. A friend of mine is in pretty deep. I think she's hooked bad. I want to help her.
What's your friend's name?
You have to have that?
Well, we're not going to be able to do very much without it, are we?
Catherine. I can't give you her last name. I can't.
How old is she?
15.
All right, now what makes you think she's using narcotics?
I just know, that's all.
Well, that's a pretty serious charge. You must have some reason for saying it.
I've got a reason. I've got good reasons. You think I'd go to the cops if I didn't have? You think that?
What kind of narcotics do you think she's using?
Heroin.
You know that for sure, do you?
Yeah, I've seen her take a fix.
Where?
Hmm?
Where'd she take the fix?
I've seen her do it in her room at home. Place near school up at Lewis Apartments.
Lewis?
Lewis Compton. He got Catherine hooked. He's the one I want to see you get.
How old's he?
Oh, I don't know. I think around 20, 21.
Where'd you meet him?
Down at Balboa last summer. Catherine and me went down for a week. We met them then, Lewis and Vince.
You know this Vince's last name?
I think it's Beal.
B-E-A-L?
I guess so.
Now, these two boys, are they supplying Catherine with the heroin?
Yeah, they got it for her.
How'd you happen to meet them?
First day we were down at Balboa, we went down to the beach. We saw them then. We didn't talk to them right off, not the first day.
Uh-huh.
The next day, they came over to where we were and laid down on the beach. They had a portable radio, and they were playing it loud. They were playing it real loud.
Yeah.
Well, Lewis asked us if they had the radio on too loud, and we said no. Then we got to talking.
All right, go ahead.
We found out that they knew a lot of the kids that go to our school, so we talked about them. We talked and listened to the radio.
Mm-hmm. Were either your or Catherine's parents with you?
No. Catherine's father's got a friend who lives at Balboa all the time. We were staying with her.
All right, go ahead.
After we knew him a week, one night, they suggested that we go for a ride down the coast toward San Diego.
Yeah.
They'd never given us any trouble, so Catherine and me talked it over and decided to go. They'd never gotten fresh or anything, so we thought it'd be all right.
Mm-hmm.
We drove down the beach, and then we stopped. Boys had some beer in the car, and we drank some of it, just a little. We didn't think it would hurt, just a little.
All right.
I guess we drank more than we thought, because we both got a little drunk. First time I ever got drunk. All I wanted to do was go home and go to sleep. That's all I wanted to do. I didn't feel good. I remember that. I didn't feel good.
Go ahead.
I got out of the car, and I walked around for a while. After I walked, I felt better, and I went back to the car. Catherine and the two boys were smoking. I could smell it when I got in the car. Real sweet. Sickening.
Marijuana?
Yeah. Vince asked me if I wanted some. I told him I didn't, and they all laughed again. Said I was just a little kid, called me chicken. So I did.
You smoked the marijuana, did you?
Yeah, but not very much. Got sick again, and I threw the stick away. That made Vince sore because I hadn't smoked very much. He got out of the car and found what was left of the cigarette and put it in a box he had. Then he got in the car, and the three of them all drank some more of the beer and smoked the rest of the marijuana. They were all laughing and yelling.
Catherine was smoking, too?
Yes, she was having a great time, laughing it up. Seemed like everything that happened was just about the funniest thing she ever heard. They were all laughing and telling me what a square I was. Finally, I couldn't stand it anymore. So I said if they wouldn't take me home, I'd walk.
What'd they say to that?
Told me to go ahead. Said I was a drag anyway, and they'd be glad to get rid of me.
You left then?
Yeah. I tried to get Catherine to go with me. She said she was having too good a time and she wasn't leaving. She told me to go home and to expect her when she walked in.
Yeah.
So I left. Got out of the car and walked up the highway. Was going to catch a ride back to town. Pretty scared, but I wanted to get back. I didn't feel very good.
Mm-hmm.
I waited for the car, but the ones that went by wouldn't stop. Then Vince and Lewis and Catherine came by. They told me to get into the car, and we drove home. I had to wait out in front with Catherine until she sobered up. She said she was too drunk to go into the house.
What time did you get home?
Oh, it must have been 3 or 3:30.
Mm-hmm. Did you see Vince and Lewis again?
Well, I didn't, but Catherine did. Every night we were there, she went out with them. I didn't want to have anything more to do with them. She told me if I said anything to the people we were staying with, she'd cause me a lot of trouble. I like Catherine. She's my best friend. I didn't want to see her get into any trouble. Thought when we left Balboa, she'd quit seeing the fellas. That's what I thought, that she'd stop seeing them.
Did she?
No. When school started again, she was still going with Lewis. I'd see her around the school, but she wouldn't have anything to do with me. Said I was a cube. Talking all the time about how she didn't know they grew corners like me anymore.
How'd you find out she was on heroin?
One day I saw her take a pop. She was at her house, and I came over to talk to her. She was pretty sick, and she went into her room. I went in after her to see if I could help, and I saw her taking a fix. After that, I didn't see much of her. I guess she didn't want me around, knowing she was hooked.
When was all this?
About 2 months ago. I've seen her a couple of times since. She looks real bad.
Her parents know anything about the narcotics?
I don't know. There's just her father. I don't think he cares much. If he does, he's not doing anything about it. I'm just telling you all this so you'll get Lewis and Vince. They're the ones who started her. They're seeing that she gets the H.
You know where we can find them?
Yeah. Lewis has a little apartment over in the Westlake area.
You know the address?
No, but I can show you where it is.
All right.
I just want to see you get them. Get them good.
Mm-hmm.
She was my best friend. Now she won't have anything to do with me. Nothing.
Well, maybe we can straighten it out.
What do you want to do now?
Well, first we better get off this streetcar.
Hmm?
End of the line.
April 13th, 1954, Dragnet on Classic Radio Theater.
Your struggle.
With 24/7 customer service and guaranteed repairs, your Progressive policy works the way it's supposed to. Unlike this stressful meditation guide.
Take a deep breath. Focus on all the things you have to do. Did someone make the vet appointment yet? You don't know? That feels like something you should know.
Switch to Progressive today.
You are a mess.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Repairs through Progressive Network shops guaranteed for as long as you own or lease your car.
With no fees or minimums on checking and savings accounts, banking with Capital One is like the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Kind of like Taylor Swift choosing what to wear.
It's looking kind of chilly out today. I think I'll go with a cardigan.
Yep, even easier than that. And with our top-rated app, you can bank anytime, anywhere, making Capital One an even easier decision. That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
New consumer accounts only. Approval required. Terms apply. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Spring lawns are growing, and so are the possibilities for taking care of them. Stop in and check out your options during Lowe's Spring Fest, like Ego Outdoor Power Equipment now at Lowe's. Ego is the #1 rated battery platform in outdoor power, delivering power that exceeds gas without the noise and fumes. Choose the Ego 21-inch Select Cut Mower with dual blade cutting for premium mulching, bagging, and runtime performance. Shop in-store at Lowe's.com or on our app. Lowe's, home to any budget, home to any possibility. Selection varies by location, U.S. only.
Using an overpriced trash bag?
Pricey, pricey, pricey!
A bag that breaks?
Whippy, whippy, whippy!
Or a smelly bag?
Stinky, stinky, stinky!
You gotta snag Hefty's Ultra Strong Trash Bag. Always at an ultra low price.
Hefty, hefty, hefty!
It has Arm & Hammer odor control, so your nose and your wallet will be...
Happy, happy, happy!
Hefty Ultra Strong Trash Bags. Hefty strong all day long.
Hefty, hefty, hefty!
Dragnet, April 13th, 1954, The Big Note.
Edna and I got off the streetcar and Frank picked us up. We stopped at a drugstore and put in a call to the office requesting that a policewoman be sent out to take the girl into custody. 10 minutes later, Officer Irene Gardner arrived, and the four of us drove over to the Westlake area. The young girl pointed out the building where she told us that Vince Beal and Louis Conklin lived. She gave us a description of the two suspects, and finally, after Miss Gardner had talked to her, she also gave us the full name of her friend, Catherine Pilgrim. We checked at the building and found that the two suspects occupied apartment 4G. Frank and I talked to the manager of the place, but she told us that the pair weren't in and that she didn't know when they'd be back. We returned to the car and told Officer Gardner to take Edna to Georgia Street Juvenile and hold her until we could get there. After that, Frank called the office and ran the names Vincent Beal and Louis Conklin through R&I. They both had misdemeanor records in California, and Beal had served time in the county jail for possession of narcotics. We called Captain Powers and told him what had happened, and then we returned to the apartment and set up a surveillance. At 7:25 p.m., we heard someone coming down the hall.
Don't worry about a thing, honey. It's all gonna be all right.
I'm sick, Vince, real sick.
I know. I'll make a call, get you fixed up. Just calm down.
All right, hold it right there, police officers.
Hey, what are you doing in here? You got no right to break in like this. What's this all about?
I gotta go, Vince. I got it.
Hold it up, Miss Pilgrim.
How do you know who I am? What are you gonna do?
Don't say anything, Kathy. Don't tell him nothing.
Turn around, Beal.
What for? What are you shoving me around?
Turn around.
For?
Here, turn around. I'll shake him, Joe. All right. Stand
You
still.
won't find nothing, cop. I'm clean.
Call it. Nothing. Where's Conklin?
You got it figured so good, you tell me.
You better watch that mouth, kid. It's gonna get you into trouble.
You tell me all about it, cop. I got no problem. What are you taking us in on? What's the charge?
Violation of the Narcotics Act and contributing.
Yeah? You didn't find anything on me. You didn't find anything in the pad. You've been on the spike, cop, and you know it. Now, why don't you run along, and I'll forget all about you being
All right, let's go.
Where are you taking us?
Downtown.
To jail?
Juvenile hall.
You gonna call my father?
That's right.
Well, he won't tell you anything. He won't tell you a word.
Keep your mouth shut.
Why? I got nothing to hide. I'm not a hype. You ask my father.
Let me see your arms, Beal.
Huh?
Your sleeves. Roll them up. Come on, quick.
Here.
Where'd you get those marks?
You tell me.
Let me see your arms, Miss Pilgrim.
It's not gonna prove anything. Not a thing.
Let me see them.
Go ahead, honey. If you don't go along with them, they bring out the rubber hose.
Somebody messed with you a long time ago. Come on, Miss Pilgrim. Let me see your arms.
Well, all right, here.
How about it, John? Take a look. Yeah. Fresh needle marks. We called Narcotics Division and asked them to come out and go over the room in an attempt to find a trace of narcotics. We put in a call to the office, and Irene Gardner came out and took the Pilgrim girl into custody. The stakeout was set up on the apartment to apprehend the other suspect, Louis Conklin. Frank and I took Vince Beale to the office and questioned him for over an hour, but he failed to come up with his source of supply for the heroin. He was turned over to officers from narcotics detail and booked in at the main jail on suspicion of violation of the State Narcotic Act, a felony. A call had been put into the father of Catherine Pilgrim, and at 9:37 p.m. he arrived at the office.
Friday and Smith, where are they?
My name's Friday. What can I do for you?
I'm Robert Pilgrim. I want my daughter.
She's downstairs right now. A doctor's taking care of her.
What for?
Well, she's pretty sick, Mr. Pilgrim.
Sick? What's the matter? You've got no right to give her any kind of medication without my approval.
We couldn't reach you.
How hard did you try?
We called your home and your place of business. We got no answer. Our doctor thought it was best to give the girl something right away.
What's wrong with her? What are you doing to her?
Your daughter's a narcotic addict, Mr. Pilgrim.
That is a lie. Now, you get her up here right now. You hear me? You get on that phone and have her brought to this office right now. I'm taking her home.
Afraid we can't do that.
Who are you to tell me what's going to happen? I pay you a salary, officer. Don't forget it. If you don't get on that phone and have my daughter brought up here right now, I'll make some calls and you'll be pounding a beat out in the Toolies. I've got a lot of friends in this town.
And you've got a daughter who's hooked bad.
Has she told you that?
No, sir. But all the tests point that way. She's got needle marks all up and down her arm.
Well, you better get out and find a lawyer fast because I'm going to pull that tin badge right off you.
Is that so?
You bet it is. How do I get a line?
Dial 9.
Hello, Jack. This is Bob Pilgrim. I'm down at the police station. Yeah, Kathy's here. The cop says she's a hophead. I want you to tell him. Here, you talk to him.
Yes, sir. Who am I speaking with? Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, we did find hypodermic marks. I see. All right, sir, we'll be checking with you.
Now you'll get my daughter?
I'll have her sent right up. You want to come out in the hall, Frank?
Yeah.
Who'd he call?
It was their family doctor. We might not have a case here.
What's the matter?
Well, the doctor says he's been treating the girl for the past 6 months.
Yeah.
Been giving her hypodermic injections.
You are listening to Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action.
Well, the guys could have some problems here, don't you think? April 13th, 1954, Dragnet on Classic Radio Theater. Well, in our next half hour, we'll wrap up this episode of Dragnet. We'll also check in with Peg Lynch and Alan Bunce, the couple next door. I'm Wyatt Cox. Thanks for tuning into Classic Radio Theater here on your favorite station. Don't forget to come by and give me a visit at classicradio.stream or on Facebook. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater, and you'll find us. The conclusion of Dragnet comes up in 4 minutes, right here on your favorite station.
Introducing touch-free payments from PayPal, a safe way for your customers to pay. Simply download the PayPal app and display your own unique QR code for your customers to scan. Whether you're a market seller,
I'll take 2 tomatoes and a cucumber.
poodle pamperer, piano tuner, or plumber. Signing up to accept touch-free payments for your business is easy. Touch-free QR code payments. Shop safe with PayPal.
Spring lawns are growing, and so are the possibilities for taking care of them. Stop in and check out your options during Lowe's Spring Fest, like Ego Outdoor Power Equipment now at Lowe's. Ego is the #1 rated battery platform in outdoor power, delivering power that exceeds gas without the noise and fumes. Choose the Ego 21-inch Select Cut Mower with dual blade cutting for premium mulching, bagging, and runtime performance. Shop in-store at Lowe's.com or on our app. Lowe's, home to any budget, home to any possibility. Selection varies by location, U.S. only.
Ram Truck Month is going on now. Hurry in for great deals on the only brand to ever win Motor Trend's Truck of the Year 3 years in a row. And it's Auto Show time. Now get 0.9% financing for 84 months on the 2021 Ram 1500 Laramie Crew Cab. 0.9% APR financing for 84 months equals $12.29 per month per 1,000 finance for well-qualified buyers through Chrysler Capital, regardless of down payment. Not all buyers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Offer ends 5/3/2021.
Of all the streaming services out there, only one is different. Discovery Plus. It's the greatest collection of real-life entertainment on the planet. 55,000 episodes of food, love, true crime, home, from networks like TLC, HGTV, and tons more. Yes! With stars like Chip and Jo, an exclusive new series from 90 Day Fiancé, all in one place. Bam! Discovery Plus. Stream now. Stream what you love.
With no fees or minimums on checking and savings accounts, banking with Capital One is like the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Kind of like Taylor Swift choosing what to wear.
It's looking kind of chilly out today. I think I'll go with a cardigan.
Yep, even easier than that. And with our top-rated app, you can bank anytime, anywhere, making Capital One an even easier decision. That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
New consumer accounts only. Approval required. Terms apply. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
Spring lawns are growing, and so are the possibilities for taking care of them. Stop in and check out your options during Lowe's Spring Fest, like Ego Outdoor Power Equipment now at Lowe's. Ego is the #1 rated battery platform in outdoor power, delivering power that exceeds gas without the noise and fumes. Choose the Ego 21-inch Select Cut Mower with dual blade cutting for premium mulching, bagging, and runtime performance. Shop in-store at Lowe's.com or on our app. Lowe's, home to any budget, home to any possibility. Selection varies by location, U.S. only.
You heard you could save big when you bundle home and auto with Progressive, so you went online to check it out. But then you saw a link for a survey about which type of bread you are. And now you're on question 17, barely scratching the surface of your bread identity. You always thought of yourself as a brioche, but are you actually more of a pumpernickel? Ah, yes. They said it was easy to save money bundling with Progressive, but they forgot about the rest of the internet. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Bundle discount not available in all states or situations.
Using an overpriced trash bag?
Pricey, pricey, pricey!
A bag that breaks?
Whippy, whippy, whippy!
Or a smelly bag?
Stinky, stinky, stinky!
You gotta snag Hefty's Ultra Strong Trash Bag. Always at an ultra low price.
Hefty, hefty, hefty!
It has Arm & Hammer odor control, so your nose and your wallet will be...
Happy, happy, happy!
Hefty Ultra Strong Trash Bags. Hefty strong all day long.
Hefty, hefty, hefty!
Theater, the conclusion of Dragnet, the big note from April 13th, 1954.
With the doctor's statement, there was nothing we could do but release the girl to her father pending further investigation. The parents of the teenager who'd written us the first letter came to the office, and she was released to them. At 11:40 p.m. that night, we got word that the other suspect had returned to the apartment and had been taken into custody. He was identified as Louis Conklin, age 23. He was taken to the main jail and booked on the same charges as Vincent Beale. Their apartment was gone over, but no trace of narcotics was found. We questioned both suspects again, but they failed to cooperate with us. Frank and I checked out of the office and went home. The following morning, we drove out to see the doctor who had told me he was treating the Pilgrim girl. He said the girl was underweight and highly nervous, and that he had been giving her vitamin injections. He went on to say that he'd stopped treating her 5 months previous at her father's request, and that he had not seen the girl since then. February 11th, 10:24 a.m. We checked the car belonging to Vincent Beale. In the trunk, we found an expensive leather jacket. It looked too expensive to be worn by a man who had the reputation of never holding a job. We took the jacket over to the crime lab and had it checked. From a cleaning tag, we got the name of the cleaner who'd serviced the jacket. We contacted him, and he remembered the jacket as having been among several stolen from his store. With this information, we went back to the main jail and had the Conklin boy brought from his cell. He told us that the jacket belonged to Vincent Beale. He was brought into the interview room.
This leather jacket belong to you, Vince? No, I never saw it before.
Conklin says it's yours.
I don't know. Maybe it is. What difference does it make?
Take a look. We want to know.
Yeah, it's mine.
Where'd you get it?
Where do you think I bought it? You know someplace you can get these without buying them?
Yeah, the same place you picked this one up.
And what's that supposed to mean?
You know a man named Ted Hartman?
Who?
Ted Hartman.
Ted Hartman. Never heard of him.
He knows you.
Maybe he's got a better memory than me.
Says you used to work for him.
Is that right?
Yeah. Now, how about it?
Maybe I did. I had a lot of jobs.
The cleaner says you worked for him a couple of weeks last December.
That's a long time ago.
Says this jacket was stolen from him.
Well, where do I fit?
He thinks you stole it.
He's crazy.
He's sure enough to make a complaint.
They'll laugh him out of court.
Conklin says it's yours.
I told you I bought it.
Conklin wants no part of a burglary rap.
What'd Conklin tell you?
Maybe we ought to get your side of it, huh?
What'd he tell you? I got a right to know. Look, he's going to make a beef like that on me. I got a right to know what he said.
He wants no part of it. He lays it all on you.
He's no good. I hadn't figured for a guy I could trust. He did all right on the deal. Loot kept us both going.
What do you mean?
I thought he told you all about it.
Yeah, well, we want to hear it from you. A lot of times stories get all mixed up. Now we want to get it right.
Now, we knocked the place, but it was both of us. Lou was in on it all the way.
Go ahead.
We were scratching for H. We had it real bad. We needed some way out. I thought about the cleaning place. Figured we could score good. Well, we did all right. Took care of 3 of us for a long time.
You, Conklin, and the Pilgrim girls, that it?
Yeah, that's it.
What were you shooting?
Me and Lou kept it down. The Pilgrim kid, she built up fast. She was juicing 5 caps a day. I should have listened to Lou. He kept telling me to drop her, leave her alone.
Yeah.
Wasn't anything between us. It was just for laughs. And then all of a sudden she was hooked bad. We had to do something. We stole her jacket so we could keep her supplied. 5 caps a day. You know, that's a lot of H. I tried to break her down. I tried to cut her habit. I did what I could. You can see that, can't you? I did everything I could.
How much was that? 5:23 p.m. Frank and I, along with policewoman Irene Gardner, drove out to the Pilgrim residence. We went up to the front porch and rang the bell.
Yeah? What do you want?
I'd like to see your daughter.
Now, you get out of here. You get out of here right now. I've had enough of this shoving around from you. It's about time you learned your place.
It might be better if we came in.
Anything you got to say to me, you can say here. I don't want any cops in my house.
You want to get your daughter?
What for?
We're going to have to take her down to juvenile hall.
You guys just don't give up, do you? You want me to call my doctor again?
We talked to him this afternoon.
Then you know the story. Now get out of here.
You want to get your daughter?
Look, I've got a gun inside. If you're still here when I come back, I'm going to
Now,
use...
you listen to me, mister. You've been acting like a big man long enough. You can play the part of the outraged parent with your family, but don't try it with us.
I'm not going to have you talk to me like that.
Not much you can do about it. We got the boys been supplying your daughter with narcotics. It's pretty clear that this home isn't the place for her.
She's a good girl.
We didn't say she wasn't.
Then why don't you leave her alone?
You know better than that.
Can do you boys some good downtown. I got a lot of friends.
You're going to need them.
All right, you want to make a case out of this? I'll fight you in every court in the country before I let you take my daughter away from me. Now, you just try it.
Your daughter's a drug addict. She's sick. She's got to be straightened out. She needs help.
Who are you to set yourself up as the jury?
You got a fine girl in there. She got all the breaks except somebody who thinks enough of her to stand by her.
There isn't anything she wants she doesn't have.
What about the things she needed? You let her run all over the town by herself. She gets in trouble and you won't take the time to care for her.
What about those 2 men who got her started? What are you going to do with them? They're guilty. If it hadn't been for those 2, this never would have happened.
They'll be taken care of. You lay the blame any place you want, mister, but if you're honest, you'll keep it.
What's going to happen to her?
She'll be given medical attention. We'll do what we can.
I can afford to take care of her. I've got the money. I'll hire the best people. I want her to have the best.
Yeah.
She's mine. I'm her father. I've got the right to take care of her.
Yes, sir, that's right.
Hmm?
Why didn't you?
The story you have just heard is true. The names were changed to protect the innocent. On June 3rd, trial was held in Department 98, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. Vincent Norman Beale and Louis Shellman Conklin were tried and convicted of 1 count of burglary and additional charges of violation of the State Narcotic Act, a felony, and contributing to the delinquency of a minor. They received sentences as prescribed by law. Burglary is punishable by imprisonment for a period of not less than 5 years in the state prison. Catherine Noreen Pilgrim had a hearing in juvenile court and was made a ward of that court. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors, Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Ben Alexander, Joyce McCluskey, Harry Bartell, Carolyn Jones. Script by John Robinson. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
April 13th, 1954, Dragnet on Classic Radio Theater.
As you know, one of the worst things you could say in any business or in life, for that matter, is, but we've never done it that way before. Right. What if there's a better way? This is why using MediShare for your healthcare bills is such a great idea. It works. It's way less expensive. It's convenient. It's a better way for so many people. The typical family saves $500 a month. So you've never done it this way before? No problem. Just call. Start saving now. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE.
If you enjoy our Classic Radio Theater broadcasts and want to start building a collection of your own, go to classicradio.stream. That's classicradio.stream. There you'll find links to great classic radio collections on CD, along with links to great reading on classic radio, plus Classic Radio Theater on demand. Check out our webpage, available now at classicradio.stream. That's classicradio.stream. And enjoy.
Your struggle. With no fees or minimums on checking and savings accounts, banking with Capital One is like the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Kind of like Taylor Swift choosing what to wear.
It's looking kind of chilly out today. I think I'll go with a cardigan.
Yep, even easier than that. And with our top-rated app, you can bank anytime, anywhere, making Capital One an even easier decision. That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
New consumer accounts only. Approval required. Terms apply. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
We saved big money with our Progressive Home and Auto Bundle and used the cash to take a family vacation.
To Hawaii.
Who's up for a luau?
Yay!
This is not a real testimonial. Sure, customers can save big money with Progressive, but not enough to go to Hawaii. They'll probably use it for things like the mortgage and groceries, or even a travel magazine, so at least they can see pictures of Hawaii.
Aloha!
Yes, say hello to those beautiful Hawaiian beaches in that magazine. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Using an overpriced trash bag?
Pricey, pricey, pricey!
A bag that breaks?
Whippy, whippy, whippy!
Or a smelly bag?
Stinky, stinky, stinky!
You gotta snag Hefty's Ultra Strong Trash Bag. Always at an ultra low price.
Hefty, hefty, hefty!
It has Arm & Hammer odor control, so your nose and your wallet will be...
Happy, happy, happy!
Hefty Ultra Strong Trash Bags. Hefty strong all day long.
Hefty, hefty, hefty!
Lowe's Springfest is here. We've got $10 off gallon cans or $40 off 5-gallon pails on select interior and exterior paints, stains, and coatings. And appliance special values plus free local delivery on appliances $3.96 or more in-store and online. Lowe's, home to any budget, home to any possibility. Offers valid through 4/14. Actual paint sizes are 116 to 640 fluid ounces. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for rebate terms and conditions. For appliances, restrictions and additional fees may apply. See Lowe's.com or store for details. U.S. only.
Starring Peg Lynch and Alan Bunce from April 13th, 1960.
CBS Radio brings you The Couple Next Door, written by Peg Lynch and starring Peg Lynch and Alan Bunce.
Good morning, Daddy.
Well, this is a pleasant surprise. What are you doing up so early?
Oh, I don't know. I just woke up and I thought I'd come down and have breakfast with you. I thought, gee, I never have breakfast with my daddy anymore.
Well, I know, and I miss having breakfast with my Betsy, too. But I don't like you to miss your sleep just because I have such crazy early office hours.
Where's Mommy?
Well, Mommy's putting the first lot in the washing machine or something out there. Here, add some orange juice.
Daddy, don't you think everybody ought to have a new Easter hat?
Well, I should say so. Why, don't you have a new Easter bonnet?
No, and I wish I did. All my friends do. Gee, they all got new things for Easter. Mommy said I didn't need any.
Well, no, my goodness, I certainly think a little girl should have a new Easter bonnet.
Oh, it doesn't matter really, Daddy. I mean, if we can't afford it, I don't mind. I know we have a lot of expenses, and you work so hard all the time.
Oh, well, now, look here. I guess I can find a few pennies for a new hat for my girl. I mean, what's the sense of having a pretty little girl if she can't have a new Easter bonnet?
Oh, Daddy, am I pretty?
Well, sort of.
Oh, Daddy, am I?
You are beautiful. You are the beautifulest thing I ever saw.
Oh, Daddy, I think you're the handsomest man I ever saw, too. Oh, Daddy, I love you so.
Well, Daddy kind of likes you, too. Now, come on, drink up your orange juice there. Except maybe you ought to go brush your hair, at least. You know, Mommy doesn't like having you come down to the table with your hair uncombed like that, but you can eat breakfast in your bathrobe. That's all right.
All right, Daddy. I'll be right back down. And, Daddy? Would you ask Mommy if I could have a new hat for Easter?
Ask Mommy. Listen, your father is the lord and master in this household. You will have a new Easter bonnet.
Oh, thank you, Daddy. You're the best daddy in the whole world.
Well, here I am. I'm sorry you had to start eating alone. I wanted to get the washing started. I've got such a busy day.
Yeah, it's okay. I had a little company. Betsy woke up early, I guess. She'll be right back down. I sent her up to comb her hair a little.
Betsy's awake so early?
Yeah.
I'm surprised she got up. It's getting harder and harder to get her up in the morning.
You want that piece of toast? I'm not quite ready. You go ahead.
Oh, all right. I'll take it. Oh, I didn't put any marmalade on the table.
Well, never mind for me. I don't want any. Look, what's this about Betsy not having a new Easter bonnet?
Oh, that's why she got up.
What do you mean?
Oh, has she been working you?
Oh, for Pete's sakes. No, she has not been working me, as you put it.
Betsy winds you right around her little finger. All she has to say is, "Oh, Daddy, you're the best daddy in the whole world." Which I'll bet she said, didn't she? Oh, look, I don't blame you. She takes me in, too. All I'm saying is, dear, don't think she doesn't know what she's doing, because she does.
Well, I suppose. Still, I do think she ought to have a new Easter bonnet.
There's nothing wrong with the one she insisted on getting for Easter last year, and she hasn't worn it since, maybe twice. She never wears a hat in the summer.
She wears one when she goes to Sunday school.
She wears her winter hats, or else she wears just that little tiny flowered thing. She doesn't like the hat she got for Easter last year, so she won't wear it. And she's the one who wanted it at the time and is still practically new. So I don't think she should have a new one.
Well, I've already promised her she can have one. Now, look, when I was a kid, everybody had something new for Easter. And, well, Betsy said all her friends have new hats. I mean, well, I think she ought to be allowed to have one. Anyhow, I've already said she could.
All right.
Oh, now, look, honey, I mean, if all her friends have new Easter bonnets...
I said all right, didn't I?
Yeah, you said it, but you're mad.
I'm not mad at all. Naturally, if you've told her she can have one, I'll agree with you. But I don't like it when I tell her no about something. She comes running to you and gets you on her side. I mean, I don't think that's right. Frankly, I think you were wrong to agree without discussing it first with me.
Yeah, well, I think I was wrong there, too. Well, all right. Shall I tell her that she can't have a new hat?
Oh, no, then it looks as though I'm the mean one. Besides, I want Betsy to feel that the man, the father, is the final word in the family. You know, I've always tried to impress on both the children that their father is the final authority. That you are the one person...
Oh, come on, honey. Who are we kidding?
What do you mean?
Get me some more coffee, will you?
Yes, what do you mean by that remark?
Well, darling, let's face it. I mean, times have changed. In this day and age, there isn't an American child who isn't perfectly aware of who really wears the pants in the family. The mother. Every leading sociologist tells
Well, that is not true in our family.
Sure.
When you tell the children to do something, I make a special point of not disputing you. Even if I don't agree.
Yeah.
I make a special point of not saying a word.
You make a special point of it.
Yes,
See, well,
I
that's
do.
my point. In the old days, father's word was law. Mother never thought of disagreeing. If her husband said so, that was it. That was it.
Fiddlesticks.
All right,
With
fiddlesticks.
Men and women haven't changed that much.
The family situation has, with women going out and working and bringing in money.
I don't go out and work and bring in money.
Could I have my coffee, please? You poured it, but you left it standing on the stove.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. So busy arguing with you. Here you are, honey. Well, I don't care what you say. I always act as though you're the final authority. I always speak of you to the children with respect and deference.
Honey, when you say things like that, like, for heaven's sake, take your feet off the coffee table, that's respect to the father of the family?
Look, if the father of the family puts his feet on the coffee
Yeah, when you
table...
say to me, what's the matter with you? Why don't you come to dinner? I've called you 3 times. Everything's going to be cold.
Well, why do you disappear right at dinner time? Every night I have to
All right. Okay, some blame on my side, I'll admit. But the point is, in the old days, Father bought the coffee table. Father could put his feet on the coffee table if he wanted to. Nobody said anything.
In the old days, Father wouldn't have thought of putting his feet on the coffee table. Which, as a matter of fact, I don't think they had then anyhow. Father would have sat in a very dignified way in the parlor, looking like the voice of authority, which he was.
Well, when his dinner was ready, his wife wouldn't have dared bawl him out, screaming that dinner would be cold, and would he, for heaven's sake, get to the table?
Of course not. In the old days, Father would say, I would like dinner served at precisely 6 o'clock every evening. And at 6 promptly, Father would appear without being yelled at.
Well, okay, but what you still can't understand is that in the old days you wouldn't even have discussed this with me. Don't you see? I would have stated my opinion. You would have listened deferentially, and since my word was law, you'd simply have nodded and said quietly, oh, yes, Mr. Piper.
Would you like me to be more like that, dear?
Certainly. Now, Mrs. Piper.
Yes.
Our daughter Elizabeth is allowed to have a new Easter bonnet. That is my decision.
Yes, Mr. Piper.
Very good. Very good. Now practice saying it. Lower your eyes.
Yes, Mr. Piper.
Very good. Very good.
Thank you, Mr. Piper.
Yeah, I like that. You know something? I'll bet family life would be a lot simpler if there were just one authority. Do you realize that there'd never be any disagreements? Then father would decide everything. Children wouldn't play parents against each other. They'd know there was just one person whose word was final.
I have always tried to make Betsy feel that about you.
Yeah,
dear.
well, I don't think she does at all. The fact that she asked you first if she could get a new hat, that proves it.
All right, I'm sorry. Well, I hear her coming back down to breakfast, and I will try to impress on her once and for all that her father is the final authority. And what I've tried to impress on you, Betsy, is that it is your father who earns the living, who supports us and takes care of us, feeds and clothes us.
I know.
Now, don't be sassy.
I don't mean to be sassy, Daddy. I do know all that. I don't know what Mommy's trying to say to me.
Well, for example, if you want a new Easter bonnet, ask Daddy.
I did, and he said I could have one, didn't you, Daddy?
Well, yes, but the point is, Betsy.
You must not ask me for things as you did with the Easter hat. I said no, because I felt that you should ask Daddy.
Then I did ask Daddy, and he said yes.
I know, but in the future, when you want something, ask Daddy first. Don't you understand? He's the head of the family.
You mean ask Daddy first just to be polite?
Oh, no,
All right, let it go. Let it go. Come on, for the heck with it. Let's finish breakfast.
Betsy, now just understand one thing. In the future, when you want anything or some decision has to be made, just ask your father. Now, don't ask Mommy. Ask Daddy. Is that clear?
I guess so. I ask Daddy first, and then he has to ask you.
No, darling.
You see what I told you?
No.
See? Who are we kidding around here?
Betsy, Daddy doesn't ever have to ask Mommy anything. Mommy has to do what Daddy says because Daddy's the head of the family. And also, we want to do what Daddy says because we love him, and he loves us.
You will do what your father says because he's your father. Now, it's all the explanation you need, young lady.
What did I do? I didn't say anything. I didn't do anything.
Oh, sweetheart, Daddy didn't mean it. What is the matter with you?
I don't know. Oh, baby. Look, no, Daddy didn't mean to speak sharply like that. I really didn't, honey. Here, come to your Daddy.
Take Mommy's hanky. I think she's been upset anyhow because of the Easter bunny.
Well, of course she hasn't. But now Daddy's girl is going to have a new hat, huh?
Daddy didn't.
I don't need a new hat. I haven't got a new dress with it anyway. Mommy said I didn't need a new dress.
Well, your father said you could have a new dress and a new hat. She can.
I didn't say a word. Whatever you decide. Here, give her to me. She's getting strawberry jam all over your tie.
Oh, golly.
There,
well, it's easy to see who really runs this family.
The Couple Next Door stars Peg Lynch and Alan Bunce with Francie Myers and is produced by Walter Hart and directed by Dick Stenta. This is Stuart Metz speaking.
You gotta love it. Daughters with their daddies and mommies with their sons. It gets you crazy, doesn't it? Peg Lynch and Alan Bunce, The Couple Next Door here on Classic Radio Theater. Don't forget that you can always find more information about Peg Lynch at the website that her daughter maintains to this day at PegLynch, LYNCH.com. That's PegLynch.com. And always come by my website, which is at classicradio.stream. There you can stream our programs on demand, learn more about classic radio collecting, and contact me there. classicradio.stream. And don't forget that you can always find our programs anywhere podcasts are served on the Internet, through the iHeartRadio app, through Spotify, through Spreaker, TuneIn, Apple Podcast, Google Podcast, Overcast. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. That's USA Classic Radio Theater. Thanks so much for making us a part of your day. I'm Wyatt Cox. Thank this radio station. Support the advertisers. And as always, tell a friend the great radio shows are back. Classic Radio Theater on your favorite station and the USA Radio Network.
Ooh, a fondue set. Ugh, now I need to find a coupon code.
Not anymore, Susan. Capital One Shopping instantly searches for available coupon codes and automatically applies them at checkout.
Wait, instantly?
It's called shopping smart, not hard. Download Capital One Shopping to your computer for free and let it do the work for you.
Don't mind if I fondue.
Haha, that's kind of cheesy. Capital One Shopping. It's kind of genius. What's in your wallet?
Savings and available coupons vary.
With 24/7 customer service and guaranteed repairs, your Progressive policy works the way it's supposed to. Unlike this stressful meditation guide.
Take a deep breath. Focus on all the things you have to do. Did someone make the vet appointment yet? You don't know? That feels like something you should know.
Switch to Progressive today.
You are a mess.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Repairs through Progressive Network shops guaranteed for as long as you own or lease your car.
Using an overpriced trash bag?
Pricey, pricey, pricey!
A bag that breaks?
Whippy, whippy, whippy!
Or a smelly bag?
Stinky, stinky, stinky!
You gotta snag Hefty's Ultra Strong Trash Bag. Always at an ultra low price.
Hefty, hefty, hefty!
It has Arm & Hammer odor control, so your nose and your wallet will be...
Happy, happy, happy!
Hefty Ultra Strong Trash Bags. Hefty strong all day long.
Hefty, hefty, hefty!
Lowe's Springfest is here. We've got $10 off gallon cans or $40 off 5-gallon pails on select interior and exterior paints, stains, and coatings. And appliance special values plus free local delivery on appliances $3.96 or more in-store and online. Lowe's, home to any budget, home to any possibility. Offers valid through 4/14. Actual paint sizes are 116 to 640 fluid ounces. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for rebate terms and conditions. For appliances, restrictions and additional fees may apply. See Lowe's.com or store for details. U.S. only.
For the thousands of Illinoisans with functional needs. Needless to say, everyone needs to have an emergency disaster plan and disaster kit, but that plan and kit may look a lot different for those with functional needs. Learn how to make a plan and a kit that best serves your needs and the needs of your family and even your pets. At ready.illinois.gov, there's tips for caregivers and seniors too. Make a plan and make a kit. Find out how at ready.illinois.gov. That's ready.illinois.gov.
Sponsored by IEMA. Hi, I'm Bobby Likus with today's Cartonic Minute. You can't transform a sow's ear into a silk purse, but designers can convert mules into automotive thoroughbreds. The question is, can the mules keep pace with technology? The answer, when I come back.
O'Reilly. When your battery goes dead, everything can come to a stop. Don't take a chance on getting stranded. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts and get your battery tested free of charge. If your battery does need to be replaced, O'Reilly Auto Parts can help you find the exact Superstart battery that fits your car or truck at a guaranteed low price. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Automotive mules are life-size physical prototypes that manufacturers have traditionally configured, built, and tweaked before production models are released. But wait, the whip of technology may put the mules out to pasture before they reach the starting gate. Since a single mule prototype can cost up to $500,000, and as many as 60 mules can be produced for a single model.
Where the rubber always meets the road, I think. Actually, I'm not even sure what that means.
Heartland Newsfeed Radio Network, live at heartlandnewsfeed.com.
This stream is supported by advertisers and contributions by you.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
A renewed
appeal for calm in a Minneapolis suburb. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. This as the city's police chief and the officer who shot Dante Wright during an arrest stepped down after 2 nights of rioting. Fox's Jessica Rosenthal has more live.
Lisa, Brooklyn Center Mayor Mike Elliott says he wants the state attorney general to take over the Dante Wright shooting case after the officer who shot Wright and the police chief both resigned today. But the Fox affiliate in Minneapolis is now reporting that the Washington County attorney is reviewing the case and hopes to have a charging decision regarding the officer tomorrow.
I'm hoping that this will help bring some calm to the community. Although, I think ultimately people want justice. They want, full accountability under the law.
Elliott said he spent time with some of the protesters last night, and despite the rioting and looting, he said he felt their anger and pain and does not believe they intend harm. Lisa.
Thanks, Jessica. Meantime, in Minneapolis, the trial of former officer Derek Chauvin continues over the death of George Floyd. Focusing for a time today on more body cam footage, the prosecution objecting, in part because it doesn't show the arrest. But defense attorney Eric Nelson suggesting a different perspective is needed.
The crowd was a distraction, or the officers perceived this gathering of people, whether we want to call it a crowd or a group or whatever, whether the officers perceived that to be a risk or a threat.
One defense expert testified that the force used was justified. Prosecutors argue that Floyd was not resisting arrest. Federal health officials offering reassurance about the Johnson & Johnson COVID vaccine, noting that it's a very small number of rare blood clots that's led to a recommended pause in the shots. One of the 6 patients died as a possible link is investigated. The company is delaying the rollout of its vaccine in Europe, and South Africa has suspended the shots there. America is listening to Fox News.
Are you running a business? Then why are you still going to the post office? Do it all online with Stamps.com. Avoid trips to the post office, print postage, send invoices, letters, or packages, and schedule pickups right from your home or office 24/7. With Stamps.com, you get discounts up to 40% off post office rates and up to 62% off UPS shipping rates. Go to Stamps.com, click on the microphone, and enter code FOX for a 4-week trial plus free postage and a digital scale. Stamps.com, code FOX.
There's a new deadline for all remaining U.S. troops to be out of Afghanistan.
President Biden will complete the final drawdown of U.S. troops from Afghanistan before the 20th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks.
The president has been consistent in his view that there's not a military solution to Afghanistan, that we have been there for far too long.
Press Secretary Jen Psaki says the president will explain his decision in a speech Wednesday. There are currently about 2,500 American troops in Afghanistan. The senior administration official says the withdrawal will begin before May 1st. That was the deadline set by the Trump administration for all U.S. troops to leave the country. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Iran ramping up its uranium enrichment again to the highest level ever, 60%, though it's still short of weapons-grade enrichment. The White House expressing concern, but saying it still expects talks on a possible resumption of the nuclear deal to continue. France calls the move a serious development and says it's coordinating a response. The Capitol police officer killed earlier this month when he was rammed by a car during an attempted breach lies in honor in the Capitol Rotunda.
He's defined by his dignity, his decency, his loyalty, and his courage. And, Mom, that's because of you and his dad. That's how it happened, not by accident.
President Biden among the lawmakers and colleagues offering comfort to Billy Evans' mother, wife, and 2 young children who held stuffed animals through the ceremony. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi calling Evans a martyr for democracy. The U.S. cybersecurity chief is telling all government agencies to urgently apply new software patches from Microsoft designed to fix a vulnerability in the company's Exchange servers. A written statement says the government discovered the vulnerability and notified Microsoft, and that the decision to disclose it was carefully weighed. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Nutritional experts have dubbed turmeric the remedy of the century. And Stop Aging Now has harnessed the power of this medicinal herb in their #1 best-selling formula, Curcutin Ultra. Get a 30-day supply for 40% off plus free shipping at stopagingnow.com with promo code FOX. Deep inside the turmeric root lies the compound curcumin. It fights inflammation and free radicals from head to toe for a strong heart, sharp brain, pain-free joints, and healthy aging. CoQ10 Ultra pairs premium curcumin with CoQ10, an essential cellular energizer. This rare combination has revitalized the lives of thousands like Nancy from West Virginia, who raves, CoQ10 Ultra helps me stay mentally and physically fit. At 60, I'm able to be active with my grandkids. Change your life too before this offer ends. Go to stopagingnow.com right now for 40% off plus free shipping with promo code FOX. That's stopagingnow.com, promo code FOX.
Here is a look at weather from the Heartland Newsfeed Weather Center. Tuesday, scattered showers in the morning, otherwise mostly sunny with a high near 61. Tuesday night, mostly cloudy with a low around 40. Wednesday, sunny with a high near 56. That's the latest weather. Check out more news and weather on our website at heartlandnewsfeed.com.
The USA Radio Network presents the greatest radio programs of all time.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely. Gunsmoke.
This is classic radio theater.
James Stewart as the six-shooter. Have guns. Will travel.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger.
Now here's your host, Wyatt Cox.
We head out west to Luke Slaughter of Tombstone. As it was originally broadcast April 13th, 1958, The Wagon Train.
Slaughter's my name, Luke Slaughter. Cattle's my business. It's a tough business. It's big business. I've got a big stake in it. And there's no man west of the Rio Grande big enough to take it from me.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone. Luke Slaughter of Tombstone, Civil War cavalryman turned Arizona cattleman. Across the territory from Yuma to Fort Defiance, from Flagstaff to the Huachucas, and below the border through Chihuahua and Sonora, his name was respected, or feared, depending on which side of the law you were on. Man of vision, man of legend, Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
Carl Justice was dead. Bushwhacked in the Chiricahuas for the $10,000 he was carrying. But Justice wasn't dead. The posse from the Cattlemen's Association would see to that if we had to cover every half section between the petrified forest and the Mexican border. And it looked like we might. At least the first day in the saddle, we didn't find a trace of Justice's killer or the gold. We were a tired bunch of Ranahans when we came back to town that afternoon. All right, boys, get yourselves a good night's rest. Be ready to ride again at sunup.
Yeah, I'll run up tomorrow. Come on. Well, howdy, Luke.
Hello, Wichita.
You look like you've been eating a lot of dust.
I have.
You turn up anything?
Nothing. Not a single sign.
The killer's got to leave a sign.
This one didn't.
Sure is a shame. Carl ought to know better than to try carrying all that money over to Bisbee by himself.
But he didn't. Oh, man, I'm tired.
You going to go out to the ranch tonight?
No, I'll grab some shut-eye over at the office. Let's go.
Hold up a minute. You can't get by this outfit.
Well, wagons. It's a pretty small train to be traveling alone.
Keep it moving. Real driving boss, ain't he? Bet he wasn't raised on prunes and proverbs.
Yeah. You know, Wichita, it's a funny thing about that outfit.
What's that?
No kids. Not a single one.
Yeah, that is peculiar. Usually they got young'uns festooned all over, from the driver's box to the tailgate.
Well, I'm gonna spread out on the cot back there.
Yeah, you do that, Luke. And you better unlimber your guns. You ain't had 'em off since you rode out of here before dawn.
Yeah. I'll drop 'em here on the desk.
Yeah. And pull your hat down over your eyes, Luke. Anybody come around asking fool questions, I'll take care of them.
Thanks, Wichita. I sure wish I could find some trace of that killer.
Oh, forget it now, Luke. I want to hear you snoring inside of 2 minutes. Carl Justice can't get no deader than he is right now. Evening, stranger. What can I do for you?
You can reach, mister.
This is the office of the Cattlemen's Association, stranger. Why the 6-gun?
I'm asking the questions. Who's the hombre on the bed?
Why,
Answer me.
Oh, him. Drunk, sleeping it off.
So you're the famous Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
What do you want, stranger?
That's what I wanted, Slaughter. Put you to sleep for a while.
Wichita! I shouldn't have taken my guns off. You get your wits back. I'll take over now.
Hey, Slaughter. Slaughter, they broke a window and I was fixing to rob a bank.
Who was?
Well, there was 2 of them, and now they're riding east out of town.
Oh.
Well, ain't you going to follow them?
Why should I?
Well, you're head of the posse for the cattlemen. You're supposed to.
What about that other rider headed west?
Well, he weren't nowhere near the bank. He come out of your office.
That's right.
Well, Slaughter, now look, we standing here yammering. Them thieves is getting that much farther.
Did they get anything?
No, but I told you they broke a window.
I've got bigger problems than a broken window. Go chase them yourself.
Well, all the high-handed clouding the trailways to wink at a plain case of lawbreaking.
What's going on anyway, Luke?
I don't know, Wichita. I wish I did.
That hombre had no call to pistol whip me.
He wouldn't have gotten away with it if I'd had my guns. But remember, he thought he was pistol whipping me, Wichita.
Say, that's right. Well, ain't you gonna try to chase him down?
No, it's almost dark. Besides, who would you chase? The 2 riding east who broke the window in the bank? Or the 1 riding west who dented your skull?
Well, yeah. Clean getaway on all counts, huh?
No, Wichita, I don't think so. I've got an idea. But right now, let's get over to the old docks and get a plaster for your scalp. You might need your head before the night's out.
Luke, you ain't told me one blame thing about where we're going or what you're up to.
I'm not sure myself.
Well, just riding in the moonlight won't get us nowhere. Besides, I'd think you'd had yourself enough riding for one day.
I have. I don't cotton to a stranger cracking you over the side of the head with a pistol.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Luke, but...
And there are some other things that just don't fit.
Such as?
Now, why did those bank robbers break a window? That's noise. The last thing a thief wants.
Why, Tokies, that's right. But that still don't explain why we're night riding out here a mile west of town, headed for California.
We're not going that far, Wichita. Rein up.
Whoa, Barry.
Oh.
Stand still. Yeah. Now what?
Well, I figure the wagon train that came through town just before sundown couldn't have gotten any further than Mule Crossing before it bedded down.
What of it?
I'm going to pay him a visit.
Luke, this ain't no time for being social.
This isn't social, Wichita. This is business.
You think that wagon train had something to do with all these things been going on?
Maybe. You wait here behind these rocks and don't move out for anybody. I'll whistle when I come back.
Why you want me to stay here?
Because I think I'm going to need you later.
Hope you know what you're doing.
I'll know better in a half hour. So long.
So long, you dead blame tight mouth.
Hold up. And don't you turn around.
Evening.
What's your business, stranger?
I want to talk to the boss of this wagon train.
Why?
Are you the boss?
No.
Then I'm talking to the wrong man. Where's your boss?
Put up your hands and move on. Slow. Hey, Burwell.
Yeah?
This is Lanigan. I'm coming in.
Come on in. Don't sit out there and yell about it.
I got me a snooper.
Well, that's different.
Here he is, Burwell. Riding in like he owned the camp.
Yeah. Now, we ain't much for visitors when they come at us in the dark, mister. What you want?
Some information.
What kind?
How many people in your train? Where you're headed? Where you camped last night? And where you were on the trail the day before that?
Nosy, ain't he?
Maybe you gents ought to know my name.
Well, what is it?
Slaughter. Luke Slaughter.
He ain't Luke Slaughter,
Shut
Burwell.
up, Lanigan. I'll handle this.
Just who did you think I was, Lanigan?
Why,
We're pleased to make your acquaintance, Slaughter. My name is Burwell. Why don't you light and enjoy the fire?
Thanks, Burwell.
How about those questions of yours? Why do you want to know about us?
For your own protection. There was a murder 10 miles east of Tombstone early last night. We haven't found the killer yet.
A bushwhacking, huh?
Yeah. And whoever did it got away with several $1,000s in gold.
Oh, say, that's too bad.
There's a couple of other things, too. Just after you passed through town before sunset, there was an attempt to rob the bank.
You don't say.
And a good friend of mine named Wichita got pistol whipped while that was happening.
What the hell? Things are kind of active in Tombstone, ain't they? Well, now, you don't think that my little outfit...
I think that your outfit might be in for trouble if it met up with any of these lawbreakers.
Oh, I see.
Those questions, Burwell.
Oh, sure, Slaughter. Well, there's 11 of us. There's 8 men, 3 women. We left Dodge City several weeks ago, headed for the ocean. Camped on the trail last night, no special place.
Have you seen anything or anybody unusual?
No, can't say I have.
Well, keep your eyes open, Burwell. I wouldn't want to see an innocent wagon train get dry gulched.
Oh, we'll do that, Slaughter. Mighty nice of you to ride out to tell us.
Friendly thing to do, I figure.
Now, we ain't got much by way of hospitality, but I could lay the dust a little for you.
Well, now, that'd go down real good on a night like this.
Molly.
Yeah, Hank.
Bring the whiskey. A man's kind of apt to forget his manners out on the trail, Slaughter.
Here's the jug, Hank.
Yeah. Well, this here's Luke Slaughter, Molly. Here's my wife.
Howdy, ma'am.
Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Slaughter.
Why don't you try this for size?
Thanks. Just right.
Well, it's turning into a cold night. Have another.
No, thanks. That does it. It's time I got back to town. Oh, by the way, Mrs. Burwell, one thing has me curious.
What's that, Mr. Slaughter?
Every wagon train I've ever seen carried at least half a dozen kids. You don't seem to have any.
Some people don't have children.
I guess that's right. It was just a thought.
You're being pretty personal, ain't you, Slaughter?
I didn't mean to be. So long, Lanigan. Maybe we'll meet up again sometime.
Yeah, sure.
Like I said, Burwell, be careful. Adios.
In a moment, Luke Slaughter of Tombstone returns.
April 13th, 1958, Luke Slaughter of Tombstone on Classic Radio Theater.
Your struggle.
We can sum up McDonald's new crispy chicken sandwich in one word. Crispy. But also juicy and tender. Okay, it's crispy, juicy, tender. All one word. But then, also pickle. Oh, and potato bun, which is 2 words. Okay, we can't sum up our new crispy chicken sandwich in one word, so you'll just have to try it to understand it. Order ahead on the McDonald's app at participating McDonald's. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Introducing touch-free payments from PayPal, a safe way for your customers to pay.
Simply download the PayPal app and display your own unique QR code for your customers to scan. Whether you're a market seller,
I'll take 2 tomatoes and a cucumber.
poodle pamperer, piano tuner, or plumber, signing up to accept touch-free payments for your business is easy. Touch-free QR code payments. Shop safe with PayPal.
With no fees or minimums on checking and savings accounts, banking with Capital One is like the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Kind of like Taylor Swift choosing what to wear.
It's looking kind of chilly out today. I think I'll go with a cardigan.
Yep, even easier than that. And with our top-rated app, you can bank anytime, anywhere, making Capital One an even easier decision. That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
New consumer accounts only. Approval required. Terms apply. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
Over the past year, I've helped thousands turn their lives around. And today, I'm going to tell you the one simple trick that will change everything. All you have to do is...
And now a message from our sponsor.
With Progressive, you can bundle your boat, RV, or other outdoor vehicle for great protection and even more savings. Progressive.
And that's it. You'll have that for the rest of your lives. I'm so excited for you.
Progressive. There's never a bad time for great protection. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Bundle discount not available in all states or situations.
Let's go back out west to Luke Slaughter of Tombstone, April 13th, 1958.
And now, Act Two of William N. Robeson's production of Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
About time you was getting back, Luke. I was beginning to know all the coyotes by name.
It was worth it, Wichita. I've been talking to the man that pistol whipped you a few hours ago.
You was?
And after that bunch has had a chance to think it over, I think we'll both be talking to him.
It makes sense, will you, Luke?
That wagon train, Wichita. It's the headquarters for everything that's been happening around here lately.
It is? Well, you just ain't gonna leave them out there and let them go on.
No. Unless I'm dead wrong, they're gonna send a man gunning for me. And I think I know who it'll be.
That pistol whipper?
Yeah. Listen.
That's one horse, Luke.
And one rider. He's got to slow down to get through these rocks. And when he does, jump him.
That will be a pleasure.
Hey! Don't reach or I'll drop you.
What is this?
Get his guns, Wichita.
Already got him, Luke.
Slaughter.
Yeah, Lanigan. Slaughter.
Can a man ride into town for a peaceful drink without being ambushed?
Light.
But I don't see why...
Get off that horse.
Yeah. Sure.
Lanigan, I want you to meet a friend of mine. Wichita, this is the man who laid that gun barrel alongside your ear this evening.
I ought to kill you same as I would a skunk.
Oh, wait a minute, boys.
It's against my nature to fight an unarmed man, Lanigan. Any one of his guns, Wichita. Barrel first.
Luke.
Now put it in your holster, Lanigan. And you're welcome to use it anytime you want to.
Slaughter, I...
Tell me the real story about that wagon train, Lanigan.
Why, I don't know what you're talking about.
Have you ever been pistol whipped?
No.
You're about to learn what it feels like unless you care to draw.
Oh, Slaughter, for the love of heaven, don't...
Killed Carl Justice.
But I never heard of no Carl Justice.
He had $10,000 in gold yesterday.
What's that
now
got
he's
to do
dead.
with me?
Who killed him? You tell me, or I'm going to rake a gun sight through your left ear. Talk or draw, Lanigan. Who killed him? You want another one?
No. It was Burwell. He told me not to, but he put up a fight, and Burwell...
A man doesn't fight with his back. Why did you pistol whip Wichita?
Well, it was Burwell's idea. He heard about you, and he thought that if you was laid low for a while, people would want to go after whoever
That's what
did
I
it.
figured.
Yeah. And then a couple of the boys broke that window in the bank to make it look like...
Burwell's a pretty smart man, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. He sure is.
But he made the mistake of getting feather-headed yellow gunslingers like you to work for him.
Look, you can't call me...
I am calling you. If it isn't true, draw. Take his gun, Wichita. He won't use it.
Oh, Slaughter, please give me a chance. Just let me go, and I'll go back to Dodge, and I'll never come out this way again.
Wichita, head his horse back toward camp and give it a slap.
Sure, Luke. Oh, what you gonna do, Slaughter?
I'm gonna use you for bait. Wichita, you walk him back into town.
Well, where are you going?
I'm not through here yet. Oh, and get a message to Sutton. Tell him to wake up the posse and spread him around the cattleman's office, ready to shoot.
Well, you can't face that whole wagon train by yourself.
I won't have to, Wichita. When Lanigan's horse gets back to camp, they'll know something went wrong, and most of them will go to town looking for me. That's why I want that posse standing by.
Well, what do you want me to do with this here tail-dragging specimen when I get him back to town?
Tie him up in the back room of the cattleman's office and wait for me. Oh, and don't light any lanterns.
You don't have no objections if I have to ruffle this waddy up some, do you?
None at all.
Well, come on, you. Walk!
Get your hands up. All of you.
Who's out there?
Luke Slaughter, ma'am. Now do as I tell you.
What you holding a gun for, Slaughter?
Are there any guards out?
No. All the menfolk rode into town a while back.
I liked your hospitality so well, Mrs. Burwell. I came back for some more of it.
Then put that gun away. You don't need that.
I think I might. You see, Mrs. Burwell, I know the whole story.
What do you mean?
Lanigan talked. That's what I mean.
Well, now, that puts a different light on things.
How so?
Burwell lied to you about me.
He lied about everything.
But this is important. I'm not his wife.
What of it?
You're a good-looking man, Mr. Slaughter. Make some woman a fine husband. A rich woman, Luke.
Meaning?
I know where there's a sack of gold big enough to last a man and a woman like you and me for the rest of our lives.
I'll bet you do.
Why don't you call me Molly?
All right, Molly.
Maybe this is why they were called adult westerns. April 13th, 1958, Sam Buffington as Luke Slaughter of Tombstone. The conclusion comes up in 4 minutes right here on Classic Radio Theater.
AT&T Fiber is a proud partner of NCAA March Madness. The tournament may be notoriously unpredictable, but you can count on consistently fast internet speed with AT&T Fiber, even during peak times, so you can stream all the action before and after your bracket's busted. There's no better feeling than getting a great deal, like a hotel room upgrade or a free car wash with every tank of gas, maybe unlimited chips and salsa with your burrito. And now, as an AT&T wireless customer, you can get an exclusive deal on a super fast internet experience with AT&T Fiber. Get consistently fast speed, even during peak times, and a great deal with AT&T Fiber. Learn more at att.com/fiber offer. Limited availability in select areas. Consistency based on wired connection to gateway. Restrictions apply. NCAA and March Madness are official trademarks of the National Collegiate Athletic Association.
Pros like you power through the day at Lowe's and take advantage of exclusive services just for pros. That means you don't just get nails. You get free compressed air for your tires and portable tanks. It means your supply run comes with trailer parking for pros, a snack, and a place to recharge your phone. And it means you get back to work faster with the pros-only checkout. That's why Lowe's is the new home for pros. U.S. only.
We need to continually strive to get better. And we owe that to ourselves, and we owe that to our clients.
The Jury is Out is a podcast by trial attorneys for trial attorneys. Sharpen your skills with John Simon and Eric Veith. Subscribe to The Jury is Out.
15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Oh, that's a cheer we used to do in softball.
What? It's actually Geico's.
Whenever someone hit a triple, we would wave our bats and yell, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more. But we never got to use it because we would only hit home runs. Annoying.
The phrase is from Geico because they help save people money.
Geico? Yeah, they were our team sponsor.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
You're struggling.
Everyone loves shopping online. Well, I'm going to tell you what I tell my golf buddies when they buy clubs. Stop searching for coupon codes. Download Capital One Shopping to your computer. Capital One Shopping instantly searches for available coupon codes and automatically applies them at checkout. Plus, it's free, and you don't even need a Capital One card to use it. That's like hitting a hole-in-one without even trying. Capital One Shopping. It's kind of genius. What's in your wallet?
Savings and available coupons vary.
Over the past year, I've helped thousands turn their lives around. And today, I'm going to tell you the one simple trick that will change everything. All you have to do is...
And now a message from our sponsor.
With Progressive, you can bundle your boat, RV, or other outdoor vehicle for great protection and even more savings. Progressive.
And that's it. You'll have that for the rest of your lives. I'm so excited for you.
Progressive. There's never a bad time for great protection. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Bundle discount not available in all states or situations.
Using an overpriced trash bag?
Pricey, pricey, pricey!
A bag that breaks?
Whippy, whippy, whippy!
Or a smelly bag?
Stinky, stinky, stinky!
You gotta snag Hefty's Ultra Strong Trash Bag. Always at an ultra low price.
Hefty, hefty, hefty!
It has Arm & Hammer odor control, so your nose and your wallet will be...
Happy, happy, happy!
Hefty Ultra Strong Trash Bags. Hefty strong all day long.
Hefty, hefty, hefty!
Lowe's Spring Fest is here. We've got $10 off gallon cans or $40 off 5-gallon pails on select interior and exterior paints, stains, and coatings. And appliance special values plus free local delivery on appliances $3.96 or more in-store and online. Lowe's, home to any budget, home to any possibility. Offers valid through 4/14. Actual paint sizes are 116 to 640 fluid ounces. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for rebate terms and conditions. For appliances, restrictions and additional fees may apply. See Lowe's.com or store for details. U.S. only.
Station. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is next, but right now, the conclusion of Luke Slaughter of Tombstone, Wagon Train, from April 13th, 1958.
Have you ever kissed a high-spirited woman, Luke?
Why don't we get rid of the company first?
What do you want to do with them?
Tie them up, spread-eagled on a wagon wheel.
You sure are smart. We're gonna get along fine.
Now, about that gold, Molly.
No hurry, is there?
You might as well tell me no.
I don't know as I can trust you yet.
No. No, you don't.
But I want to. It's in a chest in the lead wagon.
Thanks. Now stand over there with the rest of them.
What?
I'm going to tie you up too, Molly.
Slaughter, if I had a gun...
I know. I'd be dead. Just like Carl Justice.
Is that you, Luke?
Yeah.
Well, what's that sack you're carrying?
The gold that belonged to Carl Justice. Burwell show up?
Yeah, with 6 of his partners. Come up on the boardwalk out front. Thought they was going to break in for a minute, but they decided against it. Heard one of them say it'd make too much commotion.
Where'd they go?
Right across the street there to the Oriental.
That means when we fire up some lanterns, we'll have visitors. Is the posse spread out?
Just like you said. On the roof of the Oriental, on top of the bank, the dry goods store and the express company.
Good. How's Lanigan?
Well, he's going to have a sore head before he hangs. I had to persuade him just a little before he'd go to sleep.
Too bad.
Yeah.
Let's get this over with. I'm going out the front door. You light the lamps in the office.
By jokies, this does my old heart good. There he is now, boys. Come on.
Stay where you are, Burwell.
Now, Slaughter, boys and me just want to talk to you.
Do you talking from right there?
I don't like to shout up and down the street.
I do. Before you say anything else, I think you ought to know that you're covered by 18 guns, 20 including mine. And in case you think I'm not telling the truth, I'll ask the men on the top of the bank to speak up. Now, just what did you want to talk about, Burwell?
Let's forget it, Slaughter. Me and the boys will be moseying along now.
No, you won't. I've got some talking to do. Your women folk are tied up to the wagons out at your camp. One of your gunslingers is tied up in the office behind me, and he talked. And this, Burwell, this is $10,000 in gold that I got out of your lead wagon. It belonged to Carl Justice before you killed him. You got anything to say now, Burwell?
I reckon you said it all.
Then drop your guns and step forward. All of you. All right, men. Close in and take them.
Luke, that is the dangest thing I ever seen. Got every single one of them and didn't smoke up the town a bit.
Sometimes you're lucky, Wichita. But don't fool around with a red-hot branding iron until you're ready for the roundup.
Slaughter of Tombstone, starring Sam Buffington, was written by Alan Botzer and directed by William N. Robeson. Editorial supervision by Tom Handley. Supporting Mr. Buffington were Gene Carson, Junius Matthews, Lawrence Dobkin, and Chet Stratton, with music composed and conducted by Amerigo Marino. Next week at this time, we return with...
Slaughter's the name. Luke Slaughter. When we meet up again, you can call me that. Luke Slaughter.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
April 13th, 1958, Luke Slaughter of Tombstone on Classic Radio Theater.
As you know, one of the worst things you can say in any business or in life, for that matter, is, but we've never done it that way before. Right. What if there's a better way? This is why using MediShare for your healthcare bills is such a great idea. It works. It's way less expensive. It's convenient. It's a better way for so many people. The typical family saves $500 a month. So you've never done it this way before? No problem. Just call. Start saving now. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE.
If you enjoy our Classic Radio Theater broadcasts and want to start building a collection of your own, go to classicradio.stream. That's classicradio.stream. There you'll find links to great classic radio collections on CD, along with links to great reading on classic radio, plus Classic Radio Theater on demand. Check out our webpage, available now at classicradio.stream. That's classicradio.stream. And enjoy.
You're struggling. Hey, we get it. You don't want to be hearing a Progressive commercial right now, so let us tell you something you do want to hear. You are intelligent. You make all the right decisions. You were smart before smart was cool, and you made it cool again. You have a wealth of knowledge, and you are so very clever. I bet you already knew I was going to say that, you genius. There, don't you feel better? You'll also feel better when you hear you could save big when you switch to Progressive. But I'm pretty sure you already knew that, too. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
With no fees or minimums on checking and savings accounts, banking with Capital One is like the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Kind of like Taylor Swift choosing what to wear.
It's looking kind of chilly out today. I think I'll go with a cardigan.
Yep, even easier than that. And with our top-rated app, you can bank anytime, anywhere, making Capital One an even easier decision. That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
New consumer accounts only. Approval required. Terms apply. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Using an overpriced trash bag?
Pricey, pricey, pricey!
A bag that breaks?
Whippy, whippy, whippy!
Or a smelly bag?
Stinky, stinky, stinky!
You gotta snag Hefty's Ultra Strong Trash Bag. Always at an ultra low price.
Hefty, hefty, hefty!
It has Arm & Hammer odor control, so your nose and your wallet will be...
Happy, happy, happy!
Hefty Ultra Strong Trash Bags. Hefty strong all day long.
Hefty, hefty, hefty!
Lowe's Spring Fest is here. We've got $10 off gallon cans or $40 off 5-gallon pails on select interior and exterior paints, stains, and coatings. And appliance special values plus free local delivery on appliances $3.96 or more in-store and online. Lowe's, home to any budget, home to any possibility. Offers valid through 4/14. Actual paint sizes are 116 to 640 fluid ounces. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for rebate terms and conditions. For appliances, restrictions and additional fees may apply. See Lowe's.com or store for details. U.S. only.
Story. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar's Laird Douglas of Heatherscope matter. This was originally broadcast April 13th, 1956.
From Hollywood, it's time now for
Johnny Dollar.
Ronald Kenworthy, Mr. Dollar.
Good. I want to talk to you. Are you at your home?
I am. And after the
Okay, then stay right there and I'll be over to see you.
Why don't you send the police instead?
What's that supposed to mean?
A few minutes ago in Mrs. Van Pyten's library, before you kicked me out, you practically accused me of the murder of her nephew.
Did I?
Well, didn't you? Didn't you?
All right, Ronnie, just calm down and stay put until I can get over there.
You mean you aren't afraid I might try to take a powder, as you high-handed detectives like to put it? You mean you aren't worried that...
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Philadelphia Mutual Liability and Casualty Company. Following is the final report in my investigation of the Laird Douglas of Heatherscote matter. The whole case started out almost as a lark when I discovered that I'd come to Philadelphia to act as bodyguard to Laird Douglas, and for a fat fee and virtually unlimited expense accounts. Me, bodyguard to a dog. But it ceased to be funny when I learned that the dog's 2 previous caretakers had been murdered. And when, only a few hours ago, an attempt was made on my life that ended with the death of young Warren Staley.
Yes, Mr. Dollar, I see. I guess I was so upset by the death of my nephew that I didn't realize the attempt was really made on your life.
The second attempt, Mrs. Van Pyten.
What?
Shortly after I arrived in Philadelphia, somebody planted a booby trap in my suitcase in my hotel room.
Good heavens, no. And you think that Ronald Kenworthy did that, too?
Well, what do you think?
Well, yes. Now that poor dear Warren is gone, there's nothing to prevent the Kenworthy estate from achieving control of the Van Pyten holdings. That is, if I were to die.
Go on.
Upon the death of Harrison Kenworthy, the whole financial empire would be inherited by his son, Ronald.
So I understand.
Ronald. And he would be the wealthiest, the most powerful man financially in the United States. Ronald, who pretended to be Warren's best friend. Who pretended to love me. It's a terrible thought, isn't it?
Apparently adds up, though, doesn't it?
There is no question of it. But what evidence have you?
None yet.
Well, then I'll help you get it. And I can do it, Mr. Dollar. I may appear to be only a wealthy, foolish old woman who dotes on her pet, Laird Douglas. But I'm not. I'm astute, shrewd, and clever. Since Peter, my husband, died, I alone have managed this estate, this financial empire. I use the word again. With my money, with my Oh, yes, I can do it, Mr. Dollar, and Ronald will be made to pay for these terrible things that he has done.
I admire your confidence.
Nothing. No one can stand in my way. You'll see. I'm only sorry that a few minutes ago you didn't keep him here, make him face it.
I'm going to see him now.
Oh, where?
At his home. I understand the estate adjoins this one.
Yes. But please, look out for him. Shoot first, Mr. Dollar.
What?
Because now he may act like the cornered rat that he is.
I decided to walk across to the Kenworthy estate in the hope the fresh air would help clear my thoughts. Logical as it all seemed, I didn't like what I just heard. Then luck, pure, unadulterated luck. As I walked across the broad lawn between the main house and the gatehouse, I passed the garage building with its Rolls Royce, 2 Cadillacs, and a station wagon. And then I saw him. Andy LaForte, alias Andrew Fortune, alias Andrew Ford, one of the cleverest second-story men in the country, with a record on the West Coast as long as your arm. A man who would do anything for money. He was idly going through the motion of dusting off a car. I walked past quickly, not sure whether he'd noticed me or not. I hope not. For it was one of his ilk who'd had to plant the booby trap in my hotel room, who could have slipped the poison into the liquor that killed Warren Staley. I turned in at the gatekeeper's house.
Mr. Dollar, I saw you at the question.
I want a
about that
telephone,
young-
quick.
Right here, sir. Is something
Thanks.
wrong?
Operator, get me Central Police, emergency.
Good heavens, Mr. Dollar. Something
The man
else
there in the
happened?
garage, polishing cars.
Andy?
How long has he been here?
Oh, a year more. Ever since the dog show at Valley Kid.
Well, what does he do?
last year. Oh, the driving for Mrs. Van Payton, but something going
Hello? Give me Lieutenant Howard, homicide. After warning the old gatekeeper that I'd have his head if he said anything to anyone about my phone call, I left by the back door and went over to the Kenworthy mansion where young Ronald was waiting for me.
I must say, before we go any further, that I resent the way you ordered me out of the Van Payton house a few minutes ago.
Yeah? Well, I'm sorry.
Whether you suspect me or expect me to help you in this case, it was hardly...
Lonnie, you knew Warren Staley.
Very well. We were the closest of friends, confidants.
All right. Just how much did he really care about the Van Payton estate? Fortune, whatever you want to call it.
To put it bluntly, he wanted none of it. And I'm afraid his aunt rather resented it.
Well, why do you say that?
Because her whole life she's been obsessed by an almost overwhelming lust for power. When Warren finally rebelled against this, she tried not to show it, but she hated him for it. Unlike my father.
Oh?
I feel as Warren felt. And my father and I together have been laying the groundwork for dissipating the Kenworthy estate into corporate setups that will benefit many instead of just us. Does that sound strange to you?
It sounds like true philanthropy, if you mean it.
You must believe me, it is, and I do mean it. Oh, I won't suffer, of course. I'll still retain some control here and there, but I'll have to work at it instead of just carrying on the tradition of the idle rich. I'll be a man.
I hope you're telling me the truth, Ronnie. I believe you are, and I'd like to meet your father.
You will. Needless to say, it was much harder for him to break from this tradition of financial power than for me. So perhaps you can see why I admire him above all other men. Anything else?
I'll see you later.
I was worried about you, Mr. Dollar, going over there to see Ronald Kenworthy alone after all that has happened.
Yes, you should have been, Mrs. Van Payton. Especially if you noticed that I passed by the garage on the way.
What?
I happened to notice someone there, and I think it answered a lot of questions for me. It was Andy LaForte.
Andrew? My private chauffeur?
Is that all he is?
Oh, do you know him, Mr. Dollar?
Look, I took on this case, Mrs. Van Payton, because you offered me a fee too good to be turned down and an almost unlimited expense account.
You haven't answered my...
I should have got wise then and there, but I thought your great passion for your dog was just an amusing foible of an immensely wealthy, kind of foolish old lady.
Oh, Laird Douglas is a dear one, isn't he? Why, Mr. Dollar...
Let me add things up. A few minutes ago, you told me that thanks to your wealth and a very sharp, clever mind, you'd let nothing stand in the way of anything you chose to do.
Please, Mr. Dollar, I don't think I understand.
All right. You made a contract with Harrison Kenworthy that you'd marry him when and if Laird Douglas beat that pup of his at the dog show. An apparently silly sort of thing, yet everybody believed it. But the real reason for marriage to him was solely to acquire control of his holdings, increase this financial empire of yours. Very subtle. Kept you looking like a cute, whimsical old lady.
Why, this is the most absurd thing I ever heard of.
So I thought at first, but let me go on.
Oh, please do.
When you realized that Laird Douglas wasn't ready to beat that dog of his, rather than admit defeat, rather than lose the chance to make this marriage, you ordered the murder of the dog's handlers. Then the contract was still in force, just delayed.
I won't listen to such terrible things.
You'll listen whether you like it or not. You learned that Kenworthy and his son were planning to dissipate their fortune and thereby put it beyond your reach.
Mr.
On top of
Dollar.
this, your own nephew, Warren, wanted to do the same with your estate. This was too much.
What you have said is too much.
Then, by the time I arrived, you learned from an expert, Ray Rowland, that your dog would never stand a chance against Kenworthy's. So you wouldn't dare let him compete, at least until you'd hooked Kenworthy some other way. And part of your whole scheme was to build up evidence of attempts against you, through the dog, of course, though I'll bet you actually hate the mutt.
No, that's not true.
Anyhow, from the moment I talked to Ray Rowland, I was only in the way. So you tried to get rid of me, had somebody booby-trap my luggage.
Oh, you have no proof.
Andy LaForte, this so-called chauffeur of yours, would do anything for money. And I fully intend to break him down and make him admit you hired him as a killer.
Listen to me.
On the second try, the poison liquor, your nephew Warren got it instead of me. Fine. Another obstacle out of your way. After all, he had opposed you.
Mr. Dollar, how much do you want? I can make you financially independent
Then
for the
you
rest
set your sights on Ronald Kenworthy, who was trying to break up the other empire you wanted to get your hands on. You even hoped that somehow I might help you. Shoot first, you said.
You don't understand. I was
Just
only...
what plans you had for his old man and that warped, twisted brain of yours, I don't know. But I'm sure you had plans. Well, lady, now it's too late.
No, Mr. Dollar. No, it isn't too late.
Stay away from that drawer. You'd even shoot somebody down with your own hand if you thought it necessary, wouldn't you?
But it isn't necessary, Mr. Dollar.
Huh?
Are you sure it wouldn't be easier if I were just to give you, say, $100,000 and $200,000? All right, Andrew.
Right here, Mrs. Van Pyton.
Well. Hello, Andy. Got a license for that thing?
Shut up. You want me to do it now, Mrs. Van?
Yes, Andrew.
What if the servants hit a shot? Hold it, Donna.
Don't worry, Andrew. I'll take care of things. Haven't I always for you?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, sure. She'll take care of things. While you're pulling that trigger, she'll blast you down so fast you won't know what hit you. Make it look like we killed each other and leave her in the clear.
Quiet.
She's got a gun in that drawer beside her, and she'll use it. You hear me, Andy?
I said quiet. What you don't know is that she can't do without me. But we can do without you.
All right, Andy, wait now. Listen, will you?
Now, Mrs. Van.
All right, Andrew. Now.
Thanks, Lieutenant.
Oh, Lieutenant. Then you saw. He was going to shoot down Mr. Dollar.
Yes, I heard, too, Mrs. Van Pyton. Plenty.
Oh, no, you don't understand. Mr. Dollar had come up here to talk to me. I wanted to offer him a great deal more money for his work for me.
I guess I almost didn't make it. Glad you keep talking to him so long.
Got a cough drop.
Is this body the Andy LaForte you mentioned? Oh, shut up.
What was that?
You heard him.
I beg your pardon.
Clever, shrewd, astute. You're just off your rocker. You'd have to be, I guess, to start a thing like this in the first place. Well, I guess by the time the estate and inheritance laws get properly applied, the Van Pyton empire will be spread around the way Warren wanted it. Expense account item 10, $28.90, fare and incidentals back to Hartford. Total, including fees, $1,113.40. Remarks? I'm glad I'm poor. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here's our star to tell you about next week's intriguing story.
Next week, an insurance swindle that really backfired. The only trouble was it caught me right in the line of fire. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone, who also wrote this week's story. Heard in our cast were Jeanette Nolan, Harry Bartell, Byron Kane, Jack Crucian, Bill James, James McCallion, Ken Christie, Dick Ryan, Bert Holland, Jack Edwards, and Hy Averback. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Be sure to join us on Monday night, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking.
And there you have it, the conclusion of the Laird Douglas of Heatherscope matter, April 13th, 1956, here on Classic Radio Theater. I wonder what happened to the poor dog. Wasn't his fault that Mama was a nutcase. Anyway, a complete collection of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is available through my friend Ted at RadioMemories.com. Visit Ted's webpage, RadioMemories.com, for all sorts. He's got a complete collection. That's where we got a lot of these episodes, RadioMemories.com. Also, you can get our programs by going to ClassicRadio.stream. There you can stream our programs on demand, learn more about classic radio collecting, and contact me there, ClassicRadio.stream. And, of course, you can find our programs through the iHeartRadio app, Spotify, Spreaker, TuneIn, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcast, or Overcast. All you have to do is search for USA Classic Radio Theater. But start off with this radio station. That's the important thing. Start off here. Thank this station. Support the advertisers. And as always, tell your friends the great radio shows are right here at this spot on the dial. Classic Radio Theater on your favorite station and the USA Radio Network.
Today, I'm taking it to the streets to give people the good news. Oh, excuse me. Hello. I'm Flo from Progressive, and did you know...
No, I'm just waiting for the bus.
So then you have time to hear about how with Home Quote Explorer, you can check if you're paying too much for home insurance.
Yeah, if I was interested in talking to you, which I'm not.
Okay, I'll do the talking, and you just check if you can be saving, which is going to be pretty hard to do if you put on your headphones. Okay.
See if you're paying too much for home insurance with Home Quote Explorer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations.
Ooh, a fondue set. Ugh, now I need to find a coupon code.
Not anymore, Susan. Capital One Shopping instantly searches for available coupon codes and automatically applies them at checkout.
Wait, instantly?
It's called shopping smart, not hard. Download Capital One Shopping to your computer for free and let it do the work for you.
Don't mind if I fondue.
Haha, that's kind of cheesy. Capital One Shopping. It's kind of genius. What's in your wallet?
Savings and available coupons vary.
Using an overpriced trash bag?
Pricey, pricey, pricey!
A bag that breaks?
Whippy, whippy, whippy!
Or a smelly bag?
Stinky, stinky, stinky!
You gotta snag Hefty's Ultra Strong Trash Bag. Always at an ultra low price.
Hefty, hefty, hefty!
It has Arm & Hammer odor control, so your nose and your wallet will be...
Happy, happy, happy!
Hefty Ultra Strong Trash Bags. Hefty strong all day long.
Hefty, hefty, hefty!
Come celebrate Lowe's first annual Spring Fest and give your lawn the look it deserves with 5 bags of premium mulch for $10 or 3 19.3-ounce Bonnie vegetables and herbs for $9. Spring Fest, a festival of fun and savings for your garden and total home, in-store or online. Lowe's, home to any budget, home to any possibility. Offers valid through 4/21 while supplies last. In-store only. Selection varies by location. U.S. only, excluding Alaska and Hawaii.
With a message about emergency planning for the thousands of Illinois citizens with functional needs. Every one of us needs a disaster plan for ourselves, our families, even our pets, but the plan in the emergency disaster kit may look a lot different for those with functional needs. At ready.illinois.gov, you'll find tips for designing an emergency disaster plan and building an actual emergency disaster kit. Whether you or someone you know is affected by cognitive, mobility, or visual disabilities, has mental health or substance abuse issues, is deaf and/or has substantial hearing loss, ready.illinois.gov has the answers. There's even guidance for those who rely on life support systems and for persons who use service animals. And yes, ready.illinois.gov has great tips for seniors too. Even tips for pet owners. If you or someone you know has functional needs, or for that matter, you have yet to make your own disaster planner kit, visit ready.illinois.gov. That's ready.illinois.gov.
Sponsored by the Illinois Emergency Management Agency.
Hi, I'm Bobby Lightness with today's Car Clinic Minute. Trolls charge them to cross bridges. Banks levy them to use ATMs. But I know an automotive fee that's next best to free and good for the environment. When I come back, I'll tell you all about it.
Oh, 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 O'Reilly.
When your battery goes dead...
You're listening to the Heartland Newsfeed radio network, broadcasting live 24/7 at heartlandnewsfeed.com.
This stream is supported by advertisers and contributions by you.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Charges could be coming. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. The Washington County, Minnesota State's Attorney is now reviewing the shooting of Dante Wright in Brooklyn Center, according to the Fox TV affiliate in Minneapolis, to determine whether the now former police officer involved in the shooting should be criminally charged. Kim Potter and the city's police chief, who had said the shooting was accidental, resigned this morning.
Activists at the press conference Tuesday angrily pressed the now acting police chief Tony Grunig over the incident and asked him what his plan is to reform the department.
I don't have a plan, right? I'll work on a plan. I can talk to the community members and see where they would like the direction they would like to go.
But said at the time that he found out his chief had resigned within that hour. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
The mayor said he hasn't yet accepted the resignation of the officer, though he said he hoped it would restore calm after 2 nights of violent protests. The shooting of Dante Wright happened not far from where the defense has begun presenting its case in the trial of Derek Chauvin, the former Minneapolis police officer charged in the death of George Floyd, where a use of force expert testified Chauvin was justified in pinning Floyd to the ground due to what he called Floyd's frantic resistance. White House medical advisor Dr. Anthony Fauci says the decision to temporarily stop using the Johnson & Johnson COVID vaccine was done out of an abundance of caution.
You want to make sure that safety is the important issue here. We are totally aware that this is a very rare event. We want to get this worked out as quickly as we possibly can. And that's why you see the word pause. In other words, you want to hold off for a bit.
This morning, the Centers for Disease Control at the FDA recommended the pause after 6 women between the ages of 18 and 48 reported blood clots after getting the shot. The pause is expected to last a matter of days. Wall Street, the Dow lost 68, the NASDAQ gained 146. America is listening to Fox News.
Finally, get curcumin and CoQ10 together. Stop Aging Now brings you CoQ10 Ultra to fight inflammation and energize your body. Get a 30-day supply for 40% off plus free shipping with promo code FOX. Power and protect your cells for a strong heart, sharp brain, pain-free joints, and more. Nancy from West Virginia raves, CoQ10 Ultra helps me stay mentally and physically fit. Only from Stop Aging Now. Get 40% off plus free shipping right now. Go to stopagingnow.com and use code FOX.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says the U.S. is sending more troops to Germany.
Speaking in Berlin, Austin said the U.S. will send around 500 additional troops to Germany on top of roughly 35,000 already there.
It will greatly improve our ability to surge forces at a moment's notice to defend our allies.
He says the U.S. is no longer planning to pull troops out of Germany, apparently reversing an order from President Trump, who accused Germany of being a weak partner on defense.
Fox's Simon Owen. Airbnb going a step further to prevent gatherings in its rentals.
Gather a group of people together at an Airbnb this summer and you'll have neighbors using technology to report you to the company. It's expanding its neighborhood support line. You could even have your noise level detected by minute sensors provided at a discount to hosts. It's part of Airbnb's Summer of Responsible Travel, especially focused on the 4th of July weekend. The home rental company has stepped up support to hosts and will ban one-night or last-minute stays, especially for guests who don't already have a positive review. It already has a 16-person limit on gatherings. Ginny Coselda, Fox News.
About 38 million Americans say they are worse off now than before the pandemic hit the U.S. That's according to a new poll from Impact Genome and the Associated Press NORC Center for Public Affairs Research. Overall, 55% of Americans say their financial circumstances are about the same now as a year ago, with about 30% saying their finances have improved, but 15% say they are worse off. The problem is worse at lower income levels, with 29% of those who live below the federal poverty line saying their personal finances worsened in the past year, with about that many also saying they struggled to pay bills in the last 3 months. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Here's some breaking news that is very good for your business. Indeed now offers you everything you need in one place. Get instantly matched with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed fit your job description. Then, schedule and interview top picks all in your Indeed dashboard. Indeed is the job site that makes hiring as easy as 1, 2, 3. Post, screen, and interview, all on Indeed. Get your quality shortlist of candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description faster. And schedule and complete video interviews in your Indeed dashboard. Indeed makes connecting with and hiring the right talent fast and easy with tools like Indeed Instant Match, giving you quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed fits your job description immediately, and Indeed skills tests that, on average, reduces hiring time by 27%. You can choose from more than 130 skills tests, or add your own. If you're hiring, you need Indeed. Get started right now with a free $75 sponsored job credit to upgrade your job post at Indeed.com/Fox. Get a $75 credit at Indeed.com/Fox. Indeed.com/Fox. Offer valid through June 30th. Terms and conditions apply.
Here is a look at weather from the Heartland Newsfeed Weather Center. Tuesday, scattered showers in the morning, otherwise mostly sunny with a high near 61. Tuesday night, mostly cloudy with a low around 40. Wednesday, sunny with a high near 56. That's the latest weather. Check out more news and weather on our website at heartlandnewsfeed.com.
Yes, it is. Free Talk Live. What day is it? Tuesday?
I think that's right.
Yep. I'm not even supposed to be here today. Wait, no.
Yes, you are.
I am. It's my day. It's been, 2 weeks to flatten the kick-ass.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I was gone for probably 10 days myself.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you seem to have been sick maybe a day longer than I.
So I realized, in reading up about this thing, that COVID seems to affect different people differently, different durations, different symptoms altogether. I know you had some symptoms, Mark, that I did not have. Like I never once had the runny nose or the wet cough, but you apparently did. So, and where are my manners? Of course, this is Free Talk Live. We are a call-in radio show. The telephone number here is 603-283-6160. In the studio tonight, it's myself, the captain,
Joa, and Mark.
Thanks for being here, Joa.
You're welcome.
It's good to see you. I haven't seen you in a while.
It's good to see you. Good to see you, Mark.
Thank you.
So, yeah, it was an interesting experience.
Yeah, for like 3 days, basically all I could do was move from one location to another, maybe take in a little food.
That's what I did. I
lost 15 pounds.
You do look like
5 days.
You look like a Nutrisystem commercial.
Yeah, I mean, I literally look like John Goodman hanging here. Consistent one that's ever worked for me.
As a former musician, I like to say that I went on tour, and so I did. I went on tour. I went on the COVID tour, the COVID concert series, if you will, and I played exclusive small clubs, right? Small engagements, maybe one person. I played the COVID Cabana. And I also played Camp COVID, so, a couple of different venues that were not far from each other, of course. One was...
the couch and the bed.
The couch and the other was the bed, yes. You be the judge as to which one was the camp and which was the cabana. Knocked me out.
We did get to see an old football game, though, together, you and I.
That's true,
I came over and hung out for a little while.
I may or may not have acquired old recordings of some NFL stuff, so that when I'm bored out of my mind with things like COVID, I have something to sort of vegetate.
Keep on the TV.
Yeah. I've never watched anything unless it's live when it comes to football.
It's kind of weird.
It is weird.
Even though you know the score and the outcome, you're still like rooting for the guys. And it's weird. Yeah, it's totally weird. So, I'm gonna say this COVID, whatever it is, I'm going to put it in my top 10 illnesses that I've ever had personally.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Now, what does that mean? That means that, it felt a whole lot like having a bunch of flu symptoms. So I never at any point felt like I was in danger of dying. Not at one point at all. I had a loss of breath. I had a lot of fatigue.
Yeah.
And some people go, fatigue? Oh, you mean you were just tired? No, I mean that I was too tired to even get up out of bed.
Yeah,
for almost 4 days.
I planned getting out of bed sometimes as long as 2 hours.
Yeah, if I could make it 2 hours, that was like a good day.
Yeah. No, I meant 2 hours. It took me 2 hours to plan to get out of bed. Like, I would look at the clock, like, I have to go to the bathroom.
Oh, right.
And then I'd go to sleep. And then I'd wake up and I'd be like, I still have to go to the bathroom. And it'd be an hour and a half later. And then I'd be like, all right, I got to. And then at some point or another, I just sling my body weight over and go.
Which, of course, may beg the question for those of you listening.
What is my body weight?
No, I was thinking, Captain, if the COVID that you just had is in your top 10 illnesses, what's number one?
Yeah, what is the number one?
Number one illness Captain Kickass has ever suffered to this day is strep throat and bronchitis simultaneously.
And at the same time.
I thought I was going to die.
Strep is no joke. I've had that.
No, I've had them both individually, and at different points with other different illnesses. I'm a former smoker, so I've only been quit for about a decade or so. So whenever I get something, usually it migrates into my lungs and just kind of makes itself at home for a good long time.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
And
that's what happens with bronchitis.
And that's what happened with this COVID. Like, I was over most of the, we'll call them regular symptoms, but then it went into the lungs. I started with the dry hack and the dry hack and the dry hack, and it was just cough after cough after cough. And
I was diagnosed with the COVID last year. All I had was shortness of breath. That's all I had.
Wow.
Yeah, there's so many people here at the studio that I think we got up to number 7. Tyler caught it.
Oh, really?
And nothing. The vast majority, it's you and I, buddy.
Yeah.
We're the worst.
I wonder if that's age thing. I know.
We are the old. I'm 50, and you're 49.
About to be 49.
Yep.
I know that I also don't get the flu shot as the general rule. I mean, I probably got one some point in my past life, but not since I've been consciously aware of, like, hey, maybe it's not a good idea to put things in your body if you don't need them, kind of a thing. And so I just decided to no longer get the flu shot some time ago. So I don't get that as a general rule. I'm not on any, prescriptions for anything. I'm an otherwise fully natural dude, right? I'm not, taking medications for anything at all, period. I have no, I don't even think I've had my tonsils removed. So, I'm a whole human being as far as that is concerned. So, for it to affect me in the way that it did, I kind of expected it. I didn't expect the cough to hang out as long as it did, which, of course, it did. But here I am today. So, thanks for everybody to filling in and,
I'm glad you guys are still alive.
Thanks.
Well, I, again, like Captain, never felt like there's a danger of me of dying. I had the chills, something terrible. I had,
yeah, that was the most annoying thing was you're sweating, but you're really cold.
Yes.
I'm like, this is weird. Do I put a blanket on? Do I turn the air conditioner
off? If it
off?
hadn't been for those chills, there's no way I was going to burn 3 pounds in a day, though.
Yeah.
I knew that was the case, so I was actually sticking body parts out to be colder. And in fact, the only reliable way to lose weight is to lower your body temperature. You don't want to go too far, but you want to lower your body temperature, or in this case, my body temperature is artificially increased. So,
riding the system. Well done.
Yep, I did. And I can see my abs as a result.
I should try the COVID diet.
Yeah.
So apparently the gal that shot the guy over in Minneapolis.
Yeah, Brooklyn Center, I believe, is what they call it.
If I was king for a day, would we let this ride? Because to me, there's only one Brooklyn.
Yeah, so
Brooklyn Center is a little confusing. Brooklyn Center probably
we're calling
should
it
be
Minneapolis.
At
is what we're
the
calling
center of Brooklyn, and it's not. And so I don't like that. But it's an ongoing gag here on Free Talk Live that I hate repeat names. I hate that there's a Portland, Oregon, and a Portland, Maine.
Right,
I don't like that.
Right, yeah.
There's like a Lincoln in every state.
Yeah, there might be. There's certainly a Manchester in every state of New England.
I think there's a nowhere in Wisconsin.
There's a where in New Hampshire.
Right, but that's different than nowhere.
Indeed.
I always thought maybe nobody could relocate to nowhere. Yeah. And then he could be nobody from nowhere. Yes, you are correct, Mark. There was a veteran ex-cop who, quote, accidentally, unquote, shot Dante Wright dead Sunday when he tried to flee during a traffic stop. Could be charged under Minnesota law, legal experts say. Could be charged. Ooh, could be.
Well, as I heard the audio, and it sounded like a woman's voice saying over and over again, taser, 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 taser. And then presumably she pulled her gun and shot somebody.
That's basically what happened, near as I can tell.
And
this person has been identified now as Kimberly Potter, age 48.
As if the color and the weight of what she was holding, she couldn't tell?
Well, presumably she couldn't. And I mean, I think screaming taser 3 times before you pull it, whether or not that is some kind of ruse, is pretty darn effective in suggesting that it was a mistake. But if I made this mistake, nobody's going to cut me any slack.
I mean, I don't yell chicken, chicken, chicken before I had dinner tonight. Seems ridiculous.
Having taken her father's throne, Sarah Calhoun has fallen out with one of her best allies, and her brother Nathaniel heads into Imperial Philadelphia with a reckless plan. Her uncle Thomas, armed with new powers and new allies, aims to remove Sarah from her throne and from the world of the living. To survive and to gain the strength she needs to fight an impossible war, Sarah must unite the Mound Builder Kings to enact an ancient rite that will propel her beyond mortality. Servant Daughter by T.J. Butler is the newest entry in the Dragon Award-winning Witchy War series from Baen Books at BaenBooks.com.
Are you tired of governments murdering people around the world? Stop using their money. There is an alternative. Bitcoin is a stateless, free market, non-political currency. Bitcoin cannot be inflated or controlled by any government. By using their money, you're helping the state. Stop doing it. You have an incredible alternative available now. Learn it, use it, spread it. Get started with Bitcoin at Bitcoin.com. That's Bitcoin.com.
Hey developers, do you want to add Bitcoin to your apps, website? Want to make something creative? AnyPay is the way. We made a super simple API just for you at anypay.dev. You don't need any special knowledge of Bitcoin. Plug it into your app or website and it just works. Get paid on the transactions your users make. Whether you're brand new to web development or have decades of experience, you can add Bitcoin to anything with anypay.dev.
What if you want to hear the latest episode of Free Talk Live, but all you have is your phone, you forgot to download our archive, and you have no data connection? You can call our Listen line at 641-793-0191. That's a long-distance number, so you may incur charges. If not, listen as long as you want. 641-793-0191. The Free Talk Live Listen line, 641-793-0191.
We have some good news. The indictments against Ross Ulbricht in the District of Maryland were dismissed with prejudice, meaning they can never be refiled. This is especially good because those indictments contain the only charge ever made that Ross engaged in murder for hire. This was a serious allegation that Ross Ulbricht denies. It was never prosecuted or ruled on by a jury, but was trumpeted by the federal government and the media as if it were proven fact. The Maryland court held these indictments for almost 5 years, poisoning Ross's case and leaving him under a cloud of unproven allegations. As explained in Ross's appeal to the Supreme Court, the fact that the judge used these allegations to give Ross a draconian sentence of double life without parole violated his Sixth Amendment right to a jury trial. Judges are required to issue sentences based on convictions decided by a jury, not unproven allegations never even charged at trial. Although this is a positive development, the dropped indictment will not set Ross free. Now, a presidential pardon is Ross's only hope of freedom. Sign the petition at freeross.org. freeross.org.
Tired of cancel culture? Sick of mega tech corporations holding an axe over your head? Join the LRN.FM Matrix chat server. It's self-hosted, so no one else can tell us what to do or say. Don't like the existing channels? You can make your own. You can even connect into some of our channels from other Matrix servers. It's federated. For the full LRN.FM Matrix experience, though, you should join our server via the step-by-step instructions at chat.lrn.fm. chat.lrn.fm.
Should you be able to earn an honest living free from senseless government interference, The Institute for Justice thinks so. That's why we've spent years defending hard-working men and women from pointless government regulations. Nationwide, IJ has created opportunity by reducing government power. But there is still more work to be done. Visit our website today at ij.org. Let IJ take care of the government so you can take care of your business.
Yep, we still do email. Drop your email address in the entry box at freetalklive.com, and you'll be kept in the loop with Free Talk Live.
Welcome back to the program, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. It is Free Talk Live, the live call-in radio talk program where you can call in, talk about whatever's on your mind. Open phones here today. We'll get to your calls in just a minute. The telephone number you need is 603-283-6160. Again, 603-283-6160. In the studio tonight, it is my triumphant return, the captain.
And Joa.
And Mark.
We've been talking a little bit about, well, my triumphant return, but, we've covered that, so. I can only bask in the triumph for so long, I guess.
Right.
I mean, I could probably bask a little longer, but that's fine. We'll move on.
Let's move on.
Move on from the basking. We've been talking about, folks are aware that there was a shooting in Minneapolis, sparked some, I guess we'll call them riots.
Yeah, let's call them riots.
And things overnight. And the veteran ex-cop who accidentally, quote unquote, Duante Wright on Sunday when he tried to flee during a traffic stop could be charged under Minnesota law, legal experts say. This person has been revealed to be Kimberly Potter, age 48, a 25-year veteran.
Yep.
You said ex-cop.
Did I say
she was
ex-cop?
No, she's cop.
She's a cop
She's
still?
cop.
Cop still.
Cop still.
Okay.
Presumably, no, this article actually says the veteran ex-cop who accidentally shot. So I think they're making an assumption that the cop will be fired or...
Yeah, that's weird.
whatever.
I don't think that... I haven't heard anything about her being fired, but maybe so.
This is from the NewYorkPost.com, so not the highest quality of writers. It's entirely possible for them to have, missed an edit.
A lot of times these articles are going to say ex-cop or former cop. They don't ever want to say active duty cop. They want to say ex-cop.
What's her name?
Kimberly Potter, age 48. Let's see. Manhattan-based civil rights lawyer Ron Kuby said Kimberly Potter, age 48, could face a second-degree manslaughter rap. And yes, I'm mispronouncing that appropriately because if it were you or I, there would be no manslaughter rap. We would be straight up facing murder.
It would depend on the scenario, but that's not entirely inaccurate.
Could face second-degree manslaughter rap for fatally shooting the 20-year-old black man after drawing her handgun instead of her taser in Brooklyn Center, Minnesota, otherwise known as Minneapolis. There's some people who live in Brooklyn Center like, oh, I don't live in Minneapolis. I live in Brooklyn Center. No, you live in Minneapolis.
Have you been there?
I know. Yeah, I know.
Just like a small blocked out area.
It's a neighborhood.
Does it have its own mayor?
I don't think so.
Okay, then it's Minneapolis.
Yeah, it's just like a neighborhood, an area of the larger city itself. So, mistaking your taser, which is lighter colored, different, and on another hip, with your handgun, which is black, heavy, and on your other hip, and causing somebody's death is second-degree manslaughter, or at least can be prosecuted as such, Kuby told the Post. So,
and what's Kuby? Who's Kuby?
Kuby is...
I was looking at stuff online.
Ron Kuby. He's a Manhattan-based civil rights lawyer.
I see.
Ron Kuby. So,
I can tell you that the Federal Bureau of Investigations doesn't give a darn about what lawyers think, because the Crypto 6 had a couple of lawyers' opinions on piece of paper that said that we weren't money transmitting, and in fact, they decided that they were.
And yet our hosts remain kidnapped. We could talk more about this bit from Brooklyn Center, a.k.a. Minneapolis, Minnesota. But first, let's go to Turd Ferguson, who's calling from his hot tub. Turd, you're on Free Talk Live. Let's try this again.
You got to push the red one for on air.
Yeah.
People.
Hey, is that Turd?
Yeah, did you buzz me in there? Yeah, I think you did buzz me in there. Okay.
Yep, we got you now, so go ahead and start over.
Yeah, I'll start from the beginning. Captain, that was a great transition into bringing me in because there seems to be a lot of incompetent people in government these days. And the case that you're discussing, of course, is partially at least sheer incompetence of a police officer. One thing that you won't hear on the mainstream media, but I will say on Free Talk Live, is that I just happen to notice a lot of these most egregious cases. For instance, the one where the woman went into the wrong apartment and shot the young man.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Because they all seem to be carried out by women police officers. Just something I've noticed.
So what conclusion are you drawing from that?
Yeah, what are you trying to say, Turd?
Well, I just don't know if they seem to be able to conduct themselves in stressful situations the same way that a man might be able to. I'm not trying to be.
When a man shoots somebody, should we keep them from being cops too? Then we can stop all women and all men from being cops.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying the most egregious ones. I mean,
I don't know. It sounds to me like you put a couple of things together and have decided that that's meaningful.
I would say that I've encountered many cops, and I found that women generally are nicer. They're more professional. I'm not saying that's how they react in the situation. However, I find that the men have more testosterone.
I'm going to play devil's advocate here because I got pulled over for a headlight out here in Little Keene, New Hampshire, and I drove a couple extra blocks to a nice, well-lit parking area before I actually pulled over, and the lady cop was none too happy about it. She was all, look, how come you pulled over, or how come you drove so far before you pulled over? And I'm like, safety? And she goes, well, next time you pull over right away, I'll be the one who decides whether or not it's safe for you to pull over.
No, ma'am, that's not what they say. They say that if you don't feel safe to to keep going at a reasonable speed, these cops and their whole, it's time for you to pull over when I say you pull over. No, ma'am, that's not how this works.
I think the common denominator between all police officers is low IQ.
Well, I don't know that it necessarily is, but some departments it certainly is.
That might be true, but listen, there is another incompetent woman in government here in Shrewsbury, and that's the Judge Lindy Sweeney here in Shrewsbury today, that totally sided with the cop in my court case, totally worked for him the whole time.
What was your court case?
Was absolutely. I'm sorry.
What's your court case?
Recap your court case for Mark, please.
It was a traffic court case for a suspended vehicle registration.
Yep, that's
and
what they do.
And by the way, at the beginning of this trial, they told me that beyond a reasonable doubt is what they have to prove. And if there is a reasonable doubt, and I asked this, I was like, well, hold on a second. So that means if I can prove reasonable doubt here.
Yeah, but there'll be no jury.
Then you have to give me the benefit of the doubt. And then she was like, well, no, not exactly. So already she started moving the window. You know what I mean? As soon as it started. So right away, I knew
she's not going to find you not guilty.
End.
It's a traffic violation. Never.
Right. Exactly. But I certainly proved, in my opinion, with documentation and testimony, my case today that it was wrongfully suspended. It was certainly enough to raise reasonable doubt in any human being's mind, and the judge sided with the cop anyway.
Yes, they do.
Yep. Hey, thanks for the call, Turd.
I don't know if folks know, but ladies and gentlemen, there's a collusion between the executive and the judicial branch.
I just have to do this.
What's that?
Well, his name is Turd.
Oh, I see.
And I know that when you press the dump button, it plays a toilet flush. I just figured it was appropriate. 603-283-6160 is the number if you'd like to join us. More Free Talk Live is on the way.
Carl Watner, longtime proponent of a voluntary society, died last December. You may have seen his articles published on his website, voluntarist.com, in his newsletter, The Voluntarist, the Mises Institute, or elsewhere over the last 40 years. His newest book, I Must Speak Out, Volume 2, The Best of the Voluntarist, is now available via Liberty Under Attack Publications. This 430-page second volume spans the years of 2000 through 2020 and includes articles by Carl Watner, Wagner, Hans Hermann Hoppe, Carl Hess, Benjamin Tucker, George H. Smith, Lysander Spooner, Pete Eyre, Joyce Brand, and many others. I Must Speak Out is for the newly initiated, the veteran voluntarist, or anywhere in between. Buy the book now at libertyunderattack.com/voluntarist. For more great content on building a voluntary society and for Carl's extensive archives, check out voluntarist.com.
Join liberty-minded voluntarists, anarchists, and libertarians from June 28th through July 4th for Forkfest 2021 at Rogers Campground in the beautiful White Mountains of New Hampshire. Forkfest happens the week after the Porcupine Freedom Festival, and Forkfest is decentralized, which means no one is in charge. That also means there's no ticket cost. Just reserve your camping, RV site, or motel room with Rogers Campground for June 28th through July 4th. Where better to celebrate Independence Day than around other freedom-loving activists in the Shire? You can relax and enjoy the camaraderie of like-minded people, or you can create whatever experience or event you'd like others to have. If you're planning an event for Forkfest, be sure to let others know in advance. You can connect with fellow Forkfesters via the unofficial Telegram chat or the Forkfest forum. Links to those are on the unofficial website, forkfest.party. Mark your calendar for June 28th through July 4th, 2021. We'll see you at forkfest.party. Bitcoin.com has launched a trading platform at local.bitcoin.com, allowing you to buy or sell Bitcoin Cash via dozens of payment methods like PayPal, Venmo, bank deposit, remittances, or meeting in person with cash. There are no ID requirements to sign up for and use the site, and all communications between buyers and sellers are encrypted. Finally, a global trading platform that respects your privacy. Visit local.bitcoin.com to get started trading Bitcoin Cash. Local.bitcoin.com. Some of you asked, and now we've delivered. LRN.FM's live Keene, New Hampshire studio shows are now streamed in HD on Twitch. Visit our channel at twitch.lrn.fm and give it a follow. If you have Amazon Prime, you get one free subscription on Twitch. If you use it on our channel, Twitch will give LRN.FM a monthly piece of your Prime subscription cost. So please watch, follow, share, and subscribe to twitch.lrn.fm. That's twitch.lrn.fm.
Today's fitness trackers can tell how far you're running, but tomorrow's can tell you why you're running. The new Nike Run Logic Plus pinpoints the desperate psychological demons at the root of your exercise routine. Tech Trends reporter Aaron Vaughn has more.
It's a problem all runners face. You run and you run and you run, but it's never enough. No matter how many miles you put in, that gnawing ache at your soul never goes away. Now Nike's engineers have found a way for runners to use that existential pain to push themselves even farther. Users keep the device on their wrist at all times. It not only records running times and distances, it also analyzes all of the user's social interactions and emotional patterns. It then creates a unique, detailed profile that dredges the inspiring well of inner turmoil inside every runner. Early users say they notice a big impact on their workout.
I started marathoning when I was 28. I thought it was time to get in shape, but then once I realized I was actually running from my meaningless job in ad sales, I started running a lot more, like all the time.
This is the Onion News Network.
Got Telegram? You can follow our channel there and discuss show prep with other listeners at telegram.freetalklive.com.
If there were a live call-in radio program where you could talk about anything that's on your mind, what would you call it? Why, I'd call it Free Talk Live is what I'd call it. And that is the very show that you find yourself listening to right now. The telephone number for you to join the conversation is 603-283-6160. Again, 603-283-6160. In the studio tonight, it's myself, the captain, Joa,
and Mark.
And Bitcoin.com is the best source for learning about cryptocurrency. You can go there now and click on Get Started at the top of the page. Once you do that, you'll find all sorts of valuable information neatly organized to suit your needs. There's no longer any excuse for ignorance of this important world-changing information. If you are a knowledgeable crypto user, you can check out news.bitcoin.com to get the latest headlines of all the news that's relevant to you. Bitcoin.com is your source for everything crypto, like getting a wallet, mining, trading, and all the latest cryptocurrency news, all on a very slick and easy-to-use website. Please visit Bitcoin.com. And I'm glad you bring up Bitcoin.com, Mark.
Thank you. You're welcome.
I say that in jest, of course, but new all-time high, 63 plus. 63,000 for BTC today.
Yep.
Amazing. It's not a significant bump like, when it jumped from, say, 10,000 to 50,000 or there.
That was a fun run, but that didn't happen in one day either.
No, that's true. That's true. But a bump nonetheless. And I don't know if there's many of you listeners who have noticed there's this sort of quiet phenomenon amongst Bitcoin enthusiasts. Their profile pictures have these weird laser eyes.
The laser eyes, yeah.
Right now, this is supposedly to remain in place until Bitcoin hits 100K.
I know I pulled mine down.
Did you?
Yeah.
You're like, it's taking too long.
Things got too weird, and I just pulled them off. Sorry.
Your laser eyes weren't cool enough?
I need some nice, firm.
What are you, the intergalactic? What is your
intergalactic space king?
How can an intergalactic space king not have laser eyes?
Well, I pulled them out. What can I tell you?
I'm disappointed in you, Mark. Yeah. No, I'm just appointed.
People were asking me about it, and I decided I was tired of telling them. I think is really the short answer.
Yes.
Visible lasers.
Spinning the tail, right? Yes. We've been talking about, I actually pulled this from the New York Post because the Minneapolis article, the paywall, and I didn't want to spend any time figuring out how to get around it. But this has revealed the officer who, her name is Kimberly Potter, 48, who could be facing up to second-degree manslaughter for shooting the 20-year-old black man after drawing her handgun instead of a taser in Brooklyn Center. To be clear, that man's name is Daunte Wright, Daunte, and then Wright, Wright. I don't want his name to just be like, shot a black man. I want him to be a randomized person.
Yeah.
He was Daunte Wright, and he was shot by Kimberly Potter, 48, a 25-year veteran who also apparently, according to something that I read elsewhere, is also a trainer, a firearms trainer.
Shoot. Are you kidding me? The firearms trainer thought she was pulling her taser, said taser like 3 times over, and then pulled her gun and shot somebody?
I'd move out of that area. If you don't know which one they're going to be pulling on you and then lying to you and then doing the opposite.
God.
Before you come on this show, Mark, do you go, microphone, microphone, microphone?
Well, I don't know what the training is. And I wouldn't be able to speak to it, but
me neither.
It's what's so strange is would I put it beyond police who say stop resisting when you're not resisting, to train ahead of time for taser, 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 so that they could pull a gun and shoot somebody? Would I put it beyond them? I wouldn't. But I want to believe that this woman intended to pull her taser, said taser 3 times, and accidentally pulled a gun and shot this guy, in front of his girlfriend, and he drives away, and then whatever happens. But I don't know what to think. And I do know that putting on a badge doesn't make you special in any way, shape, or form.
Well, I mean, it kind of does if you believe that putting it on.
Enough people have believed it for enough time. But what I'm trying to do is disabuse those people of that notion. It gives you no extra rights. A badge is supposed to be imbuing you with the rights of the people that you serve, meaning that you have all the rights of an individual, but none of it, no extras.
Cops lose their rights as soon as they clock in, and they have privilege to work for us. So at every moment on their job during their time, they're working for us as a privilege. When they clock out, now they have rights.
Shouldn't they then, receive some sort of punishment like, I don't know, obstruction of evidence every time they turn off their frickin' cams?
Yep, it's a good question.
But no, they don't, of course, because guess what? despite our little jingle and things we like to say here in the libertarian community, badges do grant extra rights.
Well, I think you should be able to. So, I mean, everybody's supposed to get, 15-minute break and, whatever. So I think cops should be able to use the bathroom without the cameras on. And that's about it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm glad she forgot to turn her camera off and that we can all see what she did.
Yep. Well, I think she's probably glad, too. I mean, if she called Taser 3 times, and that beats the heck out of a murder charge.
The killing occurred less than 10 miles from where George Floyd died while in police custody last May.
If it had been 12 miles, would have mattered?
I mean...
22 miles? 37 miles.
That police officer, Derek Chauvin, whose trial is currently underway, is charged with 2 counts of murder and second-degree manslaughter. Chauvin is alleged... we're not going to cover Chauvin.
Well, at this point, they don't have that much for whatever her name is. I can't remember it off the top of my head.
Kimberly here. Kimberly
Potter. There is I can't say much about this website. The West Central Tribune is running a poll that says, should police officer Kimberly Potter be charged in the fatal shooting of Duante? I don't know. Right in Brooklyn Center.
I'm going Dante.
Okay. And and the results of the poll, I voted in it. The results of the poll, it doesn't say how many are voting, but 59% say yes, 27% say no, and 14% say they don't know. Which is probably the most fair answer of them all, is we don't know.
Wright's killing sparked widespread protests and looting in the Twin Cities, prompting Governor Tim Walz to impose a 7 p.m. curfew on Monday. Potter, a 26-year veteran of the Brooklyn Center Police Department, resigned Tuesday. This is where the ex-cop comes in. Following the release of body cam footage of the deadly encounter. The video shows Wright struggling with police, then hopping back into the driver's seat. Potter points a handgun at Wright and shouts, "Taser, taser," before the car pulls away. "Holy S," the officer is then heard saying in the video, "I just shot him."
Yeah, I can only imagine how that feels.
She has officially resigned as of today.
Yes.
Yes.
So I guess we can call her an ex-cop, but at the time she was certainly a cop.
Yes.
And, how much more of this are folks going to let go on? It was only just last May, 10 miles away from this particular area in Minneapolis, Minnesota, where, something else very similar happened.
Yep.
And that trial's going on right now. It's like, if folks would just take a minute and go, maybe we should eliminate all of the laws on the books where there's no victim, and a lot of this interaction with these police would begin to end, like libertarians have been saying forever.
Yeah, the whole, he supposedly got pulled over, and we don't know for certain.
Sounds
for
like
an air fishing. Freshener.
Oh, fishing expedition, exactly.
Right, and that, ladies and gentlemen, that's BS.
It's a crime to have a stinky car. 603-283-6160. More Free Talk Live is on the way.
Excuse me, is this where I get a license to start a new business?
I wouldn't be hasty. You have to get a license to go out of business, too,
Oh, well, look, I've invented this little anti-gravity machine, see?
Oh, is that why you're walking 2 inches above the floor?
Oh, yes, it's very comfortable. It saves on shoe leather.
Yeah, well, you have to fill out these forms and report to the Human Services Department of Manpower Orientation and register with the Fair Employment Practice Commission, the Wage and Hour Division of the Employment Standards Administration, the State Sales and Income Tax Division, the Internal Revenue Service, and the Social Security Administration of the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare, and, of course, OSHA.
OSHA? I thought that was a little town in Wisconsin.
You'll find out. Say, floating around like that could be dangerous. Have you checked with the Consumer Product Safety Commission?
Well, not yet.
Come to think of it, you actually are flying, aren't you? Look, you need to go over to the Federal Aviation Administration and the Transportation...
It's very hard to get anything done these days if you're in business, but free enterprise built this country. Think what could happen if we don't keep it free. A public service of this station and the Center for the Defense of Free Enterprise, Bellevue, Washington.
We just can't have people floating about unregulated,
I'm crazy about My Magic Mud. This is the most important oral care product created this millennium, and I'm not kidding. We all have different opinions on politics and issues, but we all have mouths. And I want yours to be as clean as possible, with teeth as bright as they were meant to be. I will never be without My Magic Mud. It's a little surprising, but man, does it work. If you only listen to one thing I say ever, go to mymagicmud.com and get 20% off with code FTL. mymagicmud.com, code FTL.
So you've heard all 3 hours of the latest episode of Free Talk Live, and you're still hungry for liberty-oriented audio content? Did you know that we have another 24/7 audio stream at LRN.FM? The Liberty Radio Network airs the latest episodes of some of the best liberty-oriented podcasts on the internet around the clock. In addition to recorded content, you'll also hear live shows like Free Talk Live, originating from our Keene, New Hampshire studio. So listen anytime at LRN.FM. That's LRN.FM. Why did you move to the Shire?
I moved here to the Shire because there's other people around who take liberty just as seriously as I do.
I moved to the Shire because I saw videos of people challenging authority and thought that I could get support myself. It called to me, like, do this right now.
I wanted to be around people like me who got it, and once I got here, I knew there was nowhere else that I wanted to be.
I've always wanted to change the world, so I moved to the Shire to join people who were actually working towards doing the same thing.
The people here are awesome, loving, and positive. It was for the adventure and for the feeling of something important is happening here, and I just wanted to come to sort of be part of that.
Visit ShireSociety.com to read and sign the Shire Society Declaration and learn the reasons why, if you love liberty, you should immigrate to the Shire. Plus, connect with others via the forum at ShireSociety.com. That's ShireSociety.com. If you want to know the latest about Free Talk Live before we go on the air, all you need to decide is how you want it delivered. It's your choice. Visit news.freetalklive.com to receive our usually weekly news updates by email. Plus, we have a Twitter account at twitter.freetalklive.com, and you can follow us on the decentralized Mastodon platform at toot.freetalklive.com. So please follow us at toot.freetalklive.com and sign up for our emails at news.freetalklive.com.
There are basically two types of advertising, direct response and branding. Radio's great for direct response with its low cost to listener ratio, but audio can't be beat for branding, which is a longer-term endeavor. You want to be the first thing that someone thinks of when they think about your product or service. If you have a local business that you want kept top of mind in your community, call the station. If you need national reach, Free Talk Live's got around 200 radio stations, millions of monthly listening sessions, can suit all budgets, and if we don't think we're right for you, we'll tell you. Email me, mark@freetalklive.com.
Do you appreciate what we do? Help us advertise, market, and promote for just $5 a month at amp.freetalklive.com.
Yes, come on and listen. Come on and tune in. Come on and join the program. It is Free Talk Live. The telephone number for you to join us in the studio in the conversation tonight is 603-283-6160. Again, 603-283-6160. In the studio tonight, it's myself, the captain,
Joa,
and Mark.
And, geez, Mark, has it been almost a month?
Month since what? Since March? Yeah,
since
March
the
16th.
Terrorist raid?
Yeah, it sure has.
Here on the studio?
I hadn't thought of it that way, but yes, it has.
I'm just looking at...
So Ian's been in jail for almost a month.
My God.
Certainly going on 4 weeks.
I mean, I guess COVID wiped out a couple of my weeks, so I'm like, where have the days gone? But, yeah, on March 16th of 2021, government agencies conspired together and raided Free Talk Live studios, the Bitcoin Embassy, and the homes of Ari DeMezzo, Renee and Andy Spinella, and Colleen Fordham, who's a grandmother, by the way. The Crypto Six were arrested and taken into custody. Both Ian Freeman and Nobody, also known as Rich Paul, remain in custody. What can you do to help? Check out thecrypto6.com. There are multiple ways in which you can donate to their legal defense fund because these charges are not a joke. These are men with guns and alphabet agencies who have all of the resources that these people don't.
I'd like to point out that I've spoke to attorneys last week. I should be getting paperwork finalized with all that soon.
Mm-hmm.
I spoke to attorneys last week who said, regarding the money transmission, the very core of this,
yes,
that's not illegal. What they were doing was they said that's not illegal. So should be curious to see what happens. Basically, all this comes down to is getting lawyers and money and all that.
Yeah, I mean, there's more than one way to have bureaucrats attack a thing, right? Costing you money is an attack.
Oh, yeah.
Whether or not there's any...
Ian's been in jail for a month, and there's nothing that we can do about that.
Right. But at any rate, it's going to take serious legal resources and many experts to protect the Crypto 6 from further aggression from the state. This case will likely set precedent that will affect the world of cryptocurrency for decades to come. Help them in their fight for liberty and financial freedom by contributing to the legal defense fund that we've set up over at thecrypto6.com. Once more, thecrypto6.com. They appreciate it. I know I appreciate it. Let's get our folks out as fast as we can.
Indeed.
So, Joe, we were talking during the break. You had an update on a case that something has happened.
Yeah.
For you. I know you can't talk much about it, but you had an update. Let's go ahead with that.
Well, I've talked about this previously, that I was arrested in Manchester while filming an interaction the police had with an incident, and along with my friend Savage. And the charges of trespass on both of us have been dropped.
It's good news.
That was the only charge that I had.
How'd you get trespassed?
Well, a good question, because I'm not really sure exactly how it ended up being a trespass, but the police said that I was trespassing. They were demanding ID. I refused, and they made the arrest.
Okay.
And, so I'm glad that those are taken down. But
you got this doing your, what I don't know what to call it.
Activism.
Your activism. You're filming for YouTube.
Yeah, some call it cop blocking.
Okay.
And we're just doing it for accountability. So we're going around filming the police, and we're looking at, the up-to-date incidences on the police log, and we try to show up to scene. And
and you also
just
do
like any other press.
First Amendment auditing in addition to your cop blocking. So if you haven't checked out Joa's YouTube channel, it's Breaking the Flaw. Breaking the Flaw. He does some great activism, and it's one of the reasons that he's here on Free Talk Live with us, is because we want to highlight this particular type of a person.
Yeah, and I find some really interesting things. I don't know.
I know you can't answer too much, but I'm curious. I know that basically the way things are post-Glick decision is that if the police give you any trouble about videoing, that you can sue them for money. And not just the police department, but the cops themselves individually.
Yes.
So is that in the future?
I don't think that plays within these cards, because that's specifically just filming the police officers. They didn't arrest me for filming a police officer, right? That's what the Glick decision came out of. But yes, I was filming police officers, and maybe they didn't like me, and maybe that's what motivated them to make their decision.
Well, if they decided you weren't trespassing and they've arrested you for trespassing, then it sounds a lot like they were arresting you for filming.
Yeah. I mean, I will say this, that they said that, you came in here to have a problem, now you got it, right? So, hey.
Sounds like they wanted to.
Sounds like their problem's on their hands now.
Well, good.
And, I just captured something really interesting the other day in Manchester over at the Sununu Youth Center. And if you haven't heard about this center...
Wait. So sometimes we have nicknames for things. Is this legitimately a youth center, and it just happens to be called Sununu?
Yeah, it's like Sununu Youth Services.
Okay.
I call it the Youth Detention Center.
Okay.
Yeah. But I like to attach the Sununu brand to it, because they did that. It's actually named after Governor Sununu's father. And it's funny how he wanted to attach his name to it. But there's been a rampant amount of abuse there, and recently 6 had been charged with more crimes connected to that center.
What kind of abuse?
Officers, or whatever they call them.
The worst of the worst you can think of when it comes to child abuse, the sexual abuse.
So is this to me, a youth center sort of invokes 14 years old and up, kind of a thing.
Until probably you turn 18 and they decide what they do with you.
Yeah, so you got 14 to 18-year-old young people. And what a surprise when you put 14 to 18-year-old young people, there's going to be sexual abuse, especially you put grumpy old perverts in there who have a lot of power. Yeah, it isn't going to go well.
No, and there's been hundreds of cases, hundreds and hundreds of cases. There's hundreds to over 200 cases.
That is ugly.
Over 30 years.
And once it happens, it starts a cycle, a sort of a conversation, a way of being inside a given institution. And once there's abuse there, then what do you do? How do you stop it?
Now it's institutionalized.
Now you have to fire everybody, and they're never going to do that.
Well, representatives are calling for, as of a week ago, calling for it to be absolutely just closed down.
Well, that's about all you can do. If you shut it down, then you don't have to have because the problem is firing people who feel like they haven't done anything, and now, so shutting it down is about all you can do.
So I went there the other day after this article came out in the news about these 6 men being charged. By the way, women are also involved in this in the past, but specifically these 6 men are being charged, and as of yesterday, a 7th now is being charged. I went down to the youth center and did some filming, and there's no signs that say no trespassing. So me and Press NH Now, he's another YouTuber. We went down there and we started filming all around the building. Let it be known that we weren't filming inside the windows. Even if we tried to, all the windows are blacked out.
I'm assuming that because this is something called the Sununu Youth Center, that is a government program project,
right? State property.
Right. Just wanted to make sure that it wasn't like, moonlighting as some, other kind of organization.
No. And so we started filming around the building. We had a couple Darrens and Karens that trying to prevent us what we're doing. They called the police. And I wanted to file records. I wanted all founded and unfounded complaints. During the process of walking around the building, 3 staff members came up to us, and they wanted to know who we were. They're telling us to leave, don't film in the windows, all these things, right? They didn't have the right to do that, and they didn't want to identify. But I did get one guy's name, and I asked him, is there any abuse going on in here? And he nodded yes.
Oh.
And I found that very disturbing, as if he knows it's going on. And I don't see him speaking out in the news. I didn't recognize his name.
Well, he did. He spoke out to you.
Well, I get true.
That's it takes different people, different things at different times. I applaud him for doing that much.
Well, I'm glad I asked then.
Yeah. I mean, let's see what a good reporter does.
We'll see where it develops. The state police came and they were investigating our presence, but I was hoping they were there because they're investigating what's going on there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be nice?
It would be.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I feel for these kids, man. I hope they get the help that they need. I hope they can find some sort of solace in, just society in general, because when you've been institutionally abused, that's not something that's real easy to get over. I can say this from experience.
Yeah, there's no way to find the perpetrator in many cases.
603-283-6160. Hour number 2 of Free Talk Live is on the way.
Do you feel like your nation, state, or community no longer holds your values? Have you dreamt of a place where people agree that liberty is important and are free to pursue their projects so long as they respect the property of others? There are many people just like you that are discovering freeprivatecities.com. Their social media links are at the upper right of the page at freeprivatecities.com. All skill levels will be needed when the first of the Free Private Cities opens. It's sooner than you think. Stop arguing and build. freeprivatecities.com.
What if the United States and the Soviet Union had fought on land, sea, air, and the astral plane, struggled for dominion across parallel dimensions or on the surface of the moon? What wonders would have been unveiled? What terrors would have haunted mankind from those dark and dismal dimensions? Come closer, peer through a glass darkly, and discover the horrifying alternative visions of World War III from some of today's greatest minds in science fiction, fantasy, and horror. Weird World War III. Available now from Baen Books at baenbooks.com.
Looking for a great real estate investment? Consider New Hampshire, which is ground zero for the Liberty Movement. Your first call should be to Mark Worden from Porcupine Real Estate. He's more than just a real estate agent. He's your New Hampshire concierge. Where are the best places to live? Do you want farm, city, the burbs, or forest? Do you want a duplex or multifamily building so that renters pay your mortgage? There are homes in all price ranges in New Hampshire, and Mark can help with financing too. Invest in Liberty and property. Mark Worden can help.
PorcupineRealEstate.com. The LRN.FM social media channels have been revamped. We've eliminated Facebook and focused on other platforms like Twitter and Mastodon, the decentralized alternative to Twitter. On our accounts, you'll find posts from multiple LRN.FM show hosts together in one place. Follow us on Twitter at twitter.lrn.fm, or better yet, move to the decentralized Mastodon social media platform at toot.lrn.fm, toot.lrn.fm. I think you'll like it.
You're listening to the live.
You're listening to the Heartland Newsfeed Radio Network, live at heartlandnewsfeed.com.
This stream is supported by advertisers and contributions by you.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Demonstrations underway. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. Protesters have gathered in front of the police department in Brooklyn Center, Minnesota, after the shooting death of 20-year-old Dante Wright during a traffic stop on Sunday, as the officer involved and the police chief stepped down.
Less than 24 hours after the world learned the identity of Kim Potter, the 26-year veteran of the force, the officer at the center of this storm, she has submitted her resignation along with the police chief here, Tim Gannon. Potter's resignation letter reads in part, I have loved every minute of being a police officer, but I believe it is in the best interest of the community, the department, and my fellow officers if I resign.
Fox's Mike Tobin in Brooklyn Center. The cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul have issued overnight curfews after 2 nights of violent protests. President Biden spoke this morning at a ceremony for Capitol Police Officer William Evans, who was laid in honor. He was killed earlier this month in an attack near the Senate side of the Capitol.
He was defined by his dignity, his decency, his loyalty, and his courage. And Mom, that's because of you and his dad. That's how it happened, not by accident.
Another officer was hurt in the attack. The driver was shot and killed. Evans is the second Capitol Police officer this year to lie in honor in the rotunda. The San Luis Obispo County Sheriff has announced they've cracked a cold case from 1996.
I'm here this afternoon to announce the arrest of Paul Flores for the murder of Kristen Smart and the arrest of his father, Ruben Flores, as an accessory to the murder.
Sheriff Ian Parkinson says Paul Flores was the last person seen with Kristen Smart on the Cal Poly campus before she vanished. Both were students. The arrests come about a month after the sheriff named Paul Flores as a prime suspect. The remains of Kristen Smart have not yet been found, but the sheriff says that search will continue. America is listening to Fox News.
80 million Americans experience thinning hair, and science shows there are multiple root causes. Nutrafol is a new approach. It's a drug-free supplement that targets root causes like stress and hormones. Nutrafol was shown to visibly improve hair growth in both men and women after 6 months in clinical studies. Shop now with promo code FOXNEWS for 20% off your first month of subscription at Nutrafol.com. That's Nutrafol.com. Promo code Fox News.
A permit for a Confederate event is denied at a park which has been a gathering spot for white supremacists.
For centuries, these Stone Mountain parks had ties to the Ku Klux Klan and been a gathering spot for white supremacists. But this year, the Stone Mountain Memorial Association has rejected a request for a gathering permit from the Sons of Confederate Veterans, who will not be able to host its annual Confederate Memorial Day service at the park outside Atlanta, something the group says it's done at least 18 times before without issue. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution reporting the association cited reasons such as safety concerns, specifically the pandemic and racial tensions, for denying a permit to the park, which has the largest Confederate monument ever crafted. Lillian Wu, Fox News.
Facebook making changes on how people can appeal posts that the site claims violate its rules.
Previously, only those who disagreed with the removal of their own posts or comments could make appeals. Folks first have to report content they think violates the site's rules and wait for Facebook's initial review. If Facebook decides to leave the post or comment up, that individual will be given a reference ID and a deadline to appeal. Multiple complaints will be combined into one case file. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
On Wall Street, the major indexes ended the day mixed. The Dow lost 68 points. The Nasdaq gained 100.
Here is a look at weather from the Heartland Newsfeed Weather Center. Tuesday, scattered showers in the morning, otherwise mostly sunny with a high near 61. Tuesday night, mostly cloudy with a low around 40. Wednesday, sunny with a high near 56. That's the latest weather. Check out more news and weather on our website at heartlandnewsfeed.com.
Just $2 a month at fund.lrn.fm. If we raise enough to keep both of the channels on the air, awesome. If we raise more, I'll add more channels. If not, we can shut them down and go internet only. It's up to you. Thank you for your support. fund.lrn.fm.
A civilian casualty is flattered to have been mistaken for a Hamas leader, and an asexually reproduced sea sponge is worried she's turning into herself. This news summary is best enjoyed in a state of leisurely repose, so sit back, relax, and let the waves of condensed news gently lap at your brain. This is the Onion Week in Review. Hoping to foster a lifelong connection to the airline, Delta announced the launch of its official alumni magazine, Flown, this week, a quarterly publication for people who have been passengers with the airline at some point in the past. A press release from Delta confirmed that the magazine will feature obituaries, wedding announcements, and profiles of prominent flyers that celebrate the shared experiences and interests of the airline's 900 million alumni.
I think it's a nice thing for Delta to do. I mean, it's always interesting to just skim through an issue, see what the old boarding group's up to. It kind of makes me nostalgic for the few hours back when I was on that flight to Tampa. Simpler days.
This is the Onion News Network.
Free Talk Live.
Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for joining the program, everybody. It is Free Talk Live. We are an open phones radio program, and we stream online, of course, and run some satellite as well. You can take control of the airwaves by calling 603-283-6160 and joining us in the studio. Again, that telephone number is 603-283-6160. In the studio tonight, it's myself, the captain, Joa, and Mark.
Yeah.
And it's my triumphant return here in, it's hour number 2 of my triumphant return. I haven't died yet, so I feel like it's going well.
We have not died. I guess I was back a couple of days earlier before you, but not too much more.
Yeah.
I think I was back on Saturday.
I think you might have been a day or two like symptomatic before me.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about that. I remember
I think I was a day ahead of you, and I think you were like 2 or 3 days behind me, meaning that you had it longer than I did.
Yeah. I remember having like weird abdominal pain is the wrong word. I remember just like, what's wrong with my guts? Did I sit wrong? Because I'm doing so many sit-ups all the time. Sometimes the guy sits incorrectly or, leans the right way or the wrong way and, like, pulls a little something, and that happens. I'm an older dude. Sometimes I have a bad back, so sometimes I have to bust out the cane, and that means that I got to favor different parts of my abdomen.
I did find the cane myself, and it's like my old, soreness in my back came back around. We don't need to do the whole old guy
broken old man life.
Yes, we don't need to do that. Go on. What's the next show prep?
All right. We should talk about this. This is from ABC News. U.S. calls for pause in Johnson & Johnson vaccinations over blood clot concerns.
Yeah, 6 people supposedly have had problems with blood clots. And
yeah, that's what it says right here.
Yeah, and I'm keeping an eye on this. This feels a lot like a corporate hit. None of these companies have FDA approval for these vaccines.
None. Zero.
So now the FDA is coming out and going after one of them. Why? I don't know.
Well, I have a theory, and in fact, I did get to speak to Mr. Freeman by phone a little earlier this morning, and we briefly discussed this particular thing. He actually brought it up. He said, "Hey, I heard through the grapevine that something's going on with a Johnson & Johnson. There's a recall or something." I'm like, "Oh, let me look it up for you. I'll be your internet. That's fine." And that's how I bumped into this article. But near as I can tell, how do I phrase this without getting us a ban on YouTube? Who cares? Ban us, YouTube, if you're going to. The Moderna and the Pfizer, quote, vaccines, unquote, are mRNA platforms.
Right.
However, the Johnson & Johnson vaccination is the closest to a traditional
vaccine.
That's right. And so, of course, the one bastard, right, of the two of the more
those are the ones
modern, right, is the one that's going to get gone after.
And I've seen news reports of all kinds of people having all kinds of problems from Moderna and Pfizer. So why is it that these blood clots are the issue? I don't know.
I don't know either, and it is interesting to see that it's the one, because I've talked to people who work in the medical industry.
Yep.
For example, nurses, and I have friends all around the globe who work in different industries, and many of the people who work in the medical industry say, well, eventually it's going to come around where I'm probably going to have to get one of these, and well, if I'm going to get one, it's going to be the Johnson & Johnson one because of what we just cited, which the Johnson & Johnson one is the closest to a regular vaccine, like the mumps vaccine, rubella, all that kind of stuff. So it's the closest thing there is to an actual vaccine. I don't know why they would suddenly be targeted for these blood clot concerns. The FDA and Centers for Disease Control and Prevention announced Tuesday that they're calling for an immediate pause on the use of single-dose Johnson & Johnson vaccines after discovering 6 cases in the United States of a rare and severe type of blood clot that developed about 2 weeks after the vaccine was administered in these patients. Now, yeah, Mark, you're absolutely right. This is not... We've seen this for both of the other vaccines, the Moderna and the Pfizer, where people have developed some weird thing that they're like, I guess we'll have to keep an eye on it. It's generally the consensus of whatever happens. They're like, yep, that's weird, and we'll keep an eye on it, and they just keep vaccinating away.
Well, I mean, if you're talking, I don't know how many vaccines have been given, and I'm sure this story is not going to tell you because that's not how we roll with modern media, but how many, so if 6 people have gotten these blood clots, how many people have gotten the vaccine? And if that's the case, then is this is not acceptable? This is acceptable. Who determines it's acceptable? And is it the people at Moderna? Is it the people at Pfizer? I don't know.
Well, safety is a top priority for
One thing I do know is that corporations have their fingers all in whatever regulatory agencies are, for their particular line of work.
The article continues, safety is a top priority for the federal government, acting FDA Commissioner Janet Woodcock told reporters in a virtual news briefing. Sorry, I get a giggle at that name. Adding that while these blood clots were extremely rare, the government was acting out of an abundance of caution.
Sure.
So they just basically pushed a vaccine out there that was untested, and they just contradicted themselves.
Well, the FDA didn't allow the vaccines out. It's a special dispensation or something or other.
Yeah, the FDA has not approved any of the vaccines.
But they care about safety.
Well, at least through the traditional means of, how one would generally go about getting a vaccine and, getting it to market and all that kind of thing. So, we are committed to patient safety, Woodcock said. But she encouraged Americans to continue to get vaccinated with Pfizer and Moderna vaccines. Interesting that they're pushing the two other brands. The CDC will convene at a meeting of the Advisory Committee of Immunization Practices, the ACIP, got to have an acronym, on Wednesday to further review these cases and assess their potential significance, read a joint CDC and FDA statement. Oh, so we got alphabet agencies getting together and issuing a joint statement?
Yeah.
Does that mean that they all, like, rolled a big fatty and then, like, wrote a statement? Like, here's the statement, man.
Perhaps not.
Sorry, I digress.
Maybe that would help them. So
it's called a joint statement. So
I hear you.
Maybe they were safety meeting. The FDA will review that analysis, and as it also investigates these cases, federal health officials said they believe that the recommended pause in the J&J vaccinations was not expected to last long.
Okay, so they're going to let Johnson & Johnson bring it back? That seems odd. I mean, why would we have paused in the first place if, I don't know. This seems
If
really
the intention of the vaccine is to attach to your DNA, I mean, it makes sense that you get blood clots.
Not in this case. No, the Johnson & Johnson is not a
I see.
mRNA.
Oh, right.
Right. It's more of a traditional developed vaccine. The time frame will be determined by what we learn in the next few days. However, we expect it to be a matter of days for this pause, Woodcock said. More than 6.8 million doses. There's your answer, Mark. More than 6.8 million doses of the J&J.
You have less than one in a million chances of getting this blood clot, or at least according to what they've got so far.
Right. That's just in the U.S. 6.8 million doses of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine have been administered. Several states, including New York and California, as well as CVS, Walgreens, Rite Aid, and Kroger's announced they would stop administering the Johnson & Johnson vaccine immediately. This is a recommendation, not a mandate. Dr. Peter Marks, the director of the FDA's Center for Biologics Evaluation and Research, said on the briefing call, adding, Americans should talk to their healthcare providers about their personal situation. It's the first time I've heard any of that during this whole COVID thing.
I wonder who they referred to.
They'll probably get fired for just saying that. 603-283-6160.
Are you tired of governments murdering people around the world? Stop using their money. There is an alternative. Bitcoin is a stateless, free market, non-political currency. Bitcoin cannot be inflated or controlled by any government. By using their money, you are helping the state. Stop doing it. You have an incredible alternative available now. Learn it, use it, spread it. Get started with Bitcoin at Bitcoin.com. That's Bitcoin.com.
AnyPay believes that Bitcoin is meant to improve your life, make it easier to do business, connect you with more people in the world at under a penny every time. That's kind of why we laugh at BTC. It used to be free the market, free the world. Now it's just hodl and have fun staying poor. That's not what the world needs. We need honest money that works for everyone. If you care, join us at AnyPayX.com.
There are lots of ways to listen to Free Talk Live. Our podcast has been around since podcasts began, and now the FTL feed is loaded with content besides our full show archives. Did you know that we make it easy for you to customize your podcast subscriptions? We have different feeds, one that includes only our full shows, one with just the Daily Digest, and our main feed that includes everything. You decide what you listen to. It's quick and easy to customize your feeds at feeds.freetalklive.com. That's feeds.freetalklive.com.
Do you feel like your nation, state, or community no longer holds your values? Have you dreamt of a place where people agree that liberty is important and are free to pursue their projects so long as they respect the property of others? There are many people just like you that are discovering freeprivatecities.com. Their social media links are at the upper right of the page at freeprivatecities.com. All skill levels will be needed when the first of the Free Private Cities opens. It's sooner than you think. Stop arguing and build. freeprivatecities.com.
So the protection of life, liberty, and property is what the Free State Project is all about. But it's an effort to move 20,000 people who understand.
It's about demonstrating to the entire country
that, yeah, we can have a free market, a truly free market.
Making it just a freer, great place to live.
It's the world's largest voluntarist libertarian community, and it's only getting bigger.
That's amazing, to be able to move to a place where other people passionately believe in being free and independent.
What the Free State Project is managing to do, though, is to put their money where their mouth is. It's physically getting up across the country and saying, let's go someplace and let's demonstrate the power of these ideas. There's a lot of kind of philosophy that surrounds liberty. There's a lot of thinking about it and talking about it. But here in New Hampshire, people are doing it.
101 Reasons Liberty Lives in New Hampshire, a documentary by Free State Project Early Movers. Watch it free at 101reasonsfilm.com. 101reasonsfilm.com. What if you want to hear the latest episode of Free Talk Live, but all you have is your phone, you forgot to download our archive, and you have no data connection? You can call our Listen line at 641-793-0191. That's a long-distance number, so you may incur charges. If not, listen as long as you want. 641-793-0191. The Free Talk Live Listen line, 641-793-0191.
Are you tired of governments murdering people around the world? Stop using their money. There is an alternative. Bitcoin is a stateless, free market, non-political currency. Bitcoin cannot be inflated or controlled by any government. By using their money, you are helping the state. Stop doing it. You have an incredible alternative available now. Learn it, use it, spread it.
Get started with Bitcoin at bitcoin.com. That's bitcoin.com.
Our Matrix server is about as free as internet chat can be. Join the existing rooms or create your own at chat.freetalklive.com.
The telephone number you need to write down with a Crayola crayon on your refrigerator door right now is 603-283-6160. Again, 603-283-6160. That is the phone number for Free Talk Live, the very radio program you find yourself listening to. In the studio tonight, it's myself, the captain.
And Joa.
And Mark.
Everyone's always talking about buy Bitcoin, buy Bitcoin. Yeah, well, I'm sorry if that's boring as hell. How about earning some Bitcoin? Getting paid with it. Yeah, that's the way. If you want to earn Bitcoin at your business, AnyPayX.com is the way to do it. Your customers will love it, and everyone in town will talk about your store being the Bitcoin store. And it's just fun. Get the free app and start earning Bitcoin at your business. Visit AnyPayX.com. Again, AnyPayX.com. We've been talking about this bit from ABC News where apparently they're putting a pause, P-A-U-S-E, not P-A-W-S, for those of you spelling challenged, on the Johnson & Johnson vaccine due to apparently 6 people developing some sort of a rare type of a blood clot. Now, we're speculating that it's weird that they're doing this because I read all the time about, such and such, had a reaction to the Pfizer, or such and such had a reaction to the Moderna, or several people have, or we've seen this consistent across, this kind of a thing. And they haven't put a pause on any of those. So I find it interesting.
One wonders why.
Yeah. And, of course, this article doesn't give us any real insight into the answer to that question. But if you have the answer, 603-283-6160. The article continues. It's a recommendation, not a mandate. Dr. Peter Marks, the director of the FDA's Center for Biologics Evaluation and Research, he said on the briefing call, adding Americans should talk to their healthcare providers about their... Right, I wanted to comment on that. Americans should talk to their healthcare providers about their personal situation. This might be the first time I've seen this sentence uttered since the dawn of COVID. It's been my position the entire time. You shouldn't be taking a vaccine just to take a vaccine. You shouldn't be lining up thinking it's the holy grail. You should be consulting your physician and going, hey, doc, what do you think? Is it right for me? You know, kind of a thing. And you should be having that conversation with your primary healthcare provider.
Yeah, I can see why people over the age of 65 or whatever are doing it. Honestly, I believe we should have all along basically had people under the age of 65, working age adults, adopting an old person and just going about their lives. At this point, they do not have one single documented case of somebody getting COVID from a surface contact. So you could drop off groceries at people's houses. You could have done all these things. I was recommending this months and months and months ago.
Yes, you were. I was here.
So, what are you going to do? I mean, nobody wants to listen. Dr. Fauci says he's not going to do anything this summer, even if he's got the vaccine back in December. I mean, it's crazy.
I believe it's pronounced Fasci.
Yeah.
Dr. Fasci.
Now, I appreciate them saying this because, in one essence, because, I mean, if you hired a doctor, I hope you trust them, and I hope you have the right doctor. And if they're telling you to consult your physician, I hope you made the right choice.
Yeah, at this point, I've had COVID-19, and I can't, sitting here on the other side of it, I don't know what to say other than I'm really glad I lost almost 20 pounds.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I mean, it's the only way I can do it, apparently.
Wait, does this mean, at least you and I, Mark, we live in a post-COVID society?
Yeah, we do now, yeah.
Wow.
They're going to add COVID to the food pyramid?
That's right. Going to have
it. So Dr. Marks also said, at this time, it's not clear that there's any connection with women taking birth control. So apparently that means there's been some speculation as to whether or not
there's questions.
A correlation between these blood clots and women taking birth control. The CDC and the FDA said that they are currently reviewing data involving these 6 cases, all of which occurred amongst women between the ages of 18 and 48, where symptoms occurred between 6 to 13 days after they were vaccinated with the Johnson & Johnson vaccine.
Okay.
I can see a lot of people getting off their birth control just because they're maskers and jabbers. And there's going to be a lot more, pregnancies because of this, because they had to get their vaccine, but they had to get off their birth control first.
So it's women who are taking birth control who have gotten these blood clots?
Between 18 and 4. Well, there's some speculation.
Okay.
These
no men then. And
right.
We've stopped giving out the Johnson & Johnson vaccine to half of the population because the other half has a problem with it.
This seems to be the case.
Okay.
In these cases, a type of blood clot called cerebral venous sinus thrombosis, CVST, was seen in combination with low levels of blood platelets, the statement read.
Okay.
Treatment of this specific type of blood clot is different from the treatment that might typically be administered. Usually an anticoagulant drug called heparin is used to treat blood clots. In this setting, administration of heparin may be dangerous and alternative treatments need to be given. They don't say why it may be dangerous. People who have received the J&J vaccine who develop severe headache. Let me read that again. People who have received the J&J vaccine who develop severe headache, abdominal pain, leg pain, or shortness of breath within 3 weeks after vaccination should contact their healthcare provider. Healthcare providers are asked to report adverse events to the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, the statement said.
Well, blood thinners can be dangerous to take on themselves, so that's probably why they're saying that.
Right now, I'd like to stress these events appear to be extremely rare, Woodcock said.
Less than 1 in a million.
However, COVID-19 vaccine safety is a top priority for the federal government, and we take all reports of adverse events following vaccinations very seriously.
Mm-hmm.
FDA leadership.
The best thing that happened to COVID and Moderna in the last week.
I mean,
everybody wanted the Johnson & Johnson vaccine because it's one and done. And
right.
It was a more traditional vaccine.
Right. I still don't understand the gyrations for 3 different varieties. There's more than 3, by the way. It just happened to be 3 in the U.S., right? For something that you have a 99% chance of recovering from. all vaccines are going to do anyway is help your personal immune system combat the thing. The vaccines themselves don't combat the thing.
No, they don't.
They're not the warriors. They don't. What they do is they go, hey, human body, we're going to help you combat the thing using your own immune system.
So you're saying I can still get it after the vaccine?
That's what people are saying.
That's what people are saying, yes. It is true. 603-283-6160. Is this as ridiculous as I make it sound? More Free Talk Live is on the way.
You can't win if you don't enter, and you actually can improve your chances of winning a prize drawing if you wrinkle up your entry blank. I'm Holland Cook from survivalspeech.com, and I speak from experience. Why this works: if they'll be spinning the drum before drawing, your entry blank will move around more than, and not adhere to, other perfectly flat entry blanks. And if they don't spin the drum and merely reach into a box full of other perfectly flat entry blanks, many of which are sticking together, yours will feel different to the person reaching in. When you win, act surprised. And if you're looking for work, this is a metaphor. For more tips on sticking out in a world where just too much blends into the blah, 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 hit survivalspeech.com. I'm Holland Cook.
Free Talk Live.
So that's what government does, right? It's a tool of force. It's a coercive monopoly. It's a violent monopoly. And whoever's in charge gets to wield it for their benefit. They get to promote their views and force them down the throat of everybody else. They get to extract money from everybody and use it to benefit their friends.
Let's outlaw democracy instead of outlawing Islam.
That would make more sense. Outlawing government would make more sense than trying to ban people from coming to what at one time was the greatest plot of land on the entire earth. I don't know if it can make that. I don't know if it can make that claim anymore.
But the evidence is that it cannot claim to be the freest, economically freest country in earth. Is all you have to do is look at the Conservative Heritage Foundation's numbers, and you can go to freetheworld.com. Look there too. The fact is, the United States, not the freest country in the world. Sorry.
Free Talk Live, 7 nights a week from 7 to 10 Eastern, live on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM.
So you've signed the Shire Society Declaration and are planning your move to New Hampshire to be around more liberty-oriented people. Next, sign up for the Shire Society Forum at forum.shiresociety.com. There are a bunch of people there who are already in the Shire, and they want to meet you. If you're already in the Shire physically, you should also come by the forums. Remember, not everyone uses Facebook. New people are signing up for the Shire Society Forum every month, so drop in and say hello at forum.shiresociety.com. Tired of cancel culture? Sick of mega tech corporations holding an axe over your head? Join the LRN.FM Matrix chat server. It's self-hosted, so no one else can tell us what to do or say. Don't like the existing channels? You can make your own. You can even connect into some of our channels from other Matrix servers. It's federated. For the full LRN.FM Matrix experience, though, you should join our server via the step-by-step instructions at chat.lrn.fm. Chat.lrn.fm. Is spreading the message of liberty, cryptocurrency, and peace around the globe worth $2 per month to you? As you may already know, in addition to our internet feed, LRN.FM broadcasts on free-to-air satellite across North and Central America, as well as Sub-Saharan Africa. And we've been available on satellite for free 24/7 since 2010. The LRN.FM free-to-air satellite signal is reaching some of the most oppressive regimes in the world, and there's no doubt our ideas are making an impact. You can learn more about the channel's impact by watching the 3-minute video at fund.lrn.fm. If you'd like to help free minds globally with our ideas of liberty, cryptocurrency, and peace, you can donate as little as $2 per month via fund.lrn.fm. You can help us continue and expand our satellite broadcast to multiple continents. Visit fund.lrn.fm today, and thank you for your help. Don't forget to share the link on social media. That's fund.lrn.fm.
You can stick it to the man and big tech. Join our FTL social mastodon at social.freetalklive.com.
Welcome back, everybody. It is Free Talk Live, the Tuesday night edition. The telephone number here in the studio, if you'd like to join the conversation, 603-283-6160. Again, 603-283-6160. In the studio tonight, it is myself, your host, the Reverend Captain Kickass. Joining me,
Joe from Breaking the Flaw.
And it's Mark.
And, yeah, almost a month since the terrorist attack. What do I mean by that? I mean, since men with SWAT gear, men with tanks, men with battering rams, men with militarized weaponry of multiple, as many as 7 different agencies descended upon the Free Talk Live studio, creating all sorts of physical damage to the studio, including bashing in the doors, having some effect on door frames, windows that needed to be replaced, window frames. They launched an iron hook through a window and pulled the window out, amongst many other things, in addition to terrorizing the people who lived here. Not just the people that they arrested, but there are other people who live in the building attached to this studio that are tenants that rent as their place to live. And they were terrorized as well.
Terrors America.
They terrorized the Bitcoin embassy, the Mighty Moose Mart, which is a convenience store. Like, okay, sure, terrorize a convenience store,
Took
whatever.
their safe and then brought it back the next day, the same day broken.
Yeah, among many other stupid things, invaded Arya's house, arrested 6 people. These people are known as the Crypto Six for what we can only deem are the most ridiculous.
Grandmother, trans lady, yeah, whatever.
Under the most ridiculous, you can go Google the indictment, because I want to make sure you have the facts. A lot of folks have been getting a lot of the facts wrong about what the indictment does and does not say. It's not that long of a read. Go read it yourself. Just Google Free Talk Live indictment or something along those lines, and you'll get there. The point is that these 6 people need legal defense to fight these terrorists, and we've set up just such a thing over at thecrypto6.com. That's the Crypto 6. Doesn't matter if you use the number 6 or the word SIX. Thecrypto6.com. There's a variety of ways for you to donate to the Legal Defense Fund, including cryptocurrency, regular USD. There's a video that sort of recaps what's gone on there. There's some things in play for us to maybe do some more updates on that website, that kind of a thing. So thecrypto6.com. Some folks are like, well, you guys have probably raised enough money. No, we haven't.
No, we're not even close.
No, we're not even close to like 1 person, much less 6 people's defense funds.
And like, for instance, I'd love to thank John and Lynette for their $1,000 donation. But I mean, when you're talking about splitting that among 6 people, and then you're talking about lawyers' fees, I'm not. Believe me, I'm grateful for everybody who's donated.
Absolutely, yes.
And thank you. But I'm just saying that there's a long way to go.
If for whatever reason you can't contribute, or you've already contributed, please help us out by posting thecrypto6.com on all your social medias. There's T-shirts that you can buy. You'll find out all of that at thecrypto6.com. If you want to support that way, please do. Please help in any way that you can. These people are going to need a lot more money than what we currently have to get them something that resembles proper defense. Again, thecrypto6.com.
Indeed. So, basically I'm keeping an eye on these funds, and, I actually had to distribute a little bit of lawyer and crypto today. And, thanks to everybody.
Yeah. All right.
By the way, there are attorneys that accept Bitcoin. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it.
That's great. Will they accept $250,000 worth of crypto?
Well, I think the short answer to that is yes. Yeah.
Okay. That's good to know.
We were talking during the break, though, Joa, that you wanted to segue into something that you didn't get to.
Yeah, I mean,
let's do the world's worst segue and just go right into that.
We're there. Okay. So there's a Boston police union representative And so I read the article here from the Boston Globe.
Okay.
For years, the Boston police kept a secret. The union president was an alleged child molester.
For years, the Boston Police Department kept a secret. Ladies and gentlemen,
this is surprising.
This is mainstream news article.
Yes, yep. Despite 1995 evidence, Patrick Rose kept his badge, worked on child sexual assault cases, and ascended to power in the police union. He went on to allegedly molest 5 other children.
My God.
Yeah, it's like you don't learn the first time. You're just going to let them just keep doing it because, they get away with anything they want. They're part of the police union. They know best. And I wonder
just a couple bad apples. Just a couple bad apples. They're not all bad.
Yep.
Just a couple of them. No, the saying is one rotten apple spoils the bunch. The bunch. That means if the bunch of you police officers out there don't do anything about this type of crap in your own organization, then you are just as guilty as they are, period.
I think it's important to note that they continue on enforcing the law against other people. Yeah,
but not themselves.
Yeah, who can trust anybody who will protect a child predator?
Well, you create a symbol like the thin blue line and you wave it on a flag everywhere. Now it's the next heavily branded reason why we need the police around. It's not really that you believe the police, but because you're so wholeheartedly adopted into this religion of yours that it's hard to break away.
Do you think this police, was it Captain?
No, he was the head of the union, the president.
Yes, the president of the Boston FOP.
Arguably had to be a cop, right? In order to get to be...
maybe at some point, but...
Do you suppose that there was a time when he was like...
Because he was a cop.
Right. Do you suppose there was a time when he was like committing his acts of, insanity and going, gosh, somebody should really arrest me right now?
No, I suspect not.
Let's find out. A father and his teenage daughter walked into Hyde Park's police station last August and reported a heinous crime. The girls said she had been repeatedly molested from age 7 through 12 by former Boston Police Union President Patrick M. Rose Sr., and 5 more soon came forward, accusing Rose of molesting them as children over the span of 3 decades, including the girls' own father. Rose being tagged as a child sexual abuser was news to the city when he was arrested and charged last summer, but it wasn't news to the Boston Police Department, where Rose served for 2 decades as a patrolman. So, yes, he was a police officer.
Yeah.
A Globe investigation has found that the Boston Police Department in 1995 filed a criminal complaint against him for sexual assault on a 12-year-old, and even after the complaint was dropped, proceeded with an internal investigation that concluded that he likely committed a crime. Despite that finding, Rose kept his badge. Remained on patrol for another 21 years.
Oh, my
God. And rose to power in the union that represents patrol officers.
And tell me whether or not he committed another one of these heinous acts in the next 21 years that he remained with a badge.
Sounds likely.
What's really surprising to me is, even after all this is going on, is that he continued to represent police officers and, usually in court, this is why you shouldn't convict him, and they're like, this is why you should hire him to cities, even though maybe that police officer had to move to another city because of some heinous thing he did. This is what the FOP does, is that they try to back these bad cops into getting into positions, and ironically, he ends up being the same thing that he's, fighting for, a bad cop. So,
well, surprise. It amazes me that people put